The unlucky Su-chi opened the awakening system and thought he was going to be invincible. He who didn't want to cross over was forced to cross over because his luck was too low. After the system saved the day, it successfully detached the host from the original low martial world. But there was an accident in the middle of the process and he fell into the world of immortal cultivation. Then the system crashed. The only good news, gained eldritch body due to system bug. Chapter 1, This van can drift. The sunset falls into a long starry field. The earth is suddenly late, and the mountains and rivers are already in autumn. Su-chi said leisurely with his hands behind his back, facing the setting sun. Beside him stood a girl in a JK. At the moment was looking at him with a dandy face. Senior Su, you're still so literate. The girl adored. Su-chi turned around. That flawless face. It almost made the girl scream out. Su-chi's deep brown pupils were like the purest amber. He gazed deeply at the girl and took a step forward. Meng. Actually I. Next. Ouch. Su-chi let out a shriek. Somehow he managed to hit his right foot with his left and fell on his ass. Su-chi hastily looked around vigilantly. It was empty. No one was around. It's okay. No one saw it. Su-chi took a long breath. The scene just now was nothing more than his fantasy. Except the setting sun in front of me is real. This handsome, flawless face is real. The rest are fake. Su-chi climbed up from the ground and frowned. Newly purchased clothes only yesterday. And they got dirty on the first day of traveling. It's really unlucky as always. Su-chi pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time. 5:46 p.m. The last tour bus down the mountain is at 6:30. He had plenty of time to get to the station. Along the mountain highway. Su up all the way down. The beauty of the surroundings looked extremely surreal in the afterglow of the setting sun. It's like it's reflected from another world. It doesn't seem like the same view as up the hill? Su-chi frowned at the thought. And the footsteps don't stop. Just then suddenly there was an ear-piercing horn blast from behind him. Buzz. Su-chi turned around violently and saw that a van from nowhere was already about to rush in front of him. At this moment, Su took off and quickly flashed through several thoughts. Asterisk. What the hell? Where did this truck driver come from? I have to duck. Just as Su-chi tried to dodge, there was a sudden prompt in his head. Ding. Suitable host detected. System activated. Host, Su-chi. Luck, -10. Evaluation, a mediocre. Unlucky handsome man. Oncoming is a van tasked with transporting warriors to the other world. Only he seems to have the wrong person in mind. And now you have a few options. 1. Accept the arrangement of fate and travel to the other world in place of guts. Reward, deluxe newbie gift pack. 2. Stop the truck and reprimand the driver not to get distracted during work hours and figure out who to create next time. Reward, intermediate novice pack. 3. It's better to do more than less and get out of the way. Reward, beginner's gift pack. Su-chi had already thought of an answer in a thousandth of a second. He couldn't be happy that he had awakened the system. In the midst of a life and death crisis. I'm not going to be a G.I. Joe, and stopping a truck? You're kidding me. A praying mantis, right? I choose 3. Ding. Selection successful. Su-chi felt a force pulling at him, instantly pulling him from the middle of the road to the edge of the road. No surprises. I'm safe. Su-chi was relieved. Just because you're so beautiful, baby. Inside the van, the driver bobbed his head and listened to music. This music is very uptempo, melodic and catchy. Reminds him of the days of sniffing a chicken. The truck driver was distracted by the music, but he kept an eye on the chosen brave out of the corner of his eye. Guts wants to run away? That's not good. I'm responsible for escorting Guts to the other world, and I've never missed a beat in 23 years. Known as the gold medal driver. With this in mind, the truck driver made a drift and crashed into the dumbfounded Su-chi. Nima? The van can still drift? A system beep sounded in Su-chi's ear. Ding! Due to the host's negatively weighted chi, he ran into a gold medal driver and, unfortunately, failed to dodge. Boo! In the next second, Su-chi was knocked away. A mysterious force pulled him away from the world. Before passing out, Su-chi had only one thought. Where's the pit? You can't assist him with a driver? Sinning. When Su-chi woke up again, the sky was a clear, transparent blue. The dying voice of the system came to his ears. Ding! This system, having been defeated in a confrontation with the gold medalist driver, was fortunate enough to successfully detach the host from the original low martial world. When Su-chi heard this, he immediately said excitedly, that means we didn't cross over successfully? Ha ha ha, I'm not ashamed to be you. System, I misjudged you. To be honest, Su-chi didn't want to cross over. He has a beautiful family. handsome looks, and a good head on his shoulders. The luck was off though. For example, eating instant noodles must have no seasoning packet, going to the toilet must be stuffed toilet, buy cans must have no pull ring, buy milk tea must have no straw, eat watermelon must be watermelon seeds, queuing must be cut in line, must be unable to squeeze on the bus, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that he loves that land. Love is deep, and that of lesser importance. Millions in savings yet to be squandered. Suchi is happy less than 10 seconds. The system will be moribund again, after this system to save the day. Successfully the host from the original low martial arts world detached. In the return to the original world in the middle of the accident, has fallen into the world of cultivation. Suchi froze. He thought of lawyer Chang. Under my strong argument, our defendant's $2 million fine was waived and his sentence was commuted to 20 years in prison. Suki often reads novels. Of course he knew about the low martial world and the immortal cultivation world, which were two completely different concepts. Low martial arts world. What descending dragon 18 palms, 9 in white bone claws, and then fierce is not exaggerated, is the world's first martial arts wizard by hundreds of thousands of people surrounded by also have to drink hate Northwest. And what about the world of immortal cultivation? Immortals can easily burn mountains and reclaim the sea. Reversing the yin and yang, evil cultivators can easily slaughter cities and kill people, refining living beings. You can figure out which world is a little better to hang out in with your ass. System, why don't you just send me back to the original world? If it's not possible, can you ask the truck driver to create me again? Suchi said lifelessly. Warning, warning, this system has suffered an accident. The program is about to crash. Everything after that is up to the host. I'll only accompany you on a journey of 1,000 miles, and from now on I won't even ask about the wind, snow and sun. Good luck. After saying that, there was no more system voice in Suchi's head. System, you come back. How can I live without you, system? But no matter how much Suchi shouted, the system was no longer audible. The opening activates the system and then the system crashes? It took Suchi 5 minutes to come to terms with this. Never mind. It's as good as done. Suchi calmed down and got up from the ground. Then a dialog box suddenly appeared in front of it. The system is severely damaged and retains only basic functionality. Host, Suchi, luck, -10. Evaluation, a mediocre. Unlucky handsome man. Beginner starter packs that are not sure what they are due to a bug are pending extraction. Hint, after extraction, this function will disappear completely. Suchi was first introduced to the immortal cultivation world. One good news and one bad news. Bad news, the system crashed. The good news, it didn't completely fall apart. Chapter 2, 20 years to live. Extraction. Suchi opened the newbie pack. Then a prompt popped up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the everlasting body. Longevity body, living with the sky. Aligned with the earth? It's all garbage. You will have endless life. As long as you don't get killed. You won't die. Then Suchi felt a mysterious power surging into his body. Very metaphysically. He felt he had an unlimited lifespan. Doesn't this mean that as long as I can meddle, I'm invincible? Suchi's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Just then, another dialog box popped up. You are very confused at your first visit to the world of immortal cultivation. What are you going to do next? 1. Join the immortal sect and formally embark on the path of immortality, reward, foundation establishment pill. 2. Act with caution. Enter the world first. Understand the world, reward, 1. 000 tails of gold. 3. Do nothing. Reward, chi luck +1 consideration, longevity, 10 years. I didn't realize you could do multiple choice after a system crash. Suchi hesitated for 0.1 seconds, then directly chose 3. Certainly wouldn't have picked 3 if it was a normal person. How many years does an ordinary person live? To live to 70 is already an old age. But with Sukiyaki having an unlimited lifespan, pick 3 is the way to go. The system's extraction function has collapsed, and even if I complete the first or second quest it's impossible for me to get a reward. Besides, the higher the reward, the greater the danger. And I wouldn't choose 1 and 2 even if they were functioning normally, provided I have an unlimited lifespan. I just don't know if this chi needs to be extracted. Suchi flashed through a series of thoughts. Then he glanced at the panel. Host, Suchi, luck, -9. Evaluation, a mediocre. Unlucky handsome man. It can be added directly to the chakra. Suchi was instantly excited. He's been unlucky since he was a kid. But if he could add this chi to 0 or even higher, he should be able to take off this unlucky title. It's gone from mediocre unlucky dudes to mediocre dudes. I just wonder how often this quest can be triggered. Suchi really can't wait to turn the chi into a positive number. However, once he thought of his unlimited lifespan, he was not in a hurry. The morning and evening are too short. Only 10,000 years are to be fought for. It was only then that Suchi had the time to survey the surrounding scenery. This should be on top of a mountain, and Suchi was able to see far. There seems to be a town at the foot of the mountain, so Su got up and moved on. On the way down the mountain, Suchi found a cave in a hidden place halfway down the mountain. It shouldn't have been lived in for a long time, and the corners were covered with cobwebs. But there were no cultivation secrets or anything like that. But there was a wooden bed that was barely sleepable. Suchi did not stay here for a long time, but made a note of this secret stronghold, so that he would come here for future retreats and whatnot, and would not be easily discovered. It took 2 hours before Suchi finally descended the mountain. That town was just around the corner, a visual walk of an hour or so. As he approached, Suchi got a good look at the town. It's not big, but it's decent, and surprisingly, it's guarded by officials and soldiers. Suchi is a bit worried about being cross-examined. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to go forward and try. There must be no panic. Be calm. This might be able to muddle through, Suchi said in his mind. But before he could get close, he saw the officials stop a black-robed man. Stand still. Pay the toll. The black-robed man let out a strange laughter. How dare a mole cricket stop this seat? The black-robed man raised his hand, and the 2 officers and soldiers screamed miserably and turned into a dry corpse, as if they had been sucked dry by something. Passers-by fled in panic. The black-robed man raised his hand once again, and dozens of people around him screamed miserably and turned into a dry corpse. Hiss! Suchi sucked in a breath of cool air. What kind of luck is that? The moment you arrive, you run into an evil practitioner killing people? Suchi didn't dare to come any closer and hurriedly hid behind a tree. Only after a long time did Suchi dare to poke his head out, realizing that the evil cultivator had already disappeared, leaving only a set of dried corpses to prove that what had just happened was not an illusion. Towns are too dangerous. Better hide back in my deep woods. This thought could no longer be suppressed. Suchi pulled his legs up and ran. He decided not to come out of the mountain again until his chi meticulously reached a positive number. Only after returning to that hidden cave did Suchi feel a little more at ease. The world of immortal cultivation is just too dangerous. If he had been a bit faster, he would have turned into a dry corpse just like those unlucky people. Suchi headed to the bed and officially started his life of lying flat. The month before, Suchi simply cleaned up the cave and lived a little more comfortably. From time to time he would think of life in his homeland, and how anxious his parents and friends must have been at his sudden disappearance, thinking that he might not be able to see them again in this life. Suchi couldn't help but be guilty of being a literati again. I can't sleep alone in the cold light of the hotel, and I am saddened by what is going on in my heart. I'm thinking of my hometown tonight, and I'll be sad tomorrow for another year. 6 months have passed. The number of times Suchi went out of the cave was only a handful of times, and every time he went out, he almost lost his life. And this -9 points of chi luck was struggling in the immortal cultivation world. You've been lying flat for 6 months and you're determined to do something about it. 1. Re-explore the town, reward, Shikuden. 2. Search the neighborhood and hunt some wild game to satisfy your hunger, reward, 3rd grade demon pills. 3. Doing nothing, reward, luck +1 cost, longevity, 10 years. Suchi decisively chose 3. Appears once every 6 months? In that case I still need a mere 4 years to get out. Suki feels that there is something to look forward to in life, but the system never issued another mission for the next 2 years. Spring of the 3rd year, the system released the quest again. It doesn't matter what was released. What matters is that Suki finds that the 3rd item will never change, so he chose 3 again. Spring goes on and fall comes and goes. Year after year. 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Suchi has lost all sense of time, and the word positive is carved all over the walls. He hadn't spoken to anyone in 20 years and was on the verge of losing his speech. The hair and beard had grown too long to be seen, and I'm afraid from a distance I thought he was an ape. If it wasn't for the spirit of literacy burning within him, and the 4 books and 5 classics playing on a daily loop in his head, I'm afraid he would have become a madman. In 20 years, the system had released just 10 quests, and his chi luck had finally become 0 from a negative number. The passing of 20 years of loneliness is about to break you. 1. Against all odds, go to the town again, reward, 9-turn golden elixir. 2. Going out for a walk, reward, Shikuden. 3. Doing nothing, reward, luck +1 cost, longevity, 10 years. Suchi numbly chose 3 again. He was on the verge of not knowing what he was doing. It was all completely instinctive. But just the moment he finished tapping 3, there was a loud bang from outside the cave. Boom! Chapter 3, Is There Such an Operation? Suchi became a Taoist priest in a blur. One more cheap master. That day after the loud noise of the cave he panicked and hit the wall unconscious, and then woke up when already in a Taoist temple. According to his cheap master, on that day, he fought with the augur dragon and finally defeated it, and accidentally found the unconscious Suchi, so he picked him up. Suchi was skeptical about this because his master, Lu Chang'an, really didn't look like a high-level person. This Taoist temple is called the Temple of Eternal Life. There are only 2 people in total. Previously, Lu Chang'an was the master of the observatory who also served as a Taoist priest. After Su got up, Lu Chang'an could finally be his goddess of mercy with a clean slate. Suchi became a little Taoist priest. Changshengguan is located 5 miles north of Qingxi Township. This Qingxi town is the same town where Suchi almost lost his life. Changshengguan incense is not strong, but since Su up, the incense of this Taoist temple slowly also flourishing. The majority were young women. To catch a glimpse of this rumored handsome little Taoist, it doesn't really matter if it's handsome or not. It's mostly about liking the dogs. Even Suchi didn't know how he became famous, and thought about it to attribute it to the fact that he was all ready for positive chi. Ever since his chi was positive, going out and picking up money had become a common occurrence. There were no more various things that could threaten his life. The days went by at a leisurely pace. Name, Suchi. Chakra, 1. Evaluation, somewhat lucky handsome man. Suchi sat in the backyard and looked at the system panel. He's been here for a year now, and he's slowly becoming familiar with this leisurely life. Apprentice, Grandma Li's cat can't be found. Go help her look for it. Just then Lu Chanan's voice came from the front yard. Got it. Suchi lazily agreed. Then he got up and headed toward the front yard. Arriving at the front yard, a flowery and delicate young girl looked at Suchi with unblinking eyes, then smiled sweetly. Trouble for you, little Taoist Su. Is this Grandma Li? Suchi looked at Lu Chanan and asked with his eyes. Lu Chanan coughed and said, This is Grandma Li's granddaughter. She knows where the cat last ran away and lost it. Hello, Tao Master Xiao Su. My name is Li Xiao Xiao. The young girl came forward with a smile on her brow. Hello. Suchi smiled and nodded. Since the chi was positive, Suchi often helped the folks to find cats and dogs. Suchi was happy to do the same. It's a small thing, but it's better to be safe. The two of them walked out of the Taoist temple together, which led to a 2-mile-long peach forest in the direction of Qingxi town. In early spring, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, and as far as the eye could see, they were pink, and the ground was covered with pink petals. The peach blossoms in the mountain temples are beginning to bloom. I've always hated the fact that there's no place to go back to in spring, but I don't know where I've come from. Such a poem flashed through Suchi's mind. Little Taoist Su, Li Xiaoxiao called out softly. Suchi turned his head and looked at Li Xiaoxiao. In the peach blossom roses, Li Xiaoxiao seemed to be more beautiful than the peach blossoms. Your doti is dirty. Li took 2 steps forward, her heart thumping. The closer he got to Suchi, the more he could feel his thrilling handsomeness. She then dusted 2 petals of peach blossom off Suchi's shoulder. In this romantic setting, you want to do something. 1. Hook up Li Xiaoxiao's chin and say, Woman, you've caught my attention. Reward, Chikyudan. 2. Tell Li Xiaoxiao that the peach blossom falling on her shoulder is not considered dirty. Reward, heart-destroying knife. 3. Do nothing. Longevity, 10 years. Luck +1. I didn't realize your thick-browed system was so greasy. I'm going to go with 3. Suchi made a belly laugh. The moment Chi luck turned into 2, Suchi's spirit lifted and he felt as if he had changed a little. The change is not visible to the naked eye, though. Thank you, Miss Li, Suchi said. Li is simply a blessing. No, you're welcome, Li Xiaoxiao said with a red face. Where did Grandma Li lose her cat? Suchi asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, a large fancy cat suddenly scurried out of the forest and meowed at the two. Hana, Li Xiaoxiao hugged the flower cat in surprise. That's what you found? Suchi felt more and more the importance of something like chi luck. It's metaphysical, but practical. He himself needed to symbolically look for it when his chi was 1 before, but now that his chi was 2, he didn't even need to move his legs. It was automatically delivered to his door. Since Miss Li has already found the cat, I'll go back, Suchi said with a smile. Little Taoist Su. Thank you, Li Xiaoxiao said happily. You're welcome. Suchi turned around and left in style. Back to the Taoist temple. Lu Chang'an was meditating and practicing when he saw Suchi return and was surprised. You found it so quickly? Suchi nodded and said. It ran out on its own just after arriving at the peach forest. Lucky you. Lu Chang'an was dumbfounded. Then said, Apprentice, you have also been here in the Taoist temple for more than a year. I see that you have a good heart. So today I will formally pass on the method of cultivation to you. Su Qi's eyes lit up and he busily said, Thank you, Master. Lu Chang'an pulled out a worn book from his clothes, which read, Qi Practicing Technique. Lu Chang'an said in a serious manner, This heart technique can help you cultivate to the Qi practicing stage. Cultivator levels are divided into Qi practicing stage, foundation building stage, Jin Dan stage, Yuanying stage, God transformation stage, void refining stage, harmonization stage, Mahayana stage, and ferrying stage. What about after the Qi practicing stage? Su Qi asked. Lu Chang'an said seriously, the Qi practicing stage is the foundation of cultivation. It is especially important to tamp down the foundation. Don't be overly ambitious for now. You should know that some people can only hover in the Qi practicing stage for the rest of their lives. I know, Master. Su Qi nodded his head and said, Then what about after I tamp down my foundation in the Qi practicing stage? After that. Lu Chang'an's old face blushed. Master currently doesn't have a foundation establishment stage mind technique suitable for you. Turns out it wasn't. Su Qi thought to himself that it seemed that Master's words about the great battle against the dragon were indeed bragging. Taking the Qi cultivation stage's heart method, Su Qi returned to the backyard and began his first cultivation session. It's not that Master doesn't have foundation establishment stage techniques. Even those at the transitional stage have them. It's that there's no technique that suits you, and afterward, Master will find one for you. Lu Chang'an's voice came from the front yard again. I know, Su Qi replied lazily. It took Su Qi 3 days to get started. According to Lu Chang'an, each realm was divided into 9 levels. He was now considered to be at the first level of Qi practicing. In a year's time, Su Qi broke through from the first level of Qi practicing to the second level of Qi practicing. 2 more points of Qi were added during the period. A whopping 4 points of Qi luck made his path of cultivation as if it were a godsend. 5 years have passed since the cold came and went. Su Qi's Qi luck had already reached 10 points, and he realized that the higher his Qi luck was, the easier it was to trigger the system mission. His cultivation level had also officially crossed over to the 9th level of Qi practicing. Qi luck is added. You and cultivation have had an epiphany. Cultivation +1. Su Qi was shocked to check his body and realized that he had unexpectedly changed from the 9th level of Qi practicing to the 10th level of Qi practicing. And this operation? The following is not relevant to the text. I've seen more questions tweeted in the back, so I'll answer some questions about what people are asking. 1. Won't always be refining gas. 2. Why is this world of fairy cultivation so crotch-pulling? Explained later. 3. Please feel free to eat. Chapter 4, Physical Supremacy. Most deadly. Lu Chang'an said that each great realm had a maximum of 9 layers, but now he had actually broken through to the 10th level? Su Qi detected that the 10th layer was more than a little bit stronger than the 9th layer. Although he didn't know how strong a foundation stage cultivator was, right now he felt that it wasn't too far off from the foundation stage. The system crashed, but it's still very powerful. Su Qi thought prettily. And so it went for another 3 years. Su Qi's fortune had reached a terrifying 20 points. The higher the Qi, the more frequently he added to his cultivation. So far he had practiced Qi at the 39th level. Due to the lack of foundation establishment technique, Su Qi was unable to break through to foundation establishment, but he felt that he should be much stronger than a foundation establishment cultivator now. His strength was growing exponentially with each additional layer. Without realizing it, Su Qi had already stayed in the everlasting life view for 9 years. These 9 years, time has left no trace on his face. The first 3 years, Li comes 4 to 5 times a year. The number of times has since tapered off. The 5th year was the last time Li Xiaoxiao saw Su Qi. At that time, she cried that she was getting married and couldn't wait for Su Qi. And then after that, it was never seen again. Su Qi also goes to Qingxi town 2 or 3 times a year. He was well liked in Qingxi town, partly because of his handsome appearance and partly because of Lu Chang'an. As the only cultivator around Qingxi town, Lu Chang'an is highly respected by both the Jianghu people and the general public. And if he encounters any evil spirits or demons, he will have to ask Lu Chang'an to take action. Although Qingxi town, as a borderland, was not rampant with evil spirits and demons, there were always 1 or 2 cases a year. Therefore, Lu Chang'an was a guardian god in Qingxi town. In 9 years, Su Qi has seen too many births and deaths. He was originally a literary youth with a broken heart. It's hard not to be touched by this situation. But he'd seen this kind of thing so many times that he'd grown numb to it. Compared to a mortal's lifespan of 100 years, The lifespan of an immortal cultivator was much longer. Perhaps the cultivation of immortality cultivates longevity on the one hand, and the heart on the other. 10th year. Spring. Suchi opened his eyes from meditating. Just now, he had broken through the 50th level of chi practicing. The reason why he woke up was because there was an unexpected visitor to the Taoist temple. Lu Chang'an. Lu Chahan. The visitor was a man in his 50s, richly dressed, but his face was covered in dust. Su got up and went to the front yard, saw the man, and was about to tell him not to yell when Lu Chang'an walked out from the main hall. Lu Ziming, what are you doing here? Lu Chang'an asked with a bland expression. You come back to Chang'an with me. Lu Ziming couldn't help but step forward and pull. Cultivators should not taint themselves with mortal dust. Please return. Lu Chang'an said blandly. After saying that, he waved his sleeve robe and Lu Ziming was lifted to the door of the Taoist temple by a light breeze. Lu Chahan, father is dying. He just wants to see you one last time. Lu Ziming said in a mournful voice. Lu Chang'an's originally indifferent face finally moved, and the hand clutching the duster unconsciously bulged with veins. After a long time, he let go of the duster and sighed softly. When do we move? Right now. Not a moment too soon, Lu Ziming said immediately. You go out first. I need to explain something to my apprentice, Lu Chang'an said. Lu Ziming glanced at Su Chi, then turned to leave. Apprentice, come here, Lu Chang'an said to Su Chi. Su Chi walked up and said, Master, don't worry about going home to visit your family. I will take care of the Taoist temple. Lu Chang'an's serious face loosened up and laughed. Every time I see your face it reminds me of when I was young and as handsome as you. Then he added, I hope you guard this Taoist temple well, and also guard the residents of Qingxi town. If you encounter evil spirits in rebellion, according to your ability nowadays should be enough to cope with. If you encounter really can't cope with things, you can open this brocade bag. Su Chi took the pouch and solemnly said, I know. Then I'll go. Lu Chang'an laughed. Looking at Lu Chang'an's departing back, Su Chi was suddenly a bit reluctant. After 10 years of spending time with each other, Su Chi had long since treated Lu Chang'an as a relative. He noticed that Lu Chang'an's waist and back seemed to have stooped a bit, and there were a few more strands of silver in his hair. It turns out that the only thing that hasn't changed is yourself. Master, Su Chi shouted. Lu Chang'an turned his head. When will you be back? I'll prepare your favorite cinnamon cake, Su Chi asked. Lu Chang'an laughed and smiled brightly. He said, the next year when the peach blossoms are in full bloom. Lu Chang'an left. Su Chi was the only one left to take care of the large Taoist temple. Although I'm usually the only one who takes care of it, but it always felt a little different, Su Chi said silently in his heart. The incense at the Eternal Life Observatory is still very much alive. Basically everyone who comes here will ask, where is Taoist Master Lu? Why don't we see him today? Went home to visit my family and will be back soon. To this, Su Chi always says this. January passed in a flash. Su Chi now possessed a whopping 28 points of chi luck. The cultivation level also came to the 56th level of chi practicing. He didn't know how strong he was now. He only felt that the aura in his body was like a river churning and filling up. This day, Su Chi is meditating in the courtyard. There was a sharp knock from outside the Taoist temple. Su Chi opened the door of the Taoist temple, and the visitor was a man who looked panicked. Why are you so alarmed at this late hour? Su Chi asked. It's a raw face. Su Chi could be sure he had never seen it before. Little Taoist master, there is an evil spirit in the peach blossom forest ahead. Please save my wife and son. The man pleaded. Lead the way. Su Chi turned around and picked up the mahogany sword, saying, yes, yes. The man's face was delighted as he led Su Chi straight to the peach blossom forest. However, after entering the peach blossom forest, Su Chi did not see any evil spirits harming people. Just then, the man leading the way suddenly fell to the ground with a bang and lost his breath of life. GGG. A strange laugh came. A ghostly creature with a 7-patchwork body stepped out from behind a tree. The head is that of an old woman. The body is that of a youth. The left hand is that of a child. The right hand is that of a woman. The legs are that of a man. And it looks extremely strange. Little Taoist Su, do you remember me? The ghostly creature spoke. And it was the old woman's head that spoke. Are you Granny Lu from the town's entrance? Su Chi frowned. Junko Lu died 3 years ago. I did not expect that now has this kind of ghostly appearance to live. Little Taoist Su, I didn't expect you to remember me. I'm so hungry. I'm really hungry. Let me eat your meat and drink your blood. The ghostly creature hissed and rushed towards Su Chi. Uncoordinated limbs, but extremely fast. If an ordinary person saw it, I'm afraid they would be scared into a nervous breakdown. Granny Lu, since you're dead, rest in peace, let me transcend you. Suchi raised his mahogany sword and casually chopped it down. Boom! With this sword, Suchi did not utilize his spiritual power, but the terrifying power directly cut out the astral wind. Sharper than a knife. Wherever the astral wind blew, everything turned into pieces. No! The ghostly creature only let out a miserable scream before it instantly turned into ashes. Physical override. Most deadly. Chapter 5, The Three Porters. Come on out, Suchi said lightly. Snap. A round of applause came. A black-robed man stepped out from the darkness. How did you? A small chi practicing stage. Discover me? I didn't realize it. Just swindling you. Suchi spread his hands and said. He looked at the black-robed man in front of him and felt something familiar. The scene from 30 years ago came flooding back to mind. This person is that evil cultivator from 30 years ago. A voice welled up in Suchi's heart. When he first came to the immortal cultivation world, he was scared by the evil cultivators in front of Qingxi town and hid in the mountains and forests for 20 years. But he never thought that he would have a day to see them again. Hearing Suchi's words, the evil cultivator's body stiffened. The face hidden in the darkness had an extra touch of grimness. He had been swindled by a little Taoist priest. You are Lu Chahan's disciple, right? The evil cultivator laughed. Yes. What is it? Suchi faintly asked. That's right. 30 years ago he seriously injured me. Now that I have cultivated into a Jindan, although he was lucky enough to go home to visit his family to avoid a disaster, I want him to come back and see his guardian Qingxi town, his beloved disciple, including his broken Taoist temple all turned into ashes. The evil cultivator laughed madly, and his terrifying pressure surged out like a tidal wave. Under this pressure, the peach forests all let out a painful wail. Suchi, however, pulled his legs up and ran as if he was unaffected. Trying to run, the evil cultivator laughed and chased after him, until we came to an open space. It was only then that Suchi stopped. Run! Why don't you run? The evil cultivator laughed. Master said he would return when the peach blossoms were in full bloom, and I'm afraid he won't come back when the peach forest is gone, Suchi said lightly. Thinking about that kind of boring thing at a time like this. I won't let you die easily. I'm going to extract your divine soul and burn it with Dan fire for 981 days. So that old man Lu Chang'an will know what will happen to him if he offends me. The evil cultivator raised his hand. The heaven and earth wailed as a tidal wave of countless unjust souls surged out from the body of the evil cultivator and surged wildly towards Suchi. Wherever the tidal wave of unjust souls passes through, all the vitality is plundered, the vegetation withers, and the birds of prey fall. And behind Suchi was the 2-mile peach forest. Suchi's aura that was like a river madly surged into the mahogany sword. The mahogany sword emitted a faint glow in the night sky. Chop! No fancy moves. Suchi chopped out his sword. He had only one move. And only one sword. Thumbs down. The sound of breaking air came. A 10-feet-long sword chi surged out furiously. Wherever the sword energy passed, the ground that had not touched also cracked inch by inch. The astral wind carried by the sword chi lifted up the ground and covered the sky, like a huge mountain crashing towards the evil cultivator. The so-called tidal wave of injustice. It had already collapsed and disintegrated before being touched by the sword energy. This sword chi lit up the night sky. It also illuminated the face of the evil cultivator written in horror. He couldn't move his body, but his mind was unusually active. What the hell? What the hell? This is the chi practicing stage? Can a Yuaning stage cultivator cut such a sword? I should have known why I'm messing with him. Now regret. Is it too late? Wait, I have something to say. Before the evil cultivator could finish his words, his body was already engulfed by the sword chi and turned into pieces. The sword chi rushed all the way into the long sky, until finally it was swallowed by the darkness and disappeared. Suchi retrieved his sword, a face full of afterthought. So close. It was still close to being swallowed up by that tidal wave of grievous souls itself. It's just a billion points away. It looks like you still have a ways to go. But that evil cultivator seemed to say he was a Jindan? I'm only at the 56th level of chi cultivation. How can I possibly beat a Jindan stage cultivator? This Jindan of his should be a fake one. Blowing awesome. LOL. I don't know when I'll be able to officially step into Foundation establishment. Before I knew it, another March had passed. During this period of time, Suchi no longer encountered evil spirits and ghosts as well as evil cultivators who did not take care of their eyes. Qingxi town is a peaceful and quiet place. Suchi's realm had risen once again, coming to the 57th level of chi practicing. He knew that he was strong now, but there was no specific perception of how strong. A rough estimate should have the battle power of a Jindan. After all, The legend said that Jindan cultivators could destroy mountains and break rivers, and it seemed like they could do it themselves now. In the borderland of Clear Creek Township, not to mention the Jindan stage, even the Chi practicing stage could reign supreme. Suchi finally felt some sense of security, at least around Qingxi town. There was more than enough self-protection. In addition, Suki still helps residents with small tasks such as finding cats and dogs and adding bricks and mortar. Day by day, in the blink of an eye it will be winter. Every winter, goosefeather snow always falls in Qingxi town. Suchi often stands in the yard and watches the snow. See also the peach grove outside the Taoist temple. It used to be that every winter time, Lu Chang'an would always pile up 2 large snowmen at the entrance of the Taoist temple and use them as doorkeepers. It says it's a little more imposing to have a porter. Su got up and went to the door of the Taoist temple and started building a snowman. Little Taoist Su, building a snowman again? At that moment, a woman approached with a little girl. Yes, Auntie Chang. Suchi didn't stop with his hands and said with a smile, "This year, Master is not here, so I'll do this job." The woman said cheerfully, "When will Taoist Lu come back? It's been a long time since we've seen him. Everyone misses him." "Soon. He'll be back next year when the peach blossoms are in full bloom." "Brother Su, can I build a snowman with you too?" The little girl blinked her big soulful eyes and asked in a milky voice. "Could be," Suchi said with a smile. "Sweetness, then you build a snowman with Taoist little Su, and mother will go in first to pray for blessings." "Okay," the woman said to the little girl. "Good," the little girl replied in a milky voice. Little girls don't even know how to build snowmen. They just think it's fun. But Suchi was very patient in teaching her. The little girl was smart and soon built a tiny snowman. "Brother Su, see if the snowman I built looks good." The little girl pouted. "Good looking. Sugar is so smart," Suchi quipped. Encouraged, the little girl quickly built another snowman the size of her body. "It just looks a little funny." The woman soon came out after the blessing and left with her daughter after chatting with Suchi for a while. "Mother, Brother Su is so gentle. I want to be as gentle as him in the future." Well. The mother and daughter faded away, leaving Suchi alone again. Patiently, meticulously, he built 2 large snowmen. Unlike previous years, there was an extra small snowman in front of the 2 big ones. "Master, we have 3 disciples in the Taoist temple this year. I'm better than you, right?" Suchi laughed lightly. "If Lu Chang'an was here, I'm afraid he would only argue with him again." Suchi turned to look at the peach forest, shrouded in a blanket of silver. Suchi then walked towards the Taoist temple. A charcoal fire was burning inside the heater, and the warmth of the fire dispersed the bitter cold inside the room. Suchi lazily lay on the same recliner that Lu Chang'an commonly used. It just feels extra cozy. Winter is here. Can spring be far behind? Chapter 6, The Great Tang Demon Suppression Division. As the days go by, the atmosphere of the Spring Festival is getting stronger and stronger. All the families started to put up Spring Festival couplets and lucky charms. Every year, the townspeople send spring couplets, lanterns, and so on to Changsheng. This year is no exception. Suchi hung 2 big red lanterns at the entrance of the Taoist temple and posted spring couplets and fortune words, giving the Taoist temple a bit more festive atmosphere as well. New Year's Eve, the sound of firecrackers was deafening. Even in such a remote place as Qingxi town, the bustle is not reduced in the slightest. Suchi stood at the entrance of the Taoist temple and looked at the bustle of Qingxi town from afar. It was a stark contrast to the coolness of the everlasting view. In previous years, Lu Chang'an would set off 2 strings of firecrackers to make the Taoist temple seem more lively. The firecrackers continued late into the night. Suki also stood until late at night. When all is quiet, Suchi Fong closed the door of the Taoist temple and went back to the house to rest. Early the next morning, the town of Clear Creek welcomed 2 uninvited guests, a man and a woman. The man had a hoarse face and a stern look on his brow. The woman was pretty and handsome. "The Department of Demon Control is on the case." The 2 went straight to the mayor's mansion. After the old town mayor, Kong He, looked at the 2 men's belt tags, he said in fear, "The 2 adults came here, but is there a demonic creature causing trouble?" As we all know, the Great Tangzhenmu Division is a royal institution, dedicated to the suppression of evil cultivators, evil spirits and demons. To protect the country's peace and security, the countryside is safe and sound. A demonic creature that could make the Demon Suppression Division take action was bound to be in existence that was a scourge to one side. In all the years since the founding of Qingxi town, the Demon Suppression Division had only come twice. The first time was 50 years ago, when a great demon escaped to Qingxi town and slaughtered it so wantonly that it nearly destroyed the town. It was later suppressed by the Department of Devil Suppression. This is the second time, Shi Xinghua said with a stern face. Let me ask you, have you seen anyone or anything suspicious last night? Kong He hastily shook his head. I have not seen it. Shi Xinghua frowned. Immediately gather all the residents of the town. I want to question them one by one. Good. Kong He nodded his head in a hurry, then hastily began to gather the inhabitants. Jiang Yu said to Shi Xinghua, Senior brother Shi, speak softer, there's no need to be so impatient. Shi Xinghua's face soothed a bit inside. Senior sister Jiang, things are urgent. This time the Snow Maiden has defected. If she isn't apprehended as soon as possible, I'm afraid that it will stir up the territory of the Great Tang. Ginger Moon sighed. Fair enough. All the residents of Qingxi town were called to the square. Shi Xinghua asked questions one by one, and the words of a little girl caught his attention. You said you saw a strange woman last night? Shi Xinghua came to the little girl and asked menacingly. The little girl seemed to be frightened by Shi Xinghua and hid behind her mother. Told you not to be so mean. Jiang Yu pushed Shi Xinghua out of the way and said to the little girl with a smile. Little sister, tell your sister where the stranger you saw last night went, okay? The little girl nodded and said timidly, Last night I saw an injured sister at the entrance of the town, and then she went toward the snowy mountains. But in white? Shi Xinghua asked. Yes. The little girl nodded. Not good. Shi Xinghua's face changed drastically. We're still a step too late. If we let the Snow Maiden recover from her injuries, you and I are no match for her. We have to depart as soon as possible. Jiang Yu also knew the seriousness of the matter, and the two of them hurried towards the direction of the snowy mountains. It wasn't until the two were gone that the little girl sighed in relief. She spread out her palm and there was a crystal-clear snowflake in the center of her hand. It was given to her by that sister last night. Is that sister a bad person? The little girl murmured. Inside the everlasting view, Suki is plowing the snow. Suddenly a man and a woman burst in. It was none other than Shi Xinghua and Jiang Yu. The Department of Devil Suppression is on the case. Shi Xinghua gave a cold shout. The Division of Demon Suppression? Su Qi had a blank look on his face. Apparently never heard of it. Little Taoist, have you seen a woman in white last night? Shi Xinghua asked again. Su Qi frowned, still thinking about the name of the Demon Suppression Division. Seeing Su Qi ignoring him, Shi Xinghua was furious. Little Taoist, I'm asking you. Ah, sorry. Su Qi scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I was just thinking that the name Jinmu Division is quite imposing. You don't know about the Great Tang Demon Suppression Division? Jiang Yu curiously surveyed the extremely handsome young Taoist priest in front of her. It's really rare that there are people of the Great Tang who don't know about the Department of Demon Suppression. I don't know. Su Qi shook his head and suddenly asked. I know Chang'an. Is this Shinmu division of yours far from Chang'an? Jiang Yu laughed. The headquarters of our Demon Suppression Division is in Chang'an. So you're from Chang'an? Su Qi said with a glint in his eye. Don't pry if you shouldn't. Shi Xinghua snorted coldly and said. I'm asking if you have seen a woman in white or something suspicious last night. Su Qi was a bit upset with the man in front of him. Act like you guys owe me $5 million. Qi keeps interrupting himself. Never seen it. Su Qi said without any humor. Waste of time. Shi Xinghua snorted coldly, and after sweeping around the Taoist temple with his divine sense, he said to Jiang Yu, the Snow Maiden should have already escaped into the snowy mountains. Senior sister, let's go. Before leaving, Jiang Yu asked with a smile, Little Taoist, you want to know about Chang'an? Think. Su Qi nodded. Then we'll talk about it when I'm done. Ginger Moon pursed her lips. Good. Su Qi then said, if you run into any difficulties, you can look for me. A little Qi practicing stage cultivator dares to speak loudly. Shi Xinghua sneered and then turned to leave. On the road, Shi Xinghua asked, Senior sister Jiang, you don't have your eyes on that little Taoist, do you? Ginger Moon smiled. I think he's interesting. Shi Xinghua was a bit tasteless. Apart from that face being a bit more handsome, his cultivation is really so bad that it can't be seen. Such a man can't be relied upon at all. Ginger Moon thought about it and said, you're right. The corners of Shi Xinghua's mouth lifted, but in the next second Ginger Moon added, then wouldn't it be better to let him lean on me? Shi Xinghua was speechless for a long time. Damn, this kid deserves to die. Why are you so handsome? Who understands the pain of ugly monks like us? The two entered the snowy mountain. A Jindan cultivator's divine sense could cover roughly 100 meters. It's really not enough compared to this big snowy mountain, but the good thing was that the Snow Maiden was seriously injured, and they could always find clues if they searched carefully. There's blood. Shi Xinghua perked up. The two then chased after him in the direction of the blood trail. Half an hour later, the blood came to an abrupt end and the trail broke. How come? Shi Xinghua's face was ugly. Seeing your brother sure don't be in a hurry. Jiang Yu pulled out a compass. The Snow Maiden has the seal of the Jinmu division on her body, and within 1,000 meters, the compass will be able to accurately find her location. The compass was unresponsive. The two men's faces changed drastically. This means that Yukito's wounds are healing. Chapter 7, Do Good. Don't ask about your future. The healing of the Snow Maiden's wounds also meant that her strength would return extremely quickly. The Snow Maiden at her peak was comparable to a peak Yuaning cultivator, and the two of them were no match at all. Boom! Just then, a loud bang came from the snowy mountain. The snow poured down from the top of the mountain like a great river. Spectacular! An avalanche! Shi Xinghua's face was ugly. No need to guess that this is the Snow Lady's doing. The avalanche was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the two. But Jindan stage cultivators can destroy mountains and break rivers, and a mere avalanche naturally needs no fear. Shi Xinghua pulled out his long sword. A sword chopped out. Boom! Spiritual power poured out, and the avalanche was split in two, revealing a safe passage in the center. The avalanche raced past the two men. The two men standing in the center were unharmed, but the next second a woman's soft laugh came to both of their ears. The duo's faces changed drastically. Shi Xinghua instantly turned into an ice sculpture. The protective amulet on Jiang Yu's body shattered and the frost spread like a tarsus. In a few seconds at most she would become just like Shi Xinghua. Click! Jiang Yu crushed a teleportation talisman. The next second she disappeared from her spot. Kan Yu escaped to the everlasting view. Her body was filled with a cold poison that was about to freeze her out of consciousness. Seeing Jiang Yu like this, Su Qi hurriedly invited her inside. The warmth of the house didn't make her feel any better either. Shivering and having trouble controlling herself. I've been poisoned by the Snow Maiden's cold poison, and I need to use my spiritual power to dispel it. But, Jiang Yu hadn't finished her sentence. Su Qi then grabbed her wrist at once. Don't! Just as Jiang Yu wanted to stop it, a mellow and warm feeling was injected into her body. Ah! This mellow aura dispelled all the cold poison wherever it passed through, and that warm and soothing feeling made Jiang Yu unable to resist moaning out. Immediately afterward she hastily covered her mouth, blushing. It's too humiliating. In less than a minute, Jiang Yu's cold poison was dispelled. What were you going to say? Su Qi asked as he let go of his hand. Nothing, Jiang Yu said with some disorientation. The warmth withdrawing from her body left her feeling a little empty, so eager to experience it again. In fact, what she was just about to say was that if she didn't have enough spiritual energy, she would be countered by the cold poison and become just like her. However, he hadn't thought that this Qi practicing stage little Taoist was so mellow in terms of spiritual energy. Where's the man who always has a stern face? Su Qi asked. Probably dead, Jiang Yu said with a gloomy expression. The Snow Maiden had apparently regained her strength. There is even refinement again. If she didn't have the teleportation talisman and amulet given by her master, she would only have ended up in the same situation as Shi Xinghua. Su Qi was alert at the sound of it. They have come to an extraordinary demonic creature. Even the Jindan stage cultivator was defeated. I am afraid that he is not a match. Should I open Master's pouch? Su Qi hesitated. I need to rest here in your place for the night, and when my spiritual power recovers I will contact the nearest demon suppression division and send support, Ginger Moon said. Although her cold poison had been dispelled, her body's spiritual energy was already empty, and she was simply unable to use special means to contact the Jin Demon division. Good. Su Qi sniffed and dismissed the idea of opening the brocade bag. Then asked, can you tell me about Chang'an? You are so interested in Chang'an. Why don't you come with me to Chang'an after this incident? Ginger Moon asked with a smile. It seemed like it would be a great thing to be a Taoist couple with this handsome young Taoist priest. Su Qi, I promised Shifu to guard the Taoist temple. Su Qi shook his head. Then why are you so interested in Chang'an? Ginger Moon wondered. Because my master went to Chang'an, Su Qi said. Jiang Yu nodded her head and then said, so that's how it is. Chang'an is the imperial capital of the great Tang dynasty. It's incredibly prosperous and has everything you can think of. Everything you can think of can be seen in Chang'an. Su Qi was a little mesmerized by what he heard and asked again. Are there many powerful cultivators then? Jindan is as plentiful as dogs, and Yuanin is everywhere. Jiang Yu added. The current state master of the Great Tang is also in Chang'an. He is a Mahayana stage cultivator and may step into the transition stage and ascend to the immortal realm at any time. Su Qi immediately dispelled his yearning for Chang'an upon hearing this. It's too dangerous. In the event that he ran into a psychotic cultivator, he would be no match at all. To be on the safe side, it's better to stay in this borderland. I'll live for 1,000 years and go to Chang'an when I'm strong enough. How about it? Do you want to go to Chang'an? Ginger Moon asked with a smile. Don't want to at all. Suchi shook his head and said, the sun sets in the evening. Suchi was sweeping snow in the yard when a couple rushed in sharply. Auntie Zhang. Uncle Zhang. What's the hurry? Suchi asked. Daoist little Su. Sweetie, she's gone. The woman was so anxious that tears were falling from her eyes. What's going on? Suchi asked. The man slapped himself. It's my fault. I was plowing the field and didn't keep an eye on Sweetie, and when I looked back again she was gone. Were there any traces at the scene? Suchi frowned. It was picked up at the scene. Auntie Zhang hurriedly took out a crystal clear snowflake. Suchi took the snowflake and it was cold in his hand. It seemed to be made from some kind of crystal. It's the Snow Lady. Right at this moment, Jiang Yu walked over and said with a grave expression, Taoist Master Xiao Su, you must save my daughter. The woman sniffed and fell to her knees with a bang. The mayor has told the residents the truth, and the two lords of the Demon Suppression Division are searching for the demons. How can sugar be good if she falls into the hands of a demon? The man followed suit and knelt down. Taoist little Su, if Sweetie has a death we don't know how to live. Please save my daughter. Suchi hurriedly lifted the two of them up and said, Auntie Zhang, Uncle Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely save Sweetness. After saying that, Suchi turned around and picked up the mahogany sword and headed towards the snowy mountain. Jiang Yu hurriedly chased after him. She followed Suchi and advised, Little Taoist, you are no match for the Snow Maiden. Don't go. Had to go. Suchi said, why? You wait until tomorrow. When my spiritual power recovers, I'll be able to contact the people from the Demon Suppression Division, and you won't have given up your life for nothing. Ginger Moon said in disbelief. Suchi shook his head. What about after the contact? How long will it take for them to arrive? After a long time, will Sweetie still have a life? Suchi remembered the scene of the little girl building a snowman that day. At this time the sky was fluttering with goosefeather snow again. But you're only at the chi practicing stage. Going there won't help. Jiang Yu said helplessly. And where there's snow, the Snow Maiden can move at any time, so you won't be able to find her at all. How many millions of snow-covered mountains are extremely extensive? Gotta try, don't you? Suchi raised his hand and caught a falling snowflake. And I promised Master that I would guard the residents of Qingxi Town, but do good and ask no questions. Chapter 8, A Sword-Chopping Winter Wind. Ginger Moon stood still, eyes wide open. He watched Suchi take a step towards the depths of the snowy mountain. But to do good and not to ask questions? Jiang Yu's heart was touched. He was a member of the Demon Suppression Division, yet he was not as brave as a small folk Taoist? Think about it. Ginger Moon gave chase. Big deal. Just use the thing. Say nothing to be looked down upon by a little Taoist priest. Wait for me. Jiang Yu chased after him, walking alongside Suchi. What brings you here? Suchi was a bit surprised. He thought that Jiang Yu had been scared out of her wits by the Snow Maiden. After all, her companions had already folded. Because I'm a member of the Demon Suppression Division. Jiang Yu smiled brightly. We can't let you, a folk, take the lead. Can we? But your legs are shaking. Suchi pointed at Jiang Yu's leg and said. Jiang Yu's face flushed. Thinking that you're going to die if you don't speak, she hurriedly said. I'm cold. I don't have aura in my body right now. I can't withstand this kind of severe cold. Then go back and don't come and hold me back. Suchi said. Jiang Yu's face was red with anger. Why didn't this guy know how to show any mercy at all? If a fight does break out, you don't ask me to save you. Ginger Moon said with a grunt. Just take care of yourself. Suchi said. He dared to come because he had already practiced chi at the 60th level. He felt that his strength was soaring exponentially with every level up, and without any surprises, he should now be one drop more powerful than a Jindan stage cultivator. Walked for half an hour. Jiang Yu and Su got up and went to the usual place. Be careful. This is where we were attacked by the Snow Maiden before. Ginger Moon was wary, thinking that Shi Xinghua might be buried under this thick snow. Jiang Yu felt a bit suffocated. There was an avalanche here? Suchi asked. Yes, the Snow Maiden induced an avalanche, Ginger Moon said. Boom! As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the avalanche came back. As in the first time, Jiang Yu's face changed drastically, and she quickly pulled out a porcelain bottle. After opening the porcelain bottle, a crystal clear elixir was revealed. A look of flesh pain appeared on Jiang Yu's face, but for the sake of her life, she swallowed it. What are you eating? In the face of the avalanche, Suchi didn't seem to be nervous at all. Instead, he twisted his head and asked, 4th grade elixir, great mending pill. Jiang Yu explained, It allows me to briefly increase my strength and my spiritual power to skyrocket. You hide behind me. Jiang Yu, who had eaten the great tonic pill, had her chi skyrocketed as she offered a talisman and threw it out. Boom! The talisman exploded and transformed into a fire dragon, charging towards the avalanche. Wow! Su Chi marveled. Compared to his plain and simple sword moves, this was too cool. Wherever the fire dragon passed, the snow melted. The avalanche was stopped hard. LOL. However, right at this moment, Su Chi heard a light laughter ring out as if it came from beyond the heavens. He saw a woman dressed in white appear suddenly in front of the fire dragon. This woman in white blew a breath and the fire dragon went out. Boom! The avalanche was 10 times more violent, and came overwhelmingly toward the two men. Jiang Yu clenched her silver teeth and slapped out 12 talismans in one breath. 12 pillars of fire shot up into the sky. It collided with the avalanche that covered the sky. The 12 pillars of fire protected Su Chi and Jiang Yu inside, freezing with the avalanche again. But the avalanche seems endless, and a closer look reveals that the column of fire is being pushed down inch by inch. I have another teleportation talisman, so hold on to me later. Beads of sweat kept dripping from the corners of Jiang Yu's forehead, thus showing that she was working very hard. Why don't you let me do it instead? Su Chi pulled out his mahogany sword. Even I'm no match. You're even more hopeless. Jiang Yu laughed bitterly before she could finish her sentence. It was then that Su Chi chopped out with a sword. Thumbs down. The sound of breaking air came. 10 feet of sword awnings spewed out. It kicked up a terrifying astral wind. Jiang Yu's eyes widened as she saw her pillar of fire as well as the avalanche crumble under the sword, dissipating along with the astral wind. Wherever the sword blade passed, the snow was like touching the sun, instantly evaporating and vaporizing. That continuous avalanche just disappeared. A greenish-black mark was left on the snowy mountain, as if it had been split by a sword. Upon closer inspection it turned out that the snow had been melted, revealing the original color of the stone. Jiang Yu's mind went blank. Did the little Taoist do this? Isn't he at the chi practicing stage? Is there such a powerful chi practitioner? What a powerful little Taoist. Just as Jiang Yu was still in a daze, a silver bell-like laughter came. A woman in white appeared in mid-air, snow still falling around her. Snow Maiden. Jiang Yu's face changed dramatically. This snow woman had indeed recovered from her injuries. You have the little girl from Clear Creek? Su Chi asked. Good. You're here for the little girl? The Snow Maiden laughed dementedly. Hand her over. Su Chi said lightly. She can't come back, because she has been killed by me. The snow woman smiled dementedly as the snow fell harder and harder. Like rain. Su Chi's originally flat eyes slowly became stern. That cute little girl in his memory. Dead? Is it tempting to kill me? The snow woman laughed louder and louder. But you can't do anything about me. This is my natural home ground. I can appear anywhere there is snow. Although your sword chi is very strong, it can't cut me. Giggle giggle. Yes? Su Chi smiled back. He wasn't sure if he was angry or sad. It just felt like that innocent little girl didn't deserve to die like that. She clearly had a lot of life ahead of her. Think of the little snowman in front of the Taoist temple. Su Chi then felt a burst of sadness. But he's clearly seen life and death. As a rule it shouldn't be that upsetting. Endless spiritual energy surged into the mahogany sword. The mahogany sword glowed greatly, and the sound of a sword roaring was faintly heard. However, the spiritual power was so majestic that streaks of cracks even appeared on the mahogany sword. So there's no snow, isn't there? Su Chi said lightly. A sword was swung. Chop! With this sword, he used all his strength. The sword on close to 1,000 feet was as dazzling as the sun, with the fiery red sunset in the sky. This sword came out with anger. This sword carried the most terrifying astral wind in the world. This sword could not be described in words. Wherever the sword blade passed, the earth cracked and shook. The ground was lifted up by the strong wind, carrying the snow on the mountains along with it to the sky. The sword blade flew through the frozen rivers, through the majestic snowy mountains, and into the endless starry sky. That snowy mountain, half gone. Along with it disappeared the snow on the mountains. Time seemed to freeze in this moment. The goosefeather snow, which had been falling non-stop, was carried by the strong wind and drifted in the opposite direction, as if it was raining from the ground to the sky. I have a sword. It can melt snow and cut through winter winds. Chapter 9 The Story of the Snow Maiden. Jiang Yu's mouth was so wide open that she could have stuffed a duck egg. It's practicing? If this is the chi practicing stage, my Jin Dan has gone to the dogs? Then Ginger Moon became enlightened. Su Chi was definitely not in the chi practicing stage. It should be some kind of hidden power. It was understandable for a hidden powerhouse to have a high level of cultivation and not be able to see his age. This was the only way to explain why this little Taoist looked like he was only at the chi practicing stage. Yet he was so powerful. To achieve this level, one would have to be at least at the transfiguration stage. The pupils of the snow woman in mid-air quake. She panicked. It's not. I'm kidding, right? Why did you lift the mountain at the drop of a hat? Now, do you have a place to hide? Suchi asked with a ghostly cold glow in his eyes. Snow Maiden's scalp tingled as she hurriedly waved her hand and said, "This senior, there's something to be said. In fact, I'm just kidding. That little girl is fine now." Where? Hearing this, Suchi's killing intent only tightened up a bit. The Snow Maiden hurriedly said, "You come with me. I'll take you there." The name calling has unconsciously changed. Suchi and Jiangyu followed the Snow Maiden to a cave. Luckily, Suchi's sword didn't reach here. Otherwise everyone in this cave is dead. After coming here, Suchi saw Zhang Sweetness, the little girl, who was currently sitting by the fire and roasting, not injured at all. Next to her was a man who was tied up in 5 pieces. Senior Shi? Jiangyu was shocked. She had thought that Shi Xinghua was dead, but now it seemed that the Snow Maiden hadn't killed her. "Brother Su, why are you here?" Zhang Sweetie ran over happily after seeing Suchi. "See, Senior, I told you that Sweetness is fine. I love her so much. How could I kill her?" The Snow Woman smiled sarcastically. Jiangyu rushes forward and rips the smelly sock out of Shi Xinghua's mouth. Shi Xinghua exclaimed, "Senior sister, you've been captured too? This snow lady is not human. She tortured me. Ooh, it's amazing how a big man can cry in public. How much of a shock is that?" However, Suchi actually felt a little bit of dark pleasure. This guy before dragged like what? It seems that this snow woman is quite a means. What the hell is going on here? Suchi asked. The Snow Maiden honestly told the story. It turned out that she was forced to sign a master-servant contract with a big figure of the Jinmu division, and suffered a lot of humiliation. And then one day this big figure died violently in a sudden accident, and she was able to free herself. So she fled all the way from Chang'an to this place. But the people on the side of the Jin Demon division didn't want to let her go. They wanted to take the Snow Girl back to sign a master-servant contract with another person. And a top talent like the Snow Girl had to be in their hands in order to be at peace. Previously, she had suffered a sword blow from the demon suppressor sword and her strength had plummeted. Shi Xinghua and Jiangyu had inadvertently discovered the Snow Maiden's trail, and that was why they had followed her all the way here. The Snow Maiden doesn't like to kill people and only wants to live her life peacefully. So Shi Xinghua saved her life. And the matter of captive Zhang Sweet is also a misunderstanding. The Snow Lady very much like this little girl. Looking for her to play, Zhang Sweet took the initiative to ask to come to play in the snow. The Snow Lady only brought her over. After listening to the Snow Maiden, Shi Xinghua and also Jiangyu were turned upside down. The notice sent out by the headquarters of the Jinmu division was that the Snow Maiden had pitted her master against her, defected, and demanded a nationwide manhunt, without realizing that it is very different from the truth. "Elder, I really don't want to go back to that place full of demons in human skin. Please let me go," Snow Maiden said as she prostrated herself on the ground. Shi Xinghua lost his soul and said, "There is no abnormality in the lie detector talisman. What the Snow Maiden said is true. How dare the Great Tang Demon Suppression Division hide dirt, flies and dogs." Shi Xinghua had always been proud of the Jinmu division. Now this was giving him a sense of shattered faith. Jiangyu was a bit more open-minded. She comforted, Sure, the world is so big. There is always a place where the sun doesn't shine. Although there are bad people in the Department of Devil Suppression, most of them are good people. As long as we can keep the countryside of Great Tang unharmed, and the people in peace and well-being, our perseverance will be meaningful. I don't care about your business, as long as you don't harm the residents of Clear Creek. After Su Chi finished speaking, he pulled Zhang Tuan towards the outside of the cave. Tuan, your parents are in a hurry. You can't be so playful in the future. Got it, Brother Su. Zhang Tian responded in a milky voice. As soon as Su Chi left, the Snow Maiden stood up from the ground, and she glanced at Shi Xinghua as well as Jiangyu, with a cold look on his face. He said, "You guys should really want to take me back now, right? In exchange for an official position, you will have no worries about food and clothing afterward." Shi Xinghua laughed bitterly. "Snow Maiden, you underestimate us too much. Since you're not guilty at all, I naturally won't insist on apprehending you. Let's just pretend that we've never met." After saying that, Shi Xinghua also walked towards the outside of the cave. "I sympathize with what you're going through, and from now on, we'll pretend we've never met." After Jiangyu finished speaking to the Snow Maiden, she left as well. Being a woman herself, she understood Yukito all too well. Wait until everyone has left. The snow woman looked like she had been drained of her strength, dropped to the ground. Everything that happened today was like a dream. That little Taoist priest who appeared out of nowhere was horrible. Luckily, these people were some sensible people who chose to let her go after hearing what had happened to them. It's better not to play the bad guy in the future. The snow maiden smiled bitterly to herself. In order to protect herself, she put on the mask of a bad person. But now she realizes that as long as there is a true heart for a true heart, the world is still full of good people after all. Su Qi succeeded in bringing back Zhang Tangtian. Zhang Sweetheart's parents thanked her profusely and took Zhang Sweetheart home. Su Qi urged Zhang Sweetie not to tell her parents the truth. Just treat it as a little secret between the two. Although Su Qi was used to seeing life and death, his heart gradually hardened. But in the end, he still clings to what he calls goodness and justice. Night. Shi Xinghua went to Qingxi town to buy a drink. He wanted to get drunk and forget today's unpleasantness. And Jiang Yu stayed behind to talk with Su Qi by candlelight. It's a beautiful night and you can see a river of stars in the sky. The two sat in the yard and looked away together. Senior, have you really never been to Chang'an? Ginger Moon asked. No. Su Qi shook his head and said. Jiang Yu mistakenly thought that she was a goddess of transformation cultivator hiding her cultivation and pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. Su Qi didn't bother to explain this. After all, practicing Qi 60 layers was even more unbelievable to say. So much for letting her get the wrong idea. Then if Senior wants to come to Chang'an in the future, you can come to the Jiang family to find me, and I'll take Senior to see all the prosperity of Chang'an. Jiang Yu pulled out a jade pendant and smiled. This is my accompanying jade pendant, now gifted to Senior. The people of the Jiang family will see this jade pendant as if they were seeing me in person. If Senior has any needs in the future, he can also bring this jade pendant to the Jiang family to seek help. Although I know that Senior probably won't be able to use this jade pendant for the rest of his life, but consider it as a memento and thank you. Thank you for not being stingy with your hand today in order to have this happy ending. Su Qi took the jade pendant. A verse suddenly came to mind. In the springtime, the horse's hooves are fast, and you can see all the flowers of Chang'an in one day. Chapter 10, A Shocking Change. Winter to spring. The cold winter is finally over. The snow outside the everlasting dew melted day by day. Su Qi's cultivation was methodically rising. As his qi continued to rise, the incense of the eternal life goddess of mercy also grew more and more powerful. From time to time, Su Qi stopped outside the Taoist temple and looked at the peach forest. The mental image of the reunion had been rehearsed countless times. Peach trees are beginning to bear new shoots, Su Qi thought to himself as he watched the flower bones budding. Faster, faster. Finally, the peach blossoms are starting to bloom. The peach groves are at their most beautiful every year again. 2 miles of peach forest road, a sea of pink. Su Qi's mood also went from calm to pleasant. He went to Qingxi town and bought Lu Chanan's favorite osmanthus cake. I thought that master must have missed the osmanthus cake in Qingxi town after going to Chang'an for so long. After all, he used to ask himself to go shopping 2 or 3 times a month. Su Qi kept waiting and waiting. Wait until the peach blossoms are at their peak. He thought to himself that Lu Chang'an was probably almost at Qingxi town. Wait and wait again. Wait until the peach blossoms are about to fade. Then he thought that Lu Chang'an should almost be here. Wait until spring is over and summer is here. Lu Chang'an didn't come back either. Su Qi then thought, Master, his old man. In the end, he still missed his appointment. The Eternal Life Observatory was still only Su Qi. However, Zhang Sweetie often came to play with Su Qi, which added a bit of vigor to these lonely days. Wait for the summer heat. Lu Chang'an finally had news. It was brought by the mayor. A personal letter from Lu Chahan. Seeing the letter is like meeting. How has my disciple been lately? From time to time, my master misses the cinnamon cakes and local customs of Qingxi town, and always feels out of place in Chang'an. But mundane matters are so entangled that I can't get away from them. And this year I still went back on my word after all. But master is already preparing for the return journey. In addition to identifying a suitable foundation establishment stage mind technique for my disciple, so wait for master's good news. Read the incoming letter. Su Qi smiled and muttered to himself. You old fellow, you have not forgotten that you still owe me a foundation building technique. Another year of peach blossoms. Lu Chan'an still hasn't come back. Su Qi's qi was getting higher and higher, and his cultivation level was also getting higher and higher. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Lu Chan'an writes every year. It is always said that the return is near, but in the end it is delayed by mundane matters. Su Qi slowly got used to it. His appearance still hasn't changed in 10 years. And the little girl back then has become a flower girl. Brother Su, why are you still exactly the same as when I was a child? Sweetie Zhang often asks questions, because a good mind shows youth. Su Qi always says that. Zhang Tiantian was so beautiful that the matchmakers were about to break through the threshold of Aunt Zhang's house to propose marriage. But Sweetie Zhang always says she won't marry and doesn't have the idea yet. Zhang's sweet parents are very doting on her. Plus the family is not short of money. So also let her. 10 years. Everyone was also slowly getting used to Lu Chanan's absence. Su Qi was able to do everything from cutting down demons to finding cats and dogs. If you have any problems, you'll be able to find Taoist Master Xiao Su. Perhaps due to the influence of Su Qi's super high luck value, Qingxi town has been very peaceful for 10 years. Not to mention the demons and monsters. Even bandits have never been seen. It's really like a paradise. Host, Su Qi. Luck, 99. Evaluation, a beautiful man with great luck. Su Qi looked at the system panel. Nowadays, he had already practiced Qi at the 188th level. It's been a long time since I've triggered a plus cultivation event. Su Qi didn't know at which level his cultivation was roughly at. And anyway, he hadn't had a single chance to make a move in the past 10 years. Brother Su, I'm coming. A young girl's cry came from outside the Taoist temple. Then the young girl in the green dress popped in like an elf. She was also carrying a lunchbox in her hand. Brother Su, come and try the black chicken soup I made with my own hands. Zhang Sweetie bounced to Su Qi's face. Sweetie Zhang basically comes 3 or 4 times a week. And every time she comes, she brings the food she's made. Su Qi opened the lunchbox and took a sip of the rich black chicken soup, nodded and said, delicious. If Brother Su likes to drink it, I'll make it for you in the future. Zhang Sweetie smiled, her eyes turning into a crescent moon. No need. Su Qi smiled. Even the most delicious mountain delicacies will get tired of eating. Zhang Tiantian looked stunned. Then I'll bring Brother Su food in a different way. Sugar. Su Qi calmly looked at Zhang Tiantian. Ha! Zhang Tiantian panicked for no reason, always feeling that something bad was about to happen. You should not come to the Taoist temple so often in the future. Su Qi said lightly. There will be people gossiping. It doesn't matter to me what people say. Zhang Sweetness gritted her teeth and said, the important thing is that I want to accompany Brother Su. Important to me. Su Qi finished. Turning around, he went back inside the Taoist temple. Zhang Tiantian stood in place, tears welling up in her eyes. But they didn't fall after all. She then cleared away the dishes and disappeared into the bright spring sun. Su Qi sighed. How similar is Zhang Sweetie to Li Xiaoxiao in the beginning? Su Qi remembered that at that time, he had also said something like that to Li Xiaoxiao. It is not appropriate for the immortal and the mortal to get too involved. It's bad for both. Su Qi is a sentimental person, and he would be sad for a while when the cat he had for 10 years passed away. He has seen too many births and deaths over the years, and it has also made him realize that it is not appropriate for him to be emotional, nor can he be emotional. After that, Sweetie Zhang really reduced the number of times she came. It went from 4 or 5 times a week to once a month. Time always moves on. A joyous news came to the territory of the Great Tang after March. The Great Tang dynasty master has ascended. The state master has been guarding the Great Tang for more than 300 years, and has finally accomplished his mission and ascended to the heavens. The nation celebrates. But behind this revelry, there is a storm. When the royal family loses the patronage of the state master, it is tantamount to losing its greatest dependence. But 6 months, the Zhao family, the number 1 family in the world, rises up in rebellion. The world is in turmoil, countless people are displaced, and the number of roving bandits is increasing. The imperial family of the Great Tang dynasty was retreating and countless cities and towns were lost one after another. The direct consequence of this is that the Great Tang Jinmu division is suspended. All over the evil cultivation ghosts and devils greatly increased. A people do not want to live. The end of the world scene. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the Great Tang is running out of gas. But no matter how warlike the outside world is, Qingxi town, as a frontier town, still leads a comfortable and peaceful life. It's like this town has been forgotten. No one is disturbed. And so it went for another 3 years. Su Qi still lived a regular daily life. And Lu Chanan's letters hadn't come for 3 years. He didn't know what was going on in the outside world. The news hadn't reached Qingxi town, and naturally no one had told him. Su Qi only thought that Lu Chang'an had encountered mundane matters again and didn't even have time to write a letter. Until this day, the new officer. It was only then that the news of the change of dynasty finally reached the small, ill-informed town. Chapter 11. Lovely, but annoyed by the unlovely. Dynasties change, dynasties rise and fall. This is the normal course of history. The officials are from the new dynasty, but the people are still from the old one. The new official was shocked at the peace and tranquility of Qingxi town after taking up his post, and originally he thought that this kind of frontier town must have a lot of people living in poverty. Today it seems that the people are peaceful and happy. It has not been infested by roving bandits. The newly appointed mayor of the town is called Ro Armor, a man with a will of steel, as his name suggests. After Luo Helmet Armor took office, he did not make drastic changes to Qingxi town, but instead felt that maintaining the status quo was just fine. After learning the history of Qingxi town in detail, he went to the Taoist temple to visit Su Qi in person. Taoist Master Xiao Su, I've heard a lot about you. Luo Helmet came with a pot of fine tea. Haven't seen you before, Su Qi said flatly. I'm the new mayor of the town, so I'll be looking forward to it from now on, Ro Armor said with a smile. Then he went on to tell the story of the death of the great Tang, and that the country's name was now Song. When Su Qi heard this, his thoughts drifted to a faraway place. No wonder Master hasn't sent a letter for 3 years. In times of war, not even a pigeon could fly to Chang'an, let alone a letter. How is Chang'an now? After a moment of silence, Su Qi still asked. Chang'an is no longer the imperial capital. The imperial capital is now Kaifeng, Ro Armor said. Su Qi nodded, and then thought in his heart that he wondered if Master had finished his mundane business nowadays. Lo Armor is gone. The two had a pretty good conversation. In fact, as long as Qingxi town and also the eternal life view were not harmed, it made no difference to Su Qi as to who would be this emperor. Another 6 months passed. A group of Jianghu people came to Qingxi town. This paradise-like place made them quite happy. 3 months after the arrival of this group of people, they settled down, and then they got up to no good. On a dark and windy night, a man of lewd birth, traveling at night. He was less than 5 feet tall, and his black clothes almost blended into the darkness of the night. No one knew that he was Yuan Guang, the flower picker who was quite famous in the Jianghu. Yuan Guang has been a victim of countless young girls in his life, and when he is in a hurry, he even spares old women and even sows in pig pens. Yuan Guang's notoriety is widespread, yet few people have seen his true colors, which shows how cautious he is. Yuan Guang came to an independent residential house and tumbled in as lightly as a swallow. His target tonight was the flower of Qingxi town Zheng Tian. Little beauty, the big man is here, Yuan Guang muttered with lustful eyes. Soon, he found Sweetie Zhang's room. He skillfully opened a small hole in the window and saw the sleeping Zheng Tian. Yuan Guang took out his misty smoke and blew it into the room. But just then, a wind from nowhere blew up from the room, and the mesmerizing smoke was sucked in by Yuan Guang as much as possible. It's over. Yuan Guang, who inhaled a large amount of ecstasy, was unsteady and fell from the roof, fainting. The next day, Zheng Sweetie woke up early and found Yuan Guang in the yard, so scared that she immediately reported to the police. Yuan Guang's identity was soon found out. Luo Helmet Armor was overjoyed. This infamous flower picker fell into his hands. This is a great achievement. Yuan Guang did not figure out why he missed until he was sent to jail, and just thought it was bad luck that he inhaled his own smoke that led to his fall. After Yuan Guang's incident, it made Luo Armor raise his guard, and thoroughly check the identity of each of the 10 or so Jianghu people who came, and really let him check it out. 3 of them are fugitives. There's another one that's a crossdresser. The fugitives were all captured by Luo Armor, and this female disguised as a male Jianghu person removed her disguise to reveal that clear face. It grows right into the heart and chin of Ro Armor. Ro Armor falls in love, but it's unrequited for the time being. Once again, Zheng Sweetness came to the eternal life view. Brother Su, Zheng Sweetness called out. What's wrong? Su Qi leisurely made tea. I know it was the amulet you gave me that saved me. Zheng Sweetness took the amulet around her neck in her hand and said, this amulet was given to Zheng Tian by Su Qi, and had been warmed with Ling Qi for up to 5 years. Exactly. Su Qi nodded and said, if there's nothing else you can go back. Brother Su, I want to be like you. Zheng Tian stubbornly said. What's like me? Su Qi wondered. I want to become a monk like you. Zheng Sweetness said. I want to stay by your side all the time, so I also want to cultivate. In the past, my thoughts were simple. To simply live out my life with the one I love, to have a child, and to live a beautiful and happy life. But the difference between the lifespan of a cultivator and that of a mortal is too much, and I want to stay with you for a longer period of time. Zheng Sweetie's words caused Su Qi's state of mind to ripple slightly, but it was soon suppressed by him. His lifespan was eternal. Even if Sweet Zheng started cultivating now, the life expectancy of Qi cultivators is only 125 years, 250 years for foundation stage, and 500 years for Jindan stage. and even if they cultivate into the transition and ascend to the immortal realm, their life expectancy has an end. Besides, he didn't have a cultivation method that he could pass on to Zhang Tian. The only one left was still the chi practicing skill that Lu Chang'an had given him. I can't teach you, Su Chi said frankly. I know. Zhang Sweetness stood up with a stubborn expression. Even if you don't pass on the cultivation method to me, I will still find a way. After saying that, Sweet John left. Su Chi was still brewing the tea, but he let out a faint, unnoticeable sigh. There are times when those who are too lucid suffer the most instead. Zhang Sweetness stood under the peach blossom tree, staring blankly at the falling petals. She remembered her first meeting with Su Chi when she was a child. Su Chi gently taught her how to build a snowman without any impatience. I remember the scene when Su Chi brought her home from the snowy mountains. Later, when she saw that a section of the Great Snow Mountain was missing, everyone in the town thought it was the wrath of the sky god, but only she knew that it was Su Chi's handiwork and that it was still for herself. Sister Snow told herself so herself. I don't know when it started, but the figure in the green shirt has been deeply imprinted into the heart. Zhang Tuanqi fished a book out of her clothes. The book is made of vellum with nothing written on the cover. She sat down under the peach tree and began to look through it. Zhang Sweetie opened the first page, on which was written miscellaneous poems of Su Chi in a beautiful script. After these poems came out of Su Chi's mouth, Zhang Sweetie took note of them by heart and went home to excerpt them one by one. Zhang Sweetie looked through the pages. These magical verses mesmerized her. Butterfly lovers, spring scene. The flowers have faded into red and the apricots are small. When the swallows fly, the green water is surrounded by people's homes. When the swallows are flying, people are circling around the green water. There is no fragrant grass at the end of the world. The wall swings outside the wall. The people outside the wall and the beautiful people inside the wall are laughing. The laughter is gradually disappearing and the sound is getting quieter and quieter. I'm so sentimental, but I'm annoyed by my heartlessness. See here, Zhang Sweetness kept muttering under her breath. Sentimental but annoyed by heartlessness. Ryoko closed the book. Put the book back in its place. Zhang Sweetness took one last look back at the Taoist temple. Then with determination, he turned away. Brother Su, I'm going to look for the cultivation opportunity that belongs to me. I'll be with you for a long time. A long time. Chapter 12, The Immortal Sect Accepts Disciples. 3 years of the Great Song Dynasty. The world's economy is recovering. And it's booming. The great sects that had originally closed their mountains during the Great War had also reopened, recruiting disciples widely. Who in the world doesn't want to live forever? From the son of heaven down to the commoners. And so a new round of cultivation fever began. The 200th level of chi practicing has actually changed so much. At this moment, Su Chi sat cross-legged inside the Taoist temple. Just now he broke through to the 200th level of chi practicing. Amazing changes happened. His left hand had actually assimilated with the spiritual energy. This assimilation does not mean that the left hand becomes psychic, but that it is penetrated from the inside out. The stronger the spiritual energy in his body, the stronger this left hand of his would be. As long as he had enough spiritual energy, his left hand could be invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire, and could even blow up a mountain with a single punch. I'm kind of in a different category of body refining, aren't I? Su Chi was somewhat delighted. Since you can assimilate your left hand at the 200th level of chi cultivation, does that mean you can still synchronize your right hand at the 400th level later on? Until his body was spiritualized. At that time he should be considered an alternative fleshly body to become a saint. In a good mood, Su Chi planned to go to the town for a stroll after a long time. He hadn't been outside the door of the Taoist temple in 3 years. After arriving at Qingxi town, Su Chi found that not much had changed, but there were still a few new tea houses and taverns that were opened by foreign Jianghu people. Taoist Master Little Su. It's been a long time. Taoist Master Xiao Su. Why are you out of the Taoist temple today? I've seen you not go out for 3 years. Taoist Master Xiao Su. Come and try my newly developed meat buns. Taoist Little Su. Basically everyone who runs into Su Chi greets them warmly. Now he was more popular than Lu Chang'an back then. In response, Su Chi would also make a few pleasantries with each person. While passing by Zhang's house, Su Chi bumped into Zhang's mother who was sweeping the floor. Over the course of a decade, this once charming middle-aged woman also had gray hair and many more wrinkles on her face. Little Taoist Su. Seeing Su Chi, a flash of joy flashed across Zhang mother's face. Auntie Chang. Su Chi smiled and nodded. Ugh, if only Sugar was home. She'd be so happy. Mother Zhang sighed. 3 years ago, after returning from the Taoist temple, Zhang Sweetness disregarded her parents and left Qingxi town alone a few days later. saying that she was going to look for a chance to cultivate. Until now, there is no news and I don't know where the person is. Auntie Zhang, you shouldn't worry too much. Sweetie, she's lucky. She'll be fine. Su Qi comforted. He looked up at the second floor of Zhang's house, which used to be Sweet Zhang's room. There are still wind chimes hanging outside the window from Suki. The time has changed, and the sight of it. I don't know what happened to the stubborn girl today. Su Qi's calm heart lake, however, was also flooded with ripples. Taoist Master Xiao Su, I know that you are someone with great ability. I can tell from the fact that you haven't aged in more than a decade. Zhang's mother said softly. If Taoist Master Xiao Su is going to walk out of this Qingxi town one day, I implore you to find sweetness and tell her that we miss her, and that she should take care of her health outside. Good. Su Qi nodded in agreement. Mother Zhang smiled in relief. This makes me feel relieved. After saying goodbye, Su Qi continued to walk forward. Looking at Su Qi's back, Mother Zhang murmured, Sweetness, in fact, your father and I know what's on your mind. But Taoist Master Little Su is a person who lives in the sky, so how could he be united with a mortal? Man, you still have to believe in fate. An immortal is accepting disciples. Everyone, go to the town entrance and take a look. What? Where did the immortal come from? I heard it's called something like the Taoist Buddhist Immortal Sect. It sounds very lofty. Go, get it together. Su Qi was buying cinnamon cakes when he heard a commotion from behind him. He turned to see the residents, in twos and threes, hurrying toward the town's entrance. Immortals take on disciples? Su got up a little interested. After paying the money, they headed toward the town's entrance. When he arrived at the entrance of the town, he saw an immortal old Taoist and a handsome young monk, which was an eye-catching pairing. I am an elder of the Tao Buddha Immortal Sect, and I am now widely recruiting disciples, so those who are interested may come forward to test their immortal roots. The old Taoist stroked his white beard and said. In front of him lay a crystal-clear stone, about the size of 2 fists. Taoist Master, where is this Taoist Buddha Immortal Sect of yours located? How strong is it? Someone asked. The Tao Buddha Immortal Sect is located in Feisha Mountain outside Kaifeng City, and the current state master of the Great Song Dynasty is the patriarch of my Tao Buddha Immortal Sect. So what do you think of the strength of my sect? The old Taoist said with a light smile. I've heard that the current state master of the Great Song Dynasty is a half-step Mahayana, and his strength is incomparably strong, and he's actually the patriarch of the Tao Buddhist Immortal Sect? I wonder if there's any chance of me joining? I want to join in. I want to live forever too. The old Tao's words caused a hot debate, but at that moment, someone else asked, Taoist Master, why do you still have a monk with you? Amit Ba. The handsome young monk clasped his hands together and then said, Buddhism and Taoism are one family. Our sect has always upheld this idea. I hope you will not be offended. The old Taoist laughed. This little monk that you all see is my second disciple. In other sects it seems that Buddhism and Taoism are not comparable, but in our sect, we always adhere to the idea that Buddha is originally Tao, and that Buddhism and Taoism are cultivated together in order to create supreme cultivators. This statement was made. Many people nodded their heads. What is the pattern? That's the pattern. As soon as I heard about this clan, there was a big pattern. So a youth took the lead and walked up. I'll test it. The old Taoist pointed to the transparent stone and said, Put your hand on it. The youth did as he was told and put his hand up. At this point the old Taoist added, Close your eyes, meditate with your mind, and imagine that you are flying with a sword. The youth closed his eyes and began to hold his breath in meditation. A few moments later, the stone was so golden that it was a bit shaky. The old Taoist let out a gasp. Surprisingly, it's a top-grade golden spirit root. Young man, what is your name? The youth's face showed delight as he hurriedly said, Back to the Taoist master. My name is Yang Shuai. Well, it is indeed quite handsome. The old Taoist smiled in delight. Would you like to join my Tao Buddha Immortal Sect? We will focus on cultivating you. With your talent, as long as you don't die in the middle of the process, it's not impossible to cultivate to the transition stage and ascend to the immortal realm. I do. Yang Shuai said hastily. He was now incomparably glad that he hadn't overslept today. Otherwise wouldn't he have missed this great opportunity? Although he didn't know what this upper-grade golden spirit root meant, it was very impressive once he heard it. This made Yang Shuai unconsciously straighten his back. In the past, you have always looked down on me. But in the future, I will make you look down on me. Is there any mistake? Even this kid Yang Shuai can have a top-grade spiritual root? I don't believe I'm worse than him. I'll give it a try. I'm going to try. Yang Shui's measurement of a top-grade spiritual root stimulated the crowd. Knowing that Yang Shui was usually a good eater and gnawed on his old age at home, even such a person could have a top-grade spiritual root. How could he be worse? Not too long ago, there were constant exclamations of surprise from the old Taoist. You're a top-grade water spirit root. You're a top-grade fire spirit root. You're a top-grade earth spirit root. This girl, you're actually an extreme wood spirit root. Chapter 13, Bewitching Behavior. I didn't realize that there were so many good seedlings in the district's Qingxi town. It's really an eye-opener for me. The old Taoist marveled. On the side, Su Qi watched with great interest. So the world of immortal cultivation really does have a test for spiritual roots? A strong desire rose in Su Qi at the thought. He wanted to measure what kind of spiritual root he had. Thinking of this, Su Qi walked up and said, "This senior, how about helping me measure?" Taoist Master Xiaosu is actually coming to test the immortal roots as well? Of course, after all, Taoist Master Xiaosu is also immortal well. Naturally he wants to cultivate longevity. But Taoist Master Xiaosu was originally a cultivator, or else he wouldn't have kept his face ageless for more than a decade. After all, a loose cultivator is still no match for a clan. And with the cultivation of a clan, Taoist Master Little Su will be able to go farther. The crowd was talking, and the old Taoist stroked his white beard and laughed. "Sure, put your hands up." Su Qi walked forward and placed his hand on the stone. After putting his hand on it, Su Qi felt a burst of coldness, and thought to himself that it was really something good. Meditate with your eyes closed and imagine that you are flying on a sword. At this time the old Taoist added. Su Qi closed his eyes. In his mind, he began to fantasize about his own imperial sword in the 9 heavens. Although he was now at the 200th level of Qi cultivation, he could not control a sword. Sword flying is only possible at least at the transfiguration stage. The crowd was glued to the stone. In their opinion, Su Qi was originally a cultivator, and his talent should be very impressive. But after a long time, the stone didn't respond at all. "Ha!" Many people eked out softly. After a few more moments, the stone finally began to shimmer, but it was a grayish glow, not unlike the results of everyone else's tests. "Okay, open your eyes," the old Taoist said with a frown. After Su Qi opened his eyes, he said with an expectant face, "Senior, how is my qualification?" The old Taoist shook his head and said, "You're only a lower-grade attributeless spiritual root. It's really clumsy. This kind of qualification can only be mixed with an outside servant disciple in our immortal sect." Su Qi listened and thought deeply. His own luck had been relatively poor before, as if a lower-grade spirit root was reasonable. If it wasn't for the system adding cultivation, one would only be hovering at the 9th level of Qi practicing right now. When the old Taoist saw that Su Qi didn't say anything, he thought he was sad. Then he added, "But you don't have to be sad. After becoming an odd-job disciple of our sect, you still have the chance to be promoted to an inner disciple. And after being promoted to an inner disciple you may even be able to obtain the immortal elixir that reverses heaven's destiny, the remodeling elixir." "What's the use of the remodeling, Dan?" Su Qi asked curiously. "The reshaping pill can completely change your qualifications, and you might be able to advance from a lower-grade spiritual root to a higher-grade spiritual root. And we've had precedents for that as well," the old Taoist said with a smile. "Taoist Master Xiaosu is surprisingly only a lower-grade spiritual root. That doesn't sound good. It seems like many people in our town have better qualifications than Taoist Master Xiaosu, right? If they get the cultivation method, they should be much more powerful than Taoist Master Xiaosu. It should be very hard for Taoist Little Su now, right?" Many people looked at Su Qi with pity on their faces. It turned out that Su Qi didn't seem to have any mood swings at all, at least on the surface. Many thanks to Senior for clearing up the confusion. After Su Qi finished speaking, he retreated to the side and began to watch the fun again. "Little Taoist Su, no matter what, you will always be the best in our hearts." Su Qi returned to the team, and there were residents warmly comforting him. This test lasted for a full hour. Basically all the young people tested. Of the 70 young men, 40 of them were all upper-grade spiritual roots, 10 were extreme spiritual roots, and the remaining 20 were all lower-grade spiritual roots. Among them, Su Qi's attributeless spiritual root had to be at the bottom of the list. Attributeless spirit roots were extraordinarily slow no matter what technique they cultivated because there was no addition. As for those with attribute spiritual roots, as long as they practiced techniques that matched their attributes, they would get twice the result with half the effort. But there was one good thing about attribute-less spiritual roots, and that was the jack of all trades. There are no special requirements for the piece of gongfu, and there is no such thing as phasing. Let's say a cultivator with a metallic spiritual root can't cultivate fire attribute techniques, which will only hurt his own foundation and even jeopardize his life. After testing the spiritual roots, the old Taoist then said that those who wished to do so could meet him at the Panglai Inn, where he would rest for the night. Many young people who tested out to have good talent were moved. Who didn't want to live forever? Who doesn't want to become a high and mighty cultivator? Su Chi was not interested in this. He just wanted to guard Clear Creek Town and the Taoist temple. Just as he was about to leave Qingxi Town to go back to the Taoist temple, the handsome monk called out to him. "This monk, please stay." The handsome monk walked up and bowed with his hands together. "Anything?" Su Chi asked. "Looking at your outfit, you should be a Taoist priest, right?" The handsome monk said. "Exactly." Su Chi nodded. "What's the difference between that and asking if the air conditioner repairman is an air conditioner repairman? Taoist priests are inherently related to our clan. You don't need to be discouraged. You can come to the inn at midnight this night to find me, and I will provide you with assistance." The handsome monk said with a smile. "What kind of help are you offering me?" Su Chi wondered. "We'll see when we come to it, and remember not to get caught," the handsome monk said with a smile. With that, he turned and left. "Then go at the hour of the day and see," Su Chi said in his heart. Seeing how secretive this handsome monk was, it really made him somewhat interested. He wanted to know about anything that interested him. After all, eternal life was too long. Wouldn't he die of boredom if he didn't have some fun? What Su Chi doesn't know is this. The same words and techniques were said 70 times by the handsome monk to these 70 people. It's just that the time to seek him out varies, but the general idea is all. You are related to our clan. Free assistance to understand? Night. The white moon is in the sky and the Milky Way is in the air. Clear Creek has this view all year round. Su Chi lay on top of an old tree at the entrance of the town, looking at the distant starry field. His mind was full of thoughts. When he is not practicing, he always has a lot of strange ideas. Let's say, what postpartum care for sows can do to ensure tender meat. Is pasta better mixed with 42 or C15 concrete? What is the chemical reaction that occurs between Newtonian gravity and the collinear theorem? After thinking carefully, Su Chi really figured out some truths. Just for example, a thing is a failure if it doesn't work. Every 60 seconds that passes is a minute lost. The reason why avocado is called avocado is because he will taste a strong flavor of avocado. Therefore, when you are eating avocado, you will taste the flavor of avocado. And then there's this. He had lain down from the afternoon until now. 50 young men were found to have looked eastward into the inn and then out again. So, what is this handsome monk up to? Chapter 14, Jiao Liar. Once the sub-hour arrives, Su Chi then tumbled down from the tree. He was too curious now. I really want to see what this monk is selling. After arriving at the inn, the innkeeper didn't even raise his head for a moment before saying, "Here to look for immortal master, right? Second floor, room A." Su Chi went straight up to the second floor, then found the A room. The door to the room was ajar and not closed tightly. Su Chi knocked on the door. "Enter." The handsome monk's voice came from inside the house. Su Chi pushed the door and saw the handsome monk standing by the window, the moonlight spilling down, making his head look shiny. It's also quite a bit of fun. "You're here, Castor," the handsome monk said with a smile. "You said this afternoon that you could help me. How?" Su Chi asked with a smile. Ba. The handsome monk folded his hands. "Then I'll be straightforward. Since the monk is a Taoist monk, I'm sure you also know the importance of incense. If the monk can donate some to me, when I enter the sect, I can also help you. So it's about money?" A thought flashed in Su Chi's mind. No wonder it feels strange. This old Taoist priest and this little monk are afraid that they are charlatans. That so-called stone for testing talent was afraid that there was something fishy about it. But Su Chi was in no hurry to reveal it. Instead, he asked, "Oh, how much does it take?" An inexplicable smile appeared on the handsome monk's face. 100 taels of silver will do. 100 taels of silver is no small amount. It would take an ordinary family 20 years to save that kind of silver. That's quite a lion's share, Su Chi thought to himself. However, he didn't show anything on the surface but asked, "Does your clan also circulate the currency of the mortal world? I wonder what you can use this money for." It is well known that monks have basically no need for money. The things that were usually used for trading were things like spirit stones that could aid in cultivation. Recruiting disciples is a hard job. We walk the mortal world. Naturally, we have to need money on our side. And most of this money will be donated to the major temples. It is also considered to be a merit for the almsgiver. Cultivators must not take money too seriously, so don't get caught up in the moment, the handsome monk said with a smile. Then if I can't come up with this money, am I out of luck with your clan? Su Chi asked. I'm afraid that with your qualifications, I'm afraid that you'll only be an outer sect handyman disciple in this life. The handsome monk sighed. That's a shame. Su Chi smiled and said, it seems that I have no fate with your sect, so I will leave first. A flash of surprise crossed the handsome monk's face. How could this Taoist priest resist such temptation? Until after Su Chi left, the door to the room was pushed open once more, and the old Taoist priest from the daytime walked in. How's it going? The old Taoist priest asked. A total of 50 of the 70 were willing, of which another 30 made it clear that they would bring the silver to their door tomorrow, and 20 said they would have to think about it. The handsome monk said with a smile. The old Taoist nodded and smiled. After this job, we'll be rich enough to return home with our clothes on our backs. By the way, has that little Taoist monk come yet? I've inquired about it. This little Taoist priest is a person from the Taoist temple in this neighborhood. The Taoist temple is full of incense. I'm afraid that he has accumulated a lot of savings. The old Taoist priest asked again. A hint of contempt appeared on the handsome monk's face as he said, Father, even if this person has money, he is a miser who doesn't pay out a cent, and the party has already left. The old Taoist revealed a hint of regret. It's a pity. Another large sum of money will be missing. Father, I still have an appointment to meet a girl in a while. Lend me your charming bone powder. After talking about the money, an evil look appeared on the handsome monk's face. However, you need to change this character of being merciful in every way, or else you'll get into big trouble sooner or later. The old Taoist priest said seriously. Father, I have my measure. The women I move are those with little background. They won't get us into trouble. The handsome monk said. The old Taoist finally pulled out a small porcelain vase and handed it to the monk. The old Taoist then returned to his room. No one knows that the two of them are the infamous old and young cheating duo in the jungle. Not to mention no one knew they were father and son. The old Taoist priest was called Luo Wanbai, and the young monk was called Luo Hao. 3 years after the founding of the Great Song Dynasty, they have been cheating for 3 years. During this 3-year period, the two men have already swindled their way to huge fortunes by relying on a variety of fraudulent techniques. Luo Wanbai is ready to finish this last job and return to his hometown with a clean slate. Luo Hao skillfully brewed a pot of tea, opened the porcelain bottle and poured in the winnowing powder. He had a lecherous look on his face, thinking that tonight would be another good night. It wasn't long before there was a knock on the door of the room. Luo Hao organized his expression for a moment, then said in a proper voice, "Come in." The door to the room creaked open. A young girl in a gooseberry dress walked in. This young girl had a clear and lovely appearance, looking pitiful and lovable. "Immortal, I'm coming," the young girl said softly. "Come sit," Luo Hao said in a pleasant manner. The young girl walked over and sat down timidly. "Is it true what Immortal Master said today, that he can help me become an official disciple of the sect?" The young girl was measured as a lower-grade water spirit root, and according to the old Taoist, she could only become a handyman disciple. However, Luo Hao said that he could help her directly become an official disciple of the sect. Naturally, Luo Hao smiled faintly, then asked, "Before that, tell me your name." "My name is Jo Holly," the young girl said. "Good name. Looks like your parents were cultured." Luo Hao laughed. "This name was given to me by my father and mother, who asked Taoist Master Xiao Su to give it to me." Zhao Holly said shyly, "I heard my parents say that I have a poem to go with this name." "Oh, what poem?" Luo Hao started pouring tea as he spoke. "After some rain, the surface of the green lotus pond is cold and drenched in glass," Zhao Holly said. "That little Taoist has some literary talent." Luo Hao handed over the tea. "Come and try the tea I made." "Thank you, Immortal." Zhao Holly took the tea and gently sipped it before saying, "Delicious." "Then drink more." Luo Hao hemmed and hawed. Zhao Holly had no doubts, so she drank it all. After drinking it she felt hot and flushed, and couldn't help but say, "Immortal, this tea, it seems a bit strange." "This is immortal tea. It can cleanse your muscles and marrow, and it will also make you float in a while." Luo Hao's smile began to become lewd. "It only takes 5 minutes. The young girl will lose her mind and let him take what he wants." Thinking of this, Luo Hao became a bit impatient. "Immortal, that thing you told me today?" Zhao Holly asked again. "Tonight we will only talk about the wind and the moon. Nothing else," Luo Hao said. "Ha?" Zhao Holly's thinking had been a bit muddled since she drank that cup of tea. What did the immortal mean when he said he only talked about the wind and the moon? Before she could think about it, Luo Hao came up. "Zhao Holly, would you like to become a Taoist couple with me?" Chapter 15 Punishment. Dog. Zhao Holly only felt that her brain was chaotic. and her thinking was already starting to show signs of being disconnected. May I ask the immortal what a Taoist is? Zhao Hali asked with a red face. It's the one where you and I are watery and merged. Luo Hao exhaled hot air and said. Ha! Zhao Hali snapped out of it, her head shaking like a rattle drum. No, immortal master. This won't work. Why not? Luo Hao took Zhao Hali's wrist and laughed frivolously. Double cultivation with me. I can make you float in the air, and I can also let you cultivate a long life. Zhao Hali struggled and said. Immortal master, you are a monk. Please respect yourself. Well, don't struggle. Don't I look good enough for you? Luo Hao pushed Zhao Hali onto the bed and pounced on her like a hungry tiger. Zhao Holiday's eyes showed a color of despair. She wanted to resist, but her body was weak and feeble, netting a woozy sound, and she couldn't move at all. Good cheer. Just then, a voice came from behind Luo Hao. Who? Luo Hao turned around violently and saw Su Qi, who was leaning against the window with his arms clasped. The moonlight sprinkled down, lighting his face even more fantastically, like an exiled immortal descending to earth. So it's you, Taoist. Get the hell out of here. Luo Hao was disturbed and said angrily. It's just as well you practiced deception. You shouldn't have done this beastly thing. Su Qi said lightly. If it was just a scam, he didn't bother. But doing something like this has hit his bottom. Hurry up and get out before I get angry. How dare you meddle in my affairs? Believe it or not, I'll chop you up in a minute? Luo Hao arrogantly said. Taoist little Su, leave me alone. You go. Lying on the bed, Zhao Hali said in a broken voice. The winks were on the verge of breaking her will, but she still didn't want Su Qi to get hurt. Su Qi took a step towards Luo Hao as if he didn't hear. I say again, get the hell out of here. Luo Hao panicked a bit, but still shouted in a colorful manner. Seeing Su Qi's footsteps not stopping, Luo Hao finally couldn't help but jump up, intending to escape. But Su Qi grabbed Luo Hao's collar and lifted him up with one hand. Luo Hao was nothing but a mortal. Even a cultivator of the first level of Qi cultivation could easily kill him. Not to mention Su Qi. Luo Hao was completely defenseless. Su Qi casually flung his hand. Not much force was used, but Lo Hao flew out like a burlap pocket, collapsing the door of the room. Help me. Father. Luo Hao let out a pig-killing scream. The door to the room next to him opened and the old Taoist priest rushed out. Seeing Luo Hao's miserable state, Luo Wanbai hurriedly ran up and tried to help Luo Hao up. Luo Hao, however, hurriedly screamed miserably. Don't move. It's broken. Luo Wanbai looked into the room and saw Su Qi, who was dressed in a green shirt, looking this way with a cold and emotionless expression. Luo Wanbai's scalp tingled. His years of experience traveling the world made him instinctively feel the danger. Father, give me, kill him for me. Luo Hao screamed miserably, unable to move his body. Even though Luo Wanbai was scared to death in his heart right now, he still said with a stern face, Young man, are you really not afraid of fierce retaliation for injuring my immortal sex disciples? No fear. Su Qi smiled faintly. Even if the god of heaven comes, he can't spread his wildness in Qingxi town. This statement was made. Luo Wanbai was shaken. Looks like this can't end well today. This little Taoist is not someone who is easy to fool. Name your price. How much to spare my father and son? Luo Wanbai gritted his teeth. I don't need the money. Su Qi said lightly. How about you take him to the yamen to turn himself in? You're trying to kill my father and son? Luo Wanbai said angrily. After surrendering, with the crimes of the two men, they would only be sentenced to death directly. Father, don't bull **** with him. Use that thing. Suck him dry. Luo Hao on the ground screamed madly. Young man, I don't want to die with you. I'll give you 10,000 taels. You let my father and son go. Otherwise I'll drag you along with me. Luo Wanbai said with a fierce look. Oh, Su Qi smiled slightly. Do you have that ability? He walked towards Luo Wanbai. The color of despair flickered in Luo Wanbai's eyes. You forced me. With that, he pulled a white bone out of his pocket. The white bone appeared to be a human bone, with some intricate inscriptions carved on it. Luo Wanbai didn't hesitate. Biting his finger, the white bone became black and foggy in an instant. His blood was crazily sucked by this white bone as if it didn't need money. Boom! A minute later, the white bone fell to the ground. Luo Wanbai's spirit became extremely depressed, visible to the naked eye. He changed from the immortal style of the party to a walking skeleton, as thin as wood. What a strong eerie aura. Su Qi looked at the white bone, which had become blood red at this point, and should be called a blood bone. You forced me to do this. The blood demon has descended, and there will be no survivors in the entire town. Ha ha ha. Luo Wanbai laughed maniacally. As soon as the words fell, the bloody bones suddenly grew flesh and blood, which wriggled crazily and soon swelled up into a meatball. The meatball squirmed again and changed into a bloody man. Blood, flesh, blood, flesh. The bloody man kept mumbling. A terrifyingly bizarre aura shot out from him. Luo Wanbai seemed to have seen this beautiful town turn into a scene of purgatory. The blood demon, the card he relied on to survive. Although each use would consume 10 years of longevity, Luo Wanbai didn't care in order to live. Destroy it. Destroy them all. Luo Wanbai's eyes were filled with madness. Noisy. Just then, came Su Chi's impatient voice. Immediately after, Luo Wanbai saw that the blood demon was pierced by this little Taoist. It's no use, even if you. Before Luo Wanbai could finish his words, he saw the blood demon explode, and along with it, the blood bone also crumbled. Luo Wanbai was stunned. What happened? The blood demon is hanging up here? It was a secret treasure that he had managed to get with great difficulty. This blood demon didn't know how many times he had helped himself through. When did it become so fragile? Since you guys don't want to turn yourselves in, I'll just help you out. Su Chi tied the father and son together, then back to the room. By this time, Zhao Hali had completely lost consciousness and was squirming on the bed. Still trying to undress herself, Su Chi sat down and pinched her wrist to pour spiritual energy into her body. Wherever the spiritual power passed, the medicinal power of the winks was dispersed as much as possible. But in a moment, Zhao Hali had regained consciousness. When she realized her ugliness, she jumped up in a hurry with a red face and thanked Su Chi. Taoist little Su. Thank you. Su Chi turned his head and pointed at Zhao Hali. You're walking naked. Ah! Zhao Hali looked down and screamed out. Chapter 16, The Strange Case of Shirshi Village. Luo Wanbai's father and son were sent to the government. Luo Helmet Armor was overjoyed. Since coming to this Jingxi town, it was really good luck. Career and love are both rewarding. Although he said that he was still working on the love aspect, he had done enough on the political aspect. It might not take long to get promoted. After this scam, the precautionary mindset of the residents of Clear Creek Township has risen considerably. You won't be fooled again if you come across this situation in the future. Su Chi's life is quiet again. He still spends his free time thinking about some cosmic philosophy. Lu Chang'an hadn't sent a letter for 6 years, and Su Chi was vaguely worried in his heart. But Chang'an was so far away that even he didn't know how to get there. Another year has passed. Still no letter. The summer has been extraordinarily hot this year, and even the pugs at the mouth of town are baking. The eternal life view. However, welcomed a deceased person. It's been a long time. Senior. Zhang Yu bowed to Su Chi. It had been 17 or 18 years since we last saw each other. Even though Zhang Yu was a Jindan stage cultivator, her face had the marks of age. Looking at Su Chi's unchanged appearance over the years, Zhang Yu once again affirmed the speculation in her heart. Su Chi must be a hermit powerhouse. It's been a long time, Su Chi said lightly. This time I have come. Zhang Yu has a favor to ask. Ginger Moon opened the door. Say, Su Chi was concise. 150 miles from Qingxi town, there's a Shirshi village, and lately there's been a lot of weird stuff going on, and men and pretty women who pass through this village will all die violently for no reason. I've been ordered to go and investigate this time, but my heart is a little unsure, so I hope that senior will accompany me. Ginger Moon said. The Demon Suppression Division is still around? Su Chi but asked. Zhang Yu smiled bitterly and said, although the country's name has changed, the Department of Devil Suppression has not changed, and is now called the Great Song Department of Devil Suppression. I can travel with you. Su Chi thought about it and said, after this incident, I want you to go to Chang'an to help me find someone. Are you willing? Zhang Yu sniffed and nodded her head. Don't worry, senior. No matter who you're looking for, as long as he's still in Chang'an, I'll definitely help you find him. Then thank you very much. Su Chi nodded and said. After a little preparation, Su Chi took the cracked mahogany sword and followed Zhang Yu, and he posted a notice in front of the Taoist temple. Something is going away in the near future, and the incense burning and praying can be done on your own. Zhang Yu looked at the peachwood sword behind Su Chi's back, but she moved to see that Su Chi's peachwood sword should be an ordinary peachwood sword. It might break after one more swing. Perhaps one could send a sword? The 150-mile journey wasn't close, and it would only take half an hour if they flew with their swords. But neither of them were transformation spirit cultivators, so they could only go on foot. All the way there, Zhang Yu was talking to Su Chi, rambling about what's happened over the years. Nowadays, she had already gone from the initial stage of Jindan to Jindan perfection. And when she stepped into the yuaning stage her lifespan would be doubled again, and she would then be able to regain the appearance she had more than 10 years ago. Suchi asked about the Tugger brothers she had in the beginning. Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Sure Xinhua since the Snow Maiden incident, the intention of the disillusionment, not long resigned from the work of the Jinmu division, went home to marry his wife and have children, and now live a happy life is also considered to be happy and fulfilling." After rushing for half a day, the two of them finally arrived at the Shirshi village that Jiang Yu had spoken of. Only a few families remain in the village of Stony Brook today. Most of them have fled. Jiang Yu and Su Qi found the only remaining families. Jiang Yu knocked on the door, and it opened a long time later. A wrinkled woman opened the door. "Hello, I'm from the Great Song Demon Suppression Division, and I've been ordered to come and investigate the shenanigans in Shirshi village." Jiang Yu pulled out a token and said. The old woman glanced at the token in Jiang Yu's hand and was about to say something when a teasing male voice came from the room. "What else is your Demon Suppression Division doing here?" "I, Qingyun sect, have taken over this matter," said a young man walking out. He froze for a moment after he saw Jiang Yu and Su Qi, then stared at Su Qi dead in the face. The heart turned over. How is it possible? How is it possible? No way. There's no way a man could be this handsome. Zhang Shui shouted madly in his heart. He had triangular eyes, a collapsed nose, and a bony face, and any word that could be thought of about ugliness could almost always be applied to him. Before meeting Su Qi, he never knew that a man could be born so handsome. Immediately afterward this shock turned into a blazing fire of jealousy. The attitude was a trifle colder. Zhang Shui grunted and said, "It's even if the Devil Suppressor Division comes late. One Jindan stage and one Qi practicing stage. Come to send death? I advise you to leave quickly. You're a disciple of the Green Cloud sect?" Instead of getting angry, Jiang Yu asked. She sensed that this ugly man was a yuaning stage cultivator. To be able to cultivate to the yuaning stage at this age was considered a genius. Nice. Zhang Shui had a strong look of pride when he spoke of his clan. As we all know, there are countless sects in the world. However, the only ones that could be called the top were the three major sects. Qingyun sect, Nine Heavenly Sword sect, Feng Yi Xian. The top sects are beyond the world, not only not subject to royal jurisdiction. All dynasties have to give these sects a wide open door, otherwise there will be the risk of capsizing. That was why Zhang Shui didn't have any semblance of reverence for Jiang Yu's identity. Then Zhang Shui added, "I'll be in charge of this Shirshi village shenanigans, so go back wherever you came from." Then Zhang Shui added in an evil voice, "Especially you. What's the point of a Qi practicing stage cultivator coming to make a scene? Simply nonsense. Everyone wears Taoist robes. You guys wear the temperament of a patriarch. I dress like a handyman disciple," which makes Zhang Shui angry. Su Qi felt targeted. But again, I don't know why this guy is targeting himself, but he didn't care. Jiang Yu hurriedly said, "This Taoist, although you are a yuaning cultivator, you may not be sure of everything. There is this senior next to me to ensure that everything is safe." Zhang Shui sniffed and snapped. A Jindan cultivator calling a Qi practicing stage cultivator senior? What kind of routine is this? Zhang Shui hurriedly probed Su Qi carefully, but no matter how he looked at it, this was only a Qi practicing stage cultivator. So now there are only two possibilities. The first one, this guy is just a cultivator in the Qi practicing stage. The second, it's a bigot pretending to be a pig. Zhang Shui was inclined towards the first, but Jiang Yu's attitude made him uncertain. With scruples in his heart, he no longer insisted on driving the two away. Instead, he grunted and said, "Just don't hold me back later." Seeing that Zhang Shui was relieved, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhang Shui insisted on driving her away, she really had no choice. She was afraid that if Su Qi slapped this guy to death in a fit of rage, then the Jin Demon Division and the Qingyun sect would have a feud. The Qingyun sect had a Mahayana stage cultivator, and the current state master was only a half-step Mahayana. At this time, the old woman suddenly said, "The two of you hurry to leave. As soon as it gets dark De Zhuang will be back, and by then the two of you won't be able to save your lives." On the side, Zhang Shui snorted. "Hear that? Hurry up and run." But when he turned his head and saw the old woman looking at him, he instantly exploded. "What do you mean? Are you talking about me?" Zhang Shui was so anxious that he jumped to his feet. The old woman nodded. "You and the little girl, I, the heavenly pride of the Qingyun sect, would not be afraid of a mere demon or spirit." Zhang Shui pointed at Su Qi again and said, "Besides, why is it that both of our lives are in jeopardy?" But what about him? Wasn't the subtext of this old woman saying that she was weaker than Su Qi? One could be uglier than Su Qi, but definitely not weaker than him. "He's handsome," the old woman said, A question mark slowly rose from Zhang Shuai's head. Privileged to be good-looking? Facing Zhang Shuai's questioning, the old woman nodded. Yes, because Big Strong specializes in killing ugly men as well as pretty women. Outrageous! Zhang Shuai was furious. Chapter 17, The Cuckold Ghost. It's amazing how the district shenanigans make a difference. Did the ugly man eat your rice? Zhang Shuai felt the deep malice of this world. Grandma, who is this big strong man you speak of? Ginger Moon asked. The old woman sighed and said, Dazhuang, whose real name is Wu Dazhuang, was originally a young man selling pancakes in our village, and he had a flowery daughter-in-law named Pan Xiulian. To say that this young man, he is also handsome, and is a good match for Pan Xiulian. But then one day he found out that his wife was cheating on him with someone who was also the son of the ugliest blacksmith in our village, Lu Blacksmith, who looked 10 times uglier than his father, and somehow the two got together. When Wu Dazhuang found out, he beat Lu Blacksmith's son violently, but she, who loved Pan Xiaolian deeply, chose to forgive. Wu Dazhuang originally thought that this matter is so past, but later he found that his wife did not know the slightest repentance, and then with that Lu Blacksmith's son adultery. Extreme anger attacked under the heart attack committed a heart attack. Gas died. Pan Xiulian and that Lu Blacksmith's son knew no shame, and committed adultery again during the wake for Wu Dazhuang, and as a result, the dead Wu Dazhuang jumped out of the coffin and killed both of them, and their deaths were that tragic. Since then, all the pretty women and ugly men in the village have been killed by Wu Dazhuang, and not only that, but all the ugly men and pretty women who still stay in Shirshi village at night will be killed by Wu Dazhuang. Except for the kind of extremely handsome men who will be spared. After listening to the old woman, the three men looked at each other. Although Zhang Shuai knew he was ugly, he would never allow others to mention it. He snorted coldly and said, in that case, it's just what I want. I'll wait for that Wu Dazhuang to come today and help him to transcend. A cuckold who kills ugly men. I, Zhang Shuai, will beat the hell out of you today. Zhang Shuai said viciously in his heart. You're no match for him. The old woman sighed. Joke. Can a mere cuckold ghost beat me? Zhang Shuai snorted coldly. As the pride of the Green Cloud sect, he had few enemies within his generation, so how could the district cuckold ghost be his opponent? Don't follow me. You too. Zhang Shuai glanced at Su Qi and Zhang Yu and twisted his head out of the room. The lad is too impulsive, go and persuade him. The old woman said. Zhang Yu smiled and said, it's fine grandma. The one just now is a heavenly pride of the Qingyan sect. Unusual severe ghosts are no match. The old woman, seeing that she could not be persuaded, sighed and stopped persuading. The duo of Su Qi and Zhang Yu also walked out. After going out, Zhang Shuai had already disappeared. Elder, it's now Shenzhen time, and according to that grandmother, at 5 o'clock this stern ghost will probably be coming out. Ginger Moon said. Then wait. Su Qi said. Hearing the old woman's words, Su Qi thought to himself that this was still a cuckold ghost. No wonder the resentment was so great. The more resentful the ghost, the stronger the magic power. Like the red-clothed night ghost was already equivalent to a Yuaning cultivator. If it was a black-clothed stern ghost, it would be able to have a back-and-forth fight with a goddess of transformation stage cultivator. These ghosts, who have produced divine wisdom, are still able to cultivate and are called ghost cultivators. Su Qi found a flat rock and sat down, waiting for the darkness to fall. Zhang Yu also sat down and started rambling with Su Qi again, and the other side. Young Shuai found Wu Dazhuang's house. A sword leveled his house. You cuckold. I'll be waiting here today. Come and kill Grandpa me if you can. Zhang Shuai said loudly. This kind of ghost that targets ugly men, he must put to death. We ugly men haven't offended anyone. A little bit of time passed. Zhang Shuai just stood still and didn't move. The days are always shorter in winter, and the sky slowly darkens. A ghostly aura permeates this Stony Brook village. Zhang Shuai, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, snapped his eyes open. He felt a monstrous ghostly aura reviving. Cuckold ghost, Grandpa is here. Zhang Shuai's voice was like a bell, resounding throughout the entire Shirshi village. As he screamed, the ghostly aura coalesced even faster. Boom! The ground exploded and a man in a red suit jumped out. This man's appearance was born handsome. Can be seen in life was a big handsome man. His eyes only white. Looks very strange. The man in red is Wu Dazhuang. He saw Zhang Shuai. Then he got violently agitated. Ugly man. Damn it. A ghostly claw appeared out of nowhere and grabbed towards Zhang Shuai. I can't believe it's a red-clad ghost. Zhang Shuai was shocked in his heart. The red-clothed stern ghost was equivalent to being in the same realm as him, so it seemed that this time it wasn't as easy as he thought it would be. Get out. However, Zhang Shuai didn't wimp out and sheathed his long sword. instantly shattering the ghost claws. Elder, there's a fight. Jiang Yu was slightly worried. Surprisingly, it's a red-clothed stern ghost. Should we help? Let's see it first. Su Qi said. Zheng Shuai just said not to follow him. And it looks like it's manageable right now. Ugly man. Die. Wu Daxian let out an even more mournful whine. Bright red blood spurted from the red coat and a huge bloody claw appeared. Swish! The blood claws came with a breaking sound and grabbed towards Zheng Shuai. Zheng Shuai's face changed as he chopped out another sword. Clang! The long sword was bounced back. And this time, the blood claws were surprisingly unable to cleave. Zheng Shuai, however, was not in a hurry, and with a cold snort, he pinched his knuckles and shouted, "Brilliant heavenly might! 9 heavens divine thunder!" Boom! A dark cloud coalesced in the sky and a chopstick-thick thunderbolt struck down. Wow! Su Qi, who was watching the battle from afar, let out a gasp. That's a cool trick. It's just that this lightning is a little thinner. It would be nice to learn it myself. It's the 9 heavens divine thunder technique of the Green Cloud sect. Jiang Yu said with slight regret. Thunder and lightning is the most masculine and rigid thing in the world, naturally restraining evil spirits. It's just that the fire is still a bit short. The lightning struck down, and the bloody claw crumbled. The originally very frantic Wu Daxian also revealed a brief look of awe. Once the lightning was gone, though, madness filled his face again. Ugly men. All die. A pool of blood formed underneath Wu Daxian's feet, and the color of blood on his body grew thicker and thicker as he was immersed in the pool of blood. A huge blood-colored sphere coalesced around his head, beating like a heart. Brilliant heavenly might. 9 heavenly thunder. Zheng Shuai once again pinched and formed a seal, and dark clouds coalesced above Wu Daxian's head. Boom! The chopstick-thick divine thunder struck down again. The blood-colored sphere trembled violently, and some cracks appeared, and underneath the sphere, Wu Daxian trembled and let out a shrill whine, and the cracks on the sphere were soon covered by blood, and once again returned to its original state. Zheng Shuai clenched his teeth and unleashed the 9 heavenly thunder once again. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 3 divine thunderbolts went down in a row, and the sphere was riddled with cracks, but it never shattered. After being covered in blood, it was instantly restored. Cold sweat dripped from the corner of Zheng Shuai's forehead. The 9 heavens divine thunder skill was extremely spiritually draining, and he didn't have much spirit energy left in his body right now. Chapter 18, The moon is extra spiky tonight. Zheng Shuai is getting more and more depressed, but this Wu Daxian's aura was getting stronger and stronger, as the ball of blood above his head grew larger and larger. Wu Daxian's aura also climbed up. Elder, it's time to make your move, Ginger Moon said. There's no rush, Su Qi said. He wanted to see what the blood sphere did. Jiang Yu was helpless, but she could only comply. Zheng Shuai had already developed a sense of withdrawal in his heart. He now somewhat regretted why he had to use the 9 heavens divine thunder. Once he used up his spiritual energy, he would still be a lamb to the slaughter? Brilliant heavenly might. 9 heavenly thunder. Zheng Shuai once again pinched his knuckles and shouted. Wu Daxiang roared, and the blood ball above his head swelled more and more. But in the next second, Zheng Shuai unexpectedly pulled out his legs and ran, slipping away still fast. Come without a shadow, go without a trace, blast wind curse. Zheng Shuai quickly made a seal. His legs were wrapped in invisible wind, and with a swoosh, he leapt out hundreds of meters. Roar! Ga! Wu Daxiang had been roaring in anger and preparing to receive this blow hard, but when he realized that Zheng Shuai had run away, he was so stunned that he let out a duck call. But then he got angrier. The scene of Zheng Shuai's escape reminded him of when the blacksmith's son also ran so fast. Ugly man! Die! The blood ball exploded, and blood began to rain down in a 1,000-meter radius. Then a curtain of blood-colored light formed. Boundaries! Ginger Moon exclaimed. This Wu Daxiang actually knows the art of boundary formation. Boundaries were the prototype of domains, and true domains could only be performed when one reached the void practicing stage, and within their own domains, cultivators were absolute gods. The boundary is a weakened version of the field, and in this boundary, who can enter and who can leave are all based on the will of Wu Daxiang. Unless one had the strength to crush Wu Daxiang and directly break through the boundary, then it would be insurmountable, and his strength would also increase drastically in this boundary. At least about the same as a Yuaning perfection cultivator. Jiang Yu didn't expect that this Wu Daxiang's talent would be so amazing after he became a night ghost. Boo! Zheng Shuai hit the edge of the boundary head-on. He fell out backwards, and a bag was added to his head. Not. Zheng Shuai had a look of having seen a ghost. In fact, he did see a ghost. But this cuckold can still make boundaries. Why? This was a technique that he hadn't even comprehended. Just as Zheng Shuai froze, Wu Daxuan had already flown in the air. His expression was hideous in the blood rain, and his body was blood red, but the most eye-catching thing was not his red clothes, but the green hat on his head, which was glowing green and black. Ha ha ha. Zheng Shuai smiled harder than he cried. Brother Ghost, actually we have a bit of a misunderstanding. If I say that I raised your house to the ground to help you, would you believe me? What answered Zheng Shuai was a blood-red ghostly claw. Blanche. Zheng Shuai rolled like a loach and managed to dodge it, but where the clawed winds had scraped through, clothes shattered, revealing most of his big white ass. You're a pervert. Zheng Shuai was shocked. Without waiting for him to change his outfit, two blood-red ghostly claws grabbed him again. You cuckold. No martial arts. Sneak attack. Zheng Shuai screamed as he dodged again. This time his clothes were tragically shredded again, revealing his bony upper body. Now all he had left was the lower half of his body with a covering. Don't go too far. I'm going to get mad. Zheng Shuai shouted angrily. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. What's the point of picking off my clothes? Swish, swish, swish. 3 blood-colored ghost claws flew over. Brilliant heavenly might. 9 heavenly thunder. Zheng Shuai clenched his teeth as dark clouds coalesced over Wu Daxiang's head. Chopstick-thick lightning struck down. This time the lightning formed so quickly that Wu Daxiang was unable to react in time and was struck squarely. The blood claws that attacked Zheng Shuai immediately crumbled. The airborne Wu Daxiang hissed and trembled as if he were dancing. I'll chop you to death. Zheng Shuai bit through his fingers and made seals quickly. Boom! By burning the power of his essence blood, a large area of dark clouds coalesced and egg-sized thunderbolts pierced through the night sky and split down. Wherever it passed, even the rain of blood evaporated. Boom! This divine thunder struck Wu Daxiang. It made the color of the blood on his body dim a lot, and he let out an even more mournful and miserable scream, worthy of being the Qin insect's heavenly pride. Ginger Moon marveled. Even she didn't expect that Zheng Shuai would be able to turn the tables on the Jedi. As long as there were 2 more thunderbolts, this Wu Daxiang would surely die. But at this point, Zheng Shuai was already at the end of his rope. He fell on his ass. Hiss. Since there was no longer any clothing on his ass, he sat right down on the cesspool and shivered in the cold. What's the point of trying to be tough? Time to go down. Cuckold. Zheng Shuai shouted at the top of his voice. Wu Daxuan, who was originally trembling and hissing, sniffed and violently opened his eyes, and his originally wooden eyes erupted with the color of endless hatred, and the clothes on his body became blood red again. Red and black. Ugly man. Die for me. Wu Daxiang spat out every word clearly. A crackling sound came from his body, and then his arms snapped open. Countless blood-colored ghost claws swung towards Zheng Shuai. A rough estimate is that there are at least hundreds or thousands of channels. Dying. Zheng Shuai laughed bitterly. He no longer had the strength to dodge. Besides, it's not even possible to hide. They say you think back quickly on your life before you die. Zheng Shuai did start to reminisce, but he realized that many of his memories were blurred. It seemed that since he had become an immortal cultivator, many things in the mortal world had become a passing cloud. What a pity that I haven't yet ascended to the immortal realm to see a more magnificent landscape. Zheng Shuai sighed and slowly closed his eyes. But just then, he saw an extremely handsome green-shirted Taoist priest, idly walking through the sky of bloody claws, arrive in front of him. That was a cool trick you pulled with the thunder. Can you teach me? The green-shirted Taoist priest smiled at him. Zheng Shuai's recollection was interrupted as he suddenly remembered that there were also 2 other people from the Jin Demon Division who came to sanction the cuckold ghost this time. Isn't this the little Taoist monk in the Qi practicing stage? Thousands of ghost claws had already swept towards them, wanting to twist the 2 into pieces. Look out! Zheng Shuai shouted. Then he saw Su Qi raise his left hand and casually punch it. Knock! Zheng Shuai felt that the air seemed to freeze for a moment, and the ghost claws roaming the sky came to a standstill. Next, boom! The sound of a sonic boom came from the air. The astral wind in the sky instantly shattered the blood claws to pieces. The cuckolded ghost in the sky was filled with dismay, as well as incredulity. His body was already starting to disintegrate from just the wind of the punch. The cuckold ghost looked up and saw that the cuckold that had provided him with a constant source of power had also disintegrated. For some reason, he actually felt like a big stone in his heart had fallen to the ground. Past memories are shown like a movie. He saw his happy time with Pan Xiulian. Pan Xiulian was waving towards himself over there. As she did years ago, she said, Sunga, come home soon. If there is an afterlife, I'll never be a cuckold again. Definitely. Cuckold ghost. D. Zheng Shuai suddenly felt that the moon was particularly harsh tonight. The figure in front of him, Wei, so handsome. Wei, a line of tears came to his eyes. Why? Chapter 19, The Wedding. Zheng Shuai went back overnight. He vowed not to come down from the mountain again until he had cultivated to the god transformation stage. It's too hit and miss. How can a handsome and strong cultivator exist in this world? And it looks younger than him. However, he is only in his 80s now, and he believes that he may not be unable to surpass Su Qi in the future. If Su Qi knew about this idea of his, all it would say is, kid, you're still too young. I'm only getting stronger. After killing the cuckold ghost, Su Qi even had an unexpected delight. Great luck enhancement. Kill cuckold ghost. Get special magic treasure, cuckold curse. If you use this magic weapon, you'll be cuckolded. Su Qi picked up a green hat from the cuckold ghost and fell into a deep thought. Let a man must be cuckolded? How wicked it is. Su Qi thought as he put the cuckold away. It might still be useful. If you see someone who's not happy and send him a green hat in the future, you'll have to catch it. Elder, this cuckold ghost even has a relic? Ginger Moon wondered. Well, something wicked. Su Qi nodded and said. Although Jiang Yu was curious, she didn't ask more questions when she saw that Su Qi didn't want to say more. Elder, since the cuckold ghost has been killed, it's time for me to go back and resume my duties. Ginger Moon said. Don't forget what you promised me. Su Qi said. Don't worry, senior. I will find the news you want even if I dig Chang'an up. Ginger Moon assured. All she wanted to do now was to hug Su Qi's thigh. In the future, if there's any case you can't handle, just come and ask God. What demons and monsters are no match for me? Elder Su, thinking of the beautiful scenes in the future, a light smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Jiang Yu's mouth. At this time, Su Qi unintentionally saw that there seemed to be a bright light in the cesspool where Zheng Shuai had just fallen and sat. He walked over and fished out a beautifully very fine token. The whole is made of the finest jade, inscribed with the word, Qing Yun. It's the identity token of the Green Cloud sect. Ginger Moon exclaimed. Su Qi flipped to the other side. And sure enough, Zheng Shuai's name was written. He put the token away. Wait until the next time you run into him, then return it to him. Having said that, the two then left. After the death of the cuckold ghost, all the ghostly energy in Stony Brook Village dissipated. It's back to its usual peaceful and tranquil self. But just then, the door of a house opened. That old woman who had received Su Qi and the others had a horrified look on her face. The cuckold ghost is actually dead. This matter must be reported to His Excellency as soon as possible. After saying that, the old woman disappeared into a wisp of black smoke. Su Qi hadn't even traveled for a day yet, and he had already returned to the Taoist temple in the early morning hours of the second day. He tore the notice down and returned to the Taoist temple. It's been a long time since I've looked at my attribute panel. When Su Qi opened it again, he was actually a bit surprised. Host, Su Qi, Luck, 130. Cultivation, 260th level of Qi cultivation. Evaluation, a beautiful man with great luck. Surprisingly, this time there was an additional panel for cultivation. But it's not much use. How many layers of Qi one has practiced? One will know once they check inside their body. Just saying, it's a little more intuitive and better than nothing. Su Qi sat down and lightly began to cultivate. This afternoon, however, there was an honored guest. The mayor of Qingxi Town, Luo Helmet Armor. It was the second time Luo Helmet Armor had come to the Taoist temple since he had taken office as the mayor of Qingxi Town. The first time being when he had just taken office. Little Taoist Su, I've brought you the most excellent wine. Law Armor said with a fawning smile. Nothing. What does the mayor want with me? Su Qi asked lazily without even opening his eyes. He. I've heard that Taoist master Xiao Su is someone with great ability to tell good and bad luck, and measure marital destiny. And I've come this time because I want to measure marital destiny. Ro Armor said shyly. The mayor has a favorite? Su Qi asked. It's true that I still can't hide it from Tao Master Xiao Su. Luo Helmet Armor's face showed happiness. I've never seen such a strange woman, who has been dressing up as a man, and then unintentionally discovered by me. And from the first moment I saw her, I fell in love. You're in trouble. You're in love. Su Qi vaguely remembered that it seemed that he often heard such a sentence on top of a certain software before he crossed over. You write your birth dates and your names on a piece of paper. Su Qi took out 2 pieces of paper and said, after following Lu Chang'an for so many years, he really knows how to measure the fate of a marriage and calculate the fortune. Luo Armor hurriedly took the paper, picked up a pen and began to write. Robel Helmets? Su Qi asked. Aren't you called Luo Armor? Luo Helmet said. Luo Helmet is just my alias. Luo Bell Helmet is my real name. It's just that everyone has gotten used to calling it over the years, and I've gotten used to it as well. Su nodded. Looking at another piece of paper, His face became odd. The king's bell? One armor. One bow? The name is simply brilliant. This name should be a fake. I've checked her real name is Wang Yiling. This time I mainly want to calculate which two of our names are more compatible. Ro Armor said with a smile. Su Qi expressed his understanding, and then he began to measure up. After about 5 minutes, he opened his eyes and said, "Congratulations, whether it's Luo Helmet and Wang Bell, or Luo Bell Helmet and Wang Biling, it's a match made in heaven. From the 5 elements to the Chinese zodiac, or the heavenly stems and earthly branches, you're the most compatible pair of destinies I've seen in recent years." Really? Luo Armor jolted to his feet, surprise written all over his face. Really? Su Qi nodded. Thanks to Taoist Little Su. I would like to donate some incense to your temple. In a good mood, Luo Armor did not mince words and said decisively, "Mayor, be my guest." Su Qi said with a smile. Luo Helmet's armor was walking on air after donating incense. He kept saying that he would definitely invite Su up for a drink at their wedding in the future. Ask what love is in the world, and you'll be taught to live and die. Su Qi sighed. The love affairs of mortals he was unwilling to touch, but it still gives him pleasure to see a lover come together. Perhaps the worship of the view was affirmed by Su Qi. Ro Armor went back and then launched a fierce attack. After 3 months, a wedding invitation was handed to Su Qi. It was hand-delivered by Ro Armor. One's spirits were high, and Luo Helmet looked more than 10 years younger. Taoist Master Xiao Su, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I still wouldn't dare to be brave enough to love. Luo Helmet smiled and said, I realized after I confessed that Suzaku, she likes me too. Our wedding banquet is scheduled for 3 days from now, and we hope you will come to it. Faced with an invitation from Ro Armor, Su Qi laughed. I'll be on time. He didn't know how many weddings he had attended in Clear Creek. Witnessing a pair of lovers become a couple, he was gratified and a little envious. Mortal life is only 100 years. Living well in the present is eternity. 3 days passed quickly. On the day of Luo Armor's wedding, the entire Qingxi town was decorated with lights and festivities. Su Qi arrived in town on time. People on the street were talking about this big wedding of Luo Armor. It's been a long time since we've had a wedding this grand in our town, and we miss it. Have you all met the bride? I can't believe I haven't seen it yet. I've met you. You're a perfect match for the mayor. A match made in heaven and earth. Chapter 20. I am Yi Liangxiao, Little Taoist Su. When the crowd saw Su Qi, they greeted each other. Everyone is so festive. Su Qi said with a smile. That's true. The mayor's wedding is a once-in-a-century event. The mayor usually treats us pretty well, and we're all happy for him. The crowd responded. After chatting with the crowd for a while, Su Qi headed towards Luo Armor's home. 8-carry sedan chair. Open marriage. Su Qi is particularly appreciative of this kind of wedding ceremony. By late afternoon, the bride's sedan chair finally arrived at the Luo residence. Countless people on the side of the road were up in arms as the red-covered bride stepped down from the sedan chair. As the groom's officer, Luo Helmet Armor was full of joy and looked at his bride with eyes full of affection. The guests all cheered as the bride entered the home with Ro Armor. The next step is the worship ceremony. The praetor was a well-known old gentleman within the town. He shouted, "The worship ceremony now begins." Luo Armor and Wang Bell stood on either side. One bow to heaven and earth. Second worship to the ancestors. 3 worships to the high church. Husband and wife crossing. Salute. The moment Luo Armor lifted off the red head, the crowd was stunned by the bride. Gorgeous. A mesmerized look appeared on Luo Armor's face. At this moment, Wang Zhengdong was the most beautiful existence in his eyes. Bells, I finally married you. Rolling Helmet said softly. Wang Zhengdong shyly reddened her face, lowered her head and softly said, Aha. Luo Armor turned around and said to the crowd, Thank you all for coming to my Luo Mao's wedding today. Mr. Luo hereby assures all of you that from now on, Wang Jingdang will be my wedded wife, in life and in death. Yes, the crowd applauded. Then Luo Armor looked at Su Qi again. Gratefully, he said, Suzu and I have all this today thanks to Taoist Master Xiao Su. If he hadn't said that our destinies were made in heaven, I'm afraid I wouldn't have summoned up the courage to confess. Everyone looked at Su Qi. Su Qi was holding a wooden box in his hand. Smiling, he walked up. This is a gift for you. Inside is a horn comb. It means to be married and to be in love. Thank you, Taoist Master Xiao Su. Wang Zhengdong also said gratefully. She thought she'd be wandering until she met Ro Armor and found her way home. Okay, the banquet will begin next, so enjoy the food, Ro Armor announced. Just as the crowd was about to move their chopsticks, an angry roar came from outside the door. Wang Yiling, How dare you? The crowd looked toward the door as a handsome young man in fancy clothes walked in with a dragon stride. What's the situation? I don't know. Ha! It's not the bride's ex-husband, is it? You're full of in your head, aren't you? I think it should be the bride's former lover, coming to steal the bride. When Wang Zhengdong saw the visitor, her originally rosy face turned pale. Who are you? Luo helmet armor shielded Wang Bell behind him and said with a frown. Damn you! The youth looked over at Law's armor and snapped. Soldier, escort this man out of here. There was some vague uneasiness in Luo armor's heart, but it was more of an anger. Several soldiers came around to rack the youth. I'll see who dares. The youth grunted. A terrifying pressure swept out, and those few soldiers instantly fell to their knees, their bodies no longer able to move the slightest bit. I am the third son of the Kaifengyi family and an official disciple of the Fei Lu sect Yi Liangxiao. The youth pointed at Wang Zhengdong and said, and this woman is my fiancée, the Kaifeng Wang family's eldest Miss Wang Yiling. This farce today has made me very angry, and the consequences are very serious. The crowd was in a state of shock. The Kaifeng Wang family and the Yi family are both top-tier families. All of the families had first-ranking ministers who were officials in the imperial court. Who would have dared to think that this wife of Luo Armor would have such a life? Luo Armor's face was pale as he looked at Wang Jingdang. Jingdang, is everything he said true? Wang Jingdang first nodded, then shook her head and said miserably, I have voluntarily separated from the Wang family in order to break this marriage contract. I have long since ceased to be the Wang family's eldest young lady of a prominent family lineage, and now I am nothing more than a grasshopper. Wang Jingdang. Is my engagement something you can break just because you want to? Yi Liangxiao sneered. It's never been only me, Yi Liangxiao, who withdraws from other people's marriages. Let me tell you, you can't escape from me. Even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I'll let you know that what I, Yi Liangxiao, owns, no one else can snatch it away. Bell, she's not a thing. Luo helmet droned on. Then feeling a bit off, he added, I mean to say that Suzaka, she is not an object, and that she is no longer the eldest Miss Wang Yiling, but the grasshopper Wang Suzaku, and that you can't interfere with her marriage or life. Looking from Yi Liangxiao to Luo Ling helmet, he smiled coldly. What are you, a mere mole who dares to yell in front of me? All the people present today must die. Only then will the humiliation I have suffered not be spread. Words. Yi Liangxiao's aura climbed to its peak as he pulled out a long knife and slashed at Luo Armor. The slash was extremely dazzling, and as she saw that Luo Armor was about to be chopped under the blade, Wang Zhengdong pushed Luo Armor away, wanting to die for him. No! Ro Armor cried out ruefully. I love you, Armor. There was endless tenderness in Wang Zhengdong's eyes. Perhaps it would be good to go to the Yellow Springs together and be a pair of outlawed lovebirds. Boo! Right at this moment, a hand suddenly appeared, instantly dispersing the blade awnings before grabbing Yi Liangxiao's long blade. Isn't it a bit too overbearing to kill at every turn? Su Qi smiled. Yi Liangxiao's gaze condensed. This little Taoist monk was able to break through his blade's aura with his bare hands and grab the blade. His strength was not to be underestimated. Get lost. You deserve to be in charge of my Yi family's affairs? Yi Liangxiao angrily shouted. I can't control your Yi family's affairs, but when you come to Qingxi town, you have to listen to me in everything. Su Qi said lightly. What a big mouth. I'll see how you can keep these mole crickets. Yi Liangxiao laughed rampantly. As he said that, a fiery red talisman appeared in his hand. Heaven-burning talisman. A look of madness appeared in Yi Liangxiao's eyes as he violently slapped the talisman apart. A fire dragon roared and poked its head out of the vortex formed by the talisman. As soon as the fire dragon comes out, this place will be destroyed in an instant. Along with this town, Yi Liangxiao was going to make it disappear. Bang! In the next second, Yi Liangxiao's eyes widened violently as if he had seen a ghost, and his laughter came to an abrupt end. He saw that the fire dragon had only poked out a head before it was blown up by that little Taoist priest's punch. There wasn't even a drop of spark left. You don't stand a chance with this thing, Su Qi said with a look of regret. Yi Liangxiao didn't know what to say. For the first time in his life, someone had pretended to be a bully in front of him and had left him speechless. How do I put it back together? Waiting online. Pretty urgent. Chapter 21, A Misunderstanding. Are you sure you want to go against my Yi family? Yi Liangxiao said with a gloomy expression. How is the strength of your Yi family? How many Mahayana stage cultivators are there? Su Qi suddenly asked. Inside the novel, it is all about beating up the little one and coming back to the old one. If the other party is too strong, Su Qi has already planned to change a place to live for thousands of years. At that time, even if the Yi family's Mahayana stage cultivators didn't ascend, their own strength should be enough to handle it. But Yi Liangxiao was stumped by the question. What does this little Taoist mean? As soon as you come here, you ask about the Mahayana stage? You should know that the current state master is only at the half-step Mahayana stage. Other than those top clans, the Mahayana stage cultivators under the sky could be described as rare. The strongest person in their Yi family was only at the refined void stage. Could it be that this Taoist priest was actually backed by a sect with a Mahayana stage cultivator? Why else would he ask himself that? Taoist priest, Mahayana stage. The more Yi Liangxiao thought about it, the more alarmed he became. This guy shouldn't be from the Green Cloud sect, right? In front of the behemoth that was the Qingyan sect, not to mention their Yi family, even the Fei Lu sect behind him was a mole cricket. Thinking about this, Yi Liangxiao's back was already wet with cold sweat. How could there be a Green Cloud sect heavenly pride in the district Qingxi town? Could it be that there's something here that attracts the Green Cloud sect? Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Yi Liangxiao changed his arrogant stance. He asked cautiously, "May I ask if your excellency is a disciple of the Green Cloud sect?" Yi Liangxiao was arrogant, but he wasn't a cutie. If he offended the Qingyan sect's heavenly pride, not to mention that his little life would not be saved, probably the entire Yi family would be doomed. No. Su Qi shook his head and said. Yi Liangxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it wasn't. Then his expression became bratty again. Butler Lu. Yi Liangxiao shouted at the top of his voice. A middle-aged man walked in lightly. It carried the fluctuations of a Yuan-ing cultivator. Young master, what are your orders? The middle-aged man asked. The smile on Yi Liangxiao's face grew more and more open. Although he was only at the foundation establishment stage, but he had a Yuan-ying's protector in place. None of the people here today will be able to escape, including this little Taoist priest. Give me. The words all killed hadn't even been uttered. He saw that Su Qi seemed to be a bit sleepy and yawned, and just covered by his Taoist robe, a jade token hanging on his waist leaked out. The word Qingyun was written on it. Gulp. Yi Liangxiao swallowed hard and his eyes glazed over. It just felt like my back was already wet with cold sweat. He had seen the token of the Qingyan sect, and it was exactly the same as the one Su Qi was wearing. Almost. Just a little bit. Yi Liangxiao suddenly laughed nervously. God forbid. This Taoist priest was the celestial pride of the Green Cloud sect. Absolutely. Definitely not to be offended. Which is to say, Butler Lu got the wrong idea. In the past, when Yi Liangxiao laughed so loudly, it meant that he was going to exterminate someone's entire family. So Butler Lu looked cold and said, "Killed them all? Hear this." Yi Liangxiao shivered. Then he cursed, "Are you out of your ing mind?" Ha! Butler Lu didn't know why he was scolded. Yi Liangxiao said with hatred, "I let you in to serve tea and water to everyone. Don't disturb the excitement of the group. What the hell are you talking about?" Ha! Butler Lu was dumbfounded. He felt that it wasn't him who was brain dead, but his own young master. Didn't he come here to make a scene this time? What's going on here? He's even a waiter? What? A moment to move more quickly. Disturbing everyone's excitement, I will not spare you. Yi Liangxiao said with a cold snort. Okay, young master. I know. Butler Lu nodded his head and said despite his 100 perplexities. Immediately, Yi Liangxiao changed his face to become faster than turning over a book, and said to the crowd with a fawning smile on his face, "Just now I disturbed everyone's excitement. In fact, I was just joking. I raise both hands and feet in favor of this wedding today." The crowd was dumbfounded. Yi Liangxiao's attitude before and after was simply two people. This guy's not a psychopath, is he? Many people thought as such. Luo Armor and also Wang Zhengdong were also dumbfounded. How did the picture style change so quickly? Obviously just now Yi Liangxiao still looked like he refused to give up. How could they know that Yi Liangxiao was scared out of his wits by the token that Su Qi had inadvertently picked up? Even Su Qi himself didn't know. Anyway, the wedding reception is back to normal. Yi Liangxiao had been following Su Qi assiduously. What are you following me for? Su Qi wondered. This Yi Liangxiao has been out of place since just a moment ago. Nothing is wrong. It's either a traitor or a thief. Does this guy even have a dragon's young? Thinking of this, Su Qi's eyes were filled with vigilance as he looked at Yi Liangxiao. He'll step in if he has to. Beat the out of this guy and break the nonsense. Dare I ask what is your name? Yi Liangxiao fawned. Su Rise. Su Qi was concise. Yi Liangxiao was shaken. The flavor was too right. The Qingyan sect disciple he had met before was so condescending. Brother Su, you're hiding your identity and lurking here. But does the clan have any important missions? Yi Liangnian asked quietly again. What are you talking about? Su Qi wondered. Why couldn't he understand Yi Liangxiao's words? Yi Liangxiao, however, showed a look of I understand and said repeatedly, I understand. I understand. Sect secrets, which can be easily exposed. But he moved on. This is a great opportunity to climb up to the Green Cloud sect. After striking a good relationship with Su Qi, he himself would be equal to having a relationship with the Qingyun sect, so why worry about the Yi family not prospering? Moreover, with such a layer of relationship, in the future, as long as he does not die, he will be able to be a bully wherever he goes. One of the three great sects in heaven, the Qingyun sect, a clan that even the Son of Heaven would make a pilgrimage to. As for the Wang Bell thing, does it even matter? There are so many women in the world. It's not like it has to be this one. Yi Liangyao was not a deep lover by nature. He only did what was good for him. Even if Su Qi doesn't take care of him, he's still dead set on following opportunities that are earned, not given. When the wedding banquet is over, it's time for the bridal chamber. Law's armor is being made to look like a cocktail by the crowd. It took until most of the night for the crowd to leave, leaving him and Belle alone. Ma'am, Ro armor called out. Wang Zhengdong softly hummed, then picked up 2 wine glasses. This is the last link. Drinking a cup of wine after the handing over of the cups represents eternal unity and 100 years of goodwill. Ma'am, are you really the eldest lady of the Wang family? Luo Helmet looked at Wang Bell's beautiful face and muttered a question. I'm not a great lady, just your wife. Wang Zhengdong. Wang Zhengdong handed the wine cup to Luo Helmet. Luo Helmet armor also ummed, only feeling that he was the happiest man in the whole world at the moment. The two of them drink the same cup of wine and walk together for the rest of their lives. Chapter 22, Lu Chang'an's news. The wedding of Luo Armor and Wang Zhengdong had a little mishap going on, though, but the end result is still a happy one. Yi Lianxiao's side was not in a hurry to go home, and followed Su Qi's ass like a little follower the whole day. Butler Lu was puzzled by this, but when Yi Lianxiao revealed Su Qi's identity, Butler Lu immediately stated that Yi Lianxiao was licking Dogno. 1 and he himself was licking Dogno. 2, a big one and a small one, 2 big dog lickers, stayed at the Eternal Life View. The Longevity Temple already has rooms for the public, so all you have to do is pay for them. In response, Yi Lianxiao did not mince words and donated a huge sum of money, saying that he wanted to repair the everlasting view. Su Qi certainly had no problem with it. It took more than a month to expand the Eternal Life Observatory, and some of the old places were refurbished before, and now it looks even more atmospheric. I don't know if it's because the days are too comfortable or if I'm under the influence of Su Qi. Yi Lianxiao's temper has improved a lot, and now he no longer puts on a smelly face when he meets people, but greets them with a smile. 3 months later, Butler Lu asked, Young master, how much longer do we have to stay here? This hole of a place idly hurts my balls. Then cut. Yi Lianxiao glanced at Butler Lu and said indifferently. Butler Lu felt a coldness in his lower body and hurriedly smiled sarcastically. In fact, with the beautiful mountains and fresh air here, it is a good place to recuperate. It's just that, young master, haven't you forgotten that the old master's birthday is coming up? Yi Lianxiao pondered for a long time before saying, What was my father's name? Ha! Butler Lu's mouth was wide open. Yi Lianxiao, however, suddenly laughed. I'm just kidding. If you didn't say it, I really forgot. Life here is too comfortable. I'll go say goodbye to Brother Su. Butler Lu sighed in relief, thinking that Yi Lianxiao was really stupid. Yi Lianyao came to the front hall. Su Qi was indeed sitting here in meditation and practicing. Brother Su, it's my father's birthday. I have to make a trip home. I'll come back to bother you later. Do you mind? Yi Lianxiao made a bow. Su Qi didn't even open his eyes and said lightly, Just pay. That's natural. Yi Lianxiao said archly. Yi Lianxiao left, taking Butler Lu with him. The Taoist temple, which had been more than a little alive, became cold again, but this one didn't stay cold for long. 3 days later, Ginger Moon arrived in a starry night. Elder Su, after seeing Su Qi, Jiang Yu hurriedly arched his hand and said, Any news? Su Qi looked at Jiang Yu. There's news. Ginger Moon nodded. Su Qi was a little nervous for some reason. It had been too long since he had heard from Lu Chang'an. Sit, Su Qi said, pointing to the cushions. After sitting down, Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, Senior Su, let me make it clear to you beforehand. This news is not good news. Aha! Su Qi's hand that was pouring the tea gave a beat, then softly hummed. Your master's father, Lu Chang'an, went back to Chang'an that year to mourn for his father, and wanted to leave Chang'an several times after mourning, but was stopped by the Lu family, for some unknown reason. After about a year, Lu Chang'an took over as the head of the Lu family. Originally the Lu family was already shaky and precarious, but after Lu Chang'an took over, it surprisingly prospered. and it didn't take long for it to return to being one of the 8 great families. Such a good life lasted for several years, and then I don't know what the offense was that angered the then emperor of the Great Tang, and the state master stepped in to erase the Lu family. Hearing this, Suchi put down the teapot and asked, "That Mahayana cultivator?" Jiang Yu nodded her head and said, "Yes, it has ascended now. Go on." Suchi nodded. Jiang Yu then continued, "As we all know, the state master is a cultivator of the Mahayana stage. Wanting to erase a family is just too simple, but no one expected an accident. Lu Chang'an blocked the state master, and the two of them fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end, Lu Chang'an was captured. After Lu Chang'an was captured, the Forbidden Guards quickly copied and exterminated the Lu family, and then not even half a year later, the master of the state achieved enlightenment in a single moment and ascended to heaven in the white sun, and the vast thunderbolt raised 10 miles outside Chang'an to the ground. Hear this. Suchi closed his eyes, recalling the little moments with Lu Chang'an. No wonder, master, such a promise keeper, never came back once he went to Chang'an. Even the letters were lost later. The ridiculous thing was that one didn't even know who to look for if one wanted to take revenge, because the culprit had already ascended and was no longer in this realm. Elder Su. But there is another tidbit of news that should be considered good news, Ginger Moon added. What's the good news? Suchi opened his eyes again. It is said that the state master's thunder tribulation was very abnormal, obviously much more powerful than what is recorded in the ancient books. And there were even bystanders who said that they saw 2 people crossing the thunder tribulation at that time, and in the end it was 2 people who ascended, and the other person, most likely, was your master's father, Lu Chang'an, Ginger Moon said in a shocking voice. Speaking of this, she also took out a cool crystal ball and solemnly handed it to Suchi. Elder Su, this is the image recorded by the onlooker cultivators at that time. You can take a look. Suchi took the crystal ball. It was something he had only heard about in legends, the image stone. It's about as good as a VCR on Earth, if not a bit better. Not only is it able to record the scene, but it's even immersive and immersive max. Kan Yu had spent a great deal of effort to get this. The method of activating the image stone was also very simple. Just inject some spiritual energy. Suchi took the crystal ball and poured his spiritual energy into it. In an instant, the scenery around him went dark, the scene changed, and he arrived at the place where he had recorded the image at that time. Suchi turned his head and saw the imposing Chang'an behind him, with a clear, picturesque sky. He turned his head again and looked in front of him, 10 miles away from Chang'an. The sky was dark with clouds and lightning. Rumble. The sky was like a pool of thunder. Dark blue thunderbolts, thicker than tree stumps, continuously struck down. At the center of the lightning tribulation, there were 2 figures that were actually still fighting. One was dressed in black and the other in green. Suchi shivered. The green-clothed figure was so familiar that even though he could not see his face, he knew that it was Lu Chang'an just by the silhouette. The fight between the 2 escalated, and the ground in a 10-mile radius shattered into pieces. The force of heaven and earth was driven between every move, and if it wasn't deliberately controlled, I'm afraid that Chang'an, which was 10 miles away, would have been razed to the ground due to the aftermath of the battle. From this, it could be seen that the cultivator who recorded this image was not a simple character either, daring to get so close to record it. In the end, the thunderbolt ended and the 2 did not share a victory. Under the irradiation of the 7-colored haze, he was forcibly dragged into the immortal realm and thus ascended. Watch the image. Suchi was slowed down for a long time. Master Teacher hadn't lied to himself. He was really strong. He could even be on par with the great Tang State Master. And in the end, they even crossed over and ascended together. Chapter 23, Dashing Pavilion. No wonder Lu Chang'an hadn't come back with a letter since the destruction of the Great Tang. It turns out that it has already ascended to the immortal world. The scene around them began to crumble and fall back into darkness. A few moments later, the light returned and Suchi had returned to the Taoist temple. He opened his eyes and returned the image stone to Jiang Yu. Thank you. Jiang Yu was flattered and quickly waved her hand. Senior Su, there's no need to be so polite. After all, you've also helped me so much. I learned that my master is fine. Suchi was in a great mood. Immortal lifespans also had an end, but it was far too long compared to cultivators in the lower realms. Suchi believes that he should be able to ascend to the immortal world as long as he cultivates hard for a few thousand years, and then there will be a day for the master and disciple to reunite. However, Suchi felt that he should play it safe and live for 10,000 years first. After all, the strength of the immortals was even more terrifying, and one might be in danger if one were to ascend hastily. Immortals' lifespans were measured in hundreds of thousands of years, so Su Chi didn't need to be in a hurry. Elder Su, is that person in the image your master's father? Ginger Moon asked cautiously. Yes. Su Chi nodded and said, even though there was already a guess in her heart. Jiang Yu, who heard this news, was still greatly shaken. That's an immortal. As a disciple of an immortal, Su Chi only had the legacy of ascension in him. If you lick it well enough, won't you have a chance to ascend as well? In the cultivation world, a good legacy was very important. In order to ascend, one must first have a technique that can be cultivated to the transition stage. And this kind of gong method was rare, which was why there was almost a break in ascended cultivators. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu looked at Su Chi with even more fiery eyes. Thanks a lot this time. Su Chi said. No need to thank you. Senior Su, you have helped me so much. This is all due. Ginger Moon said with a smile. For the next period of time, Jiang Yu stayed at the Eternal Life View. As payment for this Lu Chanan message, Su Chi did not charge. There is always an inexplicable magic in the Everlasting View, and those who come here will feel inexplicably relaxed, and all the troubles of the outside world seem to be unimportant. So Ginger Moon was having a relaxing time, without the flurry of disturbance from the outside world. Her cultivation had surprisingly improved once again, having touched the threshold of the yuaning stage. It also reinforced the idea of her hugging her thighs. She made up her mind that she would be Su Chi's little follower from now on. In a deep mountain more than 100 miles from Qingxi town, a delicate woman was kneeling in front of a man dressed in bloody clothes. This man's appearance was born very demonic, obviously looking very outstanding appearance. But on the contrary, it gave people a feeling of being uncomfortable all over. If one looked closely, one would realize that every single one of the man's features was born very beautifully, but when put together they looked out of place, and his face, which was supposed to be perfect, became demonic. Blood slave, you have disappointed this seat, the demonic man said sickly. The woman kneeling on the ground trembled, then said, Lord, it is indeed that Taoist priest who is too powerful. The cuckold ghost is not his match at all. I don't want to hear sophistry. I need a lot of grievances to recover right now. Where are you going to get them for me? There was a bloodlight flickering in the demonic man's eyes as he said impatiently. The woman hurriedly said, Don't worry, Lord. I've already found a good place. There's a Qingxi town more than 100 miles away from Shirshi village. There are even more people there. I'll think of a way to pit them all to kill them, so that the Lord can gather up his grievances. You've screwed up once, and I hope it's the last time. The demonic man closed his eyes. Please don't worry, Lord. I will definitely get it done. The woman got up from the ground and fled in a panic. Shortly after the woman left, there was a distortion in the air and a man in black appeared in the same spot. Lord, the man in black said with a salute. Hidden slave. What do you think about what Blood Slave said? The demonic man opened his eyes, and a ghostly coldness shone in them. Lord, I think this is just an excuse that the Blood Slave made for himself for not doing his job well. If it were me, the green hat ghost would never have sacrificed his life for nothing. The man in black said with a smile. For this operation, you will assist the Blood Slave in the dark. This mission is only for success. The demonic man closed his eyes again. Yes. The man in black led the way and disappeared with a twist of air. There's a bunch of girls from Clear Creek. These girls are all flamboyant and good-looking, and the leader was a woman of great flavor, known as Main Yang. It is said that these girls are from Chang'an. Not long after, an entertainment center with the brand Xiaoshan Pavilion was established. Where in this tiny town of Qingxi has there ever been such a battle? Countless male residents fell after going in and exploring with curiosity. All the girls in Xiaoshan Pavilion are pretty and talented. Although the rule of Xiaoshan Pavilion was to sell art but not body, it could not stop the male residents from being enthusiastic in the slightest. Every now and then, they will get together with 3 or 5 friends and go to the Xiaoshan Pavilion to recite poems, in an attempt to attract the favor of the girls. A kiss. Although Luo Helmet Armor served as the mayor of Qingxi town, he was also someone who had seen the world. I don't know how many such entertainment centers there are in Chang'an, Kaifeng and other places. If he didn't already have a family, he would have liked to visit this place. Let's see who the owner of this Xiaoshan Pavilion is, to have opened his store in Qingxi town. Don't look at the Xiaoshan Pavilion as if it is crowded, but in fact, there are only a few familiar customers back and forth, and the spending power is not strong. Isn't it proper to lose money by opening the store here? On this day, Jiang Yu went to town to buy some charcoal. There was some disbelief after seeing that sign in the Dash Pavilion. The Xiaoshan Pavilion is one of the 3 major greenhouses in Chang'an, with branches all over the country. but most of them are in lively cities, so why would one open in Qingxi town? Jiang Yu is a native of Chang'an. Coupled with the identity of the department of Jinmu, the size of the news of Chang'an she is clear. But as to why the Xiaoshan Pavilion had appeared in Qingxi town, she just couldn't figure it out even if she thought about it. However, her intuition told her that Xiaoshan Pavilion's action must have a deeper meaning. Thinking about it, Jiang Yu decided to find out. She disguises herself and turns into a dashing, flamboyant man. Please, sir, inside. Walking to the entrance of the Xiaoshan Pavilion, Turtle Slave's eyes lit up at the sight of Jiang Yu and hurriedly greeted him. Led by Turtle Slave, Jiang Yu walked into the Xiaoshan Pavilion. How long have you been open here? Ginger Moon asked as she looked around. Turtle Slave sniffed and said, We've been open for January. Jiang Yu nodded her head. The decor was just like the Xiaoshan Pavilion everywhere. It was the real Xiaoshan Pavilion, all right. Before she came in she wondered if it was a fake. Today, that does not seem to be the case. Chapter 24, Blood Sea Formation. This is the first time you've come to our greenhouse, isn't it? Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman came forward. Jiang Yu was surprised when she saw the woman. It's actually Mei Yang. Even she has come from Chang'an to Qingxi town. It seems that the Xiaoshan Pavilion has big plans this time. It's not exactly the first time, Ginger Moon said with a smile. Although he didn't know what the Xiaoshan Pavilion came to Qingxi town for this time, it had already aroused Jiang Yu's interest. Seeing that the gentleman has an extraordinary appearance, I'm sure he's not a resident of Qingxi town, right? Mei Yang pursed her lips and laughed. Just a traveler. I never thought that the famous Xiaoshan Pavilion in Chang'an would open in this poor countryside. I originally thought that it was just a fake, but when I saw Mei Yang, I was sure it wasn't. Ginger Moon laughed softly. Since you know your slave, you must be from Chang'an as well. Mei Yang looked at Jiang Yu with her charming eyes. How about meeting an old friend in another country? How about you accompany your slave for a drink? Yeah. Ginger Moon readily agreed. Outside of Clear Creek. It's finally done. After preparing for more than a month, this time I'm going to kill these 5,000 or so people in one fell swoop and collect enough grievances for the Lord. The blood slave buried the last piece of his organs, his eyes flashing with excitement. She had spent more than a month preparing this blood sea formation, just to make sure it was foolproof. The blood slave had already calculated that to prepare enough grievances for the Lord, not a single one of the 5,000 or so people in this Qingxi town could escape. After the blood sea formation opens, this Qingxi town will turn into a hell on earth. Blood slave suddenly turned his head to the air and said, Hidden ghost, you've followed me for so long. Do you really think I don't know? There was a distortion in the air, and the hidden slave, dressed in black, appeared. Interesting, you managed to spot me. Hidden slave said as he applauded. How did you find me? Hidden slave went on to ask. Don't you know how bad your farts stink? Whenever you fart, the smell can be heard for 5 miles around. Blood slave sneered. And you let out a few times. The hidden ghost's face darkened. Feeling offended, he quickly changed the subject. Hurry up and activate the blood sea formation. At this point he's awkwardly trying to dig 5 rooms and 2 bathrooms in place on his toes. No need for you to say that. The blood slave grunted coldly and plunged a hand into his chest. Put. Blood soared out. Countless amounts of scarlet blood flowed into the ground, forming a small river. Boom! The ground shook. Dozens of places outside of Qingxi town ejected fountains of blood at the same time. The blood seemed endless as it spread towards the sky, forming a huge curtain of blood color. The giant curtain was spreading extremely fast, and in 3 minutes tops, it would envelop the entire Qingxi town. Please drink, my lord. Mei Yang handed over the wine cup, her eyes like a spring water. The glass was filled with clear liquor, and a strong aroma of wine filled the room. Chang'an Heavenly Fairy drunk? You guys even brought this to Qingxi town as well. Ginger Moon said with a smirk. Your Excellency has good eyesight and even recognizes the Heavenly Fairy drunk. Mei Yang praised. Jiang Yu picked up the wine cup and drank it in one go, then said, Good wine. May I have another drink? Ginger Moon pushed her glass out. Sure. Mei Yang filled another glass for Jiang Yu. Once again, Jiang Yu drank it all in one go. Does the gentleman feel weak all over now? Mei Yang asked with a dimpled smile. And a little dizzy. Ginger Moon said with a flushed face. The gentleman may be drunk. Maynard said. The wine is not drunk. Ginger Moon said with misty eyes. Then why don't you tell us? Are you actually from Drunken Immortal House? Or someone from Welcome Spring Courtyard? Mei Yang moved closer to Jiang Yu and exhaled. Neither. Ginger Moon said with misty eyes. So dizzy. With that she fell head first onto the table and passed out. None of them? Maynard frowned and stood up. He shouldn't be able to tell lies after drinking the ecstasy. Is he really just a traveler in Chang'an? Maynard murmured. Boom! Just then, the ground shook violently. The room was reflected in a layer of bloodlight, as if it was drenched in blood. The earthquake lasted a few seconds and then stopped. After Mei Yang stood still, she hurriedly opened the window. The dome of the sky was hazy and blood-red, as if there was a sea of blood buckling down. Blood sea formation. A voice came from beside Mei Yang. Mei Yang turned her head violently, but she saw Jiang Yu, who seemed to have been drunkenly unconscious just a moment ago, staring at the sky with a grave expression on her face. You're not drunk? Mei Yang lost her voice. Gangster tricks don't work on me. Ginger Moon leapt out of the window and onto the street. You hide. Jiang Yu casually waved her hand and the doors and windows of the Xiaoxiang pavilion automatically closed. Friar! Mei Yang exclaimed again. Cultivators were unattainable existences for people in the Jianghu, and I hadn't thought that I would encounter one today. He himself also tried to control him with ecstasy. Thinking of this, Mei Yang, his cold sweat beaded. Fortunately, this cultivator did not pursue. Otherwise, oneself is not enough for people to kill. The vision in the sky caused the residents of Qingxi town to come out onto the streets, pointing at the vision in the sky. Why has the sky suddenly turned blood red? Is this a treasure coming out? What treasure? I feel panicky, as if something bad is about to happen. I'm afraid it's a sign of great evil. Quickly go to the Eternal Life Observatory and ask Taoist Master Xiao Su. There's no way out of Qingxi town anymore. The entrance to the town is blocked with blood that can dissolve blades. It's so depressing. I feel like I'm going to be unable to breathe. Ginger Moon has been restored. Her voice spread throughout Qingxi town under the effect of her spiritual power. All go home and hide. This is the blood sea formation laid down by evil cultivators. It will disorient one's consciousness and turn one into a murderous beast. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, the townspeople ran towards their homes. They all knew Jiang Yu, the girl who often followed beside Taoist Master Xiao Su, so naturally everyone believed in what she said, though the residents hid back in their homes. However, Jiang Yu still had a grave expression on her face. The blood sea formation. She had only seen it in the records of the Demon Suppression Division, and this was the first time she had encountered it. Blood sea array is an extremely vicious array. It will amplify the evil thoughts in the hearts of people, gradually lose their minds, and begin to kill each other. The longer the time, the more crazy people will become. Drink human blood and eat human flesh, like a human purgatory. To be able to lay down a blood sea formation, one must be at least a god transformation stage cultivator. I'm no match at all. Jiang Yu's face was worried as she looked in the direction of Everlasting View. I only hope that Elder Su will discover the abnormality in Qingxi town and come as soon as possible. Just then, Jiang Yu heard the sound of a crutch hitting the ground. She looked out into the empty street. An old woman with a walking stick slowly walked over with a weird smile on her face. Little girl. It's been a long time. Chapter 25, The Second Pride. It's you! Ginger Moon's eyes widened. This old woman turned out to be the same old woman from Shirshi village who had also told them the story of Wu Daxiang at that time. But at that time, she didn't have a bit of ghostly aura all over her body and was no different from a normal person. Today, however, it was ghostly, with a horrible wave emanating from its body. This fluctuation, at least at the Yuaning stage. It's been a long time. The old woman smiled, revealing a mouthful of blood-red teeth. At that time, I thought that your meat must be delicious, but I didn't dare to make a move with that ugly cultivator around. And now no one can protect you. Dang! The old woman slammed the cane in her hand into the ground. The ground around Jiang Yu suddenly cracked and blood sprayed towards her like a fountain. Jiang Yu's face changed. A talisman was thrown out, and in the next second she appeared behind the old woman. I'm a half-step Yuaning now, so I may not be unable to fight. A sharp blade appeared in Jiang Yu's hand and ruthlessly stabbed towards the old woman. But it was as if the old woman had eyes behind her back. Her arm bent at a completely unorthodox level and instantly grabbed Jiang Yu's hand. Fire talisman. Jiang Yu was not nervous about being grabbed, and a talisman was slapped out from her other hand. Boom! The flames instantly wrapped the two of them. The old woman's hand snapped loose and she screamed as she dissolved into a puddle of blood. Jiang Yu, however, froze. The old woman's aura was the fluctuation of the Yuaning stage. It was impossible for her to die so simply. Boom! Just then, a blood-colored lightning bolt struck down from the sky. A large puddle of blood formed on the ground. With that the blood turned into 10 identical old women. Hello, little girl, 10 old women said in unison. Then raising his cane, 10 blood dragons roared and charged. Ice charms. Jian Yu threw out a talisman and after it exploded, the 10 blood dragons were instantly frozen. Blade charms. Jian Yu threw out another talisman and the blood dragon was instantly cut into hundreds of pieces, but she didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Blood-colored lightning constantly struck down in the sky, and one by one, old women appeared, hundreds and thousands of them, densely filling the entire street. These thousands of old women cast their spells at the same time, thousands of blood dragons shaking the sky and the earth. Jian Yu was like a flatboat in the ocean, threatening to perish at any time. The transported man. Jian Yu's body plunged into the ground, but soon felt half of her body submerged in an inexplicable liquid. Jian Yu was shocked and tried to escape, but the liquids trapped her firmly, unable to move. Kan Yu lowered her head and saw the liquid that trapped her. An endless amount of blood. Thousands of blood dragons roared and converged together, forming a column of blood that was more than 10 feet wide and smashed down towards her from the sky. Elder Su. Jian Yu cried out in her heart, how she wished Su Qi appeared here at this moment. She doesn't want to die yet. Shoo. Right at this moment, a sword light cut through as if it was lightning, instantly splitting the blood pillar in two, and the domineering sword she spread out, twisting the severed blood pillar into pieces that directly evaporated in midair. Hi beautiful girl. Is everything okay? Jian Yu saw that a white-clothed swordsman with a long sword walked over. His body was covered in snow white, as if he was untainted by half of the earth's smoke and fire. But on the contrary, that face, which was playful and smiling, ruined this sense of atmosphere. The white-clothed swordsman walked up to Jian Yu, extended his hand and said, "Give me your hand." Ginger Moon reached out her hand and was easily pulled up by him. Then the white-clothed swordsman stepped back towards several meters. "Sorry, I have a cleanliness problem." Jian Yu lowered her head and saw that the lower half of her body was covered in bloodstains. She couldn't help but blush and then said, "Thank you for your help, fellow Daoist. There's no need to say thank you. I naturally have to take care of the evil spirits causing trouble, and I naturally have to save the beauty when she's in trouble." The white-clothed swordsman gathered his long hair and winked. "Remember my name, Nine Heaven Sword Sect Wang Nanbua." Saying that, he slashed 3 swords in a row during the period when Jian Yu was conquering her mind. Peach Blossom Sword, Flying Snow Sword, Blazing Sun Sword. With each chop, the white-clothed swordsman would shout. Jian Yu saw that various visions appeared after each sword light. Fluttering peach blossoms, drifting snow, hot sunshine. The 3 sword lights formed a beautiful scroll, instantly strangling the thousands of old women to death. The second pride of the 9 heavenly sword sect, Wang Nanbua. Jian Yu suddenly remembered the rumors in the cultivation world. The youngest absolute pride of the 9 heaven sword sect, who had cultivated for only 120 years, had already achieved God transformation. But the reason he was called the second heavenly pride was not because there were peers better than him. Rather, he calls himself the second day of pride. One is to hopefully find a decent opponent, and the other is to alert myself to the fact that I have to keep striving to get to this number 1 spot. The spirit transformation stage could already initially utilize the yuan qi of heaven and earth, and could bring about all sorts of visions between each move. Now it seems that the rumors were correct. Wang Nanbo really had already transformed into the god stage. So weak. Wang Nanbo smacked his lips, then shouted in a loud voice, "If you can lay down this blood sea formation, you must be a spirit transformation cultivator as well. How about coming out to fight with me?" The sound shook in all directions, but the streets remained empty, and even the sea of blood in the sky was quiet for a moment. It's so meaningless, being an evil cultivator hiding his head. Seeing that no one responded, Wang Nanbo raised the longsword in his hand high. "In that case, this blood sea formation, I will break it for you, and then you will naturally reveal your true self." Wait. Just then, a female voice came. Jian Yu looked at the visitor. A red dress, beautiful and very beautiful. Only the ghostly aura filled the air, giving people a weird feeling. "Your Excellency is a disciple of the Nine Heaven Sword Sect?" the demonic woman asked. "It's even a beauty. It seems there is a saying, snake and scorpion beauty. The ancients honestly don't deceive me." Wang Nanbo laughed, but did not answer the demonic woman's question. The demonic woman wasn't annoyed either, but laughed. "My lord still has some affinity with your Nine Heaven Sword Sect, so why don't you just pretend that nothing has happened today and leave on your own, okay?" Wang Nanbo laughed. "Not good." The demonic woman's face turned cold when she was rejected. "You and I are both at the transformation god stage, and I still have the support of the blood sea formation, so I'm already undefeated. Giving you the opportunity to leave is because of your clan's affinity with my lord, so don't be ungrateful. Why talk nonsense? It's been too long since I've had a good fight. I hope you'll give me a good time." Wang Nanbo slashed out with a sword. The sword light was like running thunder, instantly tearing the demonic woman apart. But in the next second, the demonic woman appeared on the other side, her face grim. Since you don't know how to appreciate it, then stay forever today. The heavens and the earth shook. Countless residents ran out of their rooms in panic, fearing that their houses would collapse and they would be crushed to death in their homes. Blood sea formation. Refined. The sea of blood in the sky was like an open reservoir, rushing down from the sky. Chapter 26, The Strength of the Top Heavenly Pride. The sea of blood was raging to engulf the entire town. If we really let the sea of blood fall, most ordinary people would die on the spot. It's over and done with. I haven't got a wife and children yet. I don't want to die. Will someone please help us? Please. Where is Taoist Master Xiao Su? Come and save us. The vast majority of the people had a look of despair on their faces. Under this sea of blood, everyone felt the scent of death. Wang Nanbo's originally careless face also became slightly more serious as he laughed. Guess if you can fall out of this sea of blood? You can't stop me. The demonic woman sneered. Everyone here has to die today, including you. Congratulations. Wrong answer. Wang Nanbo replied with a smirk, then raised his sword high in the air. One sword. Chop the Milky Way. This sword was swung out violently. Snort. The air shattered like ragged silk. The extreme sword chi was like light in the dark night. It went through the whole town in an instant. The majestic sword intent was like a comet, trailing a long tail. Wherever the sword intent passed, the air split down the middle, and the starlight was so bright that it actually formed a Milky Way. Although it was known that this was not a real Milky Way, but rather an illusion of heaven and earth's yuan chi. But Jiang Yu was still shocked. Was this the strength of a top-tier heavenly pride? To be able to utilize heaven and earth yuan chi to such an extent at the god transformation stage was simply unbelievable. This Milky Way blocked the sea of blood, and when the sea of blood fell into the Milky Way, it was instantly swallowed up, and not a single wave could be turned up. The demonic woman's face changed drastically. This sword had actually severed her connection with the blood sea formation. They were both at the transformation god stage, but the man in front of them was simply too strong for words. This is a true top-tier heavenly pride. Guess, can I decapitate you with one sword next? Wang Nanbo asked with a smile as he held his sword. Although you have temporarily severed my connection with the blood sea formation, you're still a bit too young to kill me. The demonic woman sneered. Yes? Wang Nanbo held his sword horizontally, making a gesture to slash. Then let's try it. The demonic woman instantly retreated more than 100 steps backward as she watched Wang Nanbo raise his sword. Don't be nervous. I'm just a little tired of my hands for a change. Wang Nanbo said with an innocent face. How dare you fool me? The demonic woman was exasperated. It's not just you who can utilize the heaven and earth energy. The body of the demonic woman slowly levitated from the ground, and the blood light in her eyes was great. I said that today. Everyone present will die. Boom! The demonic woman suddenly exploded into a sky full of blood. It then formed into a fierce-faced stern ghost with a pair of blood-red blood wings behind her. Blood ghosts? Wang Nanbo's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. Blood ingestion. A mournful cry came out of the blood ghost's mouth. Terrifying sound waves rushed towards the crowd like waves. Even before the sound wave arrived, the townspeople revealed a pained expression, and the blood in their bodies flowed wildly and uncontrollably, as if they were about to break out of their bodies and fly in the direction of the blood ghost. Gale sword. Wang Nanbo swung out another sword. The gale is picking up. Surprisingly, an invisible wind wall was formed, blocking the sound wave. With this gust of wind, the townspeople returned to normal. All of them had a shocked look on their faces. So this is a monk? Various divine abilities dazzled the eyes. And, it's handsome. Blood spell. The blood ghost raised his hand, and his arm suddenly exploded as countless scarlet blood coalesced into a red spell seal in the air. In the next second, the spell seal also exploded. It appeared on Wang Nanbo's forehead, between his eyebrows. Wang Nanbo's eyes instantly became blood red, and streaks of hideous blood-colored lines appeared on his face. Crap! Jiang Yu's heart tightened. The blood curse is an extremely vicious spell. The person who falls under the spell will have his essence and blood sucked out of his body and eventually become a dry corpse. Sculpture. Wang Nanbo, however, laughed. His eyes were like sharp swords as sword intent shot out, and the spell mark on his brow instantly shattered. Put. Blood ghost sprayed out a mouthful of blood. A horrified look appeared in his eyes. Even the blood curse couldn't help this kid in front of him. This kid's strength was too terrifying. Bloodbath. The blood ghost clenched its silver teeth and slammed down hard from the air to the ground. Rumble. The ground was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, fluctuating as if it were water. Everyone was unsteady on their feet, and then countless amounts of blood appeared in the cracks, looking like it was about to spray out. These were the blood ghost's vital essence blood, and those who were stained would be instantly sucked into a dry corpse. Jindi's sword. The long sword in Wang Nanbua's hand shot out and instantly plunged into the ground, revealing half of the sword. The ground stopped shaking, and those cracks were no longer able to expand by half. It's too powerful. Such a feeling rose up in the hearts of the people. A number of people are even beginning to think about it. If Taoist Master Xiao Su were here, could he suppress this horrible blood ghost? I'm afraid that's not going to work. A sense of powerlessness also rose in the blood ghost. Among her class, this was the first time she had encountered such a tricky opponent. With all your might? Wang Nanbua laughed. But I still have power left. What's the point of being smug? How long can you hold out? Blood Ghost said defiantly. Why should I hold up? Wouldn't it be better to behead you? Another longsword appeared in Wang Nanbua's hand, but this one was even more exquisite than the one just now. Catch. Say it. The longsword came out of his hand and transformed into a 10-foot giant sword, charging straight towards the blood ghost. A magic flying sword. Jiang Yu's eyes showed a look of longing. A spirit transformation stage cultivator could soar to the 9 heavens with his sword, and this magic flying sword is equivalent to a flying machine. The terrifying sword intent made her body crumble with blood before she even got close to Ghost. Hidden Ghost? Still not making a move? The blood ghost screamed miserably. Call it what it is. Here it comes. Put. With a shocking fart, Crypto Ghost shines. He grabbed Blood Ghost as soon as he could and the two disappeared into thin air. Surprisingly, the breath is completely hidden. With a movement of Wang Nanbua's finger, the giant sword shrunk and flew back into his hand. He closed his eyes, and his divine sense exited, instantly enveloping the entire town. But he still couldn't find the two who had disappeared. Ah! Just then, someone in the crowd screamed, instantly turned into a dry corpse. The blood ghost's figure appeared in the crowd as she regained her person, her tongue licking her delicate red lips as she cackled. What sweet blood! Wang Nanbua's face changed as his flying sword came out of his hand and flew towards the blood ghost. But the next second, the figure of the blood ghost disappeared again. Ah! When it reappeared, another person on the other side of the crowd was reduced to a dry body. For a moment, the crowd panicked and rushed towards Wang Nanbua. Immortal! Save us! I don't want to die yet. I have an old man and a young man, and my family is counting on me to live. Run for your life. Chapter 27, Putting Your Best Foot Forward. Once a crowd is in disarray, it's like a wild horse out of control. From time to time, the figure of the blood ghost appeared in the crowd, and then one person turned into a dry corpse. Panic spread through the crowd. The blood ghost, with the help of the hidden ghost, was so godlike that even Wang Nanbua could do nothing about it. The blood ghost could obviously suck hundreds of people into dryness in an instant, but she didn't do so, as if she was teasing the crowd and Wang Nanbua. Wang Nanbua frowned. Even if he was strong, it would be difficult to stop the two great god transformation stage cultivators from massacring the mortals. He can defend himself, but not others. Two cultivators at the god transformation stage are like shrunken turtles, only daring to lay hands on mortals. Don't they feel ashamed? Wang Nanbua said aloud. Ha ha ha. The cryptic ghost's voice resounded from all directions. Excitement is useless to evil cultivators like me. Mortals are like pigs and dogs, so what if we kill them? Cryptid is cautious. Even the voices were coming from all directions. This makes Wang Nanbua simply impossible to locate. Weren't you arrogant just now? I told you, not a single person here can escape today, including you. The blood ghost's voice also came from all directions. If I really wanted to leave, would you be able to keep me? Wang Nanbua said indifferently. We can't keep you, but will you stand by and watch these mortals be slaughtered? The blood ghost cackled. This is the fatal weakness of you self-proclaimed righteous cultivators. Mortal lives are like grass, but you still refuse to give up, even if it means taking your lives. When your sword intent dissipates and this blood sea formation restores its connection to me, how will you resist the two of us? Hear this. Wang Nanbua, however, laughed. Do you really think I would be so pedantic? What does the life of a mortal have to do with me? I can leave with my sword at any time, and what awaits you will be the endless pursuit of the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect. 9 Heavenly Sword Sect? Ridiculous. The blood ghost cackled. When my lord recovers his strength, not to mention you, the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect, all the sects in this world will submit, or else there will only be annihilation awaiting you. Ah! Another man screamed and turned into a human stem. The crowd grew more and more alarmed. Many people cried out and begged Wang Nanbua to save them. Wang Nanbua stepped on his flying sword and stood in midair. and now he also felt powerless. Does it feel powerless and angry? LOL. These mortals will die one by one in your presence. So what if it's a top-tier heavenly pride? But it's just a toy for us. Wang Nanhua sighed. The sword intent in the air was weakening. Wait another 3 minutes and the blood ghost will regain contact with the blood sea formation. At that time, the confining power of the blood sea formation would be greatly enhanced, and he would have to pay some price to escape. The best thing to do is to leave now. But he was a disciple of the 9 heavenly sword sect, the chief disciple of the head of the 3 great sects in the world today. If he retreated, his Tao heart would be damaged and a heart demon would be born. A cultivator with a heart demon would not be able to survive the thunder tribulation, which meant that his path to immortality was broken. Thinking of this, Wang Nanhua's eyes gradually became stern. Cultivators, fight with the sky, fight with the earth, and fight with people. Cultivation was meant to be a path against the heavens, and if this was his destined calamity, he couldn't back out. In that case, one can only block that sword. Wang Nanhua's face became serious. That sword, he had not yet fully mastered. If you use it hastily, you might seriously injure yourself, injuring the foundation of your Tao, and it would be hard as hell to recover. But Wang Nanhua had no choice. Just then, but Jian Yu's voice came from below. Wang Nanhua, 5 miles north of the city. Look for Su Qi, Elder Su. He can break this game. Hearing Jian Yu's words, Wang Nanhua froze for a moment. Su Qi, Elder Su? If he remembered correctly, this Su Qi was the little Su Taoist master that everyone talked about. He had secretly observed that this Taoist priest was only at the Qi practicing stage. So how could he break the game? It's better to pin your hopes on others than on yourself. Wang Nanhua said indifferently. Bringing Su Qi here won't help. It's just one more burden. Wang Nanhua, trust me, Elder Su is very strong. Jian Yu said anxiously. If you want to go and seek, go, I will open the passage for you. Wang Nanhua said with a cold snort. She can't go. At this time, the laughter of the blood ghost came again. Not a single person here can leave today. So there is a Taoist temple 5 miles north of the city? I hate Taoist priests the most. After I clean up you guys I'll go to the butcher's guan. Cackle cackle. Really think there's nothing I can do about you guys? A smile resurfaced on Wang Nanhua's face. Since you guys are looking for death, I will fulfill you. Say it. With a wave of Wang Nanhua's hand, the flying swords at his feet suddenly turned into 2. The Tao begets 1. 1 begets 2. 2 begets 3. And 3 begets 10,000. With every sentence Wang Nanhua recited, the flying swords under his feet increased by 1. As he read the last word, he paused, his face red and bruised. Sword. Wang Nanhua almost growled as he read out the last word. The 3 flying swords stagnated for a moment, instantly transforming into a sea of swords in the sky as the crowd looked on in shock. 9 heavenly sword sect, 10,000 swords technique. Jian Yu's eyes widened, shocked beyond words. 10,000 swords technique. 1 flying sword can be transformed into thousands of flying swords. Each flying sword possesses a unique ability, but to visualize 10,000 flying swords, one would need at least a void refining stage cultivator. Wang Nanhua had actually done it at the god transformation stage. At this moment, Wang Nanhua stood in the air, and the gusty wind blew his robes around. His long hair danced wildly, and his handsome face was a cold one, as if he was an exiled immortal. Now, Wang Nanhua faintly spat out a word. A golden flying sword erupted with blinding golden light, illuminating the entire town. The sun is fierce and everything is manifest. The originally hidden cryptic ghost and blood ghost revealed themselves. Both of them had a look of shock in their eyes. At this moment, they were locked by the roiling sword shadows, as if they were being pressed down by a 10,000-pound mountain, unable to move at all. Found you guys. Wang Nanhua smiled faintly and tried to raise his hand, but it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Cold sweat had completely drenched his back, and at this moment, he had already put in his best effort just to maintain this sea of swords roaming the sky. Go! Put! Wang Nanhua forcefully raised his hand, and just as the sea of swords in the sky was about to rush out, a mouthful of blood spurted out of him, and he planted himself out of the air. He's exhausted. The sea of swords in the sky disappeared. Wang Nanhua smiled bitterly and thought, after all, the bet failed but obviously just a little bit worse. He was not willing, scared the hell out of me. The hidden ghost breathed a long sigh of relief. For a moment just now, he really thought he was going to die, just to be on the safe side. I'll refine these people here. The blood ghost also had a heart attack. The sword intent in the air disappeared, and she had restored her connection with the blood sea formation. Sea of blood. Refine. The blood ghost raised his hand. and the sea of blood in the sky once again rushed in to engulf everyone. All the people were in despair. The immortals are down. We're finished. Mommy, ooh, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Jianyu clenched her fists and thought in her heart, Senior Su, you're quick to realize. Make a move. No one can save you. A contented smile appeared on the blood ghost's face. Sucking people into dry corpses was art. The sea of blood rushed forward, already less than 5 meters from the crowd, and was about to engulf the entire town in the next second. Dang! But just then, a dull thud came. A gust of wind blew. Before the blood ghost could react, blood spurted wildly. The sea of blood that was about to buckle down stagnated in midair and was annihilated in the next second. Blood sea formation. Broken. The blood ghost's eyes were wide with horror. Chapter 28. I'm a serious man. Snap. 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 A footstep came. A figure in a green shirt came from far away. Little Taoist Su. Taoist Master Xiao Su is here. We're saved. We're saved. Countless townspeople wept with joy. Su Qi is the hope of the townspeople of Qingxi town. Even if the sky was falling, there was Taoist little Su who could hold it up. This is the trust that people have in Su Qi. Su Qi looked at the wretched scene, as well as the several dried corpses on the ground. The face was expressionless, the eyes calm without a ripple. Sorry I'm late, Su Qi said to the crowd. Eternal Life View is 5 miles away from Clear Creek Township, thanks to the commotion caused by Wang Nanhua. Otherwise he wouldn't have been awakened from his cultivation. Little Taoist Su. It's good that you've come. It's good that you've come. Taoist Master Xiao Su. We believe you will definitely come. Taoist Master Xiao Su. Please kill these 2 demons and avenge the dead townspeople. Su Qi looked at the blood ghost and hidden ghost duo. The blood ghost was trembling and shaking, while the hidden ghost frowned. Come to get this guy is just a small cultivator in the Qi practicing stage. Then who broke the blood sea formation? Blood ghost, what are you shaking for? Even if we can't fight, we can still run. Hidden ghost was disgruntled. The blood ghost shuddered. He's the Taoist I was talking about. Which Taoist? Cryptic ghost frowned. A punch, to the dog of the cuckold ghost. Blood ghost said with a shudder. She had witnessed how the cuckold ghost had been busted in the first place. Just one punch. Didn't you make that up? Cryptic ghost said with a frown. What? What nonsense? What I said is true. The blood ghost was on the verge of crying. Run! Run! How powerful can a Taoist priest in the Qi practicing stage be? I still don't believe it. The hidden ghost looked at Su Qi and laughed fiercely. Little Taoist, who helped you break the blood sea formation? Why don't you call out and meet them? Su Qi looked at the hidden ghost indifferently, his face expressionless. Stared silly? I really don't believe you're that good. Come and taste my power. The hidden ghost laughed uncontrollably as a horrible darkness spread out from his body. Endless darkness. Cryptic ghost yelled up to the sky. Endless darkness began to spread from his surroundings at an extremely fast speed, instantly enveloping the entire town into darkness. Reach for the dark. Dark and frightening. The cryptic ghost's wild voice came out. In this endless darkness, all of you are lambs to be slaughtered. Jia jia jia. I want to kill them all. Boom. The hidden ghost hadn't finished speaking. A loud bang came, and then dawn. The darkness faded like a tidal wave. Hidden ghost's sardonic smile was still frozen on his face, feeling as if his chest was empty. His pupils dilated slowly. Then he glanced down at his chest. Half his body was gone. What the hell? I'm not willing to. Boo! He fell heavily to the ground. Cryptid. D. The blood ghost sweated like a pig, an uncontrollable panic spreading in his chest. The hidden ghost was killed in seconds like a cuckold ghost. Also a punch. Mortals may not see what happens in the dark, but she could see it. That little Taoist priest punched the hidden ghost with just one punch and it died. Weak as a baby. It was important to realize that hidden ghost was 3 times stronger than her. The blood sea formation had been broken, and she had already suffered a great deal of vitality. So how could she be defeated now? Even escape is a luxury. Wang Nanhua stared. He was super strong, so naturally he could see what was happening in the darkness. That little Taoist he thought was only in the Qi practicing stage was so fierce. Wang Nanhua suddenly understood why Jiang Yu had told him to seek Su Qi. Su Qi can indeed break the game. This must be a reclusive bigot. The blood ghost knew that it was hard for him to escape death today and laughed miserably. Can you leave me a whole body? Did you kill all those people? Su Qi faintly asked. It's me. The blood ghost's face was disheveled. I only ask for a good death. After she said that, she suddenly raised her head, looking frantic. But remember, the Lord will avenge me, and the moment he recovers his strength and kings the world, My sacrifice will be celebrated by the world. You will not be celebrated. Su Qi pulled up the long sword of Wang Nanbo from the ground. Never. Snort. Dazzling to the extreme sword light, like a heavenly moon. It put the blood ghost in a trance. What a beautiful moon. Blood ghost muttered. That bloodstained and dusty memory came back. She remembered. She remembered everything. Before the mad faith in the Lord in becoming a blood ghost, she was just a normal to average teenage girl. There's a beautiful family, an engaged lover, and a group of close friends, and everything is wonderful. But on the night of a full moon, the city she was in was massacred. She collapsed in a pool of blood, her eyes soaked with blood, and even the bright moon in the sky turned into a blood moon. And the one who slaughtered the city was the very Lord she had madly believed in. She was later sealed of her memories and became the Lord's most loyal blood slave. How ironic. The blood ghost was laughing harshly as tears of blood flowed from his eyes. I'm not a blood ghost. My name is Chancy Yum, blood ghost, D. But before she died, she relieved herself with Su Qi's power to save the day. Once again, Clear Creek Township has turned the tide. Post-disaster reconstruction was exceptionally easy, and with the help of Wang Nanbo and Zhang Yu, Qingxi Town was quickly restored to its original state. The deceased was buried by all in the back hills, arranged with flowers. After this one, many people have risen to the idea of cultivating immortality, seek self-preservation and longevity. Countless youths left Qingxi Town in groups to find their own opportunities. Watch the youth leave with the sunrise. Su Qi asked, aren't you leaving? Wang Nanbo and Zhang Yu stood beside him on the left and right, like two major protectors. I'm not going. Wang Nanbo smiled and said, it's not easy to find a target that can make me rise to the occasion. Why should I leave? I'm only in the Qi practicing stage. Su Qi emphasized. Pretend. Wang Nanbo didn't believe it at all. During this period of time, he had also gotten acquainted with Su Qi and spoke casually, and he also knew Su Qi's real age, which was surprisingly not as old as him. It was precisely because of this that Wang Nanbo was going to stay. On one hand, it was to motivate himself to keep getting stronger, and on the other hand, it was to see the secret of Su Qi's power. Unfortunately, he hadn't found anything in the meantime. Su Qi had no secrets at all, except for meditating, sleeping, and then eating. If I really have to say that there is one, Suki eats an apple every day. Wang Nanbo also asked Su Qi why he had to eat an apple every day. As a result, Su Qi's answer thundered him inside and out. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Those were Su Qi's exact words. Wang Nanbo wanted to spit. Big brother, we cultivators don't get sick at all, okay? If you don't believe me, forget it. Su Qi said indifferently and turned around. Hey, brother Su, don't go yet. How about we go to the Xiaoshan Pavilion and chant some poems? Wang Nanbo pulled Su Qi and said, Xiaoshan Pavilion? Where is that? Su Qi asked. Wang Nanbo's eyes widened. No way. Brother Su, are you really blind or not? Isn't the Xiaoshan Pavilion 500 meters away? Following the direction of Wang Nanbo's finger, Su Qi saw a splendid building. No go. I'm decent. Su Qi waved his hand and said, a man of such integrity himself. For places like this. Hiss. As if. Kinda curious? Chapter 29, The Perfect Presumption. That's not right. Who goes to the Xiaoshan Pavilion if they're not decent? Wang Nanbo hard tugged Su Qi towards Xiaoshan Pavilion. Saying so, he also said to Zhang Yu, what do you say? Ginger beauty? Elder Su. Wang Nanbo is right. The Xiaoshan Pavilion is not a place to seek flowers and willow, but rather a high-class place that the literati love to go to. Ginger Moon responded. Originally, they were all walking to the entrance of the Xiaoshan Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Su Qi immediately stopped in his tracks. No, a proper place after all that? Su Qi thought to himself. He suddenly felt a bit disillusioned, had wanted to go to see the world, to see what the Book of the Greenhouse looks like, now all uninterested. I suddenly remembered that I haven't eaten any apples today, so I'll head back. Su Qi turned around and left. Brother Su, what the hell? We're all the way to the door. Wang Nanbo was dumbfounded. Jingle bells. Su Qi passed by the entrance of Xiaoshan Pavilion and still couldn't help but look inside. The wind chime at the entrance of the Xiaoshan Pavilion was windless at this moment and rang abruptly. Su Qi hastily inclined his head and left without looking away. Ha? Wang Nanbo wondered. I've been here so many times. How come I didn't realize that there was a wind chime hanging at this door? Just then, in the Xiaoshan Pavilion, a silhouette ran out in a hurry. It's none other than Mei Yang. Mei Yang looked at Wang Nanbo and also Zhang Yu with a surprised face. Mei Yang, so happy to see me coming? all the while taking the initiative to come out to welcome me. Wang Nanbo laughed. Mei Yang's face flushed. Wang Gongzi, don't molest my slave. Just now the wind chime at the door rang. Can you see who moved this wind chime? No one touched the wind chime. It rang by itself. Wang Nanbo said. Right. Jiang Yu saw Mei Yang look at herself and nodded her head as well. So did you guys see anyone pass by just now? Mei Yang said anxiously. At this point, Su Qi was long gone. Wang Nanbo didn't think much about it and said, it was someone passing by just now. I wanted to come and play with Brother Su, but it turned out that he had to leave beforehand. Brother Su? Maynard queried. You've seen it before. Su Qi, the little Su Taoist priest you all talk about. Wang Nanbo laughed. Little Su Taoist? Mei Yang froze for a moment and murmured. It's actually Taoist Master Xiao Su. Does this wind chime say something? Wang Nanbo finally reacted and said with interest. Could it be that when immodest people come to this decent place, this wind chime will ring? I didn't expect that Brother Su, who is ascetic and high-cool on the surface, would be so horny in private. Ginger Moon sniffed, rolling his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful of Elder Su beating you up if he hears about it. Che, there's something wrong with telling the truth? Otherwise why did this wind chime not ring so many times when we came so many times, but it rang as soon as Brother Su came? Wang Nanbo said with a smile. Turning to Mei Yang, tell us quickly, what does this wind chime say? Mei Yang smiled sweetly and said, Mr. Wang, I can't tell you this. Anyway, it's not what you think it is. Alas, it's a pity. I had thought that I had caught Brother Su in the act. Wang Nanbo looked regretful. Ginger Beauty, let's go in for a few drinks together. Wang Nanbo added to Jiang Yu. I'm not going. I'm going to go back and cook for Taoist little Su. Ginger Moon shook her head and left. It's all gone. It's no fun. Wang Nanbo looked at Mei Yang again. Mei Yang, it looks like it's still just you and me today. Mei Yang apologized. Mr. Wang, it may not be possible today. I still have things to do. I'll have Xiao Chun and Xiao Dong accompany you. Forget it. You're all unavailable. So I'd better go back to the Taoist temple. Wang Nanbo said with disinterest. If Mr. Wang comes back next time, Mei Yang will be sure to keep her company. Maynard said. It's a deal. After Wang Nanbo finished speaking, he turned around and left. After seeing Wang Nanbo leave, Mei Yang hurried back to Xiaoxiang Pavilion. She wrote a note, stuffed it into a bamboo tube, and later tied it to the leg of a carrier pigeon and released it. See the carrier pigeon disappear into the sky. Mei Yang murmured. It wouldn't be an aggravation if it was Taoist little Su. The carrier pigeon had just flown not far out of Qingxi town when it was caught by a man flying with a sword. This man was none other than Wang Nanbo. Oh little dove, don't be afraid. I'll let you go after I read the note. Wang Nanbo said as he removed the note from the bamboo tube, muttering, I'd like to see what secrets your Xiaoxiang Pavilion has. He unfolded the note, which simply read, Pavilion Master, the person has been found. Did you find someone? Find who? Brother Su? Wang Nanbo muttered. He flipped back and forth several more times, and those were the only words. So he slipped the note back in and said to himself, what is Xiaoxiang Pavilion looking for Brother Su for? It's really curious. Little dove, fly fast and send the message to your pavilion master. Wang Nanbo released the pigeons again. The carrier pigeon fluttered its wings and disappeared into the sky. It's so annoying. It feels like everyone has secrets and I'm the only one who's confused. Wang Nanbo landed and lay down on the grass, with a crossed leg and a blade of grass in his mouth. There was no image of a spirit transformation stage cultivator. Could it be that Brother Su has some kind of blood feud with this Xiaoxiang Pavilion? The Xiaoxiang Pavilion wants to retaliate? No. Look at Mei Yang's behavior, it doesn't seem like that. Besides, Xiaoxiang Pavilion is nothing but a mortal greenhouse. Brother Su can be destroyed by lifting his hand. Or perhaps the owner of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion is Brother Su's long-lost father? That's quite possible. Brother Su is still so young and it's not impossible that his parents are alive. But why does that wind chime ring? Is there any other possibility? Forget it. Don't think about it. It's too hard to guess about mortals. It's still interesting to cultivate. Wang Nanbo leapt up from the ground and was about to fly away with his sword. But just as he stepped on the flying sword, he fell back down. I know. That wind chime must be some kind of magic weapon. Wang Nanbo's eyes sparkled as he muttered. This magic weapon must have recorded Brother Su's hair or blood or something that can match his information. And as long as Brother Su is close, this wind chime will ring. In that case then the second scenario I hypothesized is possible. Brother Su must have been separated from his parents when he was a child. Or perhaps the pavilion master of Xiaoshan Pavilion was poor at that time and abandoned Brother Su. That's why Win Chine was able to record Brother Su's information, in order to one day fly high and find Brother Su to make up for what he has been owed for so many years. That's why the Xiaoshan Pavilion opened in this poor countryside. It should be that the owner of the Xiaoshan Pavilion has gotten a divination master to do the math. This logic of mine forms a perfect closed loop. This problem is solved by me. Ha ha ha, I really am a genius. Chapter 30, The Great Journey. Wang Nanhua, who thought he had solved the mystery, returned to the everlasting view with a proud face. He couldn't help but laugh out loud several times between meals. Wang Nanhua, are you jerking off? Zhang Yu glared at Wang Nanhua and said. At the beginning of the contact, Zhang Yu thought that Wang Nanhua was the kind of high cold and invincible heavenly pride. And only after more contact did he realize that this guy is purely a comedian. Despite already being at the god transformation stage, there was nothing like a god transformation stage cultivator. All day long, he's a joker, a womanizer, and he's got no sense of propriety. Wang Nanhua said with a grin at the corner of his mouth. Little Jiang, how do you talk to your Bo brother? Your brother Bo is now in possession of a heavenly secret. Nerves. Ginger Moon rolled her eyes. When Wang Nanhua saw that Zhang Yu was not interested at all, he turned his attention to Su Qi, who was eating quietly. Xiao Sua, give me a dish, Wang Nanhua said cheaply. Zhang Yu looked at Wang Nanhua incredulously, thinking that this child is really crazy today. This is not looking for a hammer? As expected, Su Qi's hand lurched, then looked at Wang Nanhua with a smile. Which dish do you want to eat, Master Wang? Wang Nanhua coughed twice and said, Xiao Sua, don't look at me with that kind of eyes. I'm afraid, you have to know that I have a heavenly happy news to tell you. Heavenly good news? Su Qi was uncertain. From what I can reasonably surmise, your real parents will be coming looking for you soon. Wang Nanhua put on an inscrutable look and said, biological parents? Su Qi could barely remember what they looked like, except that they were far away from Earth. So how could they come over? Unless they could also travel. Thinking of this, Su Qi smiled and waved his head. This speculation of yours is simply impossible to realize. Why? Wang Nanhua said unconvincingly. I have a perfectly closed loop in this logic. Because my parents are in another world. Su Qi said. Hear this. Wang Nanhua was dumbfounded. He had worked so hard on his reasoning and thought he had the whole truth of the matter, but now he realized. Nani? I guessed wrong? Su Qi spoke of another world, which in Wang Nanhua's understanding meant that he had been feathered. Although very reluctant to accept this fact, Wang Nanhua had to admit that he had reasoned wrongly. So he's in a tangle again. What exactly is the matter that Xiaoshan Pavilion is looking for Su Qi? Chang'an City. Dynasties have changed, and today Chang'an is no longer the capital city, but the prosperity remains. To talk about which two cities are considered tops today, one is Kaifeng, then the other is Chang'an. The Xiaoshan Pavilion, one of the three largest green houses in the city of Chang'an, is located in the center of the busiest city of Chang'an. From the outside, the level of luxury is exaggerated. Everything that describes luxury can be applied to its appearance. However, after entering the Xiaoshan Pavilion, this sense of luxury in turn decreased a lot. There is an air of elegance everywhere. It is a paradise for the literati and a preferred place for dignitaries to talk. Xiaoshan Pavilion doesn't do the skin and flesh business. Those are the lowest level of some hooker workshops in Chang'an City only do the business. At this moment, the top floor room located in the Xiaoshan Pavilion. This was the room of the Xiaoshan Pavilion's owner, and it was also the most heavily guarded place in the Xiaoshan Pavilion. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp knock on the door interrupted the thoughts of the man who was ambling about practicing his handwriting. Come in. This person practicing calligraphy was a woman and the number one beauty in Chang'an City, Song Xiaoxiang. The door was opened and a pretty-looking woman rushed in, holding a note in her hand. Pavilion Master. It's a letter from Main Yang, the woman said as she fell to her knees. Read. Song Xiaoxiang said. Pavilion Master. The person has been found. This statement was made. Song Xiaoxiang's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, her joy overflowing. Qingzhao's calculations were right. He really is in this border town. Song Xiaoxiang paced back and forth, both joy and trepidation on her face. The woman kneeling on the ground surreptitiously surveyed Song Xiaoxiang. It was the first time she had seen the pavilion master so flustered. She's the owner of the Xiaoshan Pavilion. Song Xiaoxiang, the first beauty of Chang'an. The dignitaries are the ones who have to suck up to them. Even the former emperor and the current saint have given words to Xiaoshan Pavilion. The power of the dashboard is much greater than one would think. Song Xiaoxiang herself is also the object of admiration of countless powerful and noble disciples, but she has always been for these people do not show color. So Song Xiaoxiang is also known as the first cold beauty in Chang'an. It's hard to imagine the lord of the court would have such a side. Song Xiaoxiang stopped, looked at the woman kneeling on the ground, and said, Xiaochun, notify, I want to go to Qingxi town immediately. Haru looked up, her mouth slightly open with surprise written all over it. Song Xiaoxiang has never been out of Chang'an, and the emperor has to come to Chang'an to see her. Now she's traveling thousands of miles to that frontier land because of a single message? What kind of character is the one the court master has been seeking? Don't just stand there. Go. Song Xiaoxiang urged. Yes. Haru hurriedly nodded and ran out. Song Xiaoxiang is going out of Chang'an. First, it triggered the entire Xiaoshan pavilion, and then it triggered the entire Chang'an. Maybe it's impossible to hide it. Or maybe I don't want to. With great fanfare, the Xiaoshan pavilion deployed a team of hundreds of people to escort Song Xiaoxiang to Qingxi town. Looking at Song Xiaoxiang's traveling party, at the head of Chang'an Street, the crowd of onlookers exchanged words. Song Xiaoxiang has never traveled out of Chang'an, but now she is leading a large group of people and traveling with great fanfare. Could it be that she is going to the front lines to fight? What's wrong with you? How can Song Xiaoxiang, a woman, lead an army to war? Besides, now that the country is at peace and there are no wars on the border, and all the countries are coming to the court, why do we need to fight? But such a large number of people and a large number of wagons must be transporting supplies to somewhere. So I'm afraid they'll be missed by the mountain bandits. Do you know what kind of characters are in Song Xiaoxiang's escort? Take that Li Gue for example. 1 for 100. No matter what. Mountain thieves and robbers can't even run when they see them. How dare they think about it? You're just mortal power. I heard that Song Xiaoxiang also has immortal sect connections. Phoenix Yi Xian know it, right? One of the 3 major sects today. I heard that Song Xiaoxiang's great-aunt is an elder of Feng Yixian. This kind of relationship, who would dare to move? In the meantime, the helmsmen of the other 2 major greenhouses were gathered together. The other 2 major greenhouses were Drunken Life House and Iran Residence. The helmsman of Drunken Life Building was an elegant middle-aged man named Zhang Wanli, the person at the helm of the Iran Residence. On the other hand, was a woman of great beauty named Xiao Yi. Brother Zhang. This has never traveled out of Chang'an, but now he is leading a large number of people to travel with such great fanfare. He must have great intentions. I want to get involved, Joey said with a frosty look on his face. I do think she's an opportunity for us on this trip. Zhang Wanli shook his folding fan and said wisely. Chapter 31, Conspiracy and Intrigue. May I hear it? Zhou said one by one. Song Xiaoxiang is the soul of Xiaoshan Pavilion. If she collapses, Xiaoshan Pavilion will naturally collapse as well. And by then, the large number of shares that will be vacated will be seized by both of our families. And from then on, there will be no 3 major greenhouses, but only 2 major greenhouses, Zhang Wanli said with a smile. You mean? Xiao Yi asked with less certainty. It's what you think. Zhang Wanli was still smiling. But with the guards around Song Xiaoxiang and her immortal sect connections, we have to consider it. Zhou said one by one. Bull ***** immortal sect relationship. That's just the world's blackmail. Where could she have such a big energy as a girl in a greenhouse? Zhang Wanli said disdainfully. But the present saints are all respectful to this. This is obvious to all. Zhou said one by one. The current saint is only jealous of the rumors. But I've already secretly investigated. Song Xiaoxiang has no immortal sect connections. Or if she does, I'm not afraid. Zhang Wanli said with great confidence. Could it be that you also have immortal sect connections, Brother Zhang? Joichi asked, covering his mouth. Nice. Zhang Wanli shook his folding fan and laughed. I recently befriended a genius from the 9 Heaven Sword Sect. 9 Heavenly Sword Sect. Xiao Yi covered her mouth, her eyes colorful. Brother Zhang, can you introduce this genius to me? Exactly. Zhang Wanli whispered. Sister Qiao, as long as you can climb up to this genius and make him fall under your stone skirt, I'm afraid I'll have to look up to you in the future. I'll heed that. Xiao Yi said with a quick nod. This is the genius of the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect, the legendary monk. Even if Zhang Wanli didn't say anything, Xiao Yi would still try to do everything he could to get close to this genius. With this relationship, then the treatment that Song Xiaoxiang had, she, Xiao Yi, would also have. Zhang Wanli stood up and smiled. Then I will go and invite this genius. After Zhang Wanli left, Xiao Yi hurriedly took out the bronze mirror and organized her grooming. She wants to put her best foot forward. Not much later, The door was pushed open again. Zhang Wanli followed a youth very respectfully. This young man was average in appearance, but there was a stern aura about him that made him appear superior. "You're Zhou Wanwan?" The youth looked towards Qiao Yi with an ambiguous smile on his face. "My youngest daughter has met the immortal master." Qiao Yi had a shy smile on her face. "Still a virgin?" the youth asked with an evil smile. "Still intact to this day," Zhou said with a nod. "Nice." The corner of the youth's mouth grinned. "Remember my name. My name is Huang Chang, and from now on, you will be my woman. Say it." With a wave of Huang Chang's hand, Zhang Wanli instantly flew out of the room uncontrollably. Off and don't interrupt my fun. Huang Chang laughed evilly. Zhang Wanli didn't dare to talk nonsense and climbed up from the ground and even bowed. "I wish Immortal Master a good time tonight." Pop. In response, the door to the room slammed shut violently and automatically. Inside the room, Huang Chang looked at Qiao Yi with a lecherous smile on his face. "Come here yourself." Huang Chang sat on the stool and slapped his thighs, saying. Joichi was shy and pretended to squirm as he made his way over. "On your knees." Huang Chang sneered. "Ha!" Joey froze for a moment. "I told you to get on your knees." Huang Chang let out a roar, and his terrifying aura directly caused Qiao Yi's legs to go limp and kneel on the ground. "Serve me yourself." Huang Chang laughed evilly. Qiao Yi felt as if she had made a mistake. This immortal master was different from what she had imagined, and didn't know how to be compassionate at all. She knew, though, that she had no choice. Day 2. Huang Chang walked out of the room refreshed. Zhang Wanli was already waiting outside the door of the room. Huang Chang patted Zhang Wanli's shoulder and said, "This you found for me is good. Keep up the good work. It's good that the immortal master likes it." Zhang Wanli fawned. "Alright, I'm going to go cultivate. Don't disturb me in the meantime." Huang Chang said with a wave of his hand. "And what about what you told the immortal master last time?" Zhang Wanli asked busily. "Let's wait until I'm done practicing." Huang Chang waved his hand impatiently. Zhang Wanli didn't dare to say anything more. "Wait until Huang Chang is gone." Zhang Wanli walked into the room. The room smelled like lust. Zhang Wanli saw Qiao Yi lying limp on the bed, disheveled and like rotten mud. "Ms. Zhou, hard at work," Zhang Wanli said. Qiao Yi had a look of fear in her eyes. Last night's experience was like a nightmare, but she also got what she wanted. The promise of Huang Chang. When she thought of all the humiliation she had suffered, Qiao Yi's heart burned with rage. Why should Song Xiaoxiang be so high and mighty that she could live freely just by relying on a mere rumor, while she herself had to sell her body for glory? "Brother Zhang, I want that to die. Tell me your plan." Qiao Yi sat up, pulling her clothes on with her hands to cover the first glimpse of spring. "I've already arranged for manpower to intercept Song Xiaoxiang." Zhang Wanli paused for a moment and then said, "But there is no guarantee that she will be intercepted 100%. How can I guarantee 100%? Qiao Yi said a little out of control. "As long as you can persuade Immortal Master Huang to make a move, Song Xiaoxiang will surely die," Zhang Wanli said. "So my offering myself to Huang Chang was part of your plan?" Qiao Yi finally understood, a ghostly cold light flooding his eyes. "Ms. Zhou, you're not at a disadvantage in this case." Zhang Wanli smiled and said, "Now that you've climbed up to Immortal Master Huang, it's equivalent to having the Nine Heavens Sword sect as a backer. So won't you be on a green cloud in the future? Besides, how is it not your choice? Hear this." Qiao Yi was silent for a moment before saying, "I know, but once Song Xiaoxiang dies, I want 90% of Xiaoxiang Pavilion's territory. Deal." Zhang Wanli's eyes flashed with a glimmer of brilliance before he lowered his head and laughed. Clear Creek Township, Dashing Court. Wang Nanbo sat across from Main Yang and kept saying, "Main Yang, just do me a favor and hurry up and tell me why that bell is ringing and what plans you guys have. I'm teared up right now and have been pondering over this issue." Main Yang said helplessly, "Mr. Wang, I really can't say this. The pavilion master is already on his way here. You'll know by then. How many days will it take him to get here?" Wang Nanbo asked. "Chang'an to Qingxi town is a long way, and a conservative estimate would be about a month," Maynard said. "A month?" Wang Nanbo scratched his ears and said, "But I can't wait for a month." "Forget it. You won't say anything even if I ask, so I'll wait again. Drink drink drink, Elder Su." This Wang Nanbo runs to Xiaoshan Pavilion every day, not doing his job, and I don't know how he cultivated to the god transformation stage. In the Taoist temple, Jiang Yu said helplessly, "That's probably genius," Suchi said with a smile. Chapter 32, The Master of the Chang'an Greenhouse. It has been half a month since Song Xiaoxiang traveled. During this half month, Huang Chang had not come out of seclusion. Xiao Yi and Zhang Wanli were both anxious. Especially Xiao Yi. She had sacrificed so much so that she could take over the territory of Xiaoshan Pavilion. As long as Song Xiaoshan didn't die, she would be like a fish in her throat, unable to sleep or eat peacefully. Miss Zhou, go and rush the fairy master again. Zhang Wanli paced back and forth with some anxiety. How dare I go and rush? He said he can't be disturbed while he's in seclusion. You want me to die, don't you? Xiao Yi said impatiently. Alas, if you don't hurry, when Song Xiaoshan returns to Chang'an, Immortal Master won't be able to move her. Zhang Wanli sighed. Although the people who cultivate immortals are high above the world, but they cannot be slaughtered at will. Otherwise, they will attract the suppression of the Department of Jin Demon. The big clans also want a face. Naturally, they also do not allow the disciples of the clan to slaughter mortals at will. Annoying, Joichi said with a frown. She wanted to scold Zhang Wanli, but it was really her own eyes that went up to her in the first place. But she would never dare to ask her to rush Huang Chang. Despite only being in contact for just one night, she had already gotten the most out of Huang Chang's violent and overbearing character. My men have failed the interception. It's up to you next. Zhang Wanli threw down this sentence and left. Waste. Xiao Yi looked at Zhang Wanli's departing back and cursed. Zhang Wanli went out with an old fox-like smile on his face. I don't believe you can hold back. Stupid woman. It was not what Zhang Wanli expected. Xiao Yi thought about it again and again, but finally she couldn't resist and came outside Huang Chang's room. Knock knock knock. Xiao Yi knocked gently on the door with a tense look on her face. She didn't know if Huang Chang would be furious, but as his woman, she should have some privileges, right? After waiting a long time, no one answered. Knock knock knock. Xiao Yi knocked on the door of the room again. Her palms were already sweaty with tension. Boom! The door suddenly exploded into pieces. A flying sword violently hovered in front of Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was so scared that her legs went limp and she directly fell to her knees. Inside the house, a grim-faced Huang Chang stepped out. He looked at Xiao Yi in a condescending manner. Did I say not to disturb me? Yeah. Sorry. Xiao Yi was filled with fear. If it weren't for the fact that you're my woman, you'd already be dead. Huang Chang beckoned, and the flying sword shrunk and was swallowed in one gulp. Thank you, husband. Xiao Yi forced down her fear and smiled harder than she cried. Don't call me husband. Recognize yourself and call me master from now on. Huang Chang's eyes revealed a ghostly cold color. Yes, master. Xiao Yi lowered her head, feeling humiliated and a different kind of excitement. Follow me into the house. Huang Chang turned his head and didn't even look at her. Xiao Yi lowered her head and followed her in, and in no time at all there was a woozy sound coming from the house. It went on until most of the night. Xiao Yi was paralyzed on the bed and didn't even have the strength to speak. This is your punishment for disturbing my cultivation, Huang Chang said with an evil smile. Master, my slave knows I'm wrong, Xiao Yi said with winks. Say, what's up? Huang Chang said in a refreshed manner. Master, slave wants to ask you to help me get rid of A. Zhou said one by one. Get rid of who? Huang Chang said carelessly. Master of the Xiaoshan Pavilion, Song Xiaoshan. Zhou said one by one. What kind of organization is this Xiaoshan Pavilion? Huang Chang asked. Xiaoshan Pavilion is one of the 3 largest greenhouses in Chang'an. If Master helps me get rid of Song Xiaoshan, I'll be able to leap to become the largest greenhouse master in Chang'an, and you'll be honored with it when I tell you, Xiao Yi said as she pressed herself against Huang Chang. Huang Chang laughed evilly. I'm not interested in these vanities. After you become the owner of the largest greenhouse in Chang'an, how many of your caliber can you offer me? Joichi blanched. Huang Chang just craved her body, and it looked like he didn't want to take responsibility at all. She quickly adjusted though. Himself and this Huang Chang were nothing more than a relationship of mutual utilization. So she smiled and said, as much as you want. Good. Huang Chang smiled evilly. In that case, I'll help you become the master of this Chang'an's greenhouse. Thank you, master. Xiao Yi showed excitement in his eyes. Finally, Song Xiaoshan, you are finally going to die. From now on, there will only be Xiao Yi in Chang'an, not Song Xiaoshan, Xiao Yi said in his mind. The Song Xiaoshan you speak of, where is she now? Huang Chang asked again. Master, this left Chang'an with great fanfare half a month ago, and has now arrived in the area of 10,000 flowers. Zhou said one by one. Not in Chang'an? That's better. Huang Chang smiled evilly. I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Now, open your mouth. Early the next morning, Huang Chang left early. Not long after Huang Chang left, Zhang Wanli came back. Ms. Zhou, I knew you could do it. Zhang Wanli boasted with a smile on his face. Xiao Yi snorted coldly and said, "You think I'm like you, a punk?" Zhang Wanli's smile stuttered, but it was quickly concealed. "I, Zhang, would like to first congratulate Miss Xiao on becoming the owner of the largest greenhouse in this Chang'an. From now on, in my Renju's territory, you, drunken lifehouse, need to retreat. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Xiao Yi said faintly. "Mr. Zhang should be the only one who looks up to him. Xiao." Zhang Wanli bent over and said, "Stand down." Zhou Ichichi gave the order of eviction. Zhang Wanli bent over and walked out. As soon as he arrived outside, his full-face smile disappeared without a trace, and turned to become gloomy and horrible. "Little one across the river and tear down the bridge? Who is the yellow bird and who is the praying mantis? It's really hard to say." Song Xiaoxiang's traveling party had already repelled the third wave of incoming personnel. There was no lack of martial arts masters among these incoming offenders, but Song Xiaoxiang's guards were better, so there was no danger of being surprised. "Hard work everyone," Song Xiaoxiang said to the crowd with a smile. "Pavilion Master is joking. What's so hard about it? These little yakuza are just here to add to the joke. Ha ha ha. That is to say, I haven't warmed up yet, old me. Let's hope for a few more waves. There are too many stupid people in this world who actually dare to hit our Pavilion Master. They really don't know the heights of heaven." Those guards around Song Xiaoxiang laughed and talked loudly. These three waves of incoming offenders didn't even cause them to be injured. They were just too weak. Standing next to Song Xiaoxiang was a strong man with a naked body, his bronze skin flowing under the sun with a halo. He clasped his hands and didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. He was ghostly. Song Xiaoxiang's first escort. Li Gui, a horizontal training skills peak. Look, martial arts has reached the state of perfection. Is now one of the few martial arts masters in the Jianghu. Chapter 33 Farewell Letter. Martial Arts Grandmaster. Martial arts can be a godsend. That's folklore. But the great masters of martial arts do have their own gods and goddesses. Some strong martial grandmasters could even rival cultivators at the god transformation stage. This is not a pipe dream. For example, Ghostly had once killed a Yuaning stage cultivator with 3 punches. Perhaps this Yuaning stage cultivator had an element of gullibility, but this could also show the gold content of a martial Dao grandmaster. After thanking everyone, Song Xiaoxiang returned to the carriage. There was plenty of room inside the wagon. On the table is a scroll portrait. Song Xiaoxiang spread out the scroll, and the person on the portrait was clearly Su Qi. Su Qi in the portrait is dressed in white, looking up at the sky with a sense of loneliness, holding the sun and moon in your hands and picking the stars. "There is no one like you in the world." Song Xiaoxiang stroked the portrait and murmured, "Eternal life view." As fall turns to winter, the sky is again filled with goosefeather snow. Every winter is the most beautiful time of the year in Clear Creek, frozen for miles and miles and miles of silver. Even though Su Qi had already practiced 300 levels of Qi, he would still feel cold. In past winters he had to make his own fire and burn charcoal, but since Jiang Yu had arrived, that kind of work was no longer his turn. Slowly, he seemed to be living as Lu Chahan, with the momentum of the viewer. "Elder Su, today we'll drink rib soup." Ginger Moon came over with a casserole and a smile. Su Qi revealed a smile. "Tough job." Wang Nanbo vigorously sniffled on the side. "I go. So fragrant. Little Jiang Yu, your cooking skills have improved again." Ginger Moon put down the casserole. Wang Nanbo was impatiently about to open the lid, but Jiang Yu slapped her hand away. "This is for Senior Su." "You? No." Wang Nanbo rolled his eyes. "You have such a big pot of ribs. Can Su Qi finish it all by himself? Not even if you can't eat it all." Ginger Moon said with a grunt. "Little Jiang Yu, you're not right. Well, at least I usually take you out to spend your days drinking. There's hard work without merit," Wang Nanbo said. Jiang Yu ignored Wang Nanbo and brought another small plate with dipping water. "Elder Su, this is my secret spicy dish. It's absolutely perfect with these ribs. Try it," Ginger Moon said with a smile. Su Qi nodded as he opened the casserole. The crystal clear soup reflected the ribs very nicely. Gulp. Wang Nanbo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "I'll go. Radish rib soup. Eat radish in winter. Eat ginger in summer. Don't need a bone setter to prescribe medicine. Little Ginger Moon, have a heart." Jiang Yu rolled her eyes, pretending that she didn't hear Wang Nanbo's broken thoughts. Su Qi picked up a piece of ribs, dipped it in the spicy dish, and then put the ribs into his mouth. The meat of the ribs is soft and tender with a Q-tip that melts in your mouth. And with this secret dipping dish, the flavor is truly exceptional. "Well?" Jiang Yu asked with an expectant face. "It's delicious," Su Qi affirmed. "I'll try." Wang Nanbo picked up his chopsticks and dipped the spicy dish in a swift manner before putting the ribs in his mouth. I'll go. Absolute. After finishing a piece of ribs, Wang Nanbo gave a thumbs up. Little Jiangyu, whoever marries you in the future will definitely be blessed. Coincidentally, whoever marries you, he will be convinced. Ginger Moon said with a smirk. Correction. I'm not getting married. Wang Nanbo said as he waved his hand repeatedly. What about saying no? Ginger Moon said. Su Qi was already used to the two of them bickering. He'd be surprised if he didn't mix it up one day. Little Taoist Su. Little Taoist Su. Is Taoist Master Xiao Su here? Just then, the voices of a man and a woman came from outside the Taoist temple. Then two figures ran in, panicked and confused. Auntie Zhang. Uncle Zhang. What's wrong with you guys? Su Qi stood up in a hurry. The two were covered in snow and wind. Their faces were pale, and there were tears glistening in their eyes. How similar is this to a scene from over a decade ago? Su Qi remembers that it was also a snowy day, and the two ran to the Taoist temple in a panic to tell him that Sweetie was lost. Taoist Master Xiao Su. Sweetie, she has news. Auntie Zhang held a piece of letter paper in her hand and said excitedly. That's great news. What's going on with you guys? Su Qi asked. He was actually a little happy to hear the news about Zhang's sweetness. Taoist little Su. See for yourself. Auntie Zhang sighed and handed over the letter paper. Su Qi took the letter paper and unfolded it to read it. All hail and peace to you, Lord Parent. It has been more than 5 years since I left my hometown. But fortunately, I have found my chance and am currently worshipping at the Moon Locking House. I've always wanted to write to you, but the clan is full of business, and I'm a fool, so I need to practice hard, so I've been delayed. I often miss the moon back home, the smell of rice back home, the peach blossoms back home, you guys back home, and him back home. I don't know how little Su Taoist Master is now. He should still be the same as before, with a green shirt, as if he was an immortal on earth. I don't know how you guys are doing, if you still blame me for leaving without saying goodbye and stubbornly searching for a chance, or if you guys are also relieved and supportive of my decision. Mother, you often told me that people should believe in fate, but I don't. With my tireless efforts, I finally got the chance to become a full-fledged disciple. I heard from the formal disciples in the sect that the test is very treacherous and I don't even have a 10% chance. But it was a difficult hurdle that I had to cross in order to step into the path of cultivation. I haven't told anyone. I'm scared. I'm afraid I'll never come back. I'm afraid I'll never sleep again. I'm afraid I'll never see you guys again. I'm afraid I'll be disappointed by little Su Taoist. But I'm not that kid who can hide under your shelter anymore. I've grown up. If I succeed this time, I will return home in fine clothes. If I fail this time, please fold a bouquet of peach blossoms in the coming spring, and bid Brother Su a proper farewell for me. The letter ends here. Su Qi folded up the letter paper and handed it back to Auntie Zhang. He closed his eyes, his mind flashing through the moments he had spent with Zhang Tian. Rather than a letter from home, this is a farewell letter from Zhang Tian, reporting peace and saying goodbye. Taoist Master Xiao Su. I don't know what the test for this Moon Locking House is, but I implore you to save sweetness. We don't want to send a white hair to a black hair. Uncle Zhang was about to kneel down for Su Qi with both knees bent. Su Qi raised his hand to support Uncle Zhang and was just about to say something when Wang Nanbo, who was on the side, spoke. Old man, did you just say Moonlocker? Wang Nanbo wondered. Exactly. You know that. Immortal? Uncle Zhang's face showed excitement. This third-rate sect is still engaging in that screening system. Ah, stupid. Wang Nanbo shook his head and said, you know about the test at the Moonlocker? Su Qi looked at Wang Nanbo. I don't know. I just heard about it. Wang Nanbo said with a shrug. Just when Su Qi wanted to punch him, Wang Nanbo pointed at Jiang Yu and said, but little Jiang Yu surely knows. Chapter 34, The Sword. Su Qi looked at Jiang Yu. Ginger Moon sighed and said, I do know. Auntie Zhang and Uncle Zhang looked at Jiang Yu again. Ginger Moon then continued. The Moon Locking Building, also known as the Moon Locking Sect, is ranked at the bottom of the list inside many sects, and the technique it cultivates is called the Moon Locking Technique. However, this Moon Locking Technique is not a proper technique, and there are great side effects, so they set up a set of assessment mechanisms, and only by passing this assessment mechanism can one become an official disciple and be able to cultivate the Moon Locking Technique. But the Moon Locking House's assessment mechanism is anti-humanity. Their sect determined that only by casting off humanity can there be divinity. So the death and injury rate of this assessment is also very high, only about 0.5 out of 10 can survive. That means the one that survived also went half dead. Hear this. Auntie Zhang and Uncle Zhang were both about to stand unsteadily, looking like they were about to faint. Little Taoist Su, you must save our sweetie, Auntie Zhang said tearfully. Well, you don't say. Su Qi raised his hand to stop Jiang Yu, then said, don't worry, Auntie Zhang, I will keep sweetie safe and sound. Thank you, Taoist little Su. Thank you. The old couple thanked desperately. They were much more at ease with Su Qi's assurance. Well, you guys hurry back, I'll be heading out as soon as I'm ready on my end, Su Qi advised. Then we won't trouble you. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang are gone. Su Qi watched their backs disappear into the goosefeather snow. Where is the moon locker? Su Qi asked softly. It's 100 miles outside of Mountain Moon City, far from Qingxi town, Ginger Moon said. Then depart at once. Su Qi said. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Right at this moment, Wang Nanbo said. There are still 10 days left before the moon locking building's examination, so it's fine for us to set off early tomorrow morning. How do you know? Su Qi asked. Haven't you ever seen a pig run before if you've never eaten pork? Wang Nanbo laughed and said. This moon locking house is the most peculiar within our bunch of sects. Every time the assessment also invites the majority of sect disciples and Jianghu people to watch. This time is no exception. I have long received an invitation. With that, Wang Nanbo pulled out an invitation from his spatial ring. This invitation is not bad. The whole body also with gilt edges. The invitation also locked the moon building logo. Su Qi looked at it, and the start time was indeed 10 days later. The location was just 100 miles outside of Mountain and Moon City, Moon Mountain. Jiang Yu said from the side. Every year, the Devil Suppressor Division receives quite a few invitations from the Moon Locking House. I can ask the nearest Devil Suppressor Division for 2 invitations. You can't get in without an invitation? Su Rise asked a nonsense question. You'll be stopped outside the clan if you don't have an invitation, Ginger Moon said. Then let's leave tomorrow, Su Qi said. It's finally time to go out again. After being here for so long, I've forgotten what the flowery world outside looks like. Wang Nanbo stretched his back and smiled. You don't go to the dashing pavilion very often, Ginger Moon said from the sidelines. Little Jiang Yu, no matter how delicious the mountain delicacies are, there will be a day when you get tired of eating them. You're still young and won't understand, Wang Nanbo said with a smile. Ugh, dead scum, Jiang Yu cursed. All of you rest early today, and tomorrow we will leave early in the morning. Su Qi finished and turned around to go back to the bedroom. Watching Su Qi leave, Wang Nanbo asked with a gossipy face. Little Jiang Yu, who is this sweetie? Seeing Su Qi so nervous, it can't be his old flame, right? Ginger Moon shook her head and said, of course not. The events of that year were then recounted. After listening, Wang Nanbo stroked his chin and said, I didn't realize that this guy Su Qi also had times when he was in a hurry. Before I always felt that nothing could move him. Elder Su is a cold-faced person with a warm heart, Ginger Moon said. I don't know if my heart is hot or not, but my body sure is. Want a buddy to help you? Wang Nanbo said with a bad smile. Get out. Jiang Yu kicked Wang Nanbo in the ass. Mountain and Moon City is far from Qingxi town in the mountains. Even if you rode a fast horse and traveled without sleep, it would take a month to get there. But luckily, Wang Nanbo was there. If one were to fly by Imperial Sword, counting the time spent resting in the middle of the journey, slowly and leisurely, it would only take 3 days to arrive. Early the next morning, Su rising is light on his feet. A change of clothes and a mahogany sword were all he had. In addition, he posted a notice in front of the Taoist temple. Something's gone wrong. Half a month of closed observation. Even more dashing than Su Qi was Wang Nanbo, who brought nothing with him empty-handed, because he had a space ring on him. Something like a spatial ring was rather extravagant, and most cultivators used storage bags. For example, Jiang Yu, that little pink bag around her waist is a storage bag, about the size of a palm, but capable of holding hundreds of pounds. A cultivator as powerful as you are still carrying a cloth bag and a peachwood sword? Is this like that? Where's your space ring? Wang Nanbo yelled when he saw Su Qi in this outfit. No, Su Qi said lightly. Before Jiang Yu and Wang Nanbo came, he had never even seen a storage bag or spatial ring. Holy, you're above the void refining stage and you still don't have a spatial ring? Refine one yourself. Wang Nanbo's mouth was wide open. A Jindan stage cultivator would be able to refine magic weapons on his own. However, a magic weapon like a spatial ring has to use a spatial stone, which is relatively rare. So there are very few cultivators who can have a spatial ring at the Jindan stage. If one really came across a cultivator who possessed a spatial ring at the Jindan stage, they either had a big background or were just too lucky. In the eyes of Wang Nanbo, Su Chi must be above the refined void stage in any case, and it is impossible for a refined void stage cultivator to be poor enough to not have a spatial ring. After all, the most important thing for cultivators to raise their realm was talent, followed by supplies. I've told you hundreds of times, I'm in the chi practicing stage, Su Chi said lightly. Okay, you're in the chi practicing stage. Wang Nanbo didn't believe it at all and rolled his eyes before saying, Little Jiangyu, are you sitting on my flying sword or Su Chi's? With that, Wang Nanbo waved his hand. A golden light flashed and a flying sword appeared in front of him. This flying sword was golden in color, flowing with a faint luster, and was also carved with some complicated patterns. It was not a mortal product at a glance. Kang Yu was about to reply. Su Chi, however, was the first to speak. You seem to be mistaken about one thing, Su Chi said. What is it? Wang Nanbo puzzled. You shouldn't ask if Jiang Yu was riding on your flying sword or mine, because both of us, were going to ride on your flying sword. Su Chi laughed. What? Wang Nanbo's eyes widened. Chapter 35 An Empty Town. Big brother, where's your flying sword? Wang Nanbo asked. I don't have a flying sword. Where would I get a flying sword as a chi practicing stage? Su Chi said rightfully. Wang Nanbo held his forehead inside. I'm convinced. At times like this, why don't we stop pretending? Can this world be any better? No one believes in telling the truth. Su Chi also sighed. Wang Nanbo saw that Su Chi was dead set against admitting it, so he had to say, Okay, both of you can sit on my flying sword. Big. With that, Wang Nanbo pinched a spell. This flying sword of his instantly grew in size to a few feet, more than enough to lay down a few people. Su Chi walked to the flying sword. The first time he rode a flying sword, he looked around with great curiosity. He noticed a light halo wrapping around him ever since he stood on the flying sword, as if to prevent him from falling. Go away! When Su Chi and Jiang Yu both stood up, Wang Nanbo shouted. In the next second, the flying sword shot up into the sky, and seemingly for the sake of showing off, Wang Nanbo came to a 90-degree vertical takeoff. If we are talking about gravity, Wang Nanbo should have fallen down by now, but because of those two glowing wrappings, it made him walk as if he were walking on water now. It's really magical. I hope that I can find a technique to cultivate to a higher realm soon, so that I'll be able to fly by sword as well. Su Chi thought to himself. The speed of the flying sword was very fast, and after vertically rushing up into the clouds, it began to head in the direction of Mountain Moon City. I especially like this scene on the clouds every time I rode my sword, Wang Nanbo said with a smile. Jiang Yu said with some envy. I don't know when I'll be able to imperialize my sword. Ha ha ha, little Jiang Yu, your talent is good. Work hard. In another 20 years there is a chance, Wang Nanbo said with a smile. I borrow your advice, Ginger Moon said without a word of humor. 20 years might be a long time for regular people. For cultivators that would be too short. She was now at the peak of Jindan, and she would only be able to impact the spirit of transformation after she broke through to the Yuaning stage. From Yuaning to transformation of God, cultivators with lesser qualifications might have to use hundreds of years. Su Chi, stop pretending. Why don't you release your flying sword and we'll race? Wang Nanbo said with a smile. The higher the cultivation level, the faster the speed of the cultivator's imperial sword. But Wang Nanbo was not a wimp, and he liked to race with people every time he imperial sword. I didn't, Su Chi said lightly. He was looking around him. It was just like flying in an airplane before he crossed over, surrounded by a sea of clouds, but it was a better view when he was able to reach out and touch it. You guys want some excitement? Wang Nanbo suddenly asked. How exciting? Ginger Moon wondered. Now I've turned on the spell formation to withstand the gusts of wind, but that's too tame. I'll turn it on so you can experience what's called true speed and passion, Wang Nanbo said with a smile. Yeah. Jiang Yu's eyes showed excitement. Come, Su Chi also said. That's coming. In the next second, the spell was withdrawn. The gusty wind blew instantly, raising the hair of the three high into the sky. Oh, Jiang Yu, who was riding a flying sword for the first time, opened her mouth and exclaimed. Su Chi also felt his heart beating faster, and had the feeling of standing on an airplane about to parachute. Accelerate! Wang Nanbo laughed as the speed of his flying sword increased once more. The three of them roamed between the clouds with great abandon. 3 hours later, the flying sword landed on a mountain. A little tired, Wang Nanbo said. They'd made it almost a fifth of the way. Sword flying was very spiritually exhausting, and an unusual spirit transformation stage cultivator would have to take a break once an hour, or else his spirituality would run out and he would have to fall out of the sky. Flying with a sword is so much fun. I'm motivated to cultivate, Ginger Moon said with a smile. Suchi nodded back. Indeed. Big brother. You're still pretending. If you really want to hurry up and catch up, hurry up and take out your flying sword. Let's continue to catch up, Wang Nanbo said. I really don't. Suchi said helplessly. How is it that no one believes you when you tell the truth? Forget it, don't push it. Wang Nanbo sat on the ground and looked at the sky. Wait for me to recover for an hour and we'll continue our journey. After saying that, he sat up and began to recover his spiritual energy. Suchi noticed that when Wang Nanbo was practicing, there was a small sword made of spiritual energy above his head, flickering with a faint light, and the spiritual chi in the heaven and earth was constantly pouring towards Wang Nanbo. Is it an illusion? Why does it feel like he absorbs aura so slowly? Suchi thought in his mind. Like his absorption of aura, it could be described as a whale swallowing. If he absorbed it with all his might, all the aura in a 10-mile radius would be absorbed by him in a very short period of time. However, Suchi could not use to absorb the aura at all right now. The aura in his body was like a river and a sea. There was a constant flow of aura. Perhaps this is the divine aspect of practicing chi at the 300th level. Suchi thought silently in his heart. Wang Nanbo was punctual, saying 1 hour without exceeding 1 second. After he opened his eyes, the small sword made of aura above his head also disappeared without a trace. Well, let's keep going, Wang Nanbo said with a smile. He had fully recovered his spiritual power. The three of them rushed up into the sky once more. Another 3 hours passed. That's the equivalent of a 12-hour drive for the three of them today. From the morning, the sky is now full of stars. There was no city nearby, only a small town, so the three of them landed outside this town. After Wang Nanbo collected the flying sword, the three of them walked in together. There wasn't much light in this town, except for 2 large red lanterns hanging at the entrance to the town, reflecting the plaque in blood red. Burial Town. Wang Nanbo looked at the plaque and read. How does this place permeate with an eerie aura? Just now in the sky it was not really felt. Now I feel that it is very weird. Ginger Moon chimed in. And Suchi didn't feel anything, just that the town was a little dimly lit. It might have something to do with his realm, making his 5 senses not as sharp. Wait a moment. I'll probe with my divine sense. Wang Nanbo's divine sense, which was like a substance, instantly swept through the not-so-large town, taking in all the images. Like the divine sense piece, divine sense could be generated at the Jindan stage. When you reach the Yuaning stage you can transform your divine consciousness into a form. But for divine sense to be truly lethal and ever-changing it still has to be at the divine transformation stage. That's why it's also said that the transformation stage is a watershed for cultivators. Only cultivators who had stepped into the God transformation stage were considered to have truly stepped into the immortal way, initially having the means of an immortal. Strange that this is an empty town. Wang Nanbo's face was puzzled. Empty town? Ginger Moon murmured. It's not surprising to see an empty town in the middle of nowhere. But this empty town even had a little bit of light. And there were 2 big red lanterns hanging in front of every house, which was a bit weird. Chapter 36, Under the Mask is. Crack. Just then, a bolt of lightning lit up the night sky. Look, there's even a plank at the mouth of the town. Ginger Moon exclaimed. They didn't notice that under the 2 big red lanterns at the entrance of the town, there was another wooden board erected. Written on it in blood is, Burial Town. No one is allowed to enter. Violators will die. Funny, I still don't believe it. Wang Nanbo revealed a look of interest. Let's go in and take a look. It's no wonder he's not afraid. 3 of them today. 1 at the Jindan stage, 1 at the God transformation stage, and 1 at least at the refined void stage, as he thought of himself. When this configuration encounters some spirits and demons, it can casually beat the hell out of them. Seeing Wang Nanbo walk forward, Suchi and Jian Yu both followed. There was also a red line at the entrance to the town of Burial Town, which seemed to warn the visitors that they would have to die if they crossed it. Playing God. Wang Nanbo was the first to step over the red line. Suchi also crossed over, followed by Jiang Yu. It's cold, Jiang Yu suddenly said after crossing the red line. Cold? It's a little chilly, but it's not cold, is it? Wang Nanbo said with a frown. Suchi, on the other hand, felt nothing, no different from before he came in. Thinking of this, Suchi grabbed Jiang Yu's shoulder and transferred some aura. As the aura entered her body, Jiang Yu instantly felt warmer, which made her think of the scene more than 10 years ago, when she was entered by the Snow Maiden's cold aura, and Suchi dispelled the cold for her in the same way at that time. Thank you, Elder Su, Jiang Yu said with a slight blush on her small face. It's okay, Suchi said. The 3 made their way towards the town. The streets here are very clean, not even a little dusty. There were also fruit stalls with surprisingly neatly arranged fruits on the stalls. Everything here was in order, not at all like an empty town, as if there had been someone here organizing it a second ago. It's still weird. Wang Nanbo swept again with his divine sense, and there was still no one. He casually picked up a cucumber from the stall and sniffed it, and it didn't seem to be any different from a regular cucumber. He then put the cucumber back. It's spooky everywhere, Ginger Moon said. She then took out a stone from inside her storage bag. After inputting a bit of aura, the stone became transparent, revealing a point of light surrounded by a complicated terrain. This is the Pathfinder Stone, which records a map of the Great Song Dynasty and our current location, Ginger Moon explained. I can't believe folks still have this kind of thing. I'll get one to play with later. Wang Nanbo laughed. This thing is not a folkloric one, a treasure unique to our demon suppression division, Ginger Moon said with a bit of pride. Where are we now? Su Qi asked. After looking at it for a while, Jiang Yu said, this town is not included on the map of the Great Song Dynasty, and if you look at the orientation, 200 miles to the east of this town is Jinshi City, which is a bit strange. Strange what? Wang Nanbo asked. Jinshi City is the largest city in the western region of the Great Song Dynasty. Every large city surrounded by 1,000 miles. Our people from the Jinmu division have explored it inch by inch before drawing this map. As a matter of fact, there shouldn't be an undiscovered town. Jiang Yu frowned and said, all in all, this small city is weird in every way. We'd better be careful. In that case, Wang Nanbo smiled faintly and casually waved his hand. Boom! His golden flying sword flew up into the air and erupted with favoritism and incomparable golden light, illuminating the entire town. Under this dazzling and incomparable golden light, every part of the town was illuminated. No matter who you are, if you can evade my divine sense probing, you must have extraordinary means. Why don't you come out and meet me? Wang Nanbo said in a loud voice. Jiang Yu held her forehead. She had just said to be careful, and this guy immediately made such a high-profile scene. Not bad for you, Wang Nanbo. Only the town was still as quiet as ever, and no one answered Wang Nanbo. 5 minutes later, Wang Nanbo put away his flying sword and waved his hand. It's meaningless. It seems that this is really an empty town. Should I continue my journey after I recover, or should I rest here for the night? Wang Nanbo asked again. Ask Elder Su, Ginger Moon said. As much as she wanted to say don't rest here, the thought of Suki being next to her was nothing to be afraid of. Keep on the road, Su Qi said. I'm just a small cultivator at the 300th level of Qi cultivation. I have to avoid all risks as much as possible. Steady, don't make waves, Su Qi said in his heart. Okay, we'll explore the town when we get back and see if it's still an empty town. Wang Nanbo sat down cross-legged and began to recover his aura on the spot. Su Qi found an old acacia tree to sit down, which had a stool under it. As a result, as soon as he sat down, Su Qi felt a strong sense of drowsiness come over him. He was shocked, but he inevitably fell asleep. Su Qi opened his eyes again, and he realized that he was still sitting under the old acacia tree. But Jiang Yu and also Wang Nanbo had disappeared. Su Qi stood up, and a male voice suddenly came behind him. You dare to step into Burial Town even as a small cultivator at the Qi practicing stage. Are you really not afraid of death? Su Qi turned around and saw a manly figure, wearing a white dress. Man, without looking at that face, if you just look at the figure and the skin, this is definitely a beauty. But with that ugly face it just seemed out of place. You, Su Qi phrased it for a long time before saying, you're a human demon? Su Qi clearly saw that a big question mark rose above the man's head. Then he pointed to his face and said, you mean this face? It's just my mask. With that, he removed this very realistic mask as soon as he could, revealing an even uglier face. Didn't expect that, did you? Underneath the mask is an even uglier mask, the man said with a smile. Su Qi suddenly wondered if this guy was a bit out of his mind. I didn't actually bring you here because you have the lowest cultivation level, the man said with a smile. So? Su Qi asked with a crooked head. It's because of your handsome face, the man said, pointing at Su Qi's face. All the sinister things in the world are in this face of yours. If I possessed a face like yours, I should not have come this far. The man chuckled, the flesh of his face piling up like bark. So yeah, I'm going to strip this face of yours and turn it into a mask for me. You don't have to be afraid or struggle. The peeling won't be painful, and I'll try to make it a little more pleasurable for you, the man said as he moved closer towards Su Qi. Can I ask a question? Su Qi suddenly said. Ask. The man stopped and said. Chapter 37, Nightmares. Why is there no one here? Su Qi asked. I thought, at the end of your life, you'd ask for something nutritious to talk about, or words of confession or something like that, but I didn't expect to ask such a. The man thought for half a second, as if to phrase it, ugly question, but I do wonder about this. Suchi cocked his head and thought for a while, then said, of course there's no one here, because I killed the entire town. Or where do you think I got this layer after layer of masks? The man laughed and ripped off another mask, revealing an even uglier face. Is that why everyone here looks so ugly? Or does it make you ugly when you wear it? I think it would be the latter. Suchi said. The man's face twitched as if he was thinking of some bad memory. Okay, you're done with your questions. Now lie down nicely and let me skin you. The man walked towards Suchi. Wait. Suchi raised his hand and said. What again? The man said a little impatiently. Is there anything else you want to ask me? Suchi said with a smile. There's nothing I want to ask you. Just stand still. The man said. Well, then I'm going to take a shot. Suchi said. This belongs to the dream space. All your abilities can't be utilized. Not to mention that you're still a small cultivator at the chi practicing stage. Don't waste your efforts. Grass. The man exploded in fear. He saw Suchi throw a punch. This punch seemed to be plain and ordinary, but it brought forth a terrifying and incomparable astral wind. Wherever the wind of the fist passed, the space collapsed layer by layer, like broken glass. Now the chi practicing stages in the outside world are all powerful to this extent? Rumble. Space continued to shatter and the ground began to shake. The man knew it was the dream space about to collapse. He wanted to escape, but it was like he was stuck in a quagmire and couldn't pull himself out. Wait, I have something to say. The man opened his mouth and tried to beg for mercy, but the next second, he was engulfed by the wind of the fist, like a candle in the wind. It went out. There wasn't even a trace left. I've just asked if you have anything else to say, and in your next life you'll have something to say sooner. Suchi said with a sigh. I've already thrown a punch, but I can't take it back. What should I do? Boom! This space collapsed after the man's death. Suchi opened his eyes again under the old acacia tree. Only this time, both Wang Nanbua and Zhang Yu were there. Everything around him was just as it was when he arrived, as if nothing had happened. A dead leaf fell and landed right at Suchi's feet. How long have I been asleep? Suchi looked at Zhang Yu and asked. Less than a quarter of an hour. Ginger Moon said. Suchi nodded. It seemed that this inexplicable man possessed the ability to drag people into the dream space, and if they died inside the dream space, they might actually die in the outside world as well. Suchi didn't say anything about what just happened. A small demon that only dared to seek out the chi practicing stage. There was really nothing to say. Meanwhile, a deep mountain thousands of miles away. Put! A red-faced man suddenly spurted blood from his mouth, his face turning pale in an instant. Manhwa, what's going on? The demonic man sitting on the throne frowned. The man who was called Dream Slave had a terrified look on his face. Your lord, my nightmare doppelganger was killed. Did you get a good look at the mold? The demonic man frowned. The image came back badly damaged. Only a Taoist uniform was visible. Dream Slave said with a pale face. Dogs again. The demonic man slammed his throne. Have I been stabbing the Taoist nest lately? Lord, rest your anger. At this stage it's still important to restore our strength. Meng Nu hurriedly persuaded. Humph. When I regain my strength, the first one I'll go and exterminate the Qingxi town's Taoist priests to avenge the blood slave and the hidden slave. The demonic man said with a red glow in his eyes. The blood slave and the hidden slave would be comforted if they knew in their springs. Manu hastily bragged. 1 hour later, Wang Nanbo regained his spiritual power and rushed up into the sky with the duo of Suchi and Zhang Yu. Far away from this weird town, they planned to rest for the night in Jinshi City and continue their journey on the second day. After a quarter of an hour or so, the three of them arrived at Jinshi City. Jinshi City, as the largest city in the western part of the Great Song Dynasty, its prosperity cannot be compared with Chang'an, Kaifeng and other places, but it is also very lively. Wang Nanbo landed outside the city and several people entered on foot. Generally speaking, cultivators would not be too high profile outside to avoid some trouble. The soldiers at the entrance of Jinshi City were very spirited, with a pair of tiger eyes patrolling the pedestrians coming and going. Suchi and the others were not questioned when they entered the city, and they entered the city without any problems. After entering the city, the streets were brightly lit, and probably because it was nighttime, there weren't too many pedestrians. There's even a drunken life building here. Why don't we go have some fun? Wang Nanbo saw a brightly lit building and his eyes lit up as he said, Play, play, play. Just play, play. We're out on business. Ginger Moon said without a word of humor. It's not a delay. Life is a time to be happy. Wang Nanbo said with a bad smile. How does this drunken lifehouse compare to the last Xiaoshan pavilion? Su Qi hesitated. There are 1,000 of each. All are decent places. Wang Nanbo patted his chest and said, no go. Su Qi said decisively. And it wasn't because the place was decent. It was mainly because I was sleepy. Our elder Su is not as prodigal as you. Ginger Moon said smugly. Su Qi nodded approvingly as he followed along. Che, prude. Wang Nanbo skimmed his mouth. The three of them finally found an inn that looked quite large from the outside. The name is, The End of Days. Su Qi thought the name was good and chose this one. At the entrance of this Tianya Inn, there are 2 other wooden signs. It reads, we are all at the same end of the world, and we have met before. Su Qi's spirit was lifted when he saw this poem, thinking that the owner who opened this store could have also traveled across the world. Or else how would he know this poem on earth? Once inside the inn, the decor inside was simple, and the shopkeeper was a middle-aged man, a thick and honest man from the looks of his face. Several guests. Would you like to stay or eat? The shopkeeper stepped forward and said with a smile. Accommodation. Give us 3 upper rooms. Wang Nanbo said with a smile. Good. The shopkeeper smiled and said, I'll let Xiao Er take you all to see the rooms. Xiao Lu, take a few honored guests to the upper rooms on the 3rd floor. Okay. A very spirited young man ran out from the room, and contrary to the shopkeeper, this young man was a very shrewd person from his face. Chapter 38, White-Clothed Swordsman. Several guests. This way please. The youth called Xiao Lu said with a smile on his face. Su Qi and the others followed. Xiao Lu peeked at a few people in the dark. These 3 don't look simple. The most handsome man in the center looks like a Taoist priest. He should be someone with great skills. This one on the left looks like a noble gentleman. He must be loaded with money. This woman on the right. The yin qi between her eyebrows, and from this aura it's likely that she's a member of the official family. Roku was secretly alarmed. At the same time, he had some small ideas, thinking that he could climb up to these dignitaries. After coming to the 3rd floor, Kuroku showed the 3 men the 3 rooms. Several guests. These are the upper rooms of our inn. With windows, you can see the view of the city. The light is okay, to ensure that several of you sleep comfortably at night. Well, good. Wang Nanbo said with satisfaction. He had stayed in so many inns, and this one still gave him a good feeling. If a few guests need anything they can always order me. I'm always here. Kuroku chuckled again. Got it. Go ahead and go down. Wang Nanbo waved his hand and said, okay. Kuroku retreated. I'll take the first one. You 2 pick the rest. Wang Nanbo said. The first is the smallest room, the second is the largest, and the third is second. At Jiang Yu's strong request, Su Qi stayed in the second room. After settling down, Wang Nanbo came back to ask Su Qi to go with him to the Drunken Life building to have fun, but he was righteously rejected by Su Qi. You've got it all wrong. I'm not the one who goes to the proper places. Su Qi thought seriously. In the end, Wang Nanbo had to head to Drunken Life House alone. The night was quiet. There was a big, round, bright moon outside the window. Su Qi opened the window and looked at the bright moon. Today's people don't see the ancient moon, but the moon used to shine on the ancient people. Su Qi suddenly had a feeling. Even before he crossed over, he loved to look at the moon. The moon is even better looking today than it was then, but it doesn't seem to be in the same mood as it was then. In the meantime, thousands of miles away, Huang Chang is still rushing around. Hiya! Huang Chang shouted as he waved his whip. He felt that as a cultivator, it was a bit low for him to have to travel on horseback, but there was no way around it. Not having reached the transformation god stage yet, one could only choose this way. Now that I'm at the peak of Yuaning, when I cultivate to the god transformation stage I'll be able to control a sword, and only then will I have a bit of an immortal's demeanor. Huang Chang thought to himself. Sooner or later, the first genius of the 9 heavenly sword sect will be mine. Wang Nanhua. Just wait. Huang Chang looked at the bright moon in the sky and shouted with great pride. Suki was about to close the window and go to sleep, but at that moment, he saw that there was actually a human figure above the full moon. This silhouette stood with his arms folded. His robes were in a flurry, and he couldn't see his face, but he had the demeanor of a tall man. Suchi rubbed his eyes. From the naked eye, this person did not step on a flying sword. Cultivators who could fly through the air without the aid of flying swords were at least at the Mahayana stage. What is a Mahayana cultivator doing showing up here? Suchi was a bit puzzled, but the next moment he knew what had happened. Only to see the silhouette wave his hand, everything in the sky disappeared. The stars, the moon, the clouds, black, endless black. The art of fighting. This is truly a top-notch cultivator. the night sky, which had been clear, instantly became as black as ink, obscuring even the lights of the city. Black, reaching for the dark. A thick aura of death spread from Suchi's heart. This is going to be a massacre, refining the entire Jinchi city. For the first time in so many years, he felt the horror of death. At this moment he suddenly realized that what practicing Chi 300 layers were all floating clouds. And it was true that the outside world was still too dangerous. It's safest to be in the middle of nowhere, in Clear Creek. But Su Chi wasn't going to move. He simply did not possess the means to escape. If you have the chance, you still need to learn an escape skill. That was the only thought Su Chi had. Who dares to act wildly here? Just at that moment, a violent shout came out. The golden light rose to the sky and became the only light in this darkness. Su Chi saw a monk flying up in the air, a string of Buddha beads in his hand, and a divine aura permeating his body. Monk Hueji, you're actually here. The person above the moon shadow spoke faintly. So it's you, Demon Father. Wisdom clasped her hands together, and the golden light on her body surged once again, dispersing the darkness by as much as half. You won't be able to slaughter the city today with me around, Wise said. Then try it, the man known as the Demon Father said. But right at this moment, Su Chi saw a cold light flash by. It was hard to describe what kind of light it was, whether it was Buddha's light or darkness. It all shattered at this moment, revealing a clear and bright sky again. Sword intent. Extreme sword intent. Su Chi felt goosebumps all over his body. It's stunning, even though it was hard to see. It was a feeling that made the soul tremble. Get out of Jinchi City. A white-clothed swordsman stood on the tallest bell tower in Jinchi City and said indifferently, Li Tai Bai. I didn't expect you to be here as well. The demonic father said with a smile. The swordsman leaned against the belfry and said nothing. Just as well, since you're here too, I'll give you face. After saying that, the figure above the moon shadow disappeared. Monk Huiji saluted the swordsman, but when he raised his head again, the swordsman had already disappeared. At this moment, Su Chi was not only shocked but also elated, because the system triggered the reward again just now. Great Chi Luck Enhancement. Comprehend the sword move instant sword. Su Chi closed his eyes. The sword just now had surprisingly been reflected into his mind, playing in a continuous loop in his mind. I must practice this move, Su Chi said to himself. It was only that he didn't have a handy weapon right now, so he could only keep simulating this sword in his mind. The more he learned, the more alarmed he became. Compared to this sword he was simply hacking and slashing before, with no rules. This sword can raise my strength by at least 50%, if not more, Su Chi said darkly. That night, Su Chi just sat on the ground, constantly simulating this sword in his mind. It was not until dawn that Wang Nanbo returned to the inn, full of alcohol. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Wang Nanbo pushed open the door of Su Chi's room and said with the smell of alcohol. Su Chi sat cross-legged on the ground with a bland expression. First, get rid of your aura of alcohol. Hey, what's up with that? With a wave of his hand, Wang Nanbo's aura directly dissolved the alcohol-filled aura, and he regained his sobriety, without the drunken look he had just had. Suki, you don't understand the feeling of being slightly intoxicated. That's really floating, Wang Nanbo said with a smile. Okay, let's get going. Su Chi opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. Chapter 39 Arrival at Mountain and Moon City. For some unknown reason, Wang Nanbo seemed to feel a strong sword intent on Su Chi. It's just a flash, though. However, as the 9 heavenly sword sects heavenly pride, his perception of sword intent was absolutely not wrong. So this guy Su Chi is still a hidden sword Dao powerhouse? Wang Nanbo's heart was flabbergasted, but then he was excited. He followed Su Chi to motivate himself to keep getting stronger, and now he had another reason to fight. Su Chi is feeling especially good right now. Maybe it was because of the system's assistance. This sword move he comprehended very quickly. In his mind he was already able to use the sword, although he wasn't too skillful yet. But that kind of earth-shattering destructive power was completely simulated. So there's another means to save your life, Su Chi thought in his mind. Before the two could head to Jiang Yu's room, Jiang Yu came over of her own accord. Going to leave? Ginger Moon is already neatly packed. Right, Wang Nanbo said. After the three left, the young man named Xiaolu was a bit lost. He had originally wanted to climb up the ranks of the powerful, but he did not expect that these people would not stay at all, and directly left. 2 days later, the three of them finally descended on Mountain Moon City. Mountain Moon City was a city near the northwestern region. The city wasn't big or small, and overall it could be described as mediocre. Because of the perennial sandstorms, the houses here are predominantly bungalows. Walking through the streets of Mountain Moon City, one could see that there were still quite a few banners publicizing the Moonlock Tower's test this time. The 99th sect examination of the moonlocking building will be held soon, and all major sects in Jianghu people are cordially invited to observe. How many times in life can you fight? Don't wait until you're old and hate the wasted time. The largest clan test in history. You absolutely cannot miss it. Look at these signs on the side of the road. Wang Nanbo smacked his lips and said, I have long heard that the locking of the moon building to play with the flowers. I did not expect such a thunderbolt. Messed up with the vegetable market to sell vegetables. Moonlocker has always been this style. Zhang Yu was not surprised. Su Qi was calculating how he was going to find Zhang Tian. What about after finding Sweet Zhang? And how to make her willingly give up this examination? That was the question. Unless one had an orthodox cultivation inheritance here that could be given to this nymphette. But alas, one does not. Su Qi then turned his gaze to Wang Nanbo. Wang Nanbo felt a bit chilled and inexplicably said, Su Qi, why are you looking at me like this? You said you were the clan's chief disciple, right? Su Qi asked with a smile. Not bad. Why? Wang Nanbo straightened his chest. This chief disciple you speak of, does he have much power? Su Qi asked. That's of course great. Wherever I go, as long as it's a disciple of the sect, those whose seniority is lower than mine all have to call out to me as senior brother. Wang Nanbo said triumphantly. Then if someone wants to worship in your clan, can you make the call? Su Qi asked with a smile. Well, Wang Nanbo suddenly came back to his senses. You want to send your old flame into our clan? Not an old flame. My sister. Su Qi corrected. Sister today. Sister tomorrow. And the day after that becomes a little baby. Wang Nanbo said subconsciously. And then there was a kick in the ass from Kong Moon. Wang Nanbo was kicked a foot after. Positive color. This well mainly depends on your sister's qualifications. If the qualification is good, then naturally there is no problem. If the qualification is not good, then I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Anyway, you find a way. Or I'll take you as a chief disciple who is bragging. Su Qi said. Big brother, you're being unreasonable. Forget it. Anyway, if we see the person first, I'll definitely find a way to get her into the sect. Wang Nanbo sighed and said. In his opinion, if he hadn't become an official disciple after more than 5 years of mingling in a third-rate sect like the Moonlocking House, his qualifications must not be much better. But then, if he got her into the sect, wouldn't Su Qi owe himself a huge favor? For this favor, Wang Nanbo felt it was worth it. After convincing Wang Nanbo, Su Qi was in a much better mood. As the Nine Heavenly Sword sect was a superb sect, Zhang Sweetness did not have any burdens even if she detached herself from the Moonlocking House. A few of you don't look like locals. Are you here to observe the Immortal Sect test? I have invitations here. Do you want them? Just then, a thin man came up and asked with a smile. No, we have an invitation. Wang Nanbo said. With an invitation, you shouldn't have accommodation yet, right? Now that it's close to the Immortal Sect test period, it's hard to find housing. Leave it to me and rest assured of everything. Skinny continued his sales pitch. This is not necessary either. I heard that the Moon Locker will provide guest rooms. Wang Nanbo said with a smile. Hey, that's only if it's a high-scale invitation. Regular invitations don't have that privilege. The thin man said with a smile. Then Wang Nanbo pulled out an invitation and said, then see if my kind has any privileges? As soon as Wang Nanbo pulled out the invitation, the thin man's eyes went straight as he subconsciously swallowed his saliva and said, yes, 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 you are the top-of-the-line invitation to stay at the Moonlocking House. After saying that, the thin man looked at Zhang Yu and Su Qi again and hesitantly said, then do these two also possess this level of invitation? Ginger Moon nodded and said, we're all the same. With all due respect, are the three of you out of this invitation? An invitation of this caliber can be sold for an astronomical price. The thin man said through gritted teeth, do we look like we're short of money to you? Wang Nanbo said with a smile. Okay. The thin man sighed, and then added, however, the three of you are traveling a long way to the Moonlocking Tower. Do you need to rent a carriage or a fast horse, which I can also provide here? Well, there can be. Wang Nanbo said thoughtfully. Every clan has rules that prohibit imperial sword flight within 10 miles of the Moonlocking building. Although Wang Nanbo was a member of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, he had to follow the customs of the land. Otherwise he would be said that the Nine Heavenly Sword sect didn't know the rules. As the chief disciple of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, he also needed to maintain the face of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect outside. The thin man's perseverance finally solicited business. Su Qi watched from the sidelines and secretly nodded his head. This kid is a talent in sales. The thin man, who received an affirmative reply, immediately smiled with joy. Then the 3 honored guests come with me. I'll take you to the horse gang. The 3 of them followed the thin man for almost a quarter of an hour to the North City Gate. There are a lot of horses and wagons here at the gates. It looks like they are all used for leasing or trading. The thin man walked up with the 3 men and talked to the middle-aged man standing there. The middle-aged man had a scar on his face that ran almost the entire length of his face, making him look a bit hideous and gruesome. Chapter 40, New Partners. Lord Ma, I've brought a few honorable guests to take care of your business, the thin man said very politely. The middle-aged man glanced at Su Chi and the others and asked, "Rent a horse or a carriage?" Jiang Yu thought about it and said, "The carriage. 10 taels of silver a day for the carriage, and a deposit of 100 taels, to be refunded when the carriage is returned." The middle-aged man said, 100 taels of silver, a huge sum for a mortal. It can be seen that those who can afford to rent a carriage are also either rich or noble. Jiang Yu glanced at Wang Nanbua. Pay up. Her monthly salary is only a few hundred taels, and it is natural for her to look for the wrongdoer Wang Nanbua at times like this. Wang Nanbua liked to have fun on earth and often had tens of thousands of taels of silver bills on him. Wang Nanbua pretended to dig around in his clothes pocket before pulling out a stack of silver tickets. This stack of silver bills made the thin man as well as the middle-aged man look dumbfounded. Each one had a denomination of at least 1,000 taels, and roughly speaking it was at least tens of thousands of taels. A hint of greed appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes, but it was quickly hidden again. It's not easy to find a small amount of money like 100 taels. Wang Nanbua directly threw out a 1,000 taels silver ticket and said, "Tell you what, I'll buy this carriage of yours. No need to look for it, boss atmospheric. But I can't really buy this carriage for 1,000 taels of silver, at least 2,000 taels. The middle-aged man said with a smile. 2,000 taels will be 2,000 taels. Wang Nanbua threw out another silver ticket as if it was a scrap of paper. For cultivators, especially high-level cultivators, earthly currency was really similar to waste paper, so he didn't care. "You're stupid." Just then, a clear female voice came. The crowd turned around and a beautiful woman in a light green dress walked over with an expression on her face that looked like anger. "This carriage can be bought for 30 taels at most, and you offer 2,000 taels?" the woman said, crossing her arms. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. "This girl, cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. You wouldn't not understand this reasoning, would you?" The woman rolled her eyes and said, "I just can't stand to see what's wrong with a crooked businessman." Of course Wang Nanbua was not stupid. He just didn't treat money as money. Seeing this righteous woman, he rose a little interest. "Miss, where is the 30 taels carriage you mentioned? Can you take us there?" The woman smiled and said, "Of course, boss, give me the silver ticket." Wang Nanbua smiled and said to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a black face, and the thin man hurriedly came to Wang Nanbua's side and said, "This gentleman, I advise you that you'd better not do this." "Oh," Wang Nanbua showed a look of being all ears. "This boss is called Ma Chiu, used to be a ringing horse son, hundreds of brothers under his command, all of them are good. If you offend him, it's nothing in this city, but I'm afraid that it will be dangerous after leaving the city." The thin man whispered, "Rattlesnake thieves?" Wang Nanbua revealed a look of interest. He had only heard about it before, but he didn't expect to run into it. Rattlesnake is also known as the rattlesnake horse thief, which is commonly known as the robber who stops the road to rob. "Shoo!" The thin man hastily stretched out his finger and said, "King Ma hates it when people call him a horse thief. Don't let him hear it. 2,000 taels will be 2,000 taels. I see that you don't lack of money. Just take it as a broken fortune." Maha clasped his hands, a cold smile on his face. From time to time, he used his afterglow to check out the woman who had just spoiled his business. He believed that after the thin man explained his identity to this noble gentleman-looking kid, this kid would not ask for his refund again as long as his brain was intact. Unexpectedly, Wang Nanbua front foot just finished with the thin man no. Back foot towards the horse hate reached out. "Well boss, refund money." Ma Vengeance looked puzzled. Did Slim not tell this kid who he was? However, within Mountain Moon City, he couldn't do anything too blatant. "Here you go, all adults, take responsibility for what you do." Mahao handed back the silver ticket and said with a leathery smile. Wang Nanbua completely ignored it. After retrieving the silver tickets, they went to another city gate under the lead of the pretty woman. "There are horse gangs here at the East City Gate, too, and these horses looked a bit fatter and stronger than the ones at the North City Gate. I wonder what your name is, girl?" Wang Nanbua struck up a conversation with the woman. "My name is Yao Chun, from Kaifeng," the woman said with a smile. "She's pretty when she smiles, like a crescent moon." Good name. Wang Nanbua appreciated. Then said, thanks to the girl's righteousness today, how can I repay you? Yao Chun hesitated for a moment, then secretly said to Wang Nanbua, are you guys going to watch the Moon Locking House sect test? Can I join you guys? I ran out behind my family's back this time, and I didn't have much silver on me. Wang Nanbua's eyes lit up and said enthusiastically, of course, it's our honor. I don't know if you have an invitation? If not, I can get one for you. This one has it. Yao Chun said. Okay, then you're coming with us, Wang Nanbua said with a smile. He then said to both Su Qi and Zhang Yu, come on, let's all get to know each other. We'll all be friends from now on. This girl is Yao Chun, a Kaifeng native, who also came to see this Moon Locking House sect test. Wang Nanbua first pointed at Yao Chun and introduced him. Zhang Yu and Su Qi both smiled and nodded with her. Then Wang Nanbua pointed at Zhang Yu and said, this beauty is called Zhang Yu. She is the cooking lady in our team, and she cooks well. Get out. Zhang Yu raised her willow eyebrows and kicked Wang Nanbua. Wang Nanbua laughed and dodged away saying, see, this woman is still a violent maniac. Be careful. Yao Chun pursed her lips and laughed. It's weird if you don't hit you when you talk about the sister like that. Then Wang Nanbua pointed at Su Qi and introduced, this young guy who looks a little bit more handsome than me is the one in charge of the dancing god in our team. Su Qi glanced at Wang Nanbua. Wang Nanbua immediately changed his tone and said, ha ha ha, just kidding, this is a Taoist priest. I'm sure you can tell. Yao Chun looked at Su Qi with bright eyes. I thought to myself, this little Taoist master is really handsome. After the introductions, Yao Chun sort of integrated into the group. The 30 taels to buy the carriage was paid by Zhang Yu because Wang Nanbua did not have any broken silver. The carriage went out from the East City Gate. Shanyu City was just over 100 kilometers away from Yushan, and it would only take 3 or 4 hours for the carriage to rush over there. After Su Qi and the others left the city, Horse Hatred at the North City Gate was the first to receive the news. Oh, it looks like we're going to get rich this time. Ma Vengeance smiled grimly, the scar on his face growing more and more hideous. Lord Ma, do you think you can give my little one a little favor? The thin man said periodically. Don't worry, you won't get any less. How could I find such a fat sheep without you? Ma Hao patted the thin man's shoulder and laughed. Chapter 41, The Onion Concerto. The wagon made its way west. Moon Hill wasn't called Moon Hill in the very beginning. Instead, it's a barren mountain. It was only because this barren mountain had a name after the Moon Locking House started a sect here. Wang Nanbua acted as a horseman, and Yao Chun sat next to him to keep him company. Su Qi and Zhang Yu were inside the carriage. Even during the carriage ride, Su Qi was still sitting cross-legged, constantly simulating that sword move in his mind. It felt like it had been a long time since I crossed over that I hadn't practiced this hard. I don't know if it was because of the Great Qi blessing or what. Su Qi felt like he was cultivating extraordinarily fast. It seemed like he was about to capture the essence of this sword. At that time, the power of his sword would rise exponentially. Wang Nanbua traveled around for so many years, and learned a lot of flowery language. Often a sentence will make Yao Chun laugh. The trip wasn't boring. After the carriage had traveled for more than an hour, it was already far away from Mountain Moon City. Suddenly there was a sound of horses' hooves behind them, accompanied by playful laughter and curses. Yao Chun looked back and his face changed drastically. Oh no! It's bandits! The herd of horses soon overtook the wagon, and about 50 or 60 men surrounded it. The 2 horses pulling the cart were frightened and stopped. A path was separated in the herd of horses, and Ma Hao, who was at the West City Gate of the party, rode out, with a big sword on his shoulder, looking very wild. Hey, hello again. A teasing smile appeared on Ma Vengeance's face. Wang Nanbua, however, did not have a bit of timidity on his face and said with a smile, what do you all mean by this? Is it because you think it's not safe for us to go to the Moon Mountain, so you're sending someone to escort us? Ha ha ha, this kid is not a cutie. It's still escorting. Grandpas are here to rob money and pussy. Obediently hand over the 2 pussies in your car. Grandpas will leave your whole body. Kneel down and kowtow a few to the grandpas. The group giggled. Ma Hao had a smug look on his face. Hear that? That's what we came for. Yao Chun's face was pale, but he still gritted his teeth and said, bold horse thieves, my father is the Minister of War. Yao Run, if you don't want to cause trouble, advise you to leave quickly. Yo, I didn't expect it to be an official's son. No wonder he's so arrogant. Ma Xiu grinned at the corner of his mouth and said hideously, but here the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Not to mention that your father is the secretary of the Ministry of War. Your father is the emperor of the Great Song Dynasty, and it's useless. Yao Chun was scared pale, but she couldn't say anything. Well, what's the point of scaring little girls? Wang Nanbo yawned and said, hurry up. I don't want to go on a killing spree. Ha ha ha, is this kid stupid? There's no end to pretending, is there? There's so many of us here, so why don't you come on a killing spree? Cut this guy's head off for a ball later. A roar of laughter came from the horse thieves. Ma Hao smiled and said, kid, I don't care which son of a you are. Did you hear what the brothers said? You must die here today. I'm sorry, Brother Wang. I got you guys into trouble. Yao Chun said apologetically. She knew that the crowd was afraid that it would be difficult to escape today. It's just a bunch of mole crickets. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Nanbo took the opportunity to hold Yao Chun's hand and laughed lightly. Yao Chun blushed, but didn't pull her hand away. Seeing that these two still dared to flirt in front of the crowd, one of the horse thieves just couldn't stand it anymore and directly rushed up. Dog, boy and girl, eat my knife. This horse thief raised his large sword high and slashed. Boo! In the next second, this horse thief directly flew out, flying hundreds of meters away, directly out of sight. What's the situation? A group of people looked at each other in disbelief, and the screams of that horse thief still lingered in the distance. No one knew how that companion flew out, and no one even saw anyone make a move. I'll say it again. Get out of here or I'll be rude. Wang Nanbo said with a smile while holding Yao Chun's hand. Are you the one who screwed up? Ma Hao was afraid in his heart. This kid in front of him was afraid that there was something odd. Wang Nanbo looked at him non-committally. Boss, what to do? The crowd of juniors looked towards Ma Xiao. The bizarre scene just now had all made them suspicious. In fact, Wang Nanbo could wipe out all these people by blowing a breath as long as he wanted to, but he just couldn't bring himself to slaughter mortals. Although Ma Xiao wanted to give up, but when he thought of the tens of thousands of taels of silver tickets, and the two superb women in the car, he was not willing to give up. This kid must have some kind of disposable magic treasure that he wants to use to deter us. If he really had the strength to crush us, he would have already made his move. Rich and powerful. Thinking of this, Ma Xiao's eyes became stern. Give it to me. Kill the men. Leave the women. Ma Vengeance raised his greatsword and roared. Charge. The horse thieves rushed up in a group, and the scene was still somewhat spectacular. Little Yao Chun, watch me show you a magic trick. At that moment, Wang Nanbo turned his head and smiled at Yao Chun. WH. What magic? Yao Chun was a little nervous as she looked at the sea of people in front of her. Wang Nanbo stretched out two fingers, lifted them upwards, and smiled gently. Rise. A gust of wind blew, sending all 50 or 60 of these people to the ground, then flying uncontrollably. People and horses are flying in the sky. The horse came neighing and the man stirred in the air. Demon magic! Demon magic! The screams kept coming from the air. The scene in front of us was particularly spectacular, with 50 or 60 people floating in the air, and it was very visually appealing. Yao Chun said with wide eyes. You're an immortal master. As the daughter of the Minister of War, she naturally knew something about cultivators. I don't really like the name Immortal Master. How about you call me Brother Bo? Wang Nanbo said with a smile. In the air, Horse Vengeance was kicked several times by the panicked horse, and a few more kicks to his lower body that left him in pain. Immortal Master, spare your life. Ma Vengeance howled miserably. At this moment, where could he not recognize the situation? No wonder this kid in front of him was emboldened. So it turned out that he was actually a high and mighty immortal master. When he thought that he had come to rob an immortal master today, if it wasn't for the fact that his body wasn't under his control right now, he would have smacked himself a few times in the face. What a way to get money. You should be thankful that it's me you ran into today. If it were anyone else, you'd be dead already. Wang Nanbo said indifferently. But a capital offense can be waived. But a living offense is hard to escape. Little Yao Chun, watch this. Brother Bo will show you a talent. Saying that, Wang Nanbo wiggled his two fingers back and forth. Every time it moved, a horse kicked at the horse thief's lower body. Make it let out a scream. It comes and goes. It's very rhythmic. And surprisingly, it's kind of like a concerto. Substituting his own rhythm for the onion song, the scene sent Yao Chun sputtering with laughter. I thought to myself that Bo's brother was really bad. Chapter 42, A Chance Encounter at Moon Mountain. After Wang Nanbo had had enough fun, he continued to drive the carriage away. It was only after he had left that those horse thieves in the sky dropped and fell heavily to the ground. Every single one of them now had a chicken and egg feeling, wailing on the ground and half crawling. Ma Xiao was the most miserable. In addition to the chicken and egg, face also received several feet, swollen like a steamed bun. For what just happened? Suchi watched clearly from inside the carriage. He couldn't help but also marvel at how Wang Nanbo really knew how to play. This chief disciple of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect is not at all immodest. Jiang Yu was even more displeased with this behavior of Wang Nanbo, saying that it was very nasty. But Yao Chuanka was a different story. After Wang Nanbo displayed such a hand, a pair of peach blossom eyes looked at him brightly, filled with admiration. Brother Bo, why are you so powerful? Yao Chun cupped her face and looked at Wang Nanbo and said, it's just dealing with a few mortals. It's not impressive to talk about. Wang Nanbo laughed. Can you teach me those hands of yours shooing? I won't be afraid when I run into bad guys in the future. Yao Chun asked. Little Yao Chun, this is not that I won't teach you. If you want to learn this hand of mine, you'll have to cultivate it for at least a couple dozen hundred years. Are you sure you still want to learn it? Wang Nanbo asked with a smile. Ha, it takes that long to learn. Yao Chun spat out her tongue and said, then forget it. I can't stand the boring cultivation life. I just want to travel the great mountains and rivers and see this beautiful world, just like my ideals. We're really meeting each other. Wang Nanbo said as he stared into Yao Chun's eyes. Yao Chun blushed at Wang Nanbo's stare and hurriedly lowered her head. You don't know how many girls you've said that to. How can that be? I say different things to every girl. Wang Nanbo cried foul. 4 hours later, the four of them finally arrived in front of the Moonlocking House's clan door. There were already quite a few carriages or horses parked in front of the Moonlock Tower's clan gate. There are also staff members who specialize in helping people park their wagons or horses. This kind is usually the outer disciples of the Moonlocking House. After parking the wagon, Suchi looked around. There was nothing special. Even the mountain gate to enter the sect was not too grand. And the 3 words Moonlocking Building were written crookedly. It didn't look like an immortal cultivation sect, but rather like a tourist attraction. At the mountain gate, there were disciples specializing in accepting invitations. The disciples' cultivation level was very low, the same chi practicing stage as Su Chi. The invitations for all 4 were of the highest caliber. After the inspection, the disciple said very politely to the crowd, several honored guests will keep going up, and in about an hour they will be able to reach our guest room area. Thanks a lot, Su Chi said. A few people then made their way up. Wang Nanbo chatted hotly with Yao Chun as he walked, making Yao Chun laugh. As for Su Chi, ever since he stepped into this Moonlocking building, he had a feeling of being refreshed, and he could feel that the aura in the air was much denser than the outside world. It seems that there is a reason why the Moonlocking House chose to open a sect here. Just from the richness of the spiritual chi, it is the best place within these 100 miles, Su Chi thought in his mind. An hour later, they arrived at the guest room area of the Moonlock Tower. This guest room area was built over a fairly wide area, with a total of over 100 buildings constructed. There are tall and short, ornate and humble. Although several people's invitations said that they were all of the same rank, they were assigned different guest rooms, which was sort of the only difference. I'm in the sky zone, Wang Nanbo said as he looked at the invitation. Ours is in the area. Jiang Yu and Su Chi are both in the region. I'm in the yellow zone, Yao Chun said as she looked at the invitation. The place is divided into a total of 4 areas. Heaven and Earth, Basilica and Yellow. The more forward the area, the more luxurious it is, and the more backward the area, the more Spartan it is. From this, it could also be seen that the Moonlocking Mansion valued its visitors differently depending on their status. Little Yao Chun, why don't you come with me to the Heavenly District? We'll live in the same house, Wang Nanbo said with a bad smile. Ah, I'll stay in my yellow section. Yao Chun blushed. Although she had a crush on Wang Nanbo, she wasn't the kind of girl who was casual. It's not like I'm a bad person. Wang Nanbo touched his face and said, is there such a handsome bad guy? Ouch. Then Wang Nanbo received another kick on his back, and when he turned his head and saw that it was Jiang Yu, he immediately said, little Jiang Yu, what's wrong with you? It's too disgusting to look at you. Sister Yao, don't be cajoled by this guy. This guy is a regular customer of the greenhouse, calling himself the wandering little white dragon. Ginger Moon said, I go to the greenhouse that's for chanting poetry, only discussing the wind and moon. Elegant, Wang Nanbo said. Along the way, Su Chi saw quite a few dignitaries, all dressed in a grand manner. These dignitaries are plentiful in the yellow zone. Qian Jin Yao, what are you doing here? Just then, a middle-aged man said in surprise. Yao Chun looked over and said in surprise, Uncle Lu, you're here too. The middle-aged man who was called Uncle Lu glanced at Su Chi and the others before adding, didn't Lord Yao say that he wouldn't participate in such an event? Could it be that you sneaked in here? Yao Chun spat out her tongue and said, yeah, I ran out without my parents' knowledge. The middle-aged man said, It's a good thing I had a son. Otherwise I'd have to worry to death. He then walked in front of Jiang Yu and gave a salute saying, "My name is Hanlin University scholar Lu Liangjun. I have met the demon suppressor envoy, Lord Jiang Yu. You know me?" Jiang Yu was surprised. "I met Lord Jiang Yu when I went down to the demon suppression division. So maybe you don't have an impression of me," Lu Liangjun said with a smile. "The demon suppressor?" Yao Chan asked with her mouth wide open. "Sister Jiang, you're actually a demon suppressor?" The reputation of the Great Song Demon Suppression Division was as good as thunder. Rumor has it that each and every one of the Devil Suppressor ambassadors in the Devil Suppressor Division is capable of destroying mountains and breaking oceans, and is the backbone of the force that guards the Great Song dynasty from evils and demons. Yes. Ginger Moon smiled and nodded. Then, Bo's brother wouldn't be too, would he? Yao Chan asked. He's an ass, Ginger Moon said without a word of humor. Your Bo brother's status is much higher than some demon suppressor, Wang Nanbua said proudly. You must be the Nine Heaven Sword Sect's chief disciple, Wang Nanbua. Immortal Master Wang, Lu Liangjun said with a smile. Yoo-hoo, nice, you actually recognize me, Wang Nanbua said as his eyes lit up. Doesn't that make it pretentious? Nine Heavenly Sword Sect? Is it that legendary Nine Heaven Sword Sect that is the top of the three great sects? Yao Chun covered her mouth and exclaimed. Nice. Wang Nanbua nodded and put on an air of superiority. I wonder who this is. Lu Liangjun looked at Su Qi and asked. He was also secretly shocked, not realizing that Yao Girl was so lucky to have met so many big shots. The two big shots were vaguely led by Su Qi, and he guessed that the identity of this Taoist priest would not be simple either. Chapter 43, Kickoff. Eternal Life View. Su Qi said. I've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot about you. Lu Liangjun hurriedly said with a smile. In his mind, he was thinking what kind of power was this eternal life view? How come it seems like I've never heard of it before? He was confident that he knew all the sects in the world, and he had never really heard of this eternal life view. Lord Lu knows about the eternal life view? Su Qi asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, it didn't come to mind for a moment, but I should have heard of it, Lu Liangjun said with a snort. After some pleasantries, Su Qi and the others then left. Lu Liangjun looked at the back of Su Qi and other people leaving, thinking that in the future, we need to move around more with Yao Run. His daughter knows such a big man. I'm afraid that the future career is also smooth sailing. Little Yao Chun, we'll be going then. I'll come back to play with you when I'm settled. Wang Nanbua smiled and said goodbye to Yao Chun. Bye bye Bo brother. Yao Chun waved her hand. Reluctantly. After saying goodbye to Yao Chun, Jiang Yu said to Wang Nanbua. You're not really going to wreak havoc on someone's little girl, are you? Wang Nanbua laughed and said. What do you mean by scourge? I'm just enjoying the pleasure of spending time with all kinds of girls. Dead scumbag. Ginger Moon cursed. I don't physically collide with them. I'm just a soulmate. How do I call myself a scumbag? Wang Nanbua smiled faintly. Yeah, not scum, just perverted. Ginger Moon rolled her eyes. Not long after, Su Qi and Jiang Yu arrived at the place. The two of them had rooms next to each other. Su Qi entered the room and looked around. Everything that should be there was there. It was similar to those in rooms as well. And Wang Nanbua continued on to his place. Su Qi sat in his room, thinking about how he was going to find Zhang Tian. The current situation was that the hospitality area was not in the same place as the area for the sect disciples, and one was so unfamiliar with the area that there was no way to start. It looks like we need to find a clan disciple to ask, Su Qi thought as he did. He went out of his residence and looked around for the disciples of the Moonlock Tower. Even in the guest area, there were Moonlocking House disciples patrolling around. Soon, Su Qi saw a male disciple wearing Moonlocking House's attire. Su Qi walked over. The disciple glanced at Su Qi and asked before he could speak. Is there something wrong? Where are your sect's participants in the examination this time? There is a friend of mine there. I would like to meet with him. Is that all right? Su Qi asked with a smile. The male disciple looked Su Qi up and down, then laughed. Seeing that you were born so handsome, that friend of yours wouldn't be a woman, right? If so, I advise you not to look for it. Oh, does that say anything? Su Qi was puzzled. The male disciple laughed. Female cultivators are few and far between in our moonlocking building, so every female cultivator is a treasured resource in our moonlocking building, and whatever attachments they have in the mundane world need to be severed. Simply put, it means that all mundane love affairs have to be cut off, and any husbands or boyfriends who join our sect have to sever their relationships and choose another disciple of the sect as their partner. One of the tests is to choose a disciple of the sect to mingle spirit and flesh with in order to pass, or else they will be burned to death by the fire of lust. If that friend of yours is a female cultivator, I advise you to stop having delusional thoughts. You are no longer in the same world. After listening to the male disciple's words, Su Chi's face was unperturbed, but his heart was suspicious. With Zhang Sweetheart's character, if she knew the content of the examination, she would definitely not participate. So why did she participate in this examination again? But no matter what, Su Chi could not watch Zhang Tian jump into the fire pit. Thanks for the reminder. But my friend is a male cultivator. Can you tell me where they live? Su Chi didn't move and pulled out a large silver ticket from his pocket. This kind of disciple in charge of patrolling was usually an outer disciple. The outer disciples were more deeply involved with the mundane world, so the silver tickets of the folk were still very attractive to them. The male disciple's eyes narrowed and looked around. He hurriedly put away the silver ticket, then said with a smile, "You kid knows what you're doing. These disciples participating in the examination still have to walk up the road, probably for more than an hour. But you can't go there. You may be killed on the spot if you are discovered by the disciples patrolling the mountain." "Well, can you help me think of something?" Su Chi took out another silver ticket from his pocket. This time the male disciple's smile became even brighter. "This well isn't without a solution. You can find a disciple from another clan to go up with you. This clan disciple must have enough weight. As long as there's a valid reason, you can even walk to the clan's main hall." After saying that, the male disciple squared his shoulders and said, "We've never met, nor do we have any relationship, and you didn't look for me to ask for directions, so I'm leaving." With that, the male disciple left. Su Chi laughed. In that case, wasn't there a ready-made ingrate? Chief disciple of the 9 Heavenly Sword sect. Enough wait? 10 minutes later, Wang Nanbo listened to Su Chi's plan. "You're asking me to kick ass?" Wang Nanbo said with glaring eyes. "You're the chief disciple of the 9 Heaven Sword sect. You won't be under pressure to challenge the chief disciple of the Moon Locking House, right?" Su Chi faintly asked. "What pressure is there, let alone a chief disciple? Even if all the disciples of the Moon Locking Building came, they wouldn't be enough for me to beat," Wang Nanbo proudly said. "Alright, then you will challenge all the disciples of the Moonlock Tower," Su Chi said. "Hey," a question mark popped up on Wang Nanbo's head. "Messing things up, right, big brother? If I want to challenge the Moon Locking House, I have to have a name for my division as well, right? Otherwise, for me, a disciple of a super first-rate sect to challenge a disciple of a third-rate sect always feels a bit like bullying the small with the big." Wang Nanbo tangled. As the chief disciple of a superb sect, one should follow one's heart and not be afraid of gossip. If a person who cultivates immortality doesn't follow his heart and act according to his nature, what kind of immortality is there to cultivate? Might as well go home and plant sweet potatoes, Su Chi said lightly. "Hear this." Wang Nanbo's eyes lit up as he murmured. "A good one to follow one's heart. To be spontaneous, brother, that's a fair point. This favor, I'll do it." Su Chi's mouth grinned. Done. This guy Wang Nanbo was actually a very casual person whose only goal was to keep getting stronger. And as long as he found it interesting, he would definitely strike. "I'm sorry, disciples of the Moon Locker. Who let your broken clan have such disgusting rules? Let Mr. Wang give you a lesson today." Su Chi and Wang Nanbo exited the guest area and made their way up. Soon he ran into the first disciple on patrol. "What kind of person? The upper part is our clan's important land. Retreat quickly." This disciple was alert. Su Chi pushed Wang Nanbo. "You're on, man." Wang Nanbo smiled evilly and impetuously. 9 Heaven Sword Sect Wang Nanbo. Come to kick the mountain. Chapter 44, The 5 Tiger Generals. Kick the mountain? The disciple was stunned at first. The words of Wang Nanbo passed through his mind again. This guy seems to say he's some kind of 9 Heavenly Sword Sect Wang Nanbo? Wait, 9 Heavenly Sword Sect? Wang Nanbo? The disciple's eyes snapped open. The 9 Heavenly Sword Sect, a super first-class sect in the cultivation world, crushing the Moon Locking House by I don't know how many streets. Wang Nanbo, the champion of the contemporary era, pressed the great clans of Heavenly Pride breathless. Only a few people can compete with him. Such a legendary figure running around kicking mountains? What virtue or ability can I, Moon Locker House, have to be targeted by you? The disciple couldn't even speak properly. You want to kick the mountain? Wang Nanbo said blandly. What? Do you need me to say it a second time? I've heard that each of your Moon Locking House disciples have superb cultivation and threaten that all the sects in the world are trash. So today I'll come and try the depths. Su Chi nodded secretly. The first time to come is a big hat buckle. Wang Nanbo, this guy is very experienced. Who? Nonsense. Who is so shameless in spreading rumors? The disciple was excited. Cut the crap. You're going to stop me? The pressure of Wang Nanbo's transformation god stage spewed out like a tidal wave. This disciple was only at the foundation establishment stage, so his legs directly went limp and he sat on his butt on the ground. This is the god transformation stage. Their clan's guest elder was only at the god transformation stage. He took a headshot? The disciple said with a crying voice. You please. Wang Nanbo did not even look at this disciple and walked towards the mountain with Su Qi without looking back, until Wang Nanbo disappeared into thin air. It was only then that the disciple finally came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled out a summoning stone to pass on the matter. 9 Heavenly Sword Sects Wang Nanbo has come to kick the mountain. The news felt like it had grown wings and quickly spread throughout the entire Moon Locker building. Most of the disciples of the Moon Locking building held an attitude of admiration towards the 9 Heavens Sword Sect, and when they heard that the top heavenly pride of the 9 Heavens Sword Sect had come to kick the mountain, they were in an uproar. Like the disciple, the first thought was, do they deserve it? Su Qi and Wang Nanbo worked their way up. After the disciples patrolling the mountain saw the two of them, they ducked away and smiled throughout. It could be seen that these people were truly afraid of Wang Nanbo. See, Su, that's my deterrent. Wang Nanbo swelled. How about I punch you in the face? Su Qi said with a smirk. Ha ha ha, that won't be necessary. Wang Nanbo said sardonically. You are a fierce man who broke the Blood Sea formation with one punch. I can catch one punch? The two went forward smoothly for half an hour. Then finally he ran into the first disciple who dared to block the way. You're that Wang Nanbo? A young man wearing the clothing of the Moon Locking House sect said condescendingly with his hands clasped. Wang Nanbo laughed. Yo, this is to stop me? They say that the 9 Heavens Sword Sect is powerful. I'm going to see if your chief disciple is living up to his name today. The youth stomped his foot, and the aura belonging to the Jindan stage instantly filled the air. Yin Hang has struck. Yin Hang is the second elder's youngest disciple. His talent is very strong. Even if you can't beat him, you should be able to get through a few moves, right? Don't be too optimistic. The opposite side is the chief disciple of a superb sect. Don't grow others' ambition and destroy your own. Some of the Moon Locking House disciples who were hiding in the shadows and watching began to whisper. And Wang Nanbo was amused by Yin Hang. A Jindan stage cultivator was so brave. They're 2 whole paragraphs away. Step aside. Wang Nanbo merged his fingers together and jabbed forward. The violent wind formed a sharp sword and shot straight at Yin Hang. Yin Hang's face changed drastically as his body shield was instantly broken, and this sharp sword transformed by the wild wind plunged straight in. Clang! The invisible sword plunged into his body armor. The immense force directly caused Yin Hang to fly out, flying hundreds of meters away and smashing into the woods. In a single glance, Yin Hang was defeated, and Wang Nanbo didn't even draw his sword. Those disciples who were watching the show were dumbfounded. That's too big a gap, isn't it? After resolving Yin Hang, Su Qi and Wang Nanbo continued upwards, and no ungrateful disciples came out to block them anymore. Another quarter of an hour of walking. This time the road was blocked again. There was more than one person blocking the path. A full 5 stood there. Wang Nanbo, go back. This is not a place where you can be wild. A disciple at the head said with a cold face. I'm not being wild. I'm just trying to kick the mountain. Wang Nanbo said innocently. We, the 5 tiger generals, will not let you pass. So turn around and leave if you are sensible. One by one we're no match. But 5 together you'll have to settle for nothing. Be a good boy and go back to the guest area and we can forget about it. The 5 of them spoke to each other, trying to put pressure on Wang Nanbo. What 5 tiger generals? How come I didn't see it? Wang Nanbo said blankly. Are you blind? We're standing right in front of you. One of them said angrily. Oh, you're the 5 tiger generals. Cut the crap and get together. Wang Nanbo waved his hand and said. Grass. This guy is too arrogant. Brothers, go on. Give him hell. 5 tiger formation arrangement. Ha, ha. The 5 Jindan stage cultivators grunted neatly as if they were performing acrobatics. It seems to be working a bit though. The aura of the 5 people climbed up and up, and it wasn't long before they exceeded the boundary of the Jindan stage and had the aura of the Yuaning stage. Oh yo, that's kinda funny, Wang Nanbo said as his eyes lit up. 5 tigers tackle the moon. Ha, ha. It was quite a neatly organized shout, but for some reason, Su Qi felt a bit taut. He wanted to laugh. Wang Nanbo had a serious face, but judging from the twitching corners of his mouth, he had also endured a lot. After the 5 of them shouted, they assumed the posture of a fierce tiger, and a fierce tiger transformed by aura poofed over towards Wang Nanbo. What's unusual is that instead of the word king on the tiger's forehead, it's a symbol of the moon. It's kind of like the cartoon Su Qi has seen, American Girl Warrior. Roar! Although this aura manticore had an unorthodox shape, its aura was still very sufficient. Seeing that this fierce tiger was about to devour Wang Nanhua, the latter raised his hand and flicked his two fingers together. Hundreds of flying swords transformed by aura shot explosively towards the fierce tiger. The tiger was instantly punched into a sieve and disappeared into a ball of aura after a wail. All 5 of those people spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. It's just like being drunk and staggering around, Wang Nanhua said. The 5 looked at each other, all seeing resignation in their respective eyes. The 5 tigers will never retreat. Ha! Ha! Grass! Run! In the next second, Wang Nanhua was seen raising his hand. The 5 dispersed in a flurry. Chapter 45, Killing Intent. The 5 tiger generals lost the battle. This news quickly spread throughout the Moon Locker building. The 5 tiger generals are a bit of a joke, but they're still strong. When the 5 of them merged, they were comparable to the Yuaning stage. But even so, it was still easily crushed by Wang Nanhua. It was at this time that they realized the gap between the top heavenly pride in them. A different kind of cloud. Deception. In one of the Moon Locking building's caves, along with a furious shout, a youth awoke from his seclusion. He was the chief disciple of the Moon Locking House, Jian Xiaofan. In front of Jian Xiaofan's cave, there were already dozens of disciples gathered. Seeing Jian Xiaofan come out of the gate, they all became excited. Senior brother Jian, you're finally awake. That Wang Nanhua is almost hitting the main hall. This 9 heavenly sword sect is too arrogant. Senior Jian must thwart this Wang Nanhua. We are relieved to have elder brother Jane on board. Facing the cry of the masses, Jian Xiaofan said with a light snort, don't worry, senior brothers, I will definitely beat this bureaucrat to his knees and beg for forgiveness. After saying that, he carried his hands behind his back and rushed towards the mountain like the wind. Meanwhile, Su Qi and Wang Nanhua finally arrived at the area where the test disciples were. This place is actually similar to the guest area. A number of houses were built, but each house was beautifully restored. The clan's important land. Idle people are not allowed to enter. There is also a notice board at the entrance. You go in, I'll keep fighting my way up the hill to get their attention, Wang Nanhua said to Su Qi. Thanks. Su Qi patted Wang Nanhua's shoulder. Who are we 2 brothers? Wang Nanhua laughed and continued to head towards the top of the mountain. Only if he made a big enough commotion would Su Qi's side be smoother. Knock knock. Who? Me, Qi Yangzhou. Zhang Tian opened the door to the room, and a tall man stood in the doorway. Elder brother Qi, is there something wrong? Zhang's sweetheart's beautiful eyes penetrated with vigilance. Senior sister Sweetness, I'm here today to discuss business with you. Let me in first, Qi Yangzhou said with a smile. Senior brother Qi, just say it at the door. Sweet Zhang blocked it. It was just that Qi Yangzhou acted as if he hadn't heard it, and walked straight in past Zhang Tian. Zhang Sweetness said helplessly. Senior brother Qi, this is my residence. Please respect yourself. The room was small, with only a table and a bed, and not even a window. Qi Yangzhou sat straight down on Zhang Tian's bed. Smiling, he said, Senior sister Sweetness, come over and sit, he said, and patted the bed. Senior brother Qi, if there's something you want to talk about, please leave quickly when you're done, Sweet Zhang said. Senior sister Sweetness, this examination is just around the corner, so senior brother won't hide it from you. I want to be a Taoist couple with you. Qi Yangzhou laughed. Zhang Sweetness sniffed and directly refused. Senior brother Qi, I don't want to be a Taoist couple with you. Look at you. What are you doing with such a quick temperament? Qi Yangzhou laughed. What's wrong with being a Taoist couple with me? You can move to a bigger house, have better resources, and grow into a true cultivator faster. Elder brother Qi, you should stop talking, Zhang Sweetness resolutely said. I won't agree. Ha ha ha. Qi Yangzhou laughed out loud and said, Senior sister Sweetness, this is not up to you. Since you have participated in this examination, there are some things that you cannot hide from. What do you mean? Zhang Tian said with a frown. Remember what I told you? The test is divided into 5 levels. What I didn't tell you is that the second level is called the lust level, where you must choose one of the contestants to be your Tao couple, and your spirit and flesh will mingle in order to pass through the burning fire of lust peacefully. Qi Yangzhou smiled more and more brightly. I found you here today because I want to rub shoulders with you in advance, to taste this spirit-flesh mingling, so that I won't panic when the time comes. Zhang Tian's face turned pale as she said in a panic. I won't be a Taoist couple with you, much less perform that metaphysical act with you. I'll just stop the competition. I won't participate. After saying that, Zhang Sweetness was about to turn around and leave. Chi Yangzhou swooped in, slamming the door shut with a loud bang and laughed. Sister Sweetness, did you forget what I told you? You can't withdraw from the competition after you enter, or else you will be recognized by the clan as a cowardly act, and at that time, you will be reduced to a plaything for the clan's disciples, begging for your life, begging for your death. Speaking of this, Chi Yangzhou grabbed Zhang Sweet's hand and took a fierce breath, revealing an intoxicated look. It smells so good. Zhang Tian shivered and felt goosebumps rise. She fiercely pushed Chi Yangzhou and wanted to pull open the door of the room to escape, but how could Chi Yangzhou let her have her way? He dragged Zhang Tian and threw her onto the bed, then pounced on her, pressing Zhang Tian to death. You off! Get out! Zhang Tian struggled desperately, so scared that tears fell down her face. Sister Sweetness, it's been 3 years. 3 whole years. I've wanted you since I first met you, and it's ridiculous that you can't see the sincerity I've given and have repeatedly rejected me. Chi Yangzhou pinched Zhang Tian's neck and laughed evilly. No one can refuse me. I was born to be the protagonist, and this world has to obey my will. I was 18 years old when I fell in love with the Lu family's daughter-in-law. That little is really water spirit but she does not know what to do. Swore to die. I had no choice but to put her husband in front of her face alive strangled. You do not know. She finally cried and begged to make peace with me, and after I finished the matter mercifully let her go to see her dead husband. When I was 19, I had a crush on a woman whose parents didn't approve, so I had to feed her parents to the dogs. When I was 20, Chi Yangzhou had one hand on Zhang Tian's neck, and one hand went to take off his own pants, and his mouth kept on recounting all those sinful deeds he had done back then. Yes, that's the look. You're no different than those You're going to end up as a plaything in my crotch, thanks to that what's-his-name 9 Heavens Sword Sex Chief Disciple. Otherwise there's really no way for me to be so blatant. Ha ha ha. Chi Yangzhou peeled off his own pants, and reached for Zhang Tian's again. Tears had already dampened Zhang's sweetheart's eyes, and the intense suffocation caused her to hallucinate, as if she had returned to her carefree childhood, building snowmen with Su Qi, looking at peach blossoms together, riding on his neck and singing babble. Brother Su, where are you? Zhang Tian's eyes rolled upwards. She felt like she was going to die. Boom! The door to the room exploded open and sunlight filtered in. Chi Yangzhou trembled in fear, and his hand on Zhang Tian's pants stopped. What man? Chi Yangzhou twisted his head and saw a green shirt. He couldn't see the face of the visitor because of the sunlight, but a killing intent that was like substance sent chills down his body. Chapter 46, Give me an explanation. In the next second, Chi Yangzhou's eyes widened. He saw the visitor come to the bed in an instant and grab his head. Through his fingers he finally got a good look at the face. Handsome. Incredibly handsome. However, this handsome face was covered with frost, and the murderous aura between his eyes was like substance, causing Chi Yangzhou to be chilled to the bone. Let go of me. Chi Yangzhou screamed miserably. He was grabbed by the head and lifted up hard. The empty lower half of his body was ruffled by the cold wind. Su Qi flung himself violently. Chi Yangzhou was thrown out like a rag pocket. Boom! Chi Yangzhou smashed into the wall so hard that even the wall was smashed through. He was stuck limply between the cracks in the wall, his whole body unconscious. All that was left was the constant feedback of pain from the brain. Help! Help! Chi Yangzhou hissed and shouted. Tears of despair came to his eyes. He could feel the passing of life and was powerless to do anything about it. He hoped someone would hear him roar. It's just a shame. As he said, the vast majority of people were attracted to Wang Nanbua. There's no one here at all anymore. Su Qi ignored Chi Yangzhou as his chest rose and fell, looking towards the bed. He's afraid. He was afraid to see that sweet, innocent little girl defiled. However, seeing that Zhang Tian's clothes were still intact, Su Qi breathed a long sigh of relief. Luckily, it's not too late. Zhang Tian finally smoothed out her breath. She heard the commotion just now, but she didn't know what had happened. Fear made her head spin, tears blurred her eyes, and Zhang Sweetness vaguely saw a green shirt that slowly overlapped with the one in her memory. Zhang Sweetness trembled as she hastily reached out and wiped away her tears, and the moment she saw Su Qi, she could no longer hold back her tears. Brother Su! Zhang Sweetness didn't know whether she was excited or moved, and her tears kept falling. Su Qi walked up and took out a handkerchief from his coat pocket and handed it over. You've cried into a little flower cat. Come and wipe it off. Zhang Tian took the handkerchief, which was still the handkerchief she had given to Su Qi back then. Zhang Tian cried and laughed. wiping her tears while showing a silly smile. After she dried her tears, she climbed up from the bed and hugged Su-chi. Brother Su, I thought I would never see you again in this life. Su-chi gently stroked Zhang Tian's head and said softly, isn't this what we've seen? Zhang Tian choked. The embrace was so warm and real that it made her want to pour out all the grievances she had suffered over the years in her head. But in the end, Sweet Zhang held back. She just wanted to enjoy the warmth of the moment. What if only this moment were an eternity? Zhang Tian thought in her heart. Help! Help! But at that moment, Qi Yangzhou started hissing again, startling Zhang Tian. After she saw the miserable state of Qi Yangzhou, she gave a frightened ah. Brother Su, let's get out of here. You'll be hunted down if you injure the sect disciples. Zhang Tian said worriedly. Su Chi stroked Zhang Tian's head and said indifferently, not only will I not leave today, I will also make Moon Locking House give me an explanation. Ha! Zhang Tian raised her head, seemingly not quite understanding. Soon you'll understand. Su Chi walks towards Qiangzu. Qi Yangzhou was still screaming miserably, but when he saw Su Chi walking over, he was immediately silenced, closing his eyes and trying to play dead. Pop! Su Chi slapped Qi Yangzhou's face. Qi Yangzhou fell out of the crack in the wall and rolled on the ground several times, screaming miserably as he opened his eyes. Who are you? You're dead for spilling your guts at the Moonlockers clan. Qi Yangzhou roared with color. I could punch you into the ground, but I won't. Su Chi smiled and said, I will let Moon Locking House give me an explanation. After saying that, Su Chi pulled Qi Yangzhou's hair and lifted him up. Qi Yangzhou screamed miserably and begged for mercy, but Su Chi acted as if he didn't hear him, dragging him to Zhang Tian. Come up here. Sugar. Su Chi crouched down and said. Zhang Tian froze for a moment, then comprehended and jumped onto Su Chi's back. After being carried by Su Chi, Zhang's sweetness only felt very warm, as if she was back to her childhood. Her nose was sore and she almost cried again. Next, boom! Su Chi infused his aura into his feet and stomped violently. His body shot up like a cannonball and went straight to the top of the mountain. The original ground cracked inch by inch, and a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared. Ha ha ha, are all the disciples of Moonlock Tower of this caliber? Let's all go together. Little master, I'm going to have a good time today. At the top of the hill lay a patch. Wang Nanbo stood against the wind, dashing as if he was going to ride the wind at any time. Even Jin Chaofan, who had high hopes, was defeated by a single move from Wang Nanbo. The disciples of Moonlocker House were completely desperate. One person crushed the disciples of the entire sect. Now with the peak master and elders not taking action, no one could restrain this guy anymore. Young man, if you have to be spared, pretty much, please go back. Right at this moment, a silhouette came with a sword and landed in the middle of the field. The second elder is here. Second elder, I'm sorry. We weren't able to maintain the face of the sect. Second elder must do it for us. The visitor was none other than the second elder of the Moonlocking building, Li Xian Yuanwu. Li Xian Yuanwu's cultivation was at the late stage of refining void, and his entire aura was also stronger than Wang Nanbo by more than a thread. This challenge of mine to your sect's disciple doesn't seem to require your old man's hand. Wang Nanbo, however, was pleasantly unafraid and said with a smile, although his cultivation was no match for Lily Yuanwu, he could run if he couldn't beat him. Besides, Ri Yuanwu didn't dare to take a shot at him. It wasn't in line with the rules. The behemoth behind him is no joke if he doesn't behave. This time, Kicking Mountain, we at Moon Locking House have lost. We admit defeat. Lily Yuanwu smiled faintly. Young man, you can go back, right? Or do you not only want to challenge the disciples, but you also want to challenge even us old guys together? Wang Nanbo knew that the words had come to this point, and he would not be able to get any better if he continued to make trouble, and he just wanted to say something to make a scene and leave, when he saw a silhouette falling from the sky. Boom! There was a boom in the ground and a large crater appeared. After the smoke and dust cleared, Wang Nanbo saw Su Chi carrying a beautiful young girl on his back and carrying a bare-bottomed Moon Locking House disciple in his hand as he walked out. What's the look? Wang Nanbo swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, he realized that Su Chi was trying to make a scene, beating someone's disciple half to death and coming here with his hair pulled. What is this if not to cause trouble? But instead of being afraid, Wang Nanbo was excited. I can't beat you, old man, but my brother can. It's Qi Yangzhou. How did he get beaten up like this? Who is the visitor? He's also carrying senior sister Sweetness on his back. Is this going to be a riot? Chapter 47, Instant Sword. Ri Yuanwu frowned. He looked at the visitor, and judging from the fluctuations, It was a chi practicing stage cultivator. However, cultivators at the chi practicing stage could not cause such destruction. That means the visitor has a technique to conceal his cultivation. Even he could not see his true cultivation, which made Lily Yuanwu a bit uncertain. Second elder, save me. When Shi Yangzhou saw Lix Yuanwu, it was as if he had seen a savior, and he shouted excitedly, "Who are you? Why did you injure my clan's disciples?" Lix Yuanwu asked with a frown. Eternal life view. Su Qi said lightly. Eternal life view? Lix Yuanwu searched his mind full of ideas, but he couldn't find the name Eternal life view. I have come here today for one thing only, to raise hell. Su Qi continued. Ri Yuanwu narrowed his eyes and said, "Tell me about it. Your disciple from Moon Locking House tried to rape my sister. This matter, how does it count?" Su Qi said lightly. Rape? Lix Yuanwu looked at Shi Yangzhou and said in a cold voice, "Shi Yangzhou, honestly tell us what's going on." Shi Yangzhou trembled and hurriedly denied. "I still ask the second elder to be clear. This person is full of nonsense. I only crashed his adulterous affair with senior sister Sweetness, and he killed me in pain, wanting to put me to death. Our Moon Locking House disciples have always been digested internally. When is it the turn of outsiders to get their hands on them? I also wanted to argue with him on impulse, but I didn't expect to be seriously injured by him." On Su Qi's back, Zhang Sweetness heard this and scolded angrily. "Second elder, things are by no means like this. Today Qi Yangzhou came to my lodgings and said that he wanted to talk about things with me, saying that what the test has an eroticism level, and wanted to be a Taoist couple with me. And when I explicitly rejected him, he became enraged and wanted to rape me. Each of the two men is on his own." It's all very well said. The disciples on the sidelines were also divided into two factions. I believe in Qi Yangzhou. He's usually kind and helpful. I don't believe he's that kind of person. Knowing people, I trust senior sister Zhang Sweetness. She's so pure-hearted that she wouldn't joke about something like this. Oh, the most poisonous woman's heart. This sweetie is not a good thing at first glance. I've seen Qi Yangzhou abuse small animals with my own eyes, and I think he's the beast. Ri Yuanwu didn't make any comments on either man's statement. Instead, he looked at Su Qi and said, "Young man, no matter what, this is an internal matter of my sect. You, an outsider, injured a disciple of my sect. You should give me an explanation." "I'll give you an explanation?" Su Qi sneered. "How do you want me to give you an explanation? Disable your own cultivation, leave Sweet Zhang behind, and then get out of Moon Locking House." Lix Yuanwu said indifferently. Ha ha ha. Su Qi laughed out loud. Lily Yuanwu's words had successfully angered him. "Your clan is really crooked from the top. I've seen it today." The smile on Su Qi's face was hidden, and he said faintly, "In that case, you are not going to give me an explanation?" Lily Yuanwu said forcefully, "The one who should give an account is you. If you don't scrap your own cultivation, I'm going to do it." "Good." Without further ado, Su Qi removed the mahogany sword from behind him. The mahogany sword was already covered in cracks and looked tattered, and those disciples on the sidelines began to laugh. "No way. Doesn't this expert with such a big mouth have any magic weapons? Who is he trying to scare with a broken mahogany sword? Laugh me to death. Ha ha ha. Some people's ability decreases the more they talk. Let's just wait and see. Make sure to arrest this guy and hang him in front of the sect for a month as a warning to others." Wang Nanhua, however, had some pity for these guys. He had never seen Su Qi draw a sword in all the time he had known him, even though it was only a peachwood sword, but in front of a true sword Dao powerhouse, not to mention a mahogany sword. Even a blade of grass or a piece of wood could become the sharpest sword in this world. Looks like Su Qi is really pissed off. With his hands clasped, Lix Yuanwu just looked at Su Qi with cold eyes. Although he couldn't figure out Su Qi's cultivation, he was more inclined to the idea that Su Qi had practiced some cultivation concealing technique or possessed a cultivation concealing magic treasure, and the guy had a mahogany sword. Lily Yuanwu didn't believe that Su Qi could make any waves. There is a reason why Lily Yuanwu is so tough today. The sect leader has not returned from his outing. All the great elders are in seclusion, and now he himself is equivalent to the card face of the Moon Locking House. How can a card bow to an outsider? Seeing that Lily Yuanwu did not intend to stop himself, the corner of Su Qi's mouth lifted, thinking, being so bold, "Don't cry later." He closed his eyes as that stunning sword began to play on a loop again in his mind. Su Qi followed the movement. The aura in his body that was like a river and sea surged madly to that peachwood sword in his hand. The mahogany sword glowed so brightly that even the cracks began to glow, and there was actually some unexpected beauty to it. What a terrifying aura! Wang Nanhua's expression froze. He could feel the constant flow of aura being infused into the mahogany sword, the magnitude of which far exceeded the boundaries of this land. And as if there was absolutely no end to Su Chi, he was still pouring in a steady stream. Wang Nanbo didn't even dare to imagine that the human body could hold so much aura. Li Xian Yuanwu also finally moved. He felt that he could not let Su Chi pour on so much. Otherwise there was a real possibility that he would fall in the gutter. Since you won't waste your own cultivation, I'll do it myself. Lix Yuanwu let out a cold snort. With a spread of his hands, a terrifying spiritual pressure swept out, and a bright moon made of aura rose high above. Moonfall. Lix Yuanwu's hands snapped together. That bright moon exploded with an incomparably blinding light, brighter than the sun. This light carried an extremely strong killing power. As if everything was dissolved by this light, Su Chi was like a flatboat in the middle of the sea, which would be swallowed up by this horrible moonlight at any time. But just then, Su Chi opened his eyes. His pupils unexpectedly turned silver gray, and a terrifying sword intent surged out wildly from within him. Instant sword. Su Chi faintly spat out 2 words. Thumbs down. The sound of breaking air came. A silver flash arrived instantly. This flash of light contained a strong sword intent, as if it could cut through everything in this world. It was hard to describe the stunningness of this sword with words. Anyone who witnessed this sword had their mouths wide open, unable to hide their shock. Wherever the silver flash passed, everything was annihilated. The inimitable moonlight dissolved as if it were snow that had met sunlight. The silver flash illuminated the entire moon locking building, and also illuminated the unconcealable look of fear on Lily Yuanwu's face. Infinite regrets welled up in his heart. Had he known that Su Chi's strength was so terrifying, he would have directly dealt with Qi Yangzhou without even a hint of hesitation. But, it's too late. Wait, this sword doesn't seem to be coming at me. A trace of happiness flashed through Lily Yuanwu's heart, but it was immediately followed by endless trepidation. If it wasn't aimed at him, the sword? Chapter 48, Establishing Authority. Rico Yuanwu turned around with difficulty. This sword would have come at him if it hadn't. That can only be rushing it. When Lix Yuanwu saw where the silver flash passed, his eyes went black and he almost fainted directly. The imposing hall of the moon-locking building was directly chopped into 2 by this sword, and was twisted into pieces by the terrifying sword Qi. The other disciples, their mouths never closed. It was hard to use words to describe their feelings at this moment. The great hall that symbolized the face of the clan had been destroyed, and so completely. How dare you? How dare you? Ri Yuanwu muttered. Since you won't give me an explanation, I'll just have to ask for one myself. The peachwood sword in Su Chi's hand disintegrated with a bang after chopping this sword. Not even a trace was left behind. After saying this, Su Chi looked towards Qi Yangzhou who was lying on the ground. Qi Yangzhou was watched by Su Chi, and in full view of everyone, a puddle of yellow liquid actually flowed out of that bare lower body. Surprisingly, I was pissed off. Since you, Moon Locking House, can't discipline your disciples well and won't do so, then I'll do it for you, Su Chi said with a smile. Spare your life, Qi Yangzhou shouted with a sobbing voice, but in response he was met with a shooting falling leaf. The fallen leaf pierced straight through Qi Yangzhou's neck, ending his sinful life. As in the Wang Nam Bo quote, for those who are strong in the way of the sword, every blade of grass and every tree can be a sword. Lily Yuanwu watched Qi Yangzhou die, as if he had aged 10 years, and lowered his head in dismay. He knew that Su Chi had spared his life. That sword, he couldn't catch it, and if it had come at him, he would be dissolved under that sword right now. What is your relationship with Li Tai Bai? Lix Yuanwu said in a hoarse voice. One side of the story. Su Chi said lightly. One side of the story? What a side of the story? Ritzi Yuanwu laughed miserably. He pressed on. He recognized that sword. Li Tai Bai's famous technique. The instant sword. If it was just a one-sided relationship, how could Li Tai Bai pass on this skill? Go. Su Chi didn't bother to explain and turned to Wang Nanbo. Oh good. Wang Nanbo came back to his senses, and his expression was somewhat complicated. He also recognized the sword. This guy Su Chi even has a relationship with Li Tai Bai. Li Tai Bai was a strong swordsman that even he admired. I didn't expect Su Chi to know his stunts. Wang Nanbo decided that he must stalk Su Chi to bring himself to meet Li Tai Bai when he turned back. Coach, I want to learn sword too. Su Chi carried Zheng Tian towards the bottom of the mountain. Zheng Sweetie was like a kitten obediently lying on Su Chi's back, lost in thought. How much this scene resembles the one from over 20 years ago. At that time, Su Chi flattened half of the mountain with one sword. This time, a sword destroyed the main hall of the Moon Lock Tower. The only thing that's the same is that both times it was for myself. Thinking of this, Zheng's sweetness unexpectedly felt a little sweet. Su Qi and Wang Nanbo returned to the guest area, called up Jian Yu and left. As for Yao Chun, Wang Nanbo said that people were coming to see the sect test, so he didn't call out. Back down the hill. Wang Nanbo added fuel to the fire and told the story of this big mess at the moon locking house. In Wang Nanbo's version, he was so powerful that he beat all the disciples of the moon locking building, and finally, after beating up the younger ones to come to the older ones, Su Qi appeared to shock them and destroyed the other side's hall. In fact, Wang Nanbo tells it very close to reality. Only in his narration he is the most handsome one. Su Qi is just the toolman, pavilion master. In 3 more days we'll be arriving at Qingxi town. It was late in the day. Song Shixiang's carriage team stopped to camp in the field, and a maid said with a smile, "It's finally almost here, but I can't believe I'm a little nervous." Song Xiaoxiang murmured, "The pavilion master looks like he has something on his mind." Ha! At that moment, one of the guards walked over with firewood in his arms and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, I guess the pavilion master is thinking about that unseen person? Old ox. We'll see what kind of person can make the pavilion master so haunted when the time comes. The pavilion master is already a celestial figure, so I think this person I must meet won't be any worse." The crowd murmured, not knowing how many times it had been discussed in the past half-month or so. Boom! Just as it was in the midst of its joyousness, there was a sudden boom from the periphery. Enemy report! Enemy report! There's a strong enemy coming. There was a hissing sound from the periphery. Damn! Is it annoying that this is the 10th wave? Ha ha ha, what the heck? Some shrimp that delivers food is just a shrimp. There are always ungrateful people who like to come and die. The guards around Song Xiaoxiang were all ready to do it with their weapons. They've been through this too many times to be surprised now. But soon, the crowd realized something was wrong. This time, the visitor was only one person. A young man wearing an earth-colored robe who walked over idly. Where he passed by, those people fell to their knees as if they had seen the emperor. Looks like it's an expert this time. Old Ox will go and meet him. A big, burly guard said with a smile. With that, he leapt up with the 2 sledgehammers and smashed towards the youth like a meteor. Pffffffffffffffff. Before this guard could even get close to the youth, he was shot with a bloody mist by something unknown, and fell from the sky, collapsing softly on the ground, twitching non-stop, and looking like he would not be able to make it. "Old bull," the guards exclaimed. "A piece of trash. How dare you flail around in front of me?" The youth walked over with a smile on his face and laughed. "Introduce yourself." "My humble self, Huang Chang of the 9 Heaven Sword Sect." 9 Heavenly Sword Sect? That super clan in the cultivation world? This man is a cultivator. When Huang Chang said this, the crowd immediately exclaimed. Huang Chang was satisfied with the crowd's reaction, and his gaze was extremely aggressive as he looked at Song Xiaoxiang. Then he laughed. "You are Song Xiaoxiang? It's me." Song Xiaoxiang said calmly, not seeing any fear at all. "You're not afraid of me?" Huang Chang said with interest. "Why be afraid?" Song Xiaoxiang asked rhetorically. "Ha ha ha, aren't you afraid that if I'm offended, I'll just let you perish?" Huang Chang waved his hand and a flying sword hovered around him. This means of controlling things through space caused the crowd of guards to turn pale. It was the cultivator who hadn't run away, and only the cultivator possessed this kind of means. Song Xiaoxiang smiled faintly and said, "Even if you show off, I'm not afraid of you. You're an immortal cultivator, not an acrobatic performer. I hope you recognize your own identity." Ha ha ha. Huang Mighty laughed. "Interesting, really interesting. I've seen many women over the years. They were afraid of me, hated me, curried favor with me, looked up to me. Only you dared to scold me. Originally I wanted to kill you directly, but after seeing you I changed my mind. Be my woman and I'll let you enjoy all the glory and riches. How about it?" Chapter 49, Counterattack. Facing Huang Chang's invitation, Song Xiaoxiang always wore a faint smile. "You may not know me well. What I, Song Xiaoxiang, want, why do I need you to give it? Bully, I like it." Huang Chang gave a thumbs up and nodded. "It's only fun to conquer a woman like you." Song Xiaoxiang smiled without saying anything. "There's nothing you want to ask me?" Huang Chang wondered. "Let's say who told me to come and kill you. Why did I come and kill you and so on. So what if I know?" Song Xiaoxiang asked rhetorically. Huang Chang was dumbfounded by his dislike, and only after a long time did he say, "That's just it. Seeing as you're my woman, I won't bother with you. Your carriage is nice. We'll cavort on it tonight. By the way, you're still a virgin, right?" Huang Chang asked with another evil smile. "If it's not a virgin, I'll be angry." "Sperm-addled idiots," Song Xiaoxiang said faintly. Although I like this personality of yours, I'll still give you punishment for scolding me again and again. Oh, Huang Chang glanced at the guards and said, I can't afford to hurt you, so how about taking these guards of yours? Open your grandma's knife. Stinky, pretenders, cultivators are great? Go home and eat your mom's milk. Seeing your beaten face, I want to go up and just slap you twice and beat your mother. Unexpectedly, the guards started cursing. Huang Chang's face darkened. He hated being scolded, especially by a group of mole crickets in his eyes. Very well, since you all want to die, then I will fulfill you. Huang Chang raised his hand and dozens of flying swords made of aura shot towards the group of guards. Ghost Master, it's your turn. Old Li, save us. Ghost, don't sleep. Facing the incoming flying swords, the cultivators' faces changed drastically and they shouted. Boom! A tower-like figure jumped violently from the tree, then blasted out with a fist. Those incoming aura flying swords were instantly smashed and dissipated into the air. The nakedly ghost yawned and said, Rushing? Old me just dreamed of blowing up the heavenly tribulation with one punch and ascending through the heavens. And then I was woken up by you bunch of rushing ghosts. Huang Chang's face changed and his eyes narrowed. No wonder each and every one of them is so arrogant. So it turns out that they are backed up by a body refiner. It's just that body refiners are nothing more than toys in my eyes. Words. Li Ghost turned his gaze over and said with a disdainful skim. Just a trash-you-wanting cultivator. How dare you speak out loud? Garbage? Huang Chang laughed in exasperation. I'll show you who's trash today. Chop. With a wave of Huang Chang's hand, the flying sword that surrounded him plunged towards Ghostly like lightning. Ghostly took out the huge axe from behind him and slammed it towards the flying sword. Boom! The terrifying force directly smashed the flying sword into the ground. It doesn't work. Huang Chang sneered. In the next second, the flying sword broke out of the ground and plunged straight towards Ghostly's throat. Clang! Ghostly swung his giant axe and smashed the flying sword away. The flying sword flew out hundreds of meters, but soon flew back like a meteor. I told you, it's not working. Huang Chang laughed. So what if the physical body is stronger? It still has to be played alive by me. Oh, yeah? Ghostly didn't dodge this time and walked directly towards the flying sword. Seek death. Huang Chang sneered. But in the next second, his eyes widened. How can that be? Only to see that his flying sword was grasped in Li Ghost's hand. And no matter how much he drove it, it was difficult to break free. Who are you trying to stick it in with this? Li Ghost's face was disdainful. Then his hands violently exerted force. I'll make it turn into a pile of scrap metal. Under Li Ghost's furious power, the flying sword let out a wail and even bent up with the naked eye. Huang Chang finally got anxious. This was his life-flying sword. If it was broken, it would have a fatal impact on his cultivation as well. Junior! The flying sword shrunk and instantly plunged into Ghost Li's throat. Snort! The flying sword was against the Li Ghost's throat, and although it broke the skin a little, it couldn't be inserted in any way. Had enough fun? Ghostly flashed a smile at Huang Chang. Huang Chang was shaken, alarm bells ringing in his heart. In the next second, he saw Ghostly stomp on the ground and shoot over as if he were a cannonball. Dozens of meters passed in an instant. Grass. Huang Chang's legs were infused with Reiki as he hurriedly retreated backwards. Boom! He managed to dodge the sudden attack of the Li Ghost, and the place where he was standing was stomped out by the other party. Broken gold sword. Huang Chang clenched his teeth. His hands formed a seal, and his flying sword cracked open, transforming into hundreds of short swords that carried a pale yellow light as they plunged towards Ghostly. Ghostly raised his giant axe and swung it as if it was a great windmill, and the short swords that roamed the sky were all smashed down by him. His huge axe was also made of some unknown material, and Huang Chang's gold-breaking sword couldn't even shatter it. Ha ha ha, too weak. Ghostly laughed as his giant axe spun and smashed into Huang Chang with lightning speed. Huang Chang couldn't dodge in time and was smashed by the giant axe. Although he was lucky to be hit by the tail, the strange force still sent him flying directly out. Put! In the air, Huang Chang spewed out a mouthful of blood. He had already developed the intention to retreat. This guy in front of him was like a monster. He couldn't break the defense at all. But just before Huang Chang could land on the ground, a black shadow descended from the sky. Huang Chang's eyes widened as he saw that Ghostly had somehow arrived above his head. The tower-like figure was like a mountain pressing down. Wait! Huang Chang opened his mouth in horror. Boom! The next second, he was slammed hard into the ground. Huang Chang was stomped on the ground, only to feel his internal organs shifting. He had never imagined that he could ever be beaten so badly by a mortal. Boo! Ghostly caught the spinning giant axe and laughed fiercely. Little Patty, you're too weak. How dare a piece of trash like you disrespect the pavilion master? I'm a disciple of the 9 heavenly sword sect. Let go of me. Huang Chang said with his mouth full of blood. I don't care what sect's disciple you are. Li Ghost's expression was cold as he raised his giant axe high. If you hurt my brother, you must be prepared to be beheaded. If you dare to kill me, the 9 heavenly sword sect will not let you go. Huang Chang was horrified. Then let them come to me. Li Ghost swung down his huge axe violently. Put! Blood soared as Huang Chang was first chopped off and then smashed into flesh. Just wait for me. I'll break you into pieces and set your bones to ashes. A glowing little man flew out of Huang Chang's body, and when you look closely it is Huang Chang's appearance, which is his Yuaning, and at this time it is gritting its teeth and full of hatred. After saying that, Huang Chang's Yuaning shot up into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 50, Congenital Sword Body. Clear Creek Township. Su Qi smoothly brought back Sweetie Zhang. Father, Mother. Zhang Tian's eyes were brimming with tears as she jumped into her parents' arms. Sugar, you're finally back. Let me see if you've lost any weight over the years. Zhang Mother also looked Zhang Tian up and down with tears in her eyes. Zhang's father was secretly wiping tears from his eyes. Family reunions and family fun. The corner of Su Qi's mouth unconsciously lifted up in an arc even from the side. Taoist Master Xiao Su. Thank you so much. We don't know how to thank you. Zhang Mother said that she was going to kneel down for Su Qi. Auntie Zhang, there's no need to be so polite. Su Qi propped Auntie Zhang up and said, you guys contribute so much incense to the Taoist temple every year. And Master has also instructed me to guard the people of Qingxi town. So there is no need to be so polite. Taoist Master Chang'an and Taoist Master Xiao Su are both guardians of our Qingxi town. It's a blessing for our Qingxi town to have you here. Zhang's father was moved to say. At this time, Su Qi added, Auntie Zhang, Uncle Zhang, on the way back, I also told Sweetie that if she is determined to pursue the path to immortality, then I will find a way to send her to the 9 heavenly sword sect, which is a superb sect, is not comparable to the third-rate sect like the Moonlocking Mansion, and it won't be that dangerous. Mother Zhang and Father Zhang looked at Sweet Zhang worriedly, learning that their daughter still refused to give up. They tried to persuade, but they didn't know how. Father, Mother, I've thought it over. You don't have to persuade me, Zhang Tian said firmly. Ugh, Sugar, you've grown up too, and we support your decision. Mother Zhang finally let out a long sigh. After sending Zhang Tian home, Su Qi went back to the eternal life view. Brother, I'm counting on you for sugar. Su Qi said to Wang Nanbua. Don't worry, I'll definitely take care of this for you, Wang Nanbua said with a smile. Wang Nanbua is indeed very efficient. 2 days later, an immortal old man came to the eternal life view. After seeing this old man, Wang Nanbua jumped 3 feet high in fear like a hawk that had seen a rabbit. Third elder, what brings your old man here? Wang Nanbua was originally leisurely sunbathing on his recliner, and the moment he saw the old man, he stood up in a panic. Poof! The old man snorted coldly and said, if I don't come again you're going to turn over the sky. Right now in the cultivation world your name of Wang Nanbua is a very powerful one. Ha ha ha. Wang Nanbua laughed awkwardly and said, actually, it's not that imposing. Those disciples of the Moonlocking House are too weak. The old man said indifferently. How come I heard that not only did they beat up the disciples, but they also destroyed the Great Hall of Man as well? Other people's elders have come to complain. Third elder, this is nonsense. I only beat the disciples, and I can't beat them elders. Wang Nanbua hemmed and hawed. The third elder still had a stern face. Where is the person who made a fuss with you about the Moonlocking building? You wanted to see me? At that moment, Su Qi walked out from within the everlasting life view and asked. The third elder looked Su Qi up and down for a while, and just when Wang Nanbua wanted to say something, the third elder suddenly laughed, and laughed happily. Ha ha ha, good. Sure enough, a hero comes out of a young man. Well ruined. The old man has been wanting to do this for a long time. Ha! Wang Nanbua froze. He had thought that the third elder was here to be accountable, but how come it seemed to be not quite what he had imagined? The third elder smiled again. Introduce myself. I am the third elder of the 9 Heavens Sword Sect, Nan Rongjian. Little friend must be Senior Li's disciple Su Qi? I don't know any elder Li. Su Qi shook his head and said, it doesn't matter if you don't want to admit it since you don't want to admit it. In any case, this time you did this thing with great joy. This broken sect, Moonlocking House, should have had this difficulty a long time ago. Nan Rongjian laughed. Third elder, you have a grudge against Moonlocking House? Wang Nanbua wondered. Nan Rongjian glared at Wang Nanbua and said, don't talk nonsense. Then Nan Rongjian added, Didn't you say that you found a good seedling this time? It just so happens that I was passing by this place and happened to come and take a look. When Wang Nanhua heard this, he immediately said to Su Qi, Brother Su, quickly call Sweetie out. Su Qi returned to the Taoist temple and called out Sweet Jiang. He said to Nan Rongjian, Senior, this is my sister. Please take care of her if you can. Nan Rongjian was an elder of the Nine Heavens Sword sect, so if he was there to cover Zhang Tiantian, I'm sure there wouldn't be any ungrateful people who would mess with her. Zhang Tiantian looked at Nan Rongjian somewhat timidly. She knew this was the person who could decide her fate. The moment Nan Rongjian saw Zhang's sweetness, the stone in his hand began to tremble continuously, emitting the sound of gold and iron clanking together. A brilliant light shot out from his eyes, and his face could not hide his excitement. It's actually an innate sword body. This is simply born to learn the sword. Innate sword body? Wang Nanbo was also startled. You're not mistaken, are you, third elder? There's no way the sword test stone could be wrong when it reacts like this. Nan Rongjian chopped his head off. Then he said to Su Qi, Little friend Su, don't worry, your sister is in my hands. I will definitely not let her suffer half a bit of wrongdoing, and from now on she will be my Nan Rongjian's close disciple. What does heaven-born sword body mean? Zhang Tiantian asked timidly, even saying her name wrong. Wang Nanbo quickly explained, innate sword body is a person who was born to be in tune with the sword way. Practicing the sword way is twice as easy with half the effort. The first generation of our Nine Heavens Sword sect's leader was born with a sword body, and later chopped down the heavenly tribulation and ascended powerfully, and until now there are still legends circulating about him. Su Qi was a bit surprised, but he was also happy for Zhang Tiantian. In that case she would be highly valued in the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, and there would no longer be a situation like the one at the Moon Locking House. The more Nan Rongjian looked at Zhang Tiantian, the more he liked her, and thought to himself that it was good that he had come today. Otherwise wouldn't he have missed out on such a good seedling? If the sect leader and also the senior brothers found out, they would surely compete to take her as a disciple. Too bad I shortcut myself today. Thinking of this, Nan Rongjian couldn't help but want to laugh to the heavens. Your name is Sweetie Jian? Nan Rongjian asked in a pleasant manner. Zhang Sweetness timidly said, Yes, Immortal Master. From now on, don't call me Immortal Leader, call me Master. Are you willing to worship me? Nan Rongjian asked with a smile. Can I become great by following you? Zhang Tiantian asked with bright eyes. Could be. Nan Rongjian nodded and said, I do. Zhang Sweetness said in a hurry. Ha ha ha, yes. Nan Rongjian laughed happily. Then follow me back to the clan as soon as possible. I will take you to the sword pool to wash your tendons and marrow, and then you will officially begin your cultivation. Zhang Tiantian turned her head to look at Su Qi, wanting to speak. Go on, Su Qi said with a smile. He was genuinely happy for Zhang Tiantian. Brother Su, then I will definitely become very powerful. It will be my turn to protect you in the future. Zhang Tiantian said firmly. Good. Su Qi nodded and said. Chapter 51, I'm here for one thing. Zhang Sweetheart's heart was very strong in wanting to cultivate, so after saying goodbye to his parents that day, he went with Nan Rongjian to the Nine Heavens Sword sect. Looking at Nan Rongjian's back as he disappeared into the sky, Wang Nanbo laughed. Su Qi, I didn't even expect Sweetie to be an innate sword body. Maybe her future achievements will even be above me. Even I'm a little jealous. There's no need to be jealous of others. You're being jealous of others too. Su Qi said lightly. Ha ha ha, that's a great truth. Wang Nanbo said prettily, having found such a good seedling for the clan. I won't have to be lectured when I go back, and I might even get a commendation. Let's go to the dashing pavilion and have some fun. Facing Wang Nanbo's invitation, Su Qi decisively said, No go. Night. Su Qi sat in the courtyard, looking up at the Gengxinghe. Ginger Moon stayed quietly by the side. Elder Su, why don't you personally teach Sweetie? Ginger Moon asked curiously. I can't teach. Su Qi said. Jiang Yu nodded and said, Sweetie's innate sword body is indeed better left to the Nine Heavenly Sword sect to teach. Do you see the sky full of stars, like world after world? Su Qi suddenly asked. Jiang Yu laughed. Maybe it really is? Don't books often talk about 3,000 worlds? I heard that immortals can travel through all walks of life at will, so maybe the people at the other end of the stars are looking up to us together? Immortals can travel through all walks of life? Su Qi muttered. If that was really the case, then when he became immortal, he might be able to return to Earth, but by that time, the Earth will not be the same as it was in the past. After I become immortal, I must find the driver who created me in the first place and beat him violently. Su Qi swore in his heart. If it wasn't for this derelict otherworldly driver, how would he have fallen here? Early the next morning, Wang Nanbo walked out of the Xiaoxiang pavilion in high spirits, but Mei Yang called out to him, Mr. Wang, haven't you always been curious about what our pavilion master was looking for with Taoist master Xiaosu before? Megan asked with a smile. You're willing to tell me? Wang Nanbo said as his eyes lit up. I don't need to tell you. You'll know soon enough. Megan laughed. Just when Wang Nanbo wanted to ask something, he suddenly heard gongs and drums vibrating from outside Qingxi town. He hurriedly looked towards the outside of Qingxi town. One could only see a group of more than 100 people coming towards Qingxi town in great numbers. More than 30 carriages and dozens of steeds. The guards at the head all held their heads high and looked heroic. Residents who heard the commotion stopped to watch, wondering what it was all about. Where are these people from? It doesn't look ordinary. Is this a big shot coming to Qingxi town? What do they want with the gongs and drums? Big scene. Go get the mayor. Receiving the news, Luo Armor rushed to the scene. After this team entered the town, they stopped at the entrance of the dashing pavilion. In the carriage in the middle of the group, the curtain opened and a clear face peeked out. In full view of the crowd, a young girl jumped from the carriage, causing a murmur. This girl looks like she has an extraordinary demeanor. Could it be that she's a big lady from one of the king's capitals? Looks quirky, like the girl next door. That's quite a pie. It must be a rich family. But the maiden waited by the carriage and drew back the curtain, as if she were waiting for someone to make an appearance. In the midst of the crowd's eager anticipation, a woman stepped out. Everyone's eyes went straight. This woman, dressed in a pale white palace dress, elegant but more than a few points of dusty temperament. The wide skirt curves behind her, elegant and luxurious. Jade-like silk, simply a flying fairy bun. A few full of round pearls randomly embellished hair, so that the cloud-like hair, more obvious soft and bright moisturizing. Beautiful eyes look between the gorgeous color flow. Red lips rippling with light smile. Especially that face, as if it was the most perfect work of art in this world. Exuding amazing charm between every knit of the brows and every smile, making people unable to move their eyes. Song Xiaoxiang, Ro Armor exclaimed. How could he not recognize Song Xiaoxiang, the most powerful woman in the whole of Chang'an? The emperors of the two dynasties were in awe of her. The officials and dignitaries vied with each other to be the object of their friendship, and the children of the families were the goddesses of their mouths. Such a heavenly figure had come to this tiny Qingxi town today. This is your court master? Wang Nanbo was also stunned. Even in the cultivation world, he had never seen a woman like Song Xiaoxiang. It was as if she was a truly exalted fairy, with an aura that was hard to describe in words. He had previously thought that the pavilion master of Xiaoxiang Pavilion must be an old woman, or an old man in her old age, and the gap was a bit too big. Yes, Maynard said with a smile. Then he hurriedly greeted them. Pavilion master, you're finally here. Song Xiaoxiang smiled shallowly. Mei Yang, it's been hard on you. No hard work, no hard work, Mei Yang said with a quick shake of her head. Song Xiaoxiang's gaze then turned to Wang Nanbo and laughed. You are the Nine Heavens Sword Sect's chief disciple Wang Nanbo, right? Exactly. I didn't expect Miss Song to recognize me. Wang Nanbo returned to his senses and laughed. Lock Spirit told me about you, Song Xiaoxiang said with a smile. Wang Nanbo's face changed and said, what is the relationship between Miss Song and that Luo Demonis? Sisterhood. Song Xiaoxiang said thoughtfully. Miss Song should stay away from Demonis Locke, lest she be led astray. Wang Nanbo spat. Locke Spirit would probably go ballistic if she heard you talking about her like that, Song Xiaoxiang said with a wry smile. Miss Song must not tell her. Wang Nanbo's face changed as he scratched his head and laughed. There was only one peer who could make Wang Nanbo so fearful, and that was Fengyi Xian's chief disciple, Luo Ling. Luo Ling was not only the number one in Fengyi Xian, but also the well-deserved number one in the younger generation of the cultivation world, truly a cross-section of the contemporary era. No one can match it, letting a woman be number one. The majority of male cultivators were of course unconvinced, but in the end, they were all beaten into submission. Wang Nanbo was also one of them, and the battle at that time was simply being crushed unilaterally, and it was about to give him a psychological shadow. Are you on good terms with Mr. Su now? Song Xiaoxiang suddenly asked. Wang Nanbo noticed that when mentioning Su Qi, Song Xiaoxiang actually changed her coldness from just now, and even had more than a hint of nervousness. Does it? Wang Nanbo flashed an electrifying thought. Then he laughed. That's a must. A lifelong friendship. Then can you tell me about Duke Su's likes and dislikes? In exchange, I won't tell Luo Ling what you just said, Song Xiaoxiang said. It's fine to be fine. But I'm more curious as to what Miss Song is calling for my brother this time. This question has been troubling me for over a month now. Can Miss Song clear up my confusion? Wang Nanhua asked. A marriage proposal. Song Xiaoxiang's words were a stone's throw away. Chapter 52, The Proposal of Marriage. A marriage proposal? Wang Nanhua suspected that he had heard wrong. He said with wide eyes, "Did you just say a marriage proposal?" "Yes, a marriage proposal." Song Xiaoxiang repeated again. Wang Nanhua felt like his worldview had collapsed. How can a woman propose marriage to a man? The point is that this woman is still so good. What do you want? Is Tulsi handsome? However, when Wang Nanhua thought about it, Su Qi did have a billion points of handsomeness. But with Wang Nanhua's knowledge of Su Qi, this guy who doesn't understand the situation, 99% of the time, he's going to say no. So Wang Nanhua advised, "Miss Song, it's not that I'm blowing you off. If you go to propose marriage like this, the possibility of success is infinitely close to zero." Song Xiaoxiang laughed. "It's always possible, isn't it?" "Too optimistic." Wang Nanhua sighed. "You don't need to worry about that. Why don't you tell me about Mr. Su's likes and dislikes?" Song Xiaoxiang said. Having no choice, Wang Nanhua had to tell Su Qi's likes and dislikes in detail. It wasn't that he wanted to go into detail, but Song Xiaoxiang asked for detail. How detailed is it? Detailed to the point of whether Su Qi wakes up every day and opens his left eye first or his right eye first. This Wang Nanhua how to know had to say, is it possible that both eyes open together? Song Xiaoxiang asked and took notes at the same time, looking at Wang Nanhua dumbfounded. I didn't realize that this woman who looked like a fairy had such a side. I spend my days wandering around the love scene, boasting of my suavity, but I'm still not half as good as Brother Su. Wang Nanhua thought bitterly. It seems that I'll have to take a different route in the future, taking the high-cool ascetic path of Brother Su. After Song Xiaoxiang finished taking notes, she returned to the carriage. The caravan continued to depart, heading straight for the Eternal Life Observatory. This kind of hilarious scene. Of course Wang Nanhua would not miss it. He wanted to see how Su Qi would react when facing a woman of Song Xiaoxiang's caliber. On the carriage, Song Xiaoxiang flipped through her notes and muttered. The young girl on the side had never seen the pavilion master like this before and couldn't help but say, "Pavilion master, is this Prince Su really that good? It's actually worth you doing this for him." "I don't know." Song Xiaoxiang laughed lightly. "I've only met him 128 times in my dreams." "In a dream?" The young girl's small mouth opened slightly, feeling as if the pavilion master was talking about something very new. "So you merely met in a dream?" The young girl reconfirmed. "Right." Song Xiaoxiang nodded. "Geez." The young girl held her forehead, unable to imagine how a calm person like the courtmaster could suddenly fall in love with her brain, or with a dreamer. "Shui, you can't understand." Song Xiaoxiang smiled with her eyebrows. "From the first time I saw him in my dream, I knew that he was the man of my destiny in this life. Otherwise the concentric bell wouldn't have rung. So no matter what, I must be with him." "Well, I hope this dreamer of yours is really worth it." The young girl sighed. The residents of Qingxi town were curious as to why this caravan was heading towards the Eternal Life View, so a lot of people followed, intending to watch the fun. Law Armor is also listed here. He was curious to know what Song Xiaoxiang had come for this time. From the current direction it's headed for the Eternal Life View. Could it be that Taoist Master Xiao Su and Song Xiaoxiang have a story? Strong curiosity drove the crowd, and they also headed for the Eternal Life View. At this moment, Su Qi did not know what was about to happen, as he sat cross-legged within the Taoist temple, still comprehending the sword in his mind. Although he had executed the instant sword last time, Su Qi felt that it was not perfect. One was the imperfect control of the force, and the other was the imperfect execution of the stance. Even so, but that sword still stunned the crowd. Su Qi could imagine how terrifying it would be if he fully mastered this sword. The more he studied this sword, the more Su Qi felt the power of the white-clothed swordsman that day in Jinxi City. Elder Su. The sound of gongs and drums is coming from the peach forest side. It seems like many people are coming towards the Taoist temple. Jian Yu walked into the Taoist temple and said to Su Qi. Su Qi opened his eyes and had a puzzled look. After Jian Yu said that, he seemed to have heard the sound of gongs and drums as well. "Go out and look." Su Qi stood up and walked to the door of the Taoist temple. He saw that in the direction of the peach forest, a large group of people were beating gongs and drums towards the everlasting view, followed by a group of residents of Qingxi town. What's this about? Su Qi was even more puzzled. When the group got closer, the people in the caravan also saw Su Qi. Those guards at the head were immediately astonished. The first moment they saw Su Qi they were sure that this Taoist priest must be the person of the pavilion master's dream. The temperament was too much, and the appearance was like that of an exiled immortal. Originally they were all curious about what the pavilion master's dreamer would be like, but the moment they saw it all had no doubts, and suddenly they felt that they were indeed a good match, and that there was no such thing as who had climbed high above whom. The convoy stopped 50 meters in front of the Eternal Life Observatory. The procession then parted, and the wagon in the center came to the forefront. The curtain opened and Song Xiaoxiang once again got down from the car. In the crowd, Wang Nanbo watched the scene excitedly, thinking that the show was about to start, and he must see the reaction of that guy Su Qi later. The moment he saw Song Xiaoxiang, Su Qi was indeed stunned as well. Only he was only amazed in his heart and did not show half of it on his face. Song Xiaoxiang looked up and saw Su Qi standing at the entrance of the Taoist temple. The breeze blew, ruffling the hem of Su Qi's coat. The hair in front of his forehead moved with the wind, and the pair of pupils that were as brilliant as stars were different from the ones that Song Xiaoxiang had seen in her dream. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unmatched in the world. Such a word flashed through Song Xiaoxiang's mind. The two men's gazes met in a single glance. After an unknown amount of time, a smile spread across the corners of Song Xiaoxiang's mouth, forcing the shyness in her heart to the bottom of her heart. She took a few steps forward and said in a loud voice, "Mr. Su, today I, Song Xiaoxiang, am carrying 10,000 taels of gold, 1,000 pieces of silk, 100 boxes of jewels, and 100 steeds to propose marriage." Wow! The whole room was in an uproar. The onlookers were blown away. This fairy is actually here to propose marriage to Taoist little Su? And carrying so many valuable things. Am I dreaming? You want to make sure you're not dreaming. Don't pinch me, pinch yourself. It's always been the man who proposes marriage to the woman. Why is it the other way around now? Is Song Xiaoxiang the same Song Xiaoxiang in Chang'an? If Taoist master Xiao Su agrees, won't he leap to become the most powerful man in Chang'an? To be proposed to by such a beautiful woman. Even without a bride price I am willing. The crowd was clamoring. Su Qi's originally ancient and unperturbed face also finally revealed a trace of consternation. He even wondered if today was April Fool's Day. This woman who came out of nowhere, proposing marriage? Can someone tell him what's going on? Chapter 53, Take My Punch. Zhang Yu on the side also had her mouth wide open. Of course she knew Song Xiaoxiang, but Song Xiaoxiang proposing marriage to Elder Su? This is too magical. Can someone tell her what's going on? When Song Xiaoxiang said this, many people were messed up. The scene was quiet for a moment. A pin drop. Only the occasional chirping of birds could prove that time was still flowing normally. I have a doubt. Su Qi said after a long moment of silence. Go ahead. Song Xiaoxiang said. I think we've met for the first time, right? Su Qi asked. Yes and no. Song Xiaoxiang was afraid that Su Qi would not understand. So she added. I have met you 128 times in my dreams. Su Qi was directly silenced by the, in a dream? So he's going to come and propose marriage to himself. What kind of script is this? Really? Believe it or not. Song Xiaoxiang unfolded the scroll in her hand. The person in the painting was indeed exactly the same as Su Qi, except for the different clothes. Even his temperament was generally the same. I drew this one with the impression I had in my dream. Song Xiaoxiang explained. Metaphysical. Too metaphysical. Such thoughts flashed through Su Qi's mind, but the world of immortal cultivation was, by nature, full of metaphysics. I know, Su Qi said lightly. It's just that I can't promise. Sure enough, he refused. Although Wang Nanbo had expected it, he still felt a bit sorry. Such a beauty took the initiative to court and was even rejected. Kid, you dare to reject our pavilion master? My greatsword presses on. How can there be such an uneducated person? Kid, you got the balls to say that again? Before Song Xiaoxiang could speak, the group of people under her couldn't help themselves first, and those guards stepped forward to fight for Song Xiaoxiang. Stand down, all of you. Song Xiaoxiang drank. The guards wilted and all stopped talking. I know this is a bit sudden for you, and your refusal is to be expected. Song Xiaoxiang smiled lightly, but I won't give up. One day you will fall in love with me. The concentric bells have already told me the answer. Please return. After Su Qi finished speaking, he turned around and went back to the Taoist temple. Those guards hated their guts, but without Song Xiaoxiang's permission, they didn't dare to do anything to Su Qi. Alright, return to Clear Creek Town. Song Xiaoxiang commanded, then got into the carriage. Even though everyone felt stifled, no one would disobey Song Xiaoxiang's order. On the way back, the guards whispered, damn, that kid is tugging like anything, actually refusing the court master's marriage proposal. It makes me so angry to see. Normal men shouldn't be able to say no. but since it's the man the pavilion master has his eye on, it doesn't seem strange to be a bit of a maverick. I don't care, the pavilion master is the god in my heart, and a god cannot be denied. Ugh, if it wasn't for the pavilion master stopping me, I'd really want to go up and beat that kid up. Just then, a tower-like figure stopped the returning carriage. Ghost? The man who stopped was none other than Reggae, who stood in the middle of the road with his arms wrapped around him, ignoring the man who had asked the question. The carriage curtains opened again and the young girl's face peeked out. Big dummy, what are you doing? The young girl said, disgruntled. Pavilion master, although that man is your intended, his attitude upsets me, Lee Ghost said faintly. Inside the carriage, Song Xiaoxian's voice came out. So, I swore an oath not to let the pavilion master suffer half a bit of wrongdoing, and if I just left like this, I would be ashamed of my oath. Lil Ghost said, I don't feel aggrieved. Love is meant to be pursued with courage. Song Xiaoxian's voice was flat. I'm going to try his strength. If he can't even protect the pavilion master, then I won't agree to you being together. Lil Ghost said, so you're making the decision for me? Song Xiaoxiang asked calmly. Silence. The convoy was silent. The fact that Song Xiaoxiang could ask such a thing proved that she was already a bit angry. I won't decide for you. Ghostly bowed his head, then raised it again and said, but I must test whether he has the qualifications. After saying that, Ghostly stomped on the ground and shot towards the eternal life view like a cannonball. Inside the carriage, Song Xiaoxian's expression was as calm as water. She picked up her tea and took a sip. No one knew what she was thinking. The young girl said cautiously, Pavilion master, the silly big man is simple-minded, so don't be angry. The crowd of onlookers had thought that the matter had come to an end, was about to turn back, but just then, boom! Ghostly descended from the sky and smashed into the entrance of the Eternal Life Observatory. The lapis lazuli steps in the doorway were trampled to pieces, and he clasped his arms like a god of war. Ghostly has come to pay his respects. Please come out and meet him. Ghostly's voice was like a bell, resounding for 5 miles around. Squeak! The door of the Taoist temple opened and Su Chi walked out. He saw the mess at the entrance of the Taoist temple and frowned. You did that? Accidentally made a little effort. Sorry, Lil Ghost said. No need to apologize. Fix it for me in 3 days. Su Chi said lightly. That's no problem. Plus there's one more thing. I'm going to challenge you. Ghostly said in an urn. Not interested. Su Chi was about to go back to the Taoist temple after saying that, but the Li Ghost stomped his foot again, and the entrance to the Taoist temple, which was already in disarray, was suddenly filled with an additional pothole. If you can catch one of my punches, then I will no longer oppose your marriage to the pavilion master. So you must fight me today, Li Ghost said with a grunt. Su Chi was silent for a moment before saying, I am not related to your pavilion master by marriage. Li Ghost shook his head and said, since the concentric bell is ringing, you and the pavilion master are destined to be together. And this can't be wrong, so you'll have to take a punch from me. Su Chi had a bit of a headache. What a thing to call it. It's almost like the pot calling the kettle black. Remember to fix the doorway for me in 3 days. Su Chi sighed and shook his head to go back. If you don't fight me, I'll tear down your Taoist temple, Li Ghost said with a grunt. Su Chi's feet lurched, turned his head, and asked, how do you want to fight? I'm only going to throw one punch, no matter what you use. If you catch it, I'll recognize you, Lil Ghost said. Throw a punch. Su Chi made a gesture of invitation. Boom! Seeing how dry Su Chi was, Ghostly didn't talk nonsense and blasted his fist over. The sound of sonic boom came from the air, and this punch of his even drove the heaven and earth Yuan Chi, just like a wild dragon spreading the sky and roaring towards Su Chi. The violent wind of the fist blew Su Chi's green shirt in a hunting manner, and his long hair spread out in the wild wind, adding an extra bit of evil charm. What a terrifying punch! Can Taoist Master Xiao Su catch it? You guys are underestimating little Taoist Su. There's no problem at all, okay? This man is also strong. His fists can even produce the sound of a tiger and dragon. The onlookers were talking. Then they saw Su Chi slowly raise his left hand, bending both fingers and flicking them. Boom! Reggae's eyes widened. A force that even he could not comprehend instantly dissolved his attack. Immediately afterward, a huge force came from his arm. His body involuntarily left the ground and flew directly out hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. The final point fell back in front of the convoy. Chapter 54, Without a Woman in Mind. Drawing the sword is naturally divine. Lil Ghost got up from the ground. He could no longer feel his right hand. He looked in the direction of the Eternal Life Temple with a horrified expression. And Su Chi had already twisted his head and entered the Taoist temple. He knew Su Chi had shown mercy. He was a little manic thinking about what he had just said. Ignoring the gazes of those guards around him, he came straight to the carriage where Song Xiaoxiang was and knelt down on one knee without saying a word, clasping his hands together. He said, Ghostly did not listen to advice and was bent on having his own way, disgracing the pavilion master. Please punish him. This is the only time, and it won't happen again. Song Xiaoxiang's voice came from within the carriage. Thank you, pavilion master, Reggae said heartily. For Su Qi, he had been completely convinced. Although Ghostly's brain lacked a string, he had always respected those who were truly strong. Day 2. Song Xiaoxiang came to the Eternal Life View alone. The verdant stone steps at the entrance have been repaired overnight by Ghostly. Upon entering the Taoist temple, Jiang Yu smiled and greeted Song Xiaoxiang upon seeing her. Pavilion Master Song. Hello, you're Ginger Moon, right? Song Xiaoxiang responded with a smile as well. Yes, Pavilion Master Song, you came this time. Ginger Moon wanted to say something. Song Xiaoxiang smiled lightly and said, I've come to cultivate feelings with Mr. Su. Yo, Miss Song is here. At this time, Wang Nanbo walked out and said with a smile, Su Qi is meditating. Then I'll wait here for him. Song Xiaoxiang said. Wang Nanbo moved a stool for Song Xiaoxiang. Sit down first. I guess it will take a while. Thanks. Song Xiaoxiang sat quietly on the stool and began to survey the Taoist temple. Jiang Yu pulled Wang Nanbo aside and whispered, Do you think Song Xiaoxiang is sincere in proposing marriage to Senior Su? Or is there some purpose? What purpose can there be? Song Xiaoxiang lacks nothing. I think it's just like she said. Su Qi and her are destined to be together. Wang Nanbo said with a smile. But that's ridiculous. Ginger Moon was a little torn. Emotionally she believed what Song Xiaoxiang said, but rationally she felt it was impossible. If it were her, even if she had the man of her dreams, she would never come all the way to propose marriage like Song Xiaoxiang did. After all, marriage is not child's play. Song Xiaoxiang then sat quietly in front of the temple until nearly noon. When Su Qi walked out from the temple, when he saw Song Xiaoxiang, his face didn't change in any way. He just asked, Is the girl praying for blessings or telling fortunes? Prayers also count. Song Xiaoxiang laughed lightly. Please follow me, Su Qi said. Song Xiaoxiang followed into the hall and added some incense to the Eternal Life View. After the blessing, she sat cross-legged across from Su Qi again. What does the girl want to count? Su Qi asked. In-laws. Song Xiaoxiang looked straight at Su Qi. Birth date. Su Qi said. After Song Xiaoxiang gave it, Su Qi started the trigrams. Su Qi closed his eyes, only to open them a quarter of an hour later and said, Love is deep. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Song Xiaoxiang laughed lightly. Su Qi then added, Is there anything else for the girl? Please go back if there is nothing. Song Xiaoxiang said, Are you not allowed to stay in the Guan? Be my guest. Girl. Su Qi said. Not long after, Jiang Yu came with the meal. Along with him came Wang Nanbo, who was holding 4 pairs of bowls and chopsticks. Dinner is served. Wang Nanbo yelled. Su Qi was filled with doubt when he saw the 4 pairs of bowls and chopsticks in Wang Nanbo's hands. When was this guy bribed by Song Xiaoxiang? It's a guest from afar. Su Qi, don't be so stingy. Wang Nanbo saw Su Qi's gaze and said with a smile, Thanks. Song Xiaoxiang said with a smile as well. It used to be a dinner for 3, but now that it had steeply turned into 4, the atmosphere was a bit strange. Between meals, Wang Nanbo tried to keep driving the atmosphere, but unfortunately it was still dull. After finishing his meal, Su Qi began to meditate again. Song Xiaoxiang stayed by the side until late afternoon. When she left, wait until after Song Xiaoxiang leaves. Wang Nanbo found Su Qi. Su Qi, aren't you at all impressed? Wang Nanbo asked. Su Qi asked rhetorically. What favors have you received from others? No, Wang Nanbo denied. It's not like I can't see those things in the mundane world. I just think that you should give other people a chance as well as yourself. You're not a monk. You can't touch love half the time. It's not advisable for elders to get too involved with mortals again. It's not good for either side. Su Qi said. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Nanbo said. Mortal life is only 100 years. Dare to love and hate to live a wonderful life. The cultivator's life is long and endless. If there is no love to regulate, won't it be too boring? Youth is easy to lose, and looks are easy to lose. Su Qi said. What would your beloved think if she watched herself grow old day by day while you were still in your prime? If you watched her grow old and die but could do nothing about it, and finally buried her with your own hands, what would you think? Su Qi doesn't touch feelings. It's not for lack of emotion. Rather, it's too emotional. So he didn't dare touch it. And he couldn't. Women. It would only affect the speed at which he drew his sword. The first page of the sword book. Forgetting the beloved. Without a woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally. Wang Nanbo rubbed his chin and said, I really haven't experienced this, you said. After all, my love shelf life is only 3 months at the longest. It's enough to have had it at their best. As long as girlfriends change quickly, there is no sadness, only love. Wang Nanbo illustrates this perfectly. In response, Su Qi could only scoff. Dead scum. In the following days, Song Xiaoxiang went through thick and thin. Every day I come to the Taoist temple to stay from morning till night. At first, Song Xiaoxiang just accompanied Su Qi to meditate, but later added another item, repairing and decorating the Taoist temple, to which Su Qi acquiesced. Song Xiaoxiang first opened up a flower garden within the Taoist temple and planted a variety of flowers, then widened the Taoist temple. Many new buildings have been constructed. From being a small Taoist temple, the Eternal Life Temple had become more and more imposing. But in just 3 short months, the townspeople who came to pray for blessings almost didn't recognize the everlasting view. The incense of the everlasting goddess of mercy was becoming more and more prosperous, with Song Xiaoxiang contributing the lion's share. Previously, the everlasting view had been renovated once, and Yi Liangxiao had made the contribution. However, Song Xiaoxiang's financial power was naturally not comparable to Yi Liangxiao's. 1 year later, Changshangguan became the most famous Taoist temple in 10 miles and 8 villages. Not only Qingxi town, but also the neighboring towns of Qingxi town came over to pray for blessings from a long distance. All of this of course has Song Xiaoxiang's shadow in it as well. As the owner of the largest greenhouse in Chang'an, she could be said to be pulling full of talent when it came to the business side of things. Pavilion Master. Chang'an's drunken life tower in Yirinju saw that you hadn't returned for a long period of time, and started another trouble. Rumor has it that you've already died away from your hometown, and want to seize our territory. Qingxi town. Inside the Xiaoxiang pavilion, Mei Niang said, do with it what you will, without consulting me. Song Xiaoxiang said as she looked at the map on the wall. Pavilion Master, is there any deeper meaning to your side's obsession with developing the eternal life view? Maynard wondered. Nothing deep. Song Xiaoxiang laughed. I just wanted to give him the #1 Taoist temple in the world. Chapter 55, Qingxi City is not what it used to be. 1 year. Not only are the changes in Everlasting View great, but the changes in Clear Creek Township are equally great. To develop the Eternal Life Temple into the #1 Taoist temple in the world, foot traffic is essential. As a border town, what Clear Creek lacks most is foot traffic, but none of that is a problem. Song Xiaoxiang spent a lot of money on building infrastructure. Formerly small and beautiful, the town of Clear Creek has gradually begun to develop in the direction of a town. With money opening the way, everything is extraordinarily easy. Luo Helmet Armor Face is going to smile. Originally he was victimized by a traitor and was sent to Qingxi town basically saying goodbye to his political career. But Song Xiaoxiang's big move made him see hope again. It's like a fortune delivered to your door. It's all a colorful addition to one's political record. The residents of Qingxi town also regarded Song Xiaoxiang as a living god of wealth. A large number of silver taels were scattered. And naturally, the ones who benefited the most were the residents of Qingxi town. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, build roads first. Song Xiaoxiang firstly put a lot of effort on the transportation piece. Hundreds of thousands of silver taels were spread out, directly penetrating hundreds of townships around Qingxi town. The closest city to Clear Creek is 300 miles away. The name is Hibiscus City. There are roughly 200 miles of dirt and mountain roads from Furong City to Qingxi town that are in disrepair and have not been repaired in a long time. Song Xiaoxiang had repaired the 200 miles of road better than the road Furong City had built with its own money. And the road passes through so many scenic locations that it could well be called a scenic byway. Those who have the leisure to follow this road all the way will come to the town of Qingxi. And Song Xiaoxiang had people insert slogans along the way to publicize Qingxi town. The lake and mountains are a distant reflection of the absolutely beautiful city of Clear Creek, the city of spring, the capital of the moon, the journey of dreams, romantic Mountain Bay, cultivation Clear Creek City, a land of ancient and modern beauty, a city of mountains in clear water, a series of slogans that press on to promote Clear Creek as a town. Instead, it's the city, but Clear Creek does have a tendency to grow towards the city. It is now far more than the average township. After the transportation is taken care of, Song Xiaoxiang began to vigorously develop the entertainment program again. The Great Song Dynasty is at a stage of rapid economic development, and recreational programs are flourishing. First up is Kuju, also known as modern-day soccer. Song Xiaoxiang built the Bao field outside of Qingxi town, and they organized Kuju tournaments, set high prizes, and even set up men's and women's divisions, which attracted a lot of people to participate. And then there was the wine. Chang'an Tianxian drunk is so famous that Xiaoxiang Pavilion only sells this kind of wine in Chang'an. So a large number of wine lovers can only travel to Chang'an if they want to drink this kind of wine. Song Xiaoxiang started selling Tianxian drunk in Qingxi town. Song dynasty drinking culture. Down to the city, up to the court. Many people love wine. This initiative has attracted a lot of people to come. After all, Chang'an is a long way away, and those cities and towns that are closer to Qingxi town have no choice but to go here. Third, Song Xiaoxiang also built another street in Qingxi town specifically called Hooker Tile House. Inside, there are restaurants, tea houses, eateries, hookahs and sheds. And the sheds and hookahs are places where entertainment programs such as sumo wrestling, miscellaneous operas, shadow plays, puppet shows, illusions, storytelling and singing are performed. Song Xiaoxiang spent a lot of money to bring in many jianghu sellers from all over the country to make recreational programs blossom in Qingxi town. After the civic program is done, Song Xiaoxiang began to vigorously develop the economy again. The economic foundation determines the superstructure. And only if some businessmen feel that Qingxi town is profitable will they spontaneously join in building Qingxi town, so that the place can really develop in a long and sustainable way. There's really not much to say about the economy piece. Song Xiaoxiang is just smashing money. Keep smashing money. Large quantities of silver slammed down. Even the iron tree can bloom. Year after year. 3 years have flown by. Qingxi town also really developed into Qingxi city in 3 years' time. Whether in terms of economy, transportation or culture, Qingxi town has reached the conditions of a city. Song Xiaoxiang a handwritten letter directly to the hands of the current emperor. The emperor then announced with an imperial decree that Qingxi town was officially changed to Qingxi city. Luo Helmet Armor had made the leap from town mayor to city lord, and he began to thank the antagonist who had set him up in the first place. If it wasn't for him, could he have gotten to where he was today? Qingxi city and Furong city stood side by side, becoming the twin stars of the southwest region of the great Song dynasty. Although Qingxi city was a newcomer, as far as the development of the city was concerned, it was quite a bit better than its big brother, Furong city. Many of the worldly sons and dudes within Hibiscus city even planned to live here for a long time. There is no other way. Dashing court is in. Qingxi city was the only city in the southwest that had a Xiaoxiang pavilion. The city has grown since. The incense of the everlasting goddess of mercy has naturally become more and more prosperous. With Su Qi, Zhang Yu, and Wang Nanbo around, it would be hard for the incense of the everlasting goddess of mercy not to flourish. The more incense flourished in the everlasting life guan, the more famous it became. And the entire southwest region knew about the everlasting life guan in Qingxi city. The everlasting view has taken a big step towards the goal of being the no. One view in the world. During Song Xiaoxiang's 3 years, rain or shine, she was bound to stay by Su Qi's side for 3 full hours every day. For these 3 hours she did nothing, but held her face and watched Su Qi meditate, or helped others to divine hangings and so on. She would also help Su Qi clean the Taoist temple, peel fruits, organize clothes, and even learn to cook from Zhang Yu, just like a real good wife and mother. Outsiders simply couldn't imagine that the superwoman who called the wind and the rain, who set up the sea and the sky, and who had turned Qingxi town into a city in just 3 years, also had such a tender side. Is Su Qi an Iron Man? Of course not. With such persistence, even the ironwood trees should be blooming. He had to admit that Song Xiaoxiang had really pried open his heart and left an indelible shadow, but his face still didn't show half of it. However, the details that occasionally flowed out on weekdays still made Song Xiaoxiang feel it. Song Xiaoxiang didn't poke at it either, enjoying this uneventful life year after year, day after day. Master, the eternal life concept is dominant and enjoys the top-notch incense. I've inquired around. There are no other Taoist concepts or temples within a 300-mile radius of Qingxi city. So if we put down roots here, or even take its place. On this day, an old man and a young man came to the city, all dressed in the garb of a Taoist priest. The young Taoist said with a heated smile. That old Taoist priest did not look old, had a goatee and was full of righteousness. Since the eternal life goddess has such a flourishing incense, there is naturally a reason for it. Have you figured it out yet? The old Taoist priest asked. Master, I've already mapped it out. That everlasting view only has one Taoist priest, 2 disciples, and even a female. Isn't this nonsense? That Taoist priest doesn't look like he's at a good level to me. He's definitely no match for you. The trail hemmed and hawed. So what's your plan? The old Taoist asked. Simple. That's all we need. Chapter 56. We're professionals. The eternal life view is in a solid position now. Even if we are more powerful, it will be hard to shake the position of the eternal life view in the hearts of these residents. But if we create a crisis that the eternal life view cannot solve but we do, then we will be able to gain a firm foothold, Kodo said with a sense of accomplishment. The old Taoist stroked his goatee and said, "That's not a bad way to go, but how is this crisis created? Isn't it simple? All we need to do is to release a few of those lonely ghosts we usually catch, and then won't this Qingxi city be in chaos?" The trail hemmed and hawed. "May not." The old Taoist shook his head and said, "In our ghost-catching lineage, catching and harnessing ghosts are not to be used to wreak havoc on the earth. It's a bad ancestral tradition. Master, we have always abided by our ancestral teachings, but now we are all about to lose our lives, and we, the ghost-catching lineage, have been instrumental in making this world so peaceful, but how is the world treating us?" The Xiao Dao said unwillingly. "Ghost-catching heritage has been thousands of years, but we are about to sever this 1,000 years of heritage. How can we stand up to our ancestors like this? Besides, we're not wreaking havoc on the earth by releasing those lone souls and ghosts, and by setting the rules beforehand. We just need to scare the mortals, so that's not a bad rule." The old Taoist revealed a look of intent, clearly somewhat moved by the words. Xiao Dao is right. The legacy of their ghost-hunting lineage is about to be cut off. He is going to be the sinner of this if he stays in his ways and acts in a pedantic manner. But if this time, the ghost-hunting lineage might be able to branch out and become bright again. Seeing that his master was showing signs of wavering, the young Taoist hurriedly said again, "Master, I've already inquired. There is no demon suppression division within this Qingxi city, so this is a good opportunity for us." The decline of the ghost-hunting lineage was not unrelated to the rise of the demon suppression division. Since the establishment of the Department of Demon Suppression, the professions of folk ghost hunters, exorcists and the like have declined more and more. When the people came across strange things, they reported them to the Department of Devil Suppression, and within a few days, a devil suppression envoy came to investigate the official founding of the organization and the abundance of capable men and women. Where are the ordinary ghosts and monsters a match? Over time, people have gotten into the habit of no longer needing the professions of folk ghost hunters and exorcists. Apprentice, you've always had a quick head, so master will listen to you for once. Finally, the old Taoist made up his mind and said, but then he added, "Apprentice, have you ever confirmed clearly that eternal life view is really incompetent? If the ghosts and monsters we release are destroyed, it would be a loss." The little Taoist said confidently, "Master, don't worry. The Taoist priests of the eternal life view are straw men at first glance to me. It's impossible for them to jeopardize our plan." Nightfall. In the past, the town of Qingxi was basically dark and cold on the streets by this time, but now Qingxi city was brightly lit, and even at night it was a prosperous scene. The trail came to a deserted place and furtively pulled out a small bottle. Snap! The bottle opened and a few wisps of smoke came out. Soon, the wisps of green smoke turned into several vicious ghosts with hideous faces. "Listen up. In a minute you're going to do this," the trail commanded. "Yes. Hey, 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 isn't that just scary? I'm the best at it. It's not much to just inhale some mortal essence, is it? I'm starving to death," a few evil spirits said in a chorus. Xiao Dao said with a serious face, "Never hurt anyone, otherwise I will not forgive you lightly." Several evil spirits reluctantly agreed and quickly disappeared into the darkness of the night. Xiao Dao raised his head to look at the night sky. The moon was bright and the stars were twinkling. It was as if his road ahead was as bright. He couldn't help but smile with longing. "Hey, what are you boys standing there for?" Just then, a stern cry came. Xiao Dao was so scared that he trembled, and the bottle in his hand almost fell to the ground. He turned hastily to see one of the guards on patrol looking at him with a serious face. "This lord, I'm enjoying the moon," the trail said sheepishly. "Enjoying the moon?" The guards walked over, looked the trail up and down, and then looked around and said, "Sneaky, I told you that public urination and defecation is not allowed in the city. If you want to go to the toilet, there are public toilets every 500 meters. Violators are heavily fined." "My lord, do I look to you like someone who urinates and defecates in the open?" The trail was quick to cry foul. "That bottle in your hand is a matter of convenience for you, isn't it?" The guard shook his head and said, "Don't dump blindly even after you're done with your convenience. Go to the public restroom or else it counts just as much as if you defecate in the open." With that, the guard turned to leave, muttering, "The mouth of the bottle is so small. TSK, how fine it must be." Xiao Dao's face darkened when he heard this. "Don't be so insulting. Even if you suspect that you urinate and defecate, you call yourself fine? Dogs with no eyes. Xiao Dao subconsciously went to touch the place. Well, it's true that there are no eyes. Ah, rascal! Just then, a gasp came from the side of the trail. He blanched and turned his head as a woman passed by just in time to see what he had just subconsciously done. The guard that hadn't gotten far doubled back. With a serious face, he said, "What's going on? You boys are up to something, aren't you?" "My lord, I did not." The trail wanted to cry. "He's really wronged. Cut the crap and show me your resident card." The guards were serious. A resident card is similar to a modern-day ID card. It will record the details of the individual, including residential address, name and so on. Trail fumbled around for half a second and pulled out his resident card. The guard took it and looked at it carefully. "Young Yamwei?" The guard had been serious, but after reading it, he couldn't help the corner of his mouth from twitching and snorting out a laugh at the association with that bottle. The young Taoist felt insulted. His face flushed red as he said, "My lord, what are you laughing at? I think of happy things." The guard went on to read, "Address of residence, the village of Hoso." "Put." The guards burst out laughing again. "Enough." Xiao Dao blushed red and said, "Don't think I don't know what you're laughing at. We are professionally trained not to laugh no matter how funny it is." The guards were serious. Then he couldn't resist glancing at the resident card. "Put. Unless it can't be helped." Eventually the guards returned the resident's license to the trail with some pity. After the guards came up next to the woman and said a few words, the woman's eyes towards Yang Wei became a bit strange, and then she eeped in disgust and walked away in a hurry. "Well, you boys are warned to stay out of trouble in the future." "Ah," the guard said, pointing at Yang Wei, walked a few steps and then twisted his head and said, "As a man I understand your pain. We have a Chinese medicine center in our city. You can also go and take a look when you have time." The trail stood in the wind. He was the 250th generation of the ghost hunter lineage, but he was misunderstood to be suffering from a stubborn disease. Outrageous. Chapter 57. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Yang Wei thought about it for a long time, but finally endured it. "I'm a ghost hunter. I don't bother with mere mortals." However, Yang Wei stayed away from this place. He felt that this location was not very auspicious, and he was insulted just for releasing a ghost and monster. Obscure. Those ghosts released by Yang Wei. Strength isn't great. It was also equivalent to a cultivator in the chi practicing stage. He didn't dare to release any ghosts that were too strong, for fear that he wouldn't be able to suppress them. Yang Wei began to wander around the city. This newly built-up city was much more prosperous than many cities he had seen. I heard that it was the pavilion master of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion who spent a lot of money to turn this Qingxi town into Qingxi City. Yang Wei began to fantasize. "I heard that this pavilion master is also a great beauty. It would be great if I could hug her thighs." Inside the dashing pavilion, Wang Nanbo was being surrounded by a group of women, laughing and talking with them. Astronomy and geography, erudite and informed. Often a single sentence would lead to sounds of amazement coming from the women. As it happened, Yang Wei also walked into the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. He had been to the Xiaoxiang Pavilion once in Chang'an. It was indeed a paradise for the literati. After he saw Wang Nanbo who was surrounded by women, he could not help but snort a laugh, thinking in his heart, "This eternal life view is really a bunch of straw men." The district disciples do not look after the Taoist temple, but spend their time here. In the southernmost part of the Great Song dynasty, there is a place called the End of the World, where there is a sect called the End of the World sect, and another sect called the Cape sect. These two main sects originally came from the same source, and then because of the different philosophies, they split up, and so became the two main sects of the present. Yang Wei walked over and happened to hear Wang Nanbo telling stories to the ladies. I have to say, Wang Nanbo has a great talent as a storyteller, speaking in a staccato manner. So Yang Wei's attention was also attracted and he began to listen carefully. The two clans look at each other and have friction from time to time. The Sky's End sect has a genius named Zheng Tianya, and the Cape sect also has a genius named Che Haijiao. And these two people often spar because of their clans to determine who is the first genius of the Sky's End and Cape. And guess what? The two played and played out their feelings, and they fell in love with each other. At that moment, someone interrupted Wang Nanbo. Mr. Wang, it seems you didn't say the gender of the two. Wang Nanbo smiled and said, Xiaochun, don't be in a hurry. I was just about to say it. These two are both men. Whoa! The women let out a gasp. It's all men. It's kind of exciting. Hearing this, Yang Wei frowned, thinking that in the future, he would have to stay away from this end of the world, or else it would be very dangerous for his level of handsomeness. After the two of them fell in love with each other, they often spent time in front of each other in the name of sparring. But, upon hearing this the hearts of the crowd lifted again, which meant that the story was going to take a turn for the worse. Chie Hikako changed her mind and fell in love with her senior sister. Zhang Tianya was heartbroken. He couldn't believe that the man who once claimed to love him had changed his heart. He charged for love and stormed into the Cape clan, loudly questioning why Chie Haijiao had changed his heart. But Chie Haijiao denied what happened before and said that Zhang Tianya was a crazy person. How could he like men? And beat Zhang Tianya to death on the spot. Zhang Tianya was so grief-stricken that he was thrown out of the Cape sect, and it just so happened that this is when he ran into me. When he said this, Wang Nanbua stopped. And then? Why don't you say anything? Mr. Wang, could it be that you're with Zhang Tianya? Facing the urging of the crowd, Wang Nanbua smiled faintly and said, my mouth is a bit thirsty. Today there is a big discount at the liquor store in the south of the city. Who will give me a little reward money? After I buy the wine, I'll come back to share Zhang Tianya's revenge plan with you guys. Cut. I thought it was real this time, but it turned out to be made up by Mr. Wang again. That's just it. It's so bad. Thanks to me listening to it. It's not like you don't have money. Mr. Wang, go buy it yourself. The women pouted and spoke in a chorus. Wang Nanbua has used this trick no less than 20 times, and every time he speaks, he ends up asking for money to buy alcohol. Actually, buy the wine and never talk about it, because it was made up in the first place. The women had already suffered a loss, so naturally they would not believe it again. Hey, you've all learned to be smart, not cute. Wang Nanbua sighed. Yang Wei was a little jealous, seeing Wang Nanbua surrounded by women pouting, thinking how good it would be if that person were himself. Just then, he saw the green-faced ghost fly in and was hiding between the carved beams. Let's see me give you a good scare and show these women how ugly you are. Yang Wei's face was joyful. Then he gave a wink to the green-faced ghost. The green-faced ghost was a colorful ghost in his life, and he also looked at Wang Nanbua with displeasure. And this guy was surrounded by women, so he was really too much to beat. After getting instructions from Yang Wei, he then floated down, intending to ride on Wang Nanbua's head and teach this kid a good lesson. But just then, Wang Nanbua raised his head, and at a glance, he saw the green-faced ghost with a sardonic smile on his face. The green-faced ghost did not manifest itself and was invisible to mortals, but Wang Nanbua was not one of them. This guy can see me? The green-faced ghost froze for a moment, and he clearly saw the surprise in Wang Nanbua's eyes. It's good to see. Watch me scare the piss out of you. The green-faced ghost endeavored to make a hideous and terrifying appearance as it lunged towards Wang Nanbua. Girls, have you all ever seen a ghost? Wang Nanbua suddenly asked with a smile. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. Is Mr. Wang going to tell any more stories about ghosts? Ha ha ha, everyone understands Mr. Wang. The women laughed. Since none of you have seen it before, I'll give you a chance to meet it. Wang Nanbua smiled and waved. The green-faced ghost instantly felt a strange force hit him, and his body fell uncontrollably. It snapped to the ground and revealed itself. Ah! At the sudden appearance of the silhouette, the women exclaimed and jumped in fear. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's just a little kid, Wang Nanbua said with a smile. Then with a movement of his fingers, this green-faced ghost flipped over, revealing that decrepit face. This decrepit face instantly made the women laugh, and instantly felt less scary. Is this a ghost? Where did it come from? Oh, it's so ugly looking. This ghost is so heavy with dark circles under his eyes. Being a ghost doesn't even have self-discipline. This is staying up all night, isn't it? I used to think ghosts were scary, but now they seem pretty badass. Ha! The green-faced ghost was on the verge of tears as she was being savored by the women. Damn! I've never been this high before I became a ghost. Become a ghost and be bullied instead. The green-faced ghost looked at Yang Wei with a helpless face. Brother, save me. Yang Wei twisted his head and walked away, feeling his scalp tingle. He had just detected Wang Nanbua's spiritual power fluctuation in that instant. Vast as the sea. Exactly what cultivation level he didn't know. Just know that it's much stronger than your own master. Oh no! I'm afraid that this eternal life view is not as simple as I thought. Chapter 58, a meal that's a long story. After Yang Wei left from the Shoshan Pavilion, hastily collecting all those ghosts he had let out, there had been a serious lapse in intelligence, and he would have to rework his plans. And the green-faced ghost, he knew there was no coming back. In the hands of this kind of cultivator, how can you still get away with it? Day 2. A man has come to the everlasting view. Once Jiang Yu saw the man, she knew that she had come to live. Since coming to the eternal life view, he hadn't taken on a mission himself for several years. However, the cultivation piece, Jiang Yu had already officially stepped into Yuaning. Senior sister Jiang. It's been a long time, Bai said with a smile. Senior brother Bu, this time you came personally. The difficulty of the mission isn't low, is it? Ginger Moon asked. Bui nodded his head and said, there was a ghost incident in October Town and hundreds of civilians have died. The division master means that you are more familiar with this territory and asked you to assist me in solving this ghost incident together. Bui's cultivation was at the peak of Yuaning and half a foot had already stepped into the realm of transformation. The fact that he could be dispatched to investigate this haunting was enough to see the seriousness of it. Okay, wait for me to clean up a bit, Ginger Moon said with a nod. Bui nodded, then began to survey the Taoist temple. He hadn't even imagined that there was such a large Taoist temple in this borderland. There was also Qingxi City that opened his eyes, although it was said that it was not as large and prosperous as Chang'an. But the sparrow was small with all its organs. It was a good city for recuperation. After packing up, Jiang Yu found Su Qi. Elder Su, I'm going on a mission, so I won't be able to cook for a while, so I might have to trouble Sister Xiaoxiang, Ginger Moon said with a smile. Over these 3 years, Song Xiaoxiang and Jiang Yu had become good sisters. Be safe, Su Qi admonished. As an elder, he didn't really need to eat. However, Jiang Yu's cooking was delicious, and on the premise of being able to feast, Su Qi would not refuse. After thinking about it, Su Qi added, if you can't solve it, you can summon me. Definitely. If I can't solve it, I'll have to trouble Elder Su to do it, Ginger Moon said playfully. Jiang Yu left, and after Wang Nanbua came back and realized that there were no delicious meals, he went back to Xiaoxiang Pavilion, where there was a chef and the meals were all delicious. As for Song Xiaoxiang's cooking, let's just say it's edible, but not necessary. It's just the two of us today, Song Xiaoxiang said happily when she arrived at the Taoist temple. Happy to be cooking? Su Qi asked. That depends on who it's for. I do have fun if I do it with our Su Gongzi. Song Xiaoxiang came to Su Qi's ear and whispered. Ahem. Su Qi almost choked on his saliva. He always felt that Song Xiaoxiang was driving, but he had no proof. Aya, what's wrong with the prince? Why are you choking? Song Xiaoxiang said with a smile. It seems that your son is also looking forward to it, Su Qi said with a stern face. Molesting the goddess of mercy. You will be punished to face the wall for 3 days. Song Xiaoxiang pouted her lips and said, no way do I want to face the wall, or else. Saying that, Song Xiaoxiang came over again. Su Qi was afraid that she would say any more words about tigers and wolves, and immediately waved his hand and said, all right, the punishment is waived. Quickly go and cook. Song Xiaoxiang flavorfully blanked Su Qi, then went to the kitchen. 1 hour later, Song Xiaoxiang grimaced as she brought up the meal. Did you fall into the bed? Su Qi couldn't help but laugh. Don't say it, Song Xiaoxiang said with some frustration. Having only learned to cook from Sister Jiang Yu, but not having a student fire, it's already not easy for me to get the meal ready. Su Qi looked at today's dishes. Obviously the fire control was not good and some were even mushy. However, Su Qi thought this was quite cute. After all, girls who could do everything had divinity but less humanity. So it seems that Song Xiaoxiang is not all-powerful. Su Qi first picked up a piece of dark meat and said, what is this? Song Xiaoxiang blushed and said, spicy chicken. I guess that's what the chicken was supposed to look like. Su Qi laughed. Oops. It's fried by me. I can't control the fire well. Song Xiaoxiang pouted. Su Qi looked stunned. It was the first time he had seen Song Xiaoxiang have such a little girl side. Then Song Xiaoxiang picked up a piece of chicken that was not fried and handed it to Su Qi. Quickly open your mouth and taste the flavor. Su Qi opened his mouth and the chicken was brought into his mouth. He chewed a couple of bites and then nodded. Nice and salty. Really? Song Xiaoxiang said in surprise. Today was the first time she had cooked on her own, and in the past, she had had Jiang Yu on hand to give her instructions. With that, Song Xiaoxiang picked up a piece of chicken and stuffed it into her mouth. Blah blah blah. Just after chewing a mouthful, she spat it out and said with a bitter face, why is it so salty? Salt doesn't cost anything, does it? Then she thought that this dish was made by herself, and immediately changed her words again and said, at a glance, this person in charge of the kitchen is not stingy. For the same dish, to put so many more seasonings than others. Really? Put. Su Qi laughed. That's kind of a cute way to sell yourself. Gee, I didn't do well with one dish, but I sure was good with the others. Song Xiaoxiang picked up another piece of eggplant and said, come and try the cold eggplant I made. This is definitely delicious. After Su Qi chewed a few bites, he nodded his head and said, well, it's indeed good. Sweet and sour. Right. Song Xiaoxiang proudly picked up a piece of eggplant and then stuffed it into her mouth. Blah blah blah. Then she immediately spat it out with a disgusted look on her face. This is too sour. The vinegar has spilled over. Seeing Su Qi looking at himself with a smirk, Song Xiaoxiang blushed. There's still the last dish. I just can't believe it. This last dish is a chili pepper stir-fry. It's also the dish Song Xiaoxiang cooks the most. She was sure the dish wouldn't flop. This time she didn't let Su Qi eat first, but picked up a chopstick and stuffed it into her mouth herself. Blah blah blah. Song Xiaoxiang spat it out once again and said with a bitter face, "It's too salty, too salty." Song Xiaoxiang's face is unlovable. Obviously she has done well before. Why did she turn over today? But Song Xiaoxiang suddenly remembered that in the past, it was always Jiang Yu who was beside her, and she was the one who put the seasoning. So she understood. On my own, I just learned to stir fry, but I didn't learn the piece of putting in the seasonings. Forget it, this meal is a failure today. I'll go to Xiaoxiang Pavilion later and pack a chef's cooking for you, Song Xiaoxiang said dejectedly. Instead, she saw Su Qi put the dish into the bowl and finished it with the rice without changing his face. Just right. Actually, I have heavy tastes. After eating, Su Qi smiled. Put. Song Xiaoxiang laughed as she blankly glanced at Su Qi and said, "Our Mr. Su, when did he also tell such clumsy lies?" Smile back and 100 winks. 6 palaces have no color. Chapter 59 Make a Wish, the strongest foundation building technique in the 3 realms. There was no further relationship for 3 years. It seemed to have drawn much closer after Song Xiaoxiang had independently cooked once. Night. Su Qi was left alone again. He opened his eyes violently, and his pupils unexpectedly turned into a light golden color, and the golden mist was dense, as if it was an auspicious cloud. Host, Su Qi. Luck, 365. Cultivation, 730th level of Qi cultivation. Evaluation, a beautiful man with great luck. Qi luck breaks through 365. Can be converted to golden Qi luck? Is it converted? A dialog box appeared in front of Su Qi. Golden aura? Is it of any use? No one was there to clear up the confusion for Su Qi, but he didn't hesitate to tap convert. Shouldn't be a bad thing. Boom! The moment the point is finished, a vortex appeared above the eternal life view. All of a sudden, the wind rose and thundered. The golden mist coalesced in the vortex, coloring the dark clouds gold. Wang Nanhua, who was in Qingxi City, was shaken as he looked out the window and couldn't help but lose his voice. Qi fortune inversion. Surprisingly, it's a Qi fortune inversion. Is there going to be a son of heaven's destiny in this realm? Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as golden light broke through the dark clouds and enveloped the eternal life view. This golden light was incomparably dazzling in the darkness of the night, and this miraculous sight of the eternal life view attracted the attention of the people of Qingxi City. Oh my god? What's that? Buddha's light shining through? Stupid. How could Buddha's light shine on a Taoist temple? It must be the 3 Qing gods manifesting, even this far away. Just looking at that light makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. It must be an instruction from the immortal world. The eternal life view is under the shelter of the immortal realm. I've settled in Qingxi City for more than a year now, and surprisingly, I haven't been to the eternal life temple yet, so I'll go and offer incense tomorrow. The crowd was talking, and at this point, Su Qi, more than anyone could ever feel, under the golden light, he could clearly see countless golden droplets floating out from his body and hovering in midair, which was very beautiful. Su got up and counted. No more, no less, exactly 365 drops. Could this be my luck? Su Qi muttered. In the next second, 365 drops of golden water trembled and flew into Su Qi's brow. Every drop of water that fell would form a faint droplet mark on his forehead. When the last drop fell, a water droplet-shaped mark formed on Su Qi's brow, flashing with a light gold color. Golden Qi conversion complete. Cultivation plus 270. A dialog box flashed before Su Qi's eyes. This also meant that Su Qi had officially broken through the 1000th level of Qi practicing. The spiritual energy in his body began to frantically surge towards his left foot, and after a few moments the left foot also managed to assimilate with the spiritual energy. Su Qi completed the spiritualization of his right hand at the 400th level of Qi practicing. He guessed that the number of layers needed for spiritualization should be incremental. You can convert your left foot on the 800th floor, then you can only convert your right foot on the next 1600th floor. By analogy, Su Qi guessed that it would probably take around 6,400 layers to complete the spiritualization of his entire body. It was a long process, but he could afford to wait. After the conversion was completed, Su Qi felt that he had become stronger again. He glanced at the panel. The information is also updated. Host, Su Chi, Golden Luck, 1. Cultivation, 1000 levels of Chi cultivation. Evaluation, a super beautiful man with golden luck. I wonder what surprises this golden Chi can bring me. Su Chi muttered. Due to the golden chakra enhancement. Comprehend, wish-making technique. Just as he finished speaking, another dialogue box popped up in front of Su Chi. Wishcraft? Su Chi was a bit confused. Wishing technique, you with golden Chi are beloved by the heavenly Tao of this realm, and you can make a wish once every year. Note, the higher the golden luck, the easier it is to make a wish. Read the introduction to wishcraft. Su Chi's eyes widened. There is a saying in the novel about the children of the realm, and one can even make a wish to the heavenly Tao. Doesn't that mean that? Think about it. Su Chi can't wait to try it. You can only make a wish once a year, so what would be better for me to wish for? The wish shouldn't be too outrageous, or it would be too buggy, but Su Chi decided to try anyway. Let me become a transitional stage immediately. Su Chi made a pious wish. After a long time, there was no response. Su Chi was a bit regretful. TCH, it's true that you can't be too outrageous. Let the transitional cultivators worship me. Su Chi made another wish. Su Chi thought to himself that if he took in a disciple of the transitional stage, then he would be able to be a shirker in the future. I'll be able to live in peace for 10,000 years, and then I'll be able to protect myself when I ascend to the immortal realm. Unfortunately, that wish also fell through. Let a transitional cultivator be my bodyguard. Su Chi thought to himself that this was never too much. The result is still no response. Never mind. Let's start with a practical one. Su Chi finally gave up. He thought for a moment and said, give me a heart technique of the foundation establishment stage. Wish granted. A small line flashed by. Pop. A large bird suddenly flew in and hit the door beam and passed out. Su Chi walked over to take a look, and the bird was actually holding a book in its beak. The strongest foundation building technique in the 3 realms. Su Chi picked it up and took a look. To dare to call it that. It shouldn't be bad, right? But this delivery is a bit too simple and rough. Su picked it up and flipped through it. Soon he mastered the method of building the foundation. But then it suddenly occurred to him, if I build a foundation, won't I not be able to spiritualize my whole body? No, I can't build a foundation at this stage. Let's wait until my whole body is spiritualized. I can afford to wait anyway. Su Chi put away this book of the strongest foundation building technique in the 3 realms. At least he now had a gong method, so he wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to raise his realm in the future. This time it's still too conservative. Next time, directly wish for a technique that goes up to the transition stage. Su Chi thought to himself. Su Chi. Just then, Su Chi heard Wang Nanbua shout. He looked up into the sky as Wang Nanbua stepped on his flying sword and flew over like a meteor, a face of excitement. After seeing Su Chi, Wang Nanbua leaped down from the sky, then ran to Su Chi, looked Su Chi up and down for a while, and that look made Su Chi's scalp numb. Are you drunk? Su Chi disliked it. The Chi pouring in. The Chi is pouring in. Fortune is pouring in. Wang Nanbua monkeyed around and said, is that heaven's destined son you? What destined son? Su Chi said with a bit of doubt. Didn't you notice the difference a quarter of an hour ago? The entire eternal life view was enveloped in great Chi. Didn't you feel a thing? Wang Nanbua's eyes widened. So converting golden Chi moves so much? Su Chi flashed a thought. Then said, I was practicing at that time. There was nothing special. Destiny's child? It's strife-ridden by the sound of it. I can't admit it. Chapter 60 The Year of Controversy. Wang Nanbua looked at Su Chi skeptically. He didn't believe what Su Chi said, but again, he couldn't feel half of the Chi fluctuation on Su Chi. Generally speaking, the legendary son of heaven's destiny was shrouded in great Chi. Not to mention getting close. 100 meters away would feel dazzling. However, Su Chi looked like he didn't seem to fit in with the son of heaven's destiny, other than being dazzlingly handsome. Could I be mistaken? Wang Nanbua began to get suspicious. However, the scene just now was clearly a Chi pouring in, and he had seen a description of this scene in a book. If there's nothing else, go play on the side and don't disturb my cultivation. Su Chi sat down cross-legged and said calmly, 9 Heavenly Sword Sect. Broken Sword Forest. Sect Leader. Just now there was a great Chi fluctuation in the southwest direction. It is suspected that a heavenly destiny son has appeared. A middle-aged man said to an old man sitting cross-legged on the ground. This old man was the famous 9 Heaven Sword Sect Patriarch, Nye Xiefeng. Nye Xiefeng opened his eyes, and the invisible sword Chi instantly twisted a broken sword in front of him into pieces. Accurate? Nye Xiefeng asked. There shouldn't be any mistake. The Chi luck plaque shattered. And this is the first time in 1500 years that there has been a reaction. The middle-aged man said. Yes. Nye Xiefeng stood up, looked up at the sky and said, this is a chance and a crisis. Make sure to find the son of heaven's destiny. Our realm has been in decline for too long. It's time to fight. Yes. The middle-aged man led the way. Feng Yixian. Being a clan that only accepts female cultivators, Feng Yixian had always been a place that all male cultivators aspired to. But no male cultivator dared to come to Feng Yixian to spread their wildness. No man had set foot here for thousands of years. Phoenix Mountain, the highest peak of Feng Yixian. This place was bathed in heaven and earth yuan qi and had abundant spiritual energy, and it was also the place where the patriarch resided. The Feng Yixian's patriarch was named Dongfang Shu, and back then, she was known as the first beauty in the cultivation world. Even though that was thousands of years ago, the current Dongfang Shu was still gorgeous, shedding cliffside. Below was an endless sea of clouds, like a great river rushing by. The sunset reflects the sea of clouds in fiery red and is breathtakingly beautiful. But this kind of beauty is a daily occurrence here. Two stunningly beautiful women were actually playing against each other on this cliffside. Linger, this time when the heaven's destiny child appears, you must bring her back to Feng Yixian. Dongfang Shu said. Luo Ling's face was indifferent. Master, what if he is a man? Men. Dongfang Shu laughed lightly. So what if it's a man? Bringing them back is just that. But it's against the rules. Luo Ling raised her head, her stunningly beautiful face filled with incomprehension. Regulations? Dongfang Shu put the white seeds down, her beautiful eyes smiling. Isn't this rule also set by me? If I want to change it, who would dare to object? I know. Luo Ling stood up and slammed the black stones down. Master, you lost. After saying that, Luo Ling turned to leave. I will bring the person back. Dongfang Shu looked at Luo Ling's back as she left and shook her head and laughed. This girl? She's just like me back then. Green Cloud Gate. The son of heaven's destiny is now in the world. This person has a destiny with my Green Cloud sect. Make sure to fight for it. A Taoist priest with white hair said to a young Taoist priest in front of him. This white-bearded Taoist priest was the sect master of the Green Cloud sect, Chenjingji. Master, is this some kind of heaven's destined son really that mysterious? The young Taoist priest was Chenjingji's close disciple and the chief disciple of Qingyun's sect, Zuoshao. The son of heaven's destiny is now in the world. The year of the great struggle is about to begin. The cultivation world in the future won't be so peaceful anymore. Striving for the son of heaven's destiny will ensure that our clan will be safe, and even advance further. Chen Jingji said. Zuoshao was still puzzled. But the cultivation world is never peaceful, and the struggle between us and the evil things never stops. These are just small fights. Chen Jingji was dumbfounded. In the last year of the great struggle, the Nine Heaven Sword sect was only a small 18th-rate sect. But it was precisely because they produced a Heaven's Destiny son that they have achieved their current status. The Nine Heavenly Sword sect doesn't have to be stronger than us, right? I really don't know why everyone thinks that our Green Cloud sect is a head lower, Zuoshao said somewhat unconvincingly. The Nine Heaven Sword sect's depths are far beyond what you can imagine. Chen Jingji shook his head and said, in short, the Son of Heaven's mandate must be fought for, and if it can't be fought for it doesn't matter. At least mix up your face. It will be of great use in the future. Got it, Master. Zuoshao nodded and said. Deep in the mountains more than 100 miles outside of Qingxi town, the demonic man laughed nervously. Ha ha ha. The red light in the demonic man's eyes grew more and more intense. The year of the great struggle is finally coming again. Son of Heaven's destiny. Ha ha ha. Countless sects were staging that scene from the three great sects. The year of the great controversy. The new generation of monks have not experienced it. But the older generation of cultivators knew how terrifying it was. 80% of the cultivators died in the last great controversy year. The year of the great controversy. What's the fight about? Struggle for luck. This thing called qi was more important than cultivation. The level of a realm's qi fortune directly affected the number of cultivators and the number of people who ascended. If the qi of a realm is depleted, then there will be no new cultivators produced and the existing ones will fall for various reasons. At that time, this realm would be completely reduced to a lower realm. As the person who caused this storm, Su Qi did not know that Qingxi City had become the destination of the clans. If he knew that, he'd probably be changing places right now. Places with a lot of people weren't safe, and he meant places with a lot of cultivators. Su Qi realized that since the conversion to Golden Qi, every time he ran the Qi practicing skill, the spiritual energy in his body seemed to be undergoing some sort of irreversible change. It seemed to be tainted by Qi. It was shrouded in a faint golden mist. After these golden mists seeped into the spiritual energy, They quickly assimilated with it and seemed to have an additional strange power. Mutated spiritual energy? I wonder what wonderful uses it has. Su Chi muttered. The next day, a lot of people came to the Taoist temple. Many residents who have never been to the Taoist temple before are clamoring to burn incense and pray for blessings today. This caused the incense of the eternal life goddess to flourish a great deal more. Taoist Master Xiao Su, I've heard a lot about you. I've never been here before. Today I would like to donate 10,000 taels of incense to your temple. Taoist Master Xiao Su, I've long heard that you're the living god of our Qingxi city, but I haven't come to pay my respects, so please don't be offended. Taoist Master Xiao Su, I've always felt that I have a connection with the Taoist temple, and I've wanted to be a Taoist priest before, so please make sure to fulfill this wish of mine. Me too. The eternal life Guan is such a big one. You can't always be the one to take care of it, can you, Guan Master Su? I used to be a monk, returned to secularism, and now I want to be a Taoist priest. Guan Master Su, it's actually not important to be a Taoist priest or not. The main thing is that I want to feel your inculcation. Chapter 61, Bullying. Faced with these raw faces, yet unusually enthusiastic residents, Su Chi came to the rescue. It's just as well that he wants to be a handful, since you all want to come and do odd jobs, please. That way, he could have more time to cultivate again. The Taoist temple is bigger and needs more manpower. Previously, Su Chi was still considering whether to recruit a few Taoist priests. Hey, isn't this injustice coming to your door? Since everyone is so enthusiastic, it just so happens that the Taoist temple is in need of some manpower lately, Su Chi said. Everyone was wide-eyed with a look of anticipation, hoping to be chosen. You, and you. Su Chi casually pointed out a few people. The men walked out of the crowd with delighted faces, all with proud faces. Voila! We've been chosen. Just before they were done being proud, Su Chi then said, eliminated. Let's go. Ha? Why? The guys were dumbfounded. The Taoist temple doesn't accept people with bad hearts, Su Chi said lightly. These several people from the inside out are permeated with a lewdness. It seems that they usually have not done a lot of things to steal chickens and dogs. As a Taoist priest, Su Chi still had the ability to tell fortunes and read people. A roar of laughter came from the crowd. There was a stark contrast between the way those people had just scratched their heads, complacent and arrogant, and the current outcome. A man with thieving eyebrows said unconvincingly, I had thought that this everlasting view was a famous sect, but it turned out to be nothing more than a vain appearance and a false name, and even judging people by their appearances. I shucks. With that, he spat a thick mouthful of spit on the ground. I don't care to come to this Thai place. With that, the man was about to leave. Stand still, Su Chi said lightly. What for? The thieving man turned around and snickered. Regretting it? Getting annoyed at having your hypocritical mask exposed? Mop the floor, Su Chi said lightly. Ha ha ha, stinking Taoist, what can you do if I don't rub it in? The man laughed out loud. And scrubbing the floor? Yuck, he said, spitting another thick mouthful of spit on the ground. The man said proudly, I've traveled for so many years. What kind of scenes have I not seen before? How can a stinking Taoist priest try to scare me? Those around them began to condemn it. You're so unqualified. Quickly apologize to our little Taoist Su. That's right. Hurry up and wipe your thick phlegm clean. It's disgusting. Take unqualified as powerful. Really have you? The so-called phase is born from the heart. This guy looks like a lewd look. In the face of the crowd's condemnation, the man said with a playful smile, curse all you want. I won't rub it in. I'll be damned. With it he spat another thick mouthful of spit on the ground. 3 dark green chunks of thick phlegm on the floor looked extremely disgusting. Su Chi frowned. Although he didn't want to bother with mortals, he didn't feel the need to hold back in the face of some death-defying people. But just at that moment, a cool female voice came. Don't want to wipe? Then lick it clean. The man sniffed and immediately said playfully, lick? You lick to the big man to see. Before the words were finished, it was as if the man was stuck with phlegm and couldn't get the last word out. His eyes widened as he looked at the heavenly, stunning beauty that walked out from the crowd. But his brain was sweating and his hands and feet began to shake. Song Xiaoshan looked at the man with cold eyes and said in a cold voice, say it? Why don't you keep talking? Boo! The man's legs went limp and he directly knelt on the ground, frantically begging for mercy. Pavilion Master Song, spare your life. Pavilion Master Song, spare your life. At this moment, his appearance was a far cry from his arrogance just now. It's impossible for a man not to be afraid. One of his fox friends who usually spends a lot of time drinking was planted in the hands of Song Xiaoxiang. When the two of them first came to Qingxi City, they bumped into Song Xiaoxiang on the street and were amazed. Both belonged to the mixed character. Especially his fox friend. Relying on the family has some power. Usually do not do a lot of things to bully men and women. At that time, he bragged that he would definitely get Song Xiaoxiang into bed tonight. As a result, Song Xiaoxiang didn't pay any attention to his foxy friend. And that guy was also bold enough to reach out and pull Song Xiaoxiang. As a result, I don't know where a group of people rushed out and beat his foxy friend half to death in the street, then dragged him away. The man was so scared that he immediately went to the police. And naturally the result was nothing. After this he didn't even see his foxy friend again, as if he had evaporated. Later, when the man inquired, he realized that the fairy was Song Xiaoxiang. He was very glad that he didn't go up and pretend at that time, or the one who evaporated might have been him. At this moment, men are on the verge of tears. After saying such offensive words to Song Xiaoxiang, would he still have a life? Lick the floor clean. Song Xiaoxiang emphasized again. I lick. The man immediately crawled like a dog to the thick spit he had spit. Looking at the disgusting thick phlegm made his stomach turn, and for the first time he felt so disgusted by what was inside him. But Song Xiaoxiang was right beside him, so he didn't dare to hesitate and ruthlessly licked up. Vomit. The crowd of onlookers nearly threw up and hastily averted their eyes. How arrogant the lewd man had just been. How wretched he was now. Su Qi looked at Song Xiaoxiang. It was the first time he saw such a sight of Song Xiaoxiang. In the past, Song Xiaoxiang had always looked like a little girl in front of him. This made Su Qi habitually ignore the fact that this woman was the biggest greenhouse owner in Chang'an and the most powerful woman in Chang'an. The lewd man quickly licked the 3 thick pieces of spit clean, his face now covered in a saucy color. It's refreshing to throw up, but it's disgusting to have to eat what you throw up. Pavilion Master Song. I'm done licking, can I get lost? The molester said with a lowered brow. Even after licking the thick phlegm he didn't dare to stand up. His legs just didn't have the strength, brought on by extreme fear. In times of extreme fear, a person's legs can be so weak that they can't stand up at all. And by lick the ground clean, I mean the whole of the Everglades, Song Xiaoxiang said expressionlessly. The man's eyes widened as he heard this. The crowd of onlookers also stared in disbelief. The whole eternal life view? Then he won't be able to finish licking for 3 days and nights. Maybe less than 1/10 of a lick and the tongue is wasted and the person is wasted. Pavilion Master Song. Please let me go. I have an old man and a young man. It's my fault for offending you unintentionally. I just beg you to let me live. The lewd man cowed out frantically and cried out with a snotty nose and tears. You seem to be apologizing to the wrong person. Song Xiaoxiang said faintly. The person you should apologize to is him. The crowd followed Song Xiaoxiang's finger and saw Su Qi who was watching the show. And my future husband is something you can insult? Chapter 62 Recruitment of Taoist Temple. Wow. Hearing Song Xiaoxiang's words, the crowd was in an uproar. Did I just hear it right? Taoist Master Xiaosu is Pavilion Master Song's future husband? You didn't hear me wrong. I heard you too. But on closer inspection the two do seem to be a good match. No, I don't agree with this marriage. What's the matter with you? Go play in the mud while you're at it. I can't accept it. Pavilion Master Song actually has a sweetheart. This is worse than killing me. Then you go to hell. I think I heard someone say that 3 years ago, Pavilion Master Song proposed marriage to Guan Master Su, but was rejected. I thought it was just rumors all along. The crowd all began to whisper. The lewd man kneeling on the ground had been completely dumbfounded. If he had known that Su Qi's backer was Song Xiaoxiang, how would he have dared to fool around? It's too late for bozers. Bang, bang, bang. The molester fell to his knees and kowtowed frantically. Guan Master Su, you are an adult. Let me go like a fart. I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. The lewd man cried out with a sniffle and a tear. I have an old man on top and a young man underneath. And my family is counting on me to make a living. So I beg you. The lewd man kowtowed frantically, not daring to stop even when his head was broken and bleeding, because he knew that as long as Su Qi didn't give the word, he could hardly escape death. Song Xiaoxiang's power is immense, and as big as Song is, where can he escape to? I'm afraid I can't even walk out of this Qingxi city. Many people were moved to compassion, but more people are in the mindset of watching the show. After all, this guy was so arrogant just now, and now he was in such a sorry state because he was afraid of Song Xiaoxiang's power. So this kind of thing was a matter of benevolence. Su Qi felt a bit bored. However, this lewd man's crime was not to the point of death, and Song Xiaoxiang's punishment was already enough. I'm sure he won't spit again for the rest of his life. Su Qi nodded to Song Xiaoxiang. Song Xiaoxiang understood and said faintly, get lost. Yes, yes, yes. I'm rolling. I'm rolling. The lewd man developed a sense of happiness after the robbery and hurriedly got up from the ground, stumbling and escaping. You go on. As soon as the lewd man left, Song Xiaoxiang resumed her gentle appearance and softly said to Su Qi. The people around them were a little envious. That's Song Xiaoxiang. I can't believe I'm falling for a Taoist priest. This Taoist priest is the most successful Taoist priest in the world, right? Su Qi looked at the crowd again. You and you. Su Qi pointed to a few more people and said, eliminated. After experiencing what just happened, these people didn't dare to talk nonsense at all, and with their heads down, they left the Taoist temple. In the end, Su Qi called most of the people away. Only 3 remain. These 3 range from teenagers to young adults. These 3 seem to be pure-hearted people, without the kind of turbidity in their eyes that is polluted by the world. What are your names? Su Qi asked with a smile. My name is Miji, the youngest one said in a hurry. He didn't look more than 12 or 13, but the clothes were tattered. The hair was disheveled, and the whole person was skinny and looked malnourished. But those eyes of his were like black jewels that looked endearing. Why do you want to come to the everlasting view? Su Qi asked with a smile. I don't have anywhere else to go, as long as I can get enough to eat, Miji said, scratching his head. Where are your parents? Su Qi asked. My grandma says my parents went far away and they'll be back when I'm older, Miji said. What about your grandmother? Su Qi asked again. My grandmother is asleep. Miji's eyes dimmed. He also hoped that grandma was just asleep, but he also knew that she would never wake up. You'll be in charge of the Taoist temple's chores from now on, Su Qi said. Thank you, goddess. Thank you. There was excitement in Miji's eyes as he said in a hurry. Su Qi looked at the second teenager again. The teenager looked older, maybe 16 or 17. My name is Peng Chuan, the teenager said. This teenager looked the opposite of Mijie. Brocade clothes, handsome, at a glance is not lack of food and clothing of the rich family. Why do you want to come to the Taoist temple? Su Qi asked. Master Su, I wanted to come to the Taoist temple because of you, Peng Chuan said with bright eyes. Because of me? Su Qi was puzzled. Yes, because of you, Peng Chuan said excitedly. I've heard of Master Guan Su's deeds, and I want to worship you as my master and learn a little bit of real skill. I don't take on disciples. Su Qi shook his head and said, if you want to come, just like Mijie, you'll be in charge of the Taoist temple's chores. I do, Peng Chuan said without hesitation. Although it was said that Su Qi said he would not accept disciples now, it could not be said in the future? Finally, Su Qi turned his gaze to the youth. This young man was very ordinary looking, belonging to the kind that couldn't be found when thrown into the crowd, and his expression was also a bit scowling, looking very unconfident. The age is probably in his 20s. My name is Wang Fanxi. The youth scowled a little. After saying this, his ears turned surprisingly red. Why do you want to come to the Taoist temple? Su Qi still asked. Wang Fanxi hesitated for a moment and said, my luck has always been bad. Last night I saw the Taoist temple was covered with golden light, and I also heard people say that this means the Taoist temple is favored by the gods, so I want to come and work here to try to make my luck better. After listening to Wang Fanxi's words, Su Qi thought of his old self. It took 20 years of hiding in a cave to finally lead a normal life. You're also in charge of the chores at the Taoist temple. No problem, right? Su Qi asked. No problem, Wang Fanxi said in a hurry. After recruiting 3 people, Su Qi became much more relaxed again. The trio, perhaps because they had just arrived or perhaps because they wanted to make a good impression, did a meticulous job of cleaning up. The Taoist temple was cleaned inside and out. Since we've recruited people, it's only natural to take care of the food. Originally, Su Qi wanted to recruit a cooking master, but Wang Fanxi took the initiative to take the job. On that day, Su Qi tasted Wang Fanxi's cooking, not to mention, it was really good. Su Qi also finally experienced the joy of being a shirker. However, all 3 of them were very discerning, and none of them came to disturb Song Xiaoxiang while she accompanied Su Qi. I'll go back first then. As it was getting late, Song Xiaoxiang stood up and said with a light smile, be careful on the road. Su Qi admonished. Is this your concern for me? Song Xiaoxiang asked with a smile. Well, how does it not count? Su Qi also laughed. You smiled at me. You're teasing me. Looks like we're not far from being married. After Song Xiaoxiang finished, she turned around with a smile. Well, just don't come to see me off. I already know your heart. When I pick a good day I'll come to marry you. Chapter 63, Demon Mother? Didn't wait for Su Qi to respond. Song Xiaoxiang then walked away. Maybe she didn't want to hear the answer to Su Qi's question. As long as she wasn't rejected, she wasn't rejected. Suchi smiled and shook his head. It always felt like it was being held by Song Xiaoshan, but he didn't hate the feeling. October Town. Before the rise of Clear Creek, it was once the busiest town in the 10 miles. Because of its geographic location in all directions, it is a hub for all towns to come and go. After Jiang Yu and Bu Yi arrived here, instead, they found the town of October in a state of depression. The originally bustling street was so empty that not even a single figure could be seen. At its peak, the town of October was home to over 100,000 residents. Although there were reasons for the rise of Qingxi City in this depressed scene now, it was more because of the demonic rebellion. What a thick aura of demonic energy, Bai said with a frown. There was such a strong demonic aura, either because there had been a great demon here, or because the number of demons was excessive. It looks like the situation is much worse than we thought. Jiang Yu also frowned. The two walked down the empty streets. Basically most of the houses had been emptied. Most of the houses had a lot of everyday items cluttering up the doorways. You could tell the movers were in a hurry to get going. Where have all these people gone? We didn't seem to run into any fleeing people on the way here. Ginger Moon asked. Bu Yi shook his head and said, perhaps it's not heading towards Qingxi City. It's so well connected here that going anywhere seems possible. The two continued on. Come to the middle of October Town. Finally spotted the human population. Compared to the desolation of the outskirts, the location close to the center of the town maintained a relative bustle. Just a preoccupied look on most faces. Excuse me, where is the mayor's house? Jiang Yu stopped a passerby and asked. It's just a right turn ahead. The passerby left in a hurry after pointing out the way. Following the directions of the passerby, Jiang Yu and Bu Yi arrived at the town mayor's mansion. However, a white cloth was pulled up in front of the mayor's house and a wreath was placed. Jiang Yu and Bu Yi glanced at each other, both seeing the doubt in both of their eyes. After walking into the mayor's mansion, it's amazing that a hearth has been set up here. What a guy! Just then, a constable came up and snapped. Bu Yi pulled out the token of the Jin Demon Division and said, the Jin Demon Division is on the case. The constable hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Lord Demon Suppressor. What's going on here? Bai asked, pointing to the hearth. The constable sighed. Reporting to Lord Town Demon Envoy, the town mayor was attacked last night and unfortunately died. By a demon? Bai pursued. It was a cat demon, and the mayor's throat was slit, killing him instantly. The constable said. Who's in charge here now? I asked. For the time being, it's up to our captain. The constable said. Take us to him, Bai said. The constable brought the two of them, Jiang Yu and Bu Yi, inside the town mayor's residence. A somewhat rotund-looking man was sitting in a chair drinking wine. Captain, I've brought 2 lords from the Demon Suppression Division, the constable said in a hurry. Upon hearing this, the man hurriedly put down the wine pot and stood up, then walked towards the duo with a fawning face. Your Excellencies, it's finally time for you, the man fawned. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself, my humble self Lu Jin, temporarily acting as the town's mayor. When Lu Jin smiled, the flesh of his face piled up and covered his eyes. Bu Yi had a displeased look on his face. Public officials may not drink during work. Don't you know that? Lu Jin quickly said. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Now that the people of October Town are in a state of panic, I am also really bored in my heart, and that is why I have been drinking to kill my sorrows. Next time. Bu Yi also knew that now was not the time to dwell on this issue, and turned to ask, how are the casualties in October Town now? Alas, there are now 987 deaths, 125 serious injuries, and 823 minor injuries in the town of October. Lu Jin sighed. How come there are so many? Didn't the zine say hundreds? Bai was a bit shocked. That's a week-old data. Lu Jin laughed bitterly. Recently, demonic activities have become more and more frequent. There is really no way out. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the room. A constable stood at the door and shouted, Captain, Daoist Ma has arrived. Lu Jin said with a happy face, invite him in. No need to invite me, Captain Lu, I'm on my own. A bright laugh came from the doorway, and a middle-aged Taoist priest walked in. When the middle-aged Taoist saw Jiang Yu and Bu Yi, a ray of light flashed in his eyes as he said suspiciously, these two are? Lu Jin hurriedly introduced, Daoist Ma. These two are Lord Devil Suppressor. Long time no see. The middle-aged Taoist priest sniffed and revealed a look of understanding, arching his hand at the two in a perfunctory manner. Lu Jin said to the two of them again, Your Excellencies, let me introduce to you, This is the most powerful Taoist master in our town. Taoist Master Ma-he. Thanks to him our casualties were not even more disastrous. Your department of demon suppression also came too slowly. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid that only 1 out of 10 of the residents of this October town would be left. Shouldn't I be given an award or something? Ma-he's tone was full of disdain. Dare I ask what contributions did Taoist Ma make? Ginger Moon asked with a smile. Ma-he grunted and said, Eurasian Demon Division is high up in the mountains and far away, and I haven't seen you guys take care of this October town's frequent demon affairs. Poor Tao has beheaded hundreds of demons in 20 years. Does it deserve this reward? Hundreds of demons? Bu-yi had a puzzled look on his face. This isn't a demon nest. Where did so many demons come from? Ma-he laughed. If I guessed correctly, there should be a demon mother hidden near October town. And with all the recent woes in this October village, I guess it's because this demon mother is about to evolve. And those demon sons of hers had to plunder a lot of life for her. Demon mother? Is the information accurate? Bai's face was grave. If there really was a demon mother here, then there could indeed be hundreds or thousands of demonic creatures. The demon mother is the prototype of the demon nest, which will give birth to countless various kinds of demonic creatures. If the demon mother succeeded in evolving into a demon nest, the number of demonic creatures would at least double 100 times over, and the cultivation level of the demonic creatures produced would also increase greatly, with unimaginable consequences. Therefore, if a demon mother is found, the Department of Demon Suppression will always eradicate it for the first time to avoid more serious consequences. 8 or 9, Ma-he said in an old-fashioned manner. Which means that Madoka isn't sure either? Ginger Moon asked. Ma-he snorted. Of course I'm sure. It's just that there are too many demons in that place. I don't dare to go there, and I'm only saying it's a guess when I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Without delay, please take us there immediately, Bai said seriously. Slow down. Ma-he raised his hand and rubbed his 2 fingers back and forth. I've explored the news with 9 lives. It's not too much to ask for some payment, right? Chapter 64, Seeking the Demon Mother. Bai blushed a bit. This Ma-he really has no sense of the big picture, and at a time like this, he's still asking for favors. Was about to say something. Ginger Moon stopped him. Smiling, he said to Ma-he, Taoist Ma, there will definitely be a reward. You first take us to find that demon mother. And if it's really the demon mother, I promise you that I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. How can I trust you? Ma-he laughed. You are the official people. I am weak. When the time comes, you just want to renege. I can't do anything about you. I vouch for it in the name of the town's demonic ambassador. Ginger Moon said. Your status as a demon suppressor is worthless to me. Ma-he said. Ma-he, don't go too far. Bu-yi finally couldn't help himself and said angrily. Ma-he smirked and said, don't play rough with me. I don't eat that here in the mountains. Ma-he is clearly a rollerblade-like character. If he wasn't in the way of his status as a demon suppressor envoy, Bu-yi would definitely want him to look good. Jiang Yu's face did not change and she still laughed. Then what will it take for Taoist Ma to believe us? Simple. Pledge your magic treasures to me. 1 for each of you. Ma-he said. In this way, you guys are just reneging on the debt, and I'm not losing anything. A magic treasure. Even the lowest level magic treasure was worth hundreds of spirit stones. It's a spirit stone. The currency of the mortal world could hardly be exchanged for a single spirit stone even if it was thousands of taels. Did you really think we wouldn't dare touch you? Bu-yi said with a cold face. He's really on fire. Move me? You guys try? Ma-he laughed as a wave of fluctuations belonging to a spirit transformation stage cultivator instantly swept out. Jiang Yu and Bu-yi were both startled. This Ma-he did not show himself to be a cultivator of the god transformation stage. Humph. If it wasn't for the status of your demon suppression division, talking to me like that, you'd already be dead. Ma-he said dismissively. With that, he gathered his aura. Taoist Ma, wait a moment. Let's discuss this. Ginger Moon said. Whatever. Ma-he found a chair and sat down. Captain Lu, give me a cup of tea. Lu Jin smiled and came over. Taoist Ma. This is the finest West Lake Longjing. Come and taste it. Jiang Yu and Bu-yi walked to the door. Jiang Yu said gruffly, Senior brother Bu, this Ma-he is actually a god transformation cultivator. Even he doesn't dare to explore the place. I'm afraid the demon mother has already become a climate. I'm afraid we'll have to call for help. Bu-yi shook his head and said, It is written in the book that even the topmost demon mother is only at the yuaning stage. I don't think that this Ma-he doesn't dare to, but is unwilling to. No? Ginger Moon wondered. Nice. Bu-yi nodded his head and said, with his money-loving character, If he eradicated the demon mother at once, then how would he still make money? This time when things have gotten so big and attracted us, this demon mother is definitely going to be eradicated. That's why he's taking the opportunity to extort us for one last time. After listening to Ayumi's speculation, Jianyu thought it was really possible with Manhwa's current behavior. But if the speculation is true, Manhwa is not the patron saint of any October town. Rather, it is a villain who is wildly enriching himself in the name of demon eradication. But what does a monk need so much mortal money for? And it was still a cultivator of the god transformation stage. It's a dubious point. Senior brother Boo, although we can't rule out this possibility, but to play it safe, I think it's better to wait for reinforcements. Ginger Moon said. It's too late. The Demon Suppression Division branch in Hibiscus City doesn't have any cultivators above the Yuaning stage right now, so when the news is sent back to Chang'an and reinforcements are sent, it will take at least half a month for the round trip to take place, and the Demon Mother might even have finished evolving by then, Bai said with a frown. Okay then. Jianyu hesitated and finally said. She wanted to ask for help from Su Qi, but when she thought about the fact that she had never even been to that place, and asking for help when she didn't even know if she could solve the problem, she was a bit too dependent on Su Qi. Monks are ultimately on their own. After all, there's no one to carry the heart demons and the heavenly tribulation for you. After the two discussed the matter, they decided to fulfill Manhwa's request first. Seeing the two return, Manhwa laughed. Why? Have you considered it? Bai was cold and didn't want to talk to him. Jianyu laughed. Taoist Ma, we agree to your request. Wouldn't it have been better to delay it? Manhwa laughed, stood up, spread his hands and said, bring it. Bui snorted coldly and pulled out a short sword and threw it over. Mahi threw the short sword on the ground without even looking at it after receiving it. Clunk! The short sword fell to the ground. What are you doing? Bai glared angrily. What kind of garbage goods are used to fool the poor Taoist? Mahi pointed to the sword at Buyi's waist and said, give me this sword. No way, Bai said with a glare. This sword was his heart and soul, and he would never allow outsiders to get their hands on it. Then you will find out for yourselves. Manhwa waved and said, take your time. The demon mother was notoriously difficult to find in the cultivation world, firstly because she could conceal her breath, and secondly because she often hid in places one would never expect. If Jianyu and Bu Yi searched from the beginning, they might not have a clue even after searching for half a year. Senior brother Bu, Ginger Moon called out softly. Bu Yi's fists clenched and unclenched, his veins bulging. You could see how torn and angry he was at this moment, but in the end he removed the sword at his waist and handed it over. Manhwa took the saber. Rubbing, the sword came out of its sheath with a cold light. Good sword. Manhwa laughed. Taoist Ma, if there is no demon mother in that place, Ginger Moon said. Don't worry, if there is no demon mother, I won't take a penny. Mahi smiled and said, and don't be bitter and hateful. It's not like I don't want your magic weapons, it's just to prevent you from reneging on your debt. Buyi's gloomy face eased a bit when he heard this. And your spells? Manhwa looked at Jianyu again. Jianyu pulled out a bagua disc and said, can it still be in Taoist Ma's eyes? Not bad, it's a good one. Manhwa took the gossip disc and played with it. Since you have shown your sincerity, I certainly won't go back on my word. Now follow me. Manhwa put away both magic weapons. The three of them went out of the mayor's mansion. Stay close. Manhwa glanced at the two men. Then he leaped out like an arrow out of a string. The two followed in a hurry. Half an hour later, the trio arrived in front of a calm lake. The surrounding area was very empty, and this lake was so clear that you could even see fish playing in it. Arrived, Manhwa said. Arrived? Bu Yi snorted coldly and said, there's not even half a bit of demonic aura here. Are you playing with us? Stupid. Manhwa ignited a spirit fire in his hand and slammed it on the lake. Now what about looking at it again? Chapter 65. Boom! The lake is ablaze with spiritual fire. Spiritual flames were monstrous. The surface of that lake was burned away like paper, revealing the true nature of what lay beneath. It turned out to be a sinkhole down here. There was a lot of green slime climbing up the walls of the sinkhole. The rushing demonic aura emanated as much as it could at this moment. Bu Yi's face changed drastically. His divine sense probed towards the bottom of the pit, and his divine sense broke through the darkness like a sharp sword. Seeing the monster at the bottom of the pit, the monster was born with a woman's face, and its stomach was as big as a small hill, writhing constantly, and every once in a while it would split from it, and one ugly demonic creature after another crawled out. It's the demon mother. Bu Yi retracted his divine sense and his killing intent soared wildly. Yuaning stage demon mother. Those demonic creatures born from the demon mother would all be of a lower grade, ranging from the foundation establishment stage to the Jindan stage. But there can't be enough of them in the mortal world, not to mention hundreds or thousands of demons. Even a single Jindan stage demon could slaughter a city and destroy a town. Boyi is trying to jump out of this sinkhole. Kong Yu, however, stopped him. Senior brother Boo, how many demons are at the bottom of the pit now? Ginger Moon asked. Probably hundreds, Bai said thoughtfully. Stupid. Ma he, who was on the side, however, suddenly snorted. Who are you calling stupid? Bu Yi turned his head and spoke angrily. It's hard to be a great man with courage. Ma He shook his head and said, go ahead and die. I'll collect your corpse here. What does Taoist Ma mean by this? Ginger Moon asked. I think you'd better not spend any time with this idiot. You could easily get killed. Ma He said smilingly. There are more than hundreds of demons at the bottom of the pit? To go there without even knowing the number of enemies. This is the demon suppressor? Ginger Moon sniffed. It also probed its divine sense down. Although her cultivation was slightly weaker than Bu Yi, she was not weak in the area of divine sense. She also saw the demon mother at the bottom of the pit, and her heart abruptly tightened. This demon mother had clearly become a climate and was not far from evolving the demon nest. Jiang Yu carefully scanned the bottom of the pit again with her divine sense and carefully counted a total of only 108 demons. But Maha meant that there were more than these demons at the bottom of this pit. Jiang Yu carefully probed some more and still didn't find any more demons. Could it be that my cultivation is too low? Ginger Moon developed self-doubt. She was about to withdraw her divine sense, but a strange feeling arose after seeing the demon mother's smiling face. She didn't know where it came from. She just instinctively felt that something wasn't right. How? Share the results of your probing with this fool. Mahe's voice came. Jiang Yu withdrew her divine sense and showed a pensive expression. How is it, senior sister Jiang? Ai asked. Although he didn't believe Mahe's words, he could not help but mutter when he saw how accomplished the other party was. Jiang Yu first shook her head, then nodded again and said, Senior brother Boo, I didn't find any more demonic creatures, but I feel that there is something strange about that demon mother. What's strange? Ai asked. Ha ha ha. At this time, Mahi laughed out loud. I originally thought that only this kid was stupid. Now it seems that the Halogen Demon Division can't even find someone who can be of great use. It's really sad and pathetic. You shut up, Bu Yi said with a cold gulp. Just, Mahi sighed and said, since both of you can't see it, I'll just tell you both. Divine sense probe under the demon mother's body to see what's there. My reward will be lost if you both die. Hear this. Bu Yi and Jiang Yu's divine sense once again probed into the bottom of the pit. I'd like to see what's underneath the demon mother. Bai harbors anger. Jiang Yu's divine sense was just halfway there when a thought flashed through her lightning bolt and she suddenly realized what was wrong. Crap! Senior brother Boo. Jiang Yu hurriedly withdrew her divine sense back. But it was already too late. As two iron nails glowing with black light simultaneously pierced into the chests of Jiang Yu and Bu Yi, blood soared wildly, and a feeling of weakness spread throughout his body. Jiang Yu severed that strand of divine sense raw, and the scene in front of her had changed. It was an illusory space with hundreds of doors surrounding it. At this time, Bu Yi also came to his senses. He wanted to use his spiritual power to force out the iron nails in his body, but he found that his spiritual power was like a pool of stagnant water and did not listen to his orders. Ma-ha! Bai hissed. Ha ha ha, calling you guys stupid. You really are stupid. You Demon Suppression Division are all a bunch of brainless fools. Thousands of doors opened at the same time, and there was nothingness inside. But Mahe's mocking voice came. Bu Yi hissed. The Jin Demon Division will not let you go. The Jinmu Division won't even know that something happened to you guys. Mahi said smugly. Are you thinking that if your physical body is destroyed, the fate plate of the Demon Suppression Division will shatter, and then you will be able to investigate my head? Or even thinking that your Yuaning can escape? Ha ha ha, I'm telling you, don't dream. I won't let you guys die. Even if you have to die, wait until that day comes, and you will die a glorious, great death. So don't be too afraid. Also, you guys don't need to waste your efforts. This soul-locking nail can't even be broken free by a cultivator of the void refining stage, let alone you two tiny Yuaning cultivators. After saying that, thousands of doors closed at the same time, without a single sound. Ginger Moon sighed imperceptibly. She was already skeptical after seeing the demon mother's face. I was interrupted by my head without having time to think about it, and then I was guided step by step to explore the sinkhole again. Halfway through her divine sense, Jiang Yu had been enlightened, but unfortunately it was already too late. Senior sister Jiang, what do we do now? Bite said weakly. Wait, Ginger Moon said. Wait for what? No one knows where we are right now, Bui said with a grimace. After so many years of becoming a Jin demon envoy, for the first time, I felt like a little cutie, being played with. There are no impervious walls in this world. A smirk surfaced on Jiang Yu's pale face. This Ma He, although his organs were all calculated, he still missed a trick after all. Senior sister, you have a backhand? Bui asked in a hurry. Remember the gossip disc I gave him? Ginger Moon said with a smile. There's something fishy about that gossip disc of yours? IE asked. The walls have ears. Come here. Ginger Moon whispered. Bui hurriedly squirmed and came next to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu came to Bui's ear. That 8 trigrams disc is the magic weapon that Master gave me to ask for help. Every day I will have to toggle once. If there is a day that has not been moved, Master will know that I am in danger. This matter is not known to Ma He. After hearing this, Bui opened his mouth wide and said, Senior sister Jiang, you're really something. When we're rescued, I'll definitely break that Ma He into pieces. Just then, the thousands of doors opened again, and came Ma He's maniacal laughter. Indeed, they are fools, since they know that walls have ears. Do they think that I won't be able to hear the whispers? Thanks for the reminder. Otherwise I would have been 100 times worse off. Ha ha ha. Chapter 66. Ma He, who had overheard the secret, was trying to rattle the gossip disc. Fingers have been placed on it. Nope. Ma He's hand stopped and his face changed for a moment. He muttered. Since this girl child knows that walls have ears, why does she still need to explain to that fool? Just wait at ease until I don't rattle the 8 trigrams plate, and you'll naturally be saved then. Then there are only 2 possibilities. The first, this wench is as brainless as that fool, thinking that if she whispers I won't hear her. The second, purposely said to me that as soon as I flicked the 8 trigrams disc, her master would know she was in distress. Which of these 2 possibilities is more likely? I'm leaning toward the second, but what if she's telling the truth? Ma He's heart is at war. 1/2 of the probability. As long as he bets on the wrong, then it will be a lost cause. Maybe his own life will be in danger. Which one is it? Anyway, Ma He gauged the expressions on the 2 men's faces, trying to see something. Inside this unreal space, Kan Yu's face turned a pale white, with the panic of having her secret overheard. It's over. Senior sister Jiang. Our conversation was still overheard. Bui chagrined. If I had known I wouldn't have asked. I was so stupid. Jiang Yu shook her head and comforted. Senior brother Bu, that Ma He is cautious by nature. Even if I didn't say anything he probably could have discovered the mystery of the Bagua disc. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Ugh. Bui sighed and lay on the ground, his face filled with remorse. If he hadn't just asked, he might actually have had a chance to be saved. Jiang Yu forced a smile, and from time to time, a look of regret passed through her eyes. Ma He observed for half a day but didn't see the point. It's not like acting in such a natural way, Ma He thought in his heart, but he always felt something was wrong. To dial or not to dial? That's a problem. Ma He was caught in a dilemma with the gossip disc. Is there a third option? Ma He suddenly thought, what if I destroy this? No. If it's destroyed, the person who made this 8 trigrams disc will definitely sense it. This is the next best thing. Ma He then dismissed his thoughts. Uncertain of what to do, he decided to try again. Ha ha ha. Thousands of doors opened again. Ma He laughed maniacally and said, almost fooled by you. You think that I will dial if you deliberately induce me to do so? You girl child is a bit more resourceful than that stupid fool. But that's about it. Jiang Yu first revealed a stunned look, then chagrined. To think that you discovered it. You are indeed an old fox. Ayumi was the one who was the most clueless. He foolishly asked. Senior sister Jiang. So that 8 trigrams disc must be rattled in order to call for help. Aha. Ginger Moon said with a sigh. Grass. Bui viciously cursed. Even he was fooled. But he hadn't even fooled this sinister Ma He. He now felt that hooking up was just too tiring. Wasn't it good to be straight? We're cultivating immortals, not playing mind games. Ma He finished the test. The mind is still undecided. Jiang Yu was acting too naturally, but the more natural he was, the more he was losing his mind. He placed his gaze on the Bagua disc, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Jiang Yu's facial expression slightly raised in an arc. It seemed like a calculated sort of smile. It then returned to normal. The duration is not even a second long. A coolness went straight to the sky. So close, just so close. Ma He believes he can't be wrong. Ginger Moon's that was definitely a smile of relief. If this entanglement continued, Ma He knew that his final choice must be not to rattle the gossip disc. At that time, we will really fall into a trap. It's not real. It's not real. It made him all close to catching on. It's just a pity that Ginger is still old and hot. Manhwa smiled and rattled the gossip disc. This one. I win big. Far away in Qingxi Township, Wang Nanhua. At the first moment Manhwa dialed down the roulette wheel, he got feedback. Actually, that bagua disc was not refined by Master Jiangyu. Instead, Wang Nanhua refined it when he was bored. The function was also simple, and he could feel it at the touch of a button. Wang Nanhua had refined a lot of these things, probably hundreds of them. The primary function is for picking up girls. He would give it away when he met the girl of his choice, and with the words, "When you miss me, you can dial it, and I will instantly appear before you, and I will meet you wherever you are, no matter how many millions of miles." With this gadget, he really captured a lot of hearts. Let's see which girl missed me. Wang Nanhua hemmed and hawed. He was playing chess with Su Qi and was about to lose when the jolt came at the right time. Wang Nanhua planned to pretend that he was going to an appointment after watching it and just slip away so that he wouldn't lose. After Wang Nanhua read it, his face changed and he stood up violently. "Come on, stop acting. This is your 18th time this month," Su Qi said as he took a sip of tea. "Something's happened to little Jiangyu," Wang Nanhua said seriously. Su Qi raised his head, his gaze instantly becoming stern. "Before little Jiangyu left for October Town, she had asked me for a bagua disc." Wang Nanhua pulled out a piece of bagua disc and said, "This is the thing. As long as it is rattled, I can feel it no matter how far away it is. She told me that if she was in danger she would find a way to rattle the gossip disc. Looks like she's in trouble now." Su Qi stood up and said with a stern gaze, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go." Wang Nanhua didn't talk nonsense. A few moments later, he took Su Qi and rushed up into the sky, heading towards October Town. Inside Unreal Space, Ginger Moon closed her eyes. She wondered if she had just fooled Manhwa with her performance. This Manhwa had a gloomy mind and was full of tricks, and she had some trouble coping with it. Bui sat up again with his butt after lying on the ground for half a day and asked, "Senior Sister Jiang, I haven't figured it out even after half a day's thought. How did you find out that this old dog is fraudulent?" The demon mother in the sinkhole was off. The frequency of her head bobbing would repeat every 60 seconds, and she would even lag for a moment. So I decided it was just an illusion. This Manhwa realized that I had detected an abnormality, so he deliberately interrupted my thoughts and guided me on purpose, combining the before and after circumstances. This Manhwa is so intentional that he must have some plans. Ginger Moon said, "I'm surprised you're observing so closely." Bai's mouth dropped open. Compared to Jianyu's meticulousness, he was simply a reckless person. Just then, thousands of doors opened again. Manhwa's laughter came out once more. "Girl child, you're smart, but your teammates are so stupid. And you, after all, are slightly behind me. Ha ha ha." Chapter 67, Some thoughts, but not much. Despite being taunted by Manhwa, but Ayumi no longer wanted to retort. Compared to the two, he does look like a dumb white guy. Fellow Daoist, the world of immortal cultivation is not a place for hooking up. If there were segments for hooking up, Bui felt that he should not even be as good as the cheat practicing stage. There's nothing to be gained by becoming a king. Ginger Moon closed her eyes. The muscles in his face were still twitching slightly. It seemed really pissed off. This acting skill would have wowed a lot of people if it was placed on Earth. At this time, he said again with a smile, "I'll tell you another good news. I've already thrown that bagua disc 100 miles away. Even if someone really looks for it and falls into the trap I've set up, it's enough to drink a pot of water." Ginger Moon's eyes were closed and her face didn't change, but a wave of worry had risen in his heart. This Manhwa is so insidious. I think the trap setup should not be underestimated. I hope Elder Su and also Wang Nanhua can handle it. But, that's Elder Su. Soon enough, Jiangyu squashed her worries. In the face of absolute power, all plots and tricks are paper tigers. Su Qi and Wang Nanhua came quickly. It took less than half an hour to arrive at the scene. The fluctuations are coming from inside the cave, Wang Nanhua said as he pointed to a hole in front of him. The two landed at the mouth of the cave. The cave in front of him was pitch black, like an ancient beast with its mouth wide open, ready to devour anyone. "I have a bad feeling about this," Wang Nanhua said with a frown. And Su Qi felt nothing. "I'll go explore," Su Qi said. "Wait." Wang Nanhua stopped Su Qi and said, "If there is a trap, what if there is really a trap? A force to be reckoned with." Su Qi said indifferently, "Wait for me here." He dared to harden himself against a cultivator of the refining void stage when he was at the 300 plus level of chi practicing. Now that the 1000th level of chi cultivation was up, there was naturally no need to be afraid of doing things. There couldn't be a Mahayana stage cultivator ambushing himself, could there? Wang Nanbua nodded and said, then I'll wait for you at the entrance of the cave, and if anything really changes, I'll shake people. The advantage of having a large clan at your back is, if you can't solve something, then shake people. There's always someone who can fix it. The moment Su Chi stepped into the cave entrance, Manhwa then had a sense. He had set up countless surveillance formations in the cave, so he could clearly see Su Chi's every move. This girl is really good at acting. Manhwa laughed, but it's still my skill. After rattling the 8 trigrams disc, Manhwa vaguely felt that it was not good, so he put the 8 trigrams disc into this hole. The hole looks ordinary, but there are hidden killings at every step. Mahi had spent 20 years building this cave with so many organs that it could be called a cultivator's grave. There are countless hidden weapons and magic treasures that target cultivators here. As long as the trick, it is the refining stage of the cultivator will not want to use half of the spiritual power. Become a lamb to be slaughtered. Let's try my first trap. Manhwa smiled grimly. The first trap, the soul-locking spike trap. He had set up hundreds of mechanisms in the walls that would shoot out thousands of soul-locking nails whenever they were triggered. Soul-locking nails are silent and can even shield divine sense, and it is extremely easy to be trapped under this pitch-black environment. Click! Su Chi felt like stepping on something. Next, swoosh! Countless soul-locking nails shot towards him, but before Su Chi could dodge it, it suddenly deviated from its trajectory in a weird way, clanking and crashing into a ball and scattering all over the place. Su Chi looked at the iron nails scattered all over the ground and fell into deep thought. Have you stepped on a trap? Not sure. Look again. Su Chi continued forward. Manhwa, who observed the scene, was dumbfounded. This 1,000-nail formation of mine unexpectedly has such a huge loophole. I must improve it in the future. Manhwa finally chalked it up to his lack of design. It's okay, I have a second trap. The poison mushroom formation. Manhwa said darkly, having just stepped on the organ. Su Chi was much more cautious. Start watching your feet. After he walked through a section of darkness, there was suddenly bright light ahead of him. There was also a click, click, click. Su Chi walked over to take a look and found many glowing purple mushrooms, all shimmering with dreamy colors. The mushroom was about the size of a man's head, but at this point it was no longer beautiful, because there were a surprising number of rats nibbling on the mushrooms, most of which were gnawed to bits and pieces. These rats that had nibbled on the mushrooms were glowing, and there was a surprisingly contented look in their eyes. Some of the mice even lay down on the ground and rubbed their hands over their dropsy bellies in a cozy manner. Grass! Where the hell did this spirit-devouring rat come from? 100 miles away. Manhwa exploded. These aren't just any mushrooms. They're from Wang Wei's poem. Yuck! This mushroom is no ordinary mushroom. Scientifically known as the scattered spirit mushroom. The most amazing thing about this mushroom was that it would automatically burst open whenever a cultivator passed by, emitting a strange fragrance. Cultivators who smelled the strange fragrance would have the spiritual energy in their bodies vaporized and would not be able to absorb spiritual chi for a period of time. A single scattered spirit mushroom had a small impact, but thousands of scattered spirit mushrooms could instantly drain a void refining stage cultivator dry. As for the spirit-devouring mouse, it was a kind of mouse that liked to devour exotic herbs. Whether it's poisonous or not, it makes no difference to them. Could this rat be a trap? Su Chi quickly dismissed his thoughts, because these rats weren't interested in themselves at all and were concentrating on nibbling on the mushrooms. The damaged scattered spirit mushroom had already lost its original effectiveness, and Su Chi passed through without a scratch. He was beginning to think that maybe the cave really was just an ordinary cave. You've been walking for thousands of meters and you haven't encountered any danger at all. Is that like it? What a evil day. Mahi gritted his teeth and said, this third trap, I'll see if your luck is still that good. The third trap, the Stygian fire formation. Manhwa laid tens of thousands of plutonium firestones in this place. As soon as Su Chi walked up, he would immediately detonate the spell formation, and then the entire cave would be turned into a sea of fire. Underworld fire was a type of fire extracted from the most in objects, which could not only sear the physical body but also the yuan shun. The flames generated by tens of thousands of underworld firestones were enough to burn a void refining stage cultivator alive. There can't be any surprises this time. Manhwa sneered. Under Mahi's surveillance, Su Chi walked to that area. Su Chi saw the 8 trigrams disc lying alone on the ground. He stepped forward and picked up the gossip disc. It's now. Manhwa laughed sinisterly. Explode for me. It looks like someone intentionally dropped the 8 trigrams disc here. Su Chi looked around for a second, and by this point, the cave had come to an end. Click. Then he heard a crunch. Countless rocks fell from the roof of the cave, clattering like rain, but not a single piece hit him. That's it? Suchi picked up a whetstone and fell into deep thought. Could it be that this person who set up the trap wanted to smash himself to death with such small stones? That's a bit naive, isn't it? Suchi looked up at the roof of the cave again. The water beads were dense and extraordinarily humid. Then he revealed a look of realization. I see. The person who set up this trap probably thought that damp rocks were a little heavier than normal ones. According to the formula for the acceleration of gravity, G equals gm/r caret 2, the stone is damp, the weight increases, the falling speed increases, and then, I can't make it up. The man has some ideas, but not many. Chapter 68, This Greenhouse. Is it decent? The other side. Manhwa was already ranting like crazy. It's evil. I checked it specifically when I threw the gossip disc, and there's nothing wrong with it. Why did my 3 major traps all inexplicably fail in less than half an hour before and after this? Someone's messing with me? Impossible. I have surveillance formations. No one has ever been inside. Could it be that I've been tainted with some karma lately that's made me unlucky? Manhwa ranted for a while before calming down. No amount of anger on my part is going to help me now. We have to find a way to pit this sun. Otherwise it's hard to get rid of my heart. Manhwa muttered viciously to himself. On the other side, Suchi had walked out of the cave unharmed. No ambushes or traps or anything in there? Wang Nanbo came up and asked. He hadn't heard a fight, and it didn't look like there was a trap when he looked at Suchi's immaculate appearance. Probably. No? Suchi said after a moment of hesitation. He didn't think the 2 funny organs were traps. As for the glowing mushroom, Suchi didn't even think of it as a trap. I've just probed around here. There are no traces of any fight. I guess someone should have intentionally thrown the bagua disc inside the hole. Wang Nanbo said. Check out October Town. There should be a clue. Su said with a nod. The two then rushed to the town of October. After rushing to October Town, Wang Nanbo frowned and said, "What a thick demonic aura." He then carefully sniffled again and said in confusion, "But this demonic aura isn't quite right again. It doesn't seem like it's emanating from a demon. It's more like the smell emanating from a certain organ on the demon's body." "You can smell this?" Suchi was a bit surprised. "Is Wang Nanbo a dog?" "That's for sure," Wang Nanbo said somewhat proudly. "This is one of my talents. Everything has a unique flavor that belongs to itself. Once I was in a greenhouse and was blindfolded, but I accurately said the name of every girl with the flavor." "This greenhouse, is it decent?" Suchi asked. "Ahem." Wang Nanbo's face rarely reddened. "What's so serious? Who will go if it's not serious? Am I discussing with you about the seriousness of the greenhouse? I told you I have a good nose, and you're asking me if a youth center is serious? You're in a hurry," Suchi said lightly. "I didn't," Wang Nanbo said with a serious face. "You didn't?" "I didn't." "Then no. What attitude you have here. I, Wang, am open and honest, and have never been to a improper greenhouse in my life." Oh, you don't believe me? Faith. And you owe what? You're in a hurry." Along the way, Wang Nanbo argued that he had not been to an immodest greenhouse. However, Suchi just nodded perfunctorily, and his careless appearance made Wang Nanbo's desire to argue even stronger. It's a matter of one's innocence for the rest of one's life. But Shushu didn't know. Suchi's thoughts were, there really are immodest greenhouses. I want to go and take a look. How can I lure him into offering to show me around? The two quickly arrived at the mayor's mansion. Suchi was bound to come to this place when he understood the way the Jin Demon Division handled cases. After entering the mayor's mansion, the constable stopped the two men. "Stop. What man?" "9 Heavenly Sword Sect. Wang Nanbo said indifferently. "What 9 Heavenly Sword Sect? 10 Heavenly Sword Sect?" "During the mourning period, any idle people are not allowed to enter," the constable said with an iron face. It was the first time that Wang Nanbo reported himself to be defeated. This little constable in front of him actually didn't know about the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect? "You don't know about the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect?" Wang Nanbo finally couldn't help but ask. "I don't know," the constable said with a cold face. "Less condescension. This is actually the norm for frontier towns like October Town. Most ordinary people knew that there were immortal cultivators, but they didn't know about specific clans. After all, it was just too far away from their lives." "Okay," Wang Nanbo shrugged, then snapped his fingers. Snap! A dozen flying swords suddenly appeared and surrounded him. "Cultivator. You've always heard of it, right?" The constable's face finally changed, and he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "I didn't know that it was Immortal Leader's arrival, so I hope to apologize for the loss." "No harm done," Wang Nanbo retrieved his flying sword and said with a smile, "Let me ask you, have 2 people from the Demon Suppression Division come by today?" "Been here," the constable asked cautiously. "Immortal Master has a problem with the 2 Lord Demon Suppressor ambassadors? Who's in charge here? Take us to meet," Wang Nanbo said. "Please follow me." The constable brought Su Qi and Wang Nanbo to Lu Jin's house. "Captain, there's a visit from an immortal," the constable called out in a loud voice. Su Qi and Wang Nanbo saw a plump figure, who was currently crossing his legs and drinking leisurely. When he heard this howl from the constable, his hands shook in fear and the wine spilled out, wetting half of his lapel. Then he hurriedly put down his glass of wine and ran over with a fawning face. "The arrival of the 2 immortals has truly brought our October town to life." Lu Jin's eyes narrowed into a slit as he smiled. "Introduce yourself." "My humble self, Lu Jin, currently occupying the position of Mayor of October Town. Mayor Lu. We're here today for one thing only." Wang Nanbo smiled and said, "Where did those 2 Demon Suppressor ambassadors go today?" Lu Jin hurriedly said, "I wonder what the 2 immortals are looking for the 2 Lord Demon Suppressor ambassadors for." "Just say it," Wang Nanbo said. "Yes." Lu Jin wiped the sweat on the corner of his forehead and said, "The 2 Lord Demon Suppressor ambassadors went to the northwest, saying that there was a demon mother there to be eradicated, and I wouldn't be clear on exactly where they went." "Demon mother?" Wang Nanbo rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before turning his head to Su Qi. "It seems that the trouble that the 2 of them have encountered is related to this demon mother." Su Qi asked, "What is a demon mother?" "Demon mother." After pondering for a moment, Wang Nanbo said, "Just imagine that you are a demonic creature that loves to poop, and those poops you pull out are also demons." "Got it." Su Qi nodded. "Let's go." Just as the 2 were about to leave, Lu Jin suddenly said, "The 2 immortals wait. What's wrong?" Wang Nanbo turned his head and asked, "The terrain in the northwestern direction is more complicated and it's easy to get lost, so how about I find a guide for the 2 of you? This will also allow us to find the 2 Lord Demon Suppressor ambassadors more quickly." Lu Jin rubbed his hands together and laughed. "It's okay," Wang Nanbo said after thinking for a moment. "Then the 2 immortals will wait here for a moment." Lu Jin ran out like a gust of wind, like an agile fat man. A moment later, a Taoist priest walked in. 2 Taoist friends. The visitor was none other than Manhwa, who greeted him with a smile. Chapter 69 Anger Attacks Taoist Master Ma. "You, a god transformation cultivator, are acting as a guide for us?" Wang Nanbo wondered. He had felt the fluctuations in Manhwa's body. He was shocked in his heart. He did not think that he had a magic treasure to hide his cultivation, but he still could not hide this cultivation. It seems that this kid in front of him is an expert. A spirit transformation stage with a chi practicing stage? This little Taoist is actually at the chi practicing stage? I can pit a treasure hole that kills a void refining stage, but I didn't even manage to kill a chi practicing stage? Damn! What a load of luck! Manhwa flashed through many thoughts in a flash. Then he arched his hand and smiled. "The 2 of you have no idea. I've been in this October town for 20 years, and I've always been tasked with the heavy responsibility of cutting down demons and eliminating devils. I didn't catch up when the 2 Demon Suppressor ambassadors came today. I heard that the 2 of you are going to look for the Demon Suppressor ambassador, so I happen to be a good companion, and if we eradicate the demon mother, we can return a clear sky to October Town." When Manhwa said this, he was full of righteousness and seemed to be a really cynical person. Wang Nanbo nodded and said, "Then let's go together." After the 3 left, Lu Jin touched his back, which was already drenched in cold sweat. "I hope that Taoist Master Ma can succeed. Otherwise, not to mention that this position can't be kept, his head will also fall to the ground." The 3 of them rode their swords to the northwest. Along the way he was chatting with the 2 men, speaking in a witty and humorous manner, sharing the interesting stories of the past 20 years of cutting down demons and eliminating devils. In the piece of bragging and farting, Wang Nanbo boasted that he hadn't lost yet, so the 2 of them spoke one word to another, and described 2 magnificent experiences. "Back then, when I had just cultivated my Jindan and was so spirited, I came across a Yuaning stage demon. I wanted to run away, but behind me were hundreds of thousands of people, so I swore to die and used my Jindan cultivation to angrily cut down the old Yuaning demon. Although I paid a heavy price, I felt it was worth it when I heard the people chanting for Tao Lord Ma. Back then, I had just built my foundation and yearned for this earthly life. Disregarding the persuasion of the division, I insisted on going down the mountain. All the elders of the division advised me that those who cultivate immortals should put aside the mundane matters of the mortal world and pursue the great Tao. But I said that the sword I practiced was the red dust sword, and the Tao I cultivated was the Tao of the earth. I've traveled the earth for more than 20 years, and my cultivation hasn't progressed an inch, and everyone thought that I coveted mortal dust, and that's all there was to this life. But on a rainy night, I encountered the biggest turning point in my life. An evil cultivator of the transformation spirit wanted to massacre the city, and the lives of the millions of people in the city hung in the balance. I stepped forward without any hesitation, using my experience of these 20+ years as the cornerstone, and the safety of the people as the motivation. I decimated that evil cultivator with a single stroke of my sword, and accomplished the name of a supreme genius. After that, everyone knew my name. Nine Heaven Sword Sect Wang Nanbua. Fellow Daoist Wang, you're blowing it a bit too much, aren't you? A foundation establishment cultivator decapitating a spirit transformation cultivator with a single sword? Are you kidding me? Daoist Ma, you were the one who joked with me first. I'm telling the truth. It's true what I said. 2. You fart. You fart. Mahi had never encountered a cultivator who could blow more than him. It's kind of a chess match today. Suchi shook his head as he listened on the sidelines, exclaiming, Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Finally, the three came to a very strange place. The reason why it was weird was because there was a bare wasteland all around, and in the middle of it all there was a sudden and abrupt sinkhole. What a heavy demonic aura. Looks like this is the place. Maha stared. It's really quite heavy. Wang Nanbo frowned and said, and there's an odor. Maha jumped out of the corner of his eye and pretended to be puzzled. Odor? I wouldn't understand if I told you. Wang Nanbo landed next to the sinkhole. The sinkhole was so dark that you couldn't see anything. In the next second, Wang Nanbo's divine sense dominantly dispelled the darkness and directly probed the bottom. Mahi pretended to walk over and looked towards the sinkhole, making a gesture to probe. But in actuality, he had already taken out 2 soul-locking nails in his hand. Suchi also walked to the edge of the pit. He did not have the divine sense to explore the bottom. He could only see a darkness. Fellow Daoist, are you unable to see what's going on down here? Maha came over enthusiastically. Aha. Suchi nodded. Then I'll come and break this black fog for you so you can see. Maha smiled while walking behind the two. Then his eyes instantly became stern. It's now. 2 soul-locking nails flew out of Mahi's hand like lightning. Mahi already had a winning smile on his face, as if he had already seen the scene of his great victory. Perhaps it was because he was so pleased with himself. Maha was so relieved that he couldn't help but strike a pose to celebrate. Shoo! He didn't notice that the 2 soul-locking nails had turned around and shot at him when they were almost close to Suchi and Wang Nanbua. Put! Put! 2 blood flowers exploded. The 2 soul-locking nails were stuck into Mahi's 2 kidneys one after the other. Mahi stared incredulously, a feeling of weakness instantly sweeping through his body. Eep! Daoist Ma, what's wrong with you? Suchi turned his head quizzically. Wang Nanbua's divine sense was withdrawn and he was about to say something when he saw Mahi sitting paralyzed on the ground, both hands covering his stomach in pain. He was also very puzzled. Daoist Ma, you have a stomachache? Mahi revealed a smile that was worse than a cry. There was an accident, and I'm not feeling too well. Am I cursed by heaven? Why is it such bad luck? Maha mentally growled. He suddenly remembered why the 2 soul-locking nails had shot back. Because he had accidentally used his spiritual power when he was posing. It's the same as saying I'm zapping myself. Boom! A loud bang came. Mahi's face changed drastically. His heart was dead. It's over. It's all over. Only to see the sinkhole of the party shattering like glass, the ground shrinking back with the naked eye, and moments later 2 people appeared. The scene was excessively quiet for a time as the 5 men stared at each other. Elder Su, you've come. It was Jiang Yu who was the first to break the silence and cried out in surprise. Little Ginger Moon, how did you guys show up? Wang Nanbua's mouth was open and he was a bit confused for a moment. Suchi looked at Jiang Yu and then Mahi, whose face was ashen, as if he had some understanding. 10 minutes later, the truth came out. Under Kong Moon's narration, Maha's identity is revealed. After hearing this, Wang Nanbua looked up at the sky and remained speechless for a long time. Then he said to Mahi, Daoist Ma, even if your heart is repentant and you know that you can't beat the 2 of us, there's no need for you to mutilate yourself, right? Isn't it bad to be decent? Stabbing yourself? What kind of magical operation is this? Wang Nanbua couldn't figure it out. Maha didn't answer and hung his head in reflection. Which step went wrong? Why is one so unlucky today? At this time, a sound of footsteps came, and Mahi raised his head to see that it was actually Wang Nanbua. Wang Nanbua said with a sympathetic face, It's all my fault. If I hadn't told you that story, how could you have gotten so scared that you hurt yourself? Well, I'll lay my cards on the table. I did make that story up. I'm not intimidated by you. Shoo. Wang Nanbo put his finger to his mouth to interrupt, revealing a smile that I understand. There's no need to explain. An explanation is a cover-up. Manhwa fainted in anger. Before he fainted, he was still thinking, how can there be such a brazen person in this world? Chapter 70 Shin Thunder Underworld Code. The moment Manhwa was brought back to the mayor's mansion, Lu Jin then slumped into his chair with a limp. He knew it was all over. I'm all accounted for, Lu Jin said with a bitter face. 20 years ago, the first demon came to October Town, and many people died. Then Taoist Master Ma came and chopped that demon under his sword. At that time I was just a small constable, and then I inadvertently discovered that Taoist Ma was able to create demons, and it was then that I realized that it wasn't a natural disaster but a man-made one. I was going to bring this to light, but Taoist Ma found me and told me to either die or live. The price for surviving was to cooperate with him in every scene, and in exchange he would give me all the pay for the demon decapitation and help me go straight to the top. So of course I wanted to live. So I agreed. Every year after that, there would be a demonic incident. And each time, dozens of people would die, and in the end, the demons would all be gotten rid of by Taoist Ma, and those who died would never come back. I had wondered what Taoist Ma's purpose was in doing this. He didn't want payment or fame, but then I realized that he just wanted these lives to be used for sacrifices. Lu Jin's face was filled with bitterness and some relief. For him, the sins of 20 years are finally revealed and he can be relieved. When dreaming in the middle of the night, Lu Jin also had a troubled conscience. But unfortunately, the temptation of money and the threat of death eventually overcame the conscience. The crowd listened to Lu Jin's words, looking over at the drained Manhwa. Manhwa's face was expressionless, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. What are you sacrificing so many people for? Ayumi took the opportunity to give Manhwa a kick in the ass. He'd wanted to thump the guy for a long time. While receiving a kick, Manhwa laughed nervously. Ha ha ha. Laugh a hammer. Ayumi kicked again, giving Manhwa a 4 or 5 meter kick out and slamming into the wall. Manhwa, however, laughed louder and louder. If you had come 10 years earlier, you might have had a chance to ruin my plan, but alas, it's already too late. Speaking here, he looked viciously at the crowd. The year of great struggle is coming. The Lord will return as king and reign over the world, and my sacrifice will be celebrated by the world. After saying that, Mahi's flesh even withered and rotted as far as the eye could see, turning into a dry corpse in just 10 seconds before and after, and then dissipating into flying ash. Great luck. Demon's branched eyes. Special treasure. Illusion bead. Demon whip. Illusion bead. After using this magic weapon, it can create a false illusion. The size of the illusion is affected by the user's cultivation level. Great demon whip. The whip of a certain great demon, which can emit a heavenly demonic aura and is a great tonic for the demon race. The system's dialogue box popped up in front of Suchi again. He picked up the bead. Next to the beads was a demon whip that looked similar to a tiger whip. Suchi took 2 steps backward in disgust. Wang Nanbo and the others came over. Curious, what is this? Beads that create illusions. Suchi explained. Then said, which one of you wants it? I don't want it. Neither do I. If you all don't want it, then I don't want it either. Seeing that the 3 said no, Suchi put it away. This thing is much more practical than that cuckold spell. Creating illusions was somewhat interesting, and Suchi planned to try it out when he returned. At this time, Wang Nanbo picked up the demon whip from the ground, sniffled and exclaimed, this is the thing. The town's demonic aura and that pit's demonic aura are all thanks to this thing, just that the smell is a little bit punchy to the nose. I don't know what kind of thing it is. It should be a treasure, right? Well, it's baby. Suchi said indifferently. That's a demon whip. Demon whip? Wang Nanbo first froze, then reacted violently. His face changed greatly, and he instantly threw the thing out. Cam, ****** dish. You didn't say so earlier. In the end, this demon whip was put away by Bui, wanting to take it back to the Jin Demon Division in exchange for some contribution points. This is done. Bui was going back to resume his duties, and originally Jiang Yu needed to go along as well. In the end, though, she insisted on staying. The life of the Jin Demon Division no longer appealed to her. It was better to be free in the everlasting view. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Yu's master was a bigwig in the Demon Suppression Division, she would have planned to resign from the Demon Suppression Division. After returning to the Eternal Life view, Suchi started to live a comfortable salty life again. The Taoist temple is cleaned. Meals are cooked and clothes are washed. One only needed to practice every day and occasionally read people's fortunes. Su-chi realized that compared to the immortal cultivation life of fighting and killing, it was true that this salted fish life was still a bit more suitable for him. Time flies, and the cold comes and goes. The year passed quickly. Spring of the second year. The rich kid named Peng Chuan couldn't carry on and left. He stayed for a whole year, always wanting to find a chance to worship Su-chi as his master. However, he later realized that Su-chi really had no intention of taking on a disciple, and left disheartened. As for Wang Fanxi and the youngest one, teenager Mi Jie, they had no intention of leaving. The two worked diligently, day in and day out, to keep the Taoist temple clean. It was boring, but the two did it willingly. On this day, Su-chi called the two to his room. "What are you two's plans for the future?" Su-chi asked with a smile. Mi Jie froze for a moment and shook his head. "Master Guan, I don't have any plans. I just want to stay in the Taoist temple all the time." Su-chi nodded and looked at Wang Fanxi again. Wang Fanxi scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I'm the same. So do you guys want to cultivate immortality?" Su-chi asked again. "Cultivation?" Both Mi Jie and Wang Fanxi froze. The word immortal cultivation was too far away for them to ever even consider. "Are there any benefits to cultivating immortality, Goddess of Mercy?" Mi Jie asked cautiously. "Cultivating immortality can make you powerful, and you can better protect the eternal life view," Su-chi said thoughtfully. "Then I want to cultivate immortality," Mi Jie hurriedly said. "I want to guard the eternal life observatory." "Observant master. What about you?" Su-chi looked at Wang Fanxi again. Wang Fanxi blushed. "Me too." "Okay, I get it. So you guys go back to work," Su-chi said with a smile. "Okay, Canon." Wang Fanxi and Mi Jie left. A new year. A new chance to make a wish. Su-chi thought for a long time and decided to wish for a transitional stage technique. He couldn't stay in the eternal life view all the time, and he would have to ascend to the immortal world in the future to look for his master. So who's going to take care of eternal life? Mi Jie and Wang Fanxi are both good candidates, and the legacy is renewable. Thinking of this, Su-chi unleashed the wishing technique. "I want a transition stage technique." The words just fell. The originally clear sky above the eternal life view became cloudy all of a sudden. Rumble, crack, thunder boomed and a thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky. In the house where Su-chi was, a big hole was blown out of the roof, and an ancient jade slip fell down. Su-chi caught the jade slip, and after entering his hand, there was a sense of warmth. Delivery is delivery. What's the point of blowing up my house? Su-chi was a bit speechless. He then began to survey the piece of jade slip in his hand. It is full of antiquity. There is an air of vicissitude. Su-chi attempted to inject his spiritual energy into it, and a massive amount of knowledge flooded into his mind in an instant. Xian Thunder Underworld Codex. This is the name of the Kung Fu. After Su-chi read it, he realized that it was indeed a very good transition stage technique. This was the most orthodox inheritance that could be cultivated all the way to the transitional succession stage. And after practicing it, it could control the thunder. Somewhat similar to the 9 heavenly thunderbolt true technique of the Green Cloud sect. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment there was a knock on the door of the room. Came the voice of Mi Jie. "Are you alright, Goddess of Mercy? How did you get struck by lightning?" Chapter 71, The Contrast. Su-chi opened the door to the room. Seeing a nervous Mi Jie and also Wang Fanxi. "I'm fine," Su-chi said. Seeing that Su-chi was fine, the two were relieved. "Goddess of Mercy, I'll go patch up the hole in the roof for you later," Wang Fanxi said. "Good. Hard work." Su-chi nodded and said, "It's not hard work. It's not hard work." Wang Fanxi hastily waved her hands and reddened her ears. Being so shy as a man is quite rare indeed. Su-chi found Jiang Yu in the kitchen. "Elder Su, what's the matter?" Ginger Moon asked. "I would like to ask you for advice. Is there a term for initiation in the immortal cultivation world?" Su-chi asked. "Infusion?" Jiang Yu froze for a moment, then nodded her head and said, "Indeed there is, but forcibly raising the cultivation level by imbuing may injure the other party's foundation. And the realm that is raised by imbuing is also as false as it can be, so it is generally not recommended to do so." Su-chi said, "What if I say that I don't raise my cultivation level, but just want to channel my gongfu to the other party by way of imbibing?" Jiang Yu sniffed and laughed. "Elder Su, then it wouldn't be called installation, just direct transmission. How do I pass it on?" Su-chi said with a twinkle in his eye. "Like this." Jiang Yu placed her jade hand on Su-chi's back. "Senior Su, close your eyes and concentrate." Su-chi sniffed and closed his eyes. He then felt a warm sensation coming from his back as Jiang Yu's spiritual energy entered his body along his limbs. At this moment, Jiangyu trembled as she saw the vastness of spiritual power like an ocean within Su Qi's body. It's endless. You can't see the end of it. Jesus. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. She had never seen such an appalling reserve of spiritual energy. All of this spiritual energy glowed with a faint golden light, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Compared to Su Qi's spiritual energy, the spiritual energy within his own body was simply a trickle. Jiang Yu shook her head and shook the distracting thoughts out of her mind, then began to transmit her power. Pass what? The method of transmitting power was imprinted into Su Qi's mind. Su Qi mastered it in less than a quarter of an hour. It really wasn't a profound move. After mastering it, Su Qi smiled at Jiang Yu. Turn around. Ha? Oh. Kang Yu froze for a moment then turned around. Su Qi's big hand placed on Jiang Yu's back, and mellow and warm spiritual energy entered her body. The mellow spiritual energy warmed her limbs and bones, so comfortably that she wanted to scream out again. Jiang Yu hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand for fear of making that kind of embarrassing sound. She remembered the scene from years ago. But soon, her pupils dilated and her mouth dropped open. It was because she saw the technique that Su Qi had passed on to her. Qian Thunder Underworld Cannon. Ah! This time, instead of moaning in comfort, Ginger Moon screamed in excitement. This was the transition stage technique that she had been longing for. Ah! After having this technique, she also had a chance to ascend. What Jiang Yu didn't notice was that some of those golden lights carried by Su Qi's spiritual energy were left inside her, having some kind of chemical reaction with her body. After transmitting his energy, Su Qi's spiritual energy withdrew from his body. The feeling of emptiness came over me once more, but the excitement was soon overpowered. Elder Su, what are you doing? Jiang Yu asked with wide eyes and a face full of surprise. It's been hard on you for so many years. This gongfu might be useful to you, Su Qi said with a smile. In fact, from the beginning, he knew what Jiang Yu was up to. Although over the years, Jiang Yu had almost forgotten her purpose, Su Qi had not. Jiang Yu's dedication over the years, as well as her character, deserved such a gongfu. Thank you, Elder Su. I really needed it, Ginger Moon said excitedly. Cheer up and practice. After Su Qi finished speaking, he turned around and left. He was happy to see his friend happy. He wouldn't mind giving Wang Nanhua another copy if he didn't need it. Jiang Yu looked at Su Qi's departing back and clenched her fists, secretly vowing that she could not let down Su Qi's trust. One must become more powerful to do so. Su got up and went into the Great Hall. Then he called Mi Jie and Wang Fanqi over. Now I will formally pass on your cultivation methods, but I hope you will remember one thing. You must not bully the weak, Su Qi said solemnly. Both Mi Jie and Wang Fanqi nodded their heads and said with a firm face, I know, Master Guan. Aha! Su Qi placed his hands on the back of each of the two men and began to transmit the power. A quarter of an hour later, he withdrew his spiritual energy. Mi Jie and Wang Fanqi looked at each other in disbelief. The magical experience they had just had was something they had never experienced in their lives. That gongfu in their heads opened the door to a new world. Alright, you guys cultivate diligently in your free time and strive to become the pillars of the Taoist temple as soon as possible, Su Qi said. I will definitely not fail the expectations of the goddess of mercy. Determination was written all over Miji's little face. So do I. Wang Fanqi also nodded and said. The two finished and were about to leave. Su Qi called out to them again. Wait. The two men turned their heads. Su Qi solemnly said. Another point is especially important. You two remember. The most important thing in the way of immortal cultivation is obscene development. Don't wave. The two nodded their heads in seeming understanding. Mr. Su. Just then, Song Xiaoxian's crisp voice came from the doorway of the Taoist temple. This is probably a case of the voice coming before the person arrives. Soon, Song Xiaoxian's figure arrived inside the grand hall. Today's Song Xiaoxian wearing smoke green palace dress, outside a thin layer of silver veil, such as waterfalls of green silk simply pulled up, hanging down some in the neck. The head of the gold ornaments with the lotus steps tinkled for sound. Eyes like water. Face with a shallow smile. Today a few points less fairy. A few more points of playfulness. After Song Xiaoxian saw Su Qi, she smiled even more. As bright as a flower. Mr. Su, let's go fly paper kites? Song Xiaoxian held a paper kite in her hand and said with a coquettish smile. But I have to practice. Su Qi said. Song Xiaoxian did not listen to these. Lotus step lightly moved, came to Su Qi's body, then squatted down, looked directly at Su Qi's eyes, said pitifully, Su Gongzi, you accompany people to release the paper kite, okay? I have not put it for some years. Good. Su Qi finally said helplessly. Yeah, Song Xiaoxiang happily spun in place. Release the paper kite. Release the paper kite. Just then, a couple came in the doorway. They froze for a moment when they saw the bouncing Song Xiaoxiang, then smiled kindly and said, Taoist Master Xiao Su, Pavilion Master Song, we've come to pray. Ahem. Song Xiaoxiang, her face unchanged, coughed lightly and said, You guys go ahead. Just from Su Qi's position, he could see that the roots of Song Xiaoxiang's ears were turning red to the naked eye, so he couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. I thought to myself that Song Xiaoxiang was really a bit of a contrarian. Song Xiaoxiang turned her head and gave Su Qi a flavorful blank look, seemingly saying, No laughing. Chapter 72 Highest Forgetfulness? It is 5 miles west of Changsheng. There's a meadow, or perhaps prairie is a more apt description. The grass is green and the willows are thick, and the jade pot pours wine all over the golden bell. The music and songs of the wind go with the wind, and I know how many times I have to go to the mountains. Every spring is the most beautiful time here, and there are many residents of Qingxi City who like to come here to fly paper kites, have picnics and the like. Su Qi and Song Xiaoxiang came here. Mr. Su, look, their paper kites are placed so high. Song Xiaoxiang pointed at the paper kites in the sky and said, There are many passionate couples here, mostly men and women releasing a paper kite together. The intimate look looked a little envious to Song Xiaoxiang. It's your show, Su Qi said. Well, what if I can't put it up? Song Xiaoxiang asked. You won't laugh at me, right? No. Su Qi shook his head and said, Then let's go somewhere less crowded. I'm afraid of being laughed at. Song Xiaoxiang hesitated and said, As the pavilion master of Xiaoxiang Pavilion, Song Xiaoxiang had always been very strong in front of outsiders. Good. Su Qi nodded. The two of them walked for about half an hour, finally moving away from the crowd. Without outsiders, Song Xiaoxiang became reckless again. So I have to release it? Song Xiaoxiang laughed as she held the paper kite. Aha! Su Qi stood and watched. Song Xiaoxiang ran, and perhaps because there was no wind, she couldn't fly after several tries. After a few times, Song Xiaoxiang was a bit frustrated. Mr. Su, am I too stupid? The paper kite can't even be released well. No. Su Qi shook his head and said, Then will you teach me to put it on? Song Xiaoxiang ran to Su Qi and said with a coquettish smile. Good. Su Qi said after a moment of contemplation, then reached out and took the paper kite. After receiving the paper kite, he stepped aside, one hand holding the paper kite high in the air, the other hand naturally hanging down, not running or moving, like a wooden man. Mr. Su, you have to run up or the paper kite won't fly. Song Xiaoxiang shouted. I'm waiting. Su Qi responded. Wait for what? Song Xiaoxiang said in disbelief. Wait for the wind. Su Qi revealed a smile, and that dangling hand pushed forward. The wind blew wildly and the paper kite came out of his hand. Su Qi stood still, watching the paper kite fly higher and higher, then grasped the spool of thread in his hand. He walked over to Song Xiaoxiang and handed over the spool. Here, it's the tallest one now. Song Xiaoxiang took the spool of thread. The wind ruffled her hair, and the gold jewelry on her head tinkled. A happy smile appeared on that stunningly beautiful face. Mr. Su, you cheated. Yes? Su Qi said with an innocent face. I'm not stupid. Song Xiaoxiang pouted, then grabbed the spool of thread and ran away, happiness written all over her face. She turned her head and shouted, Still, I'm happy. Thank you, Mr. Su. For some reason, the corner of Su Qi's mouth also lifted slightly. He lifted and looked at the paper kites in the sky, his thoughts emptying as if he had returned to his carefree childhood. He saw himself and a small group of friends, with a variety of kites, running along the river. Perhaps it was due to bad luck that while everyone else's kites flew, his crashed midway every time, until finally, exhausted and paralyzed, the kite would not fly. But that's when the wind came, as if it was deliberately working against him. The folds of the pants of the children in the company are red, and the handheld clues curse the heavens. Everyone praises you for coming early in spring, and owes me 5 feet of wind from the kite. Su Qi smiled lightly with feeling. Now that he wants this wind, he doesn't need to look at God anymore. Su Qi looked at Song Xiaoxiang's happy appearance, and his heart seemed to be much younger as well. If I were just a mortal, I probably wouldn't be so forward-looking, Su Qi said to himself. The Tao, clearing the mind is the most important thing, so too much forgetfulness. At that moment, another voice in the mind said. These words were like pouring cold water, pulling Su Qi back to reality. Yeah, Song Xiaoxiang was just a mortal, and he's an immortal. If the two did get together, after 100 years, Would he be able to accept the black hair to send the white hair to the white hair? Can Song Xiaoxiang accept that she is aging day by day while he always looks good? Suchi closed his eyes. The mind began a celestial battle. The two voices kept arguing in his head, and he was actually the one on the sidelines. Bull asterisk 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 Tai Shang oblivion. Can't Song Xiaoxiang cultivate immortality? You're a person of great fortune. With your shelter, Song Xiaoxiang will surely be able to cultivate the great Tao and grow old hand in hand with you. Ridiculous. What if Song Xiaoxiang doesn't want to cultivate immortality? Or what if her qualifications are so low that she can't cultivate the great Tao for the rest of her life? What's with all the what ifs? If you're looking forward and backward, why are you still practicing immortality? Love is the most difficult to last. So many lovers will be widowed. Sex has its own constant. So capricious people will not lose their sex. The world is unpredictable. How do you know that you will be with each other until old age? Bull asterisk 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 theory 1 set. You already have Song Xiaoxiang's shadow in your heart. She is destined to be the person you will never forget. Leaving empty regrets and doing nothing? You don't want to cultivate longevity. Find a place to bury yourself. Being a stone is the best choice for you. The true meaning of the Tao is too much to forget. You can't help it even if you are angry. This is your way to immortality. Then I'd rather not live forever. The two voices kept arguing as Suchi watched with cold eyes. Ha ha ha. But as he watched, he smiled. As he laughed, the two voices in his mind stopped. Say it? Why don't you keep talking? Suchi asked with a smile. There was still no voice in his mind. It was as if he was talking to the air. No more? Suchi smiled. Then let me say it instead. The supreme forgetfulness. Forgetfulness of emotions to the point of being public. Gaining emotions and forgetting them. Not being moved by emotions. Not being disturbed by emotions. To forget love is to love deeply without falling in love. To forget love without being ungrateful. Forgetfulness. Not emotionlessness, but affection. Although I cannot yet achieve that level described by the sages, I will never be disturbed by such rumors as yours, and want to disintegrate my will from the bottom of my heart? The class is especially ridiculous. Get the hell out of here. As the words fell, a golden light shone within Suchi's body. The sun is fierce and everything is manifest. A dark shadow inside him was illuminated, and on closer inspection it was the very silhouette of Manhwa. The Taoist heart is so firm. It's really the only thing I've seen in my life. The dark figure chuckled. You look like a clown. Suchi said lightly. His favorite thing in life is to read, from the 4 books and 5 classics to the golden bottle of flesh. In terms of debating, he hasn't lost to anyone yet. He sensed something was wrong from the moment the voice sounded. Only he didn't break it down, but quietly watched Manhwa's performance. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. Although it won't mess up your Taoist heart, when the Lord returns, it will be the time of your death. Chapter 73, Spring to Autumn. He'd better dare to come. Suchi smiled faintly. The Lord in Manhwa's mouth. He had a rough guess. Before killing the blood ghost and the hidden ghost in the first place, the blood ghost shouted that the Lord would avenge her and that she would go down in history. How similar is this Manhwa to that blood ghost? It is thought to serve the same Lord. You dare to speak so boldly for a chi practicing stage cultivator. Do you think that your body full of chi can be your dependence? He laughed. Although I sacrificed this doppelganger, it's not a loss to figure out your bottom line. The chi is yours only if you can keep it. If you can't, it's someone else's graft. After saying that, Mahi's black shadow dissipated into a black smoke. Suchi opened his eyes as if nothing had happened. When did this black shadow of Manhwa enter his heart? He was not sure. But when he thought about it carefully, it should be the reason for that hallucinogenic bead. Perhaps Mahi had hidden a strand of divine sense within the illusion-causing pearl, and after picking it up himself, he had invaded his mind sea along the way. It's just a shame that your acting is so bad, Suchi said in his heart. But for that Lord in Manhwa's mouth, Suchi developed a sense of crisis. The Lord they spoke of should be a ruthless character, using so many living people as sacrifices. He was thought to be a shocking evil cultivator. It's time to raise your strength as soon as possible. Suchi sighed. I thought that practicing chi at the 1000th layer was already very powerful, but now it seems that one must not be complacent and must spiritualize the whole body as soon as possible. After his entire body was spiritualized, Suchi estimated that no cultivator of the ferrying stage could break his defense. However, the 6400th floor was indeed a bit far away, and Suchi was already thinking about getting some powerful and overwhelming moves. Take Li Taibai's instant sword for example. This move should be your own strongest move. Does it mean that I have to specifically go find Mahayana stage cultivators? Watch them fight, and steal their moves while I'm at it? Suchi flashed a thought. then immediately negated. No no no. This matter can be encountered but not sought. Nowadays I shouldn't be able to wrestle with a Mahayana stage cultivator. If I am caught in the waves I may have to worry about my life. In that case then we'll have to wait for the once-a-year wishing spell. Next year's wish has it. For a very powerful secret book. Just when Su Qi was planning for the future, Song Xiaoxiang ran over. Sir Su, what's wrong with you? I just saw that you seem to be glowing all over. Song Xiaoxiang said with a curious expression. Is it bright? Su Qi, however, asked with a smile. He also seemed to be much more open-minded after the debate with Manhwa just now. Sometimes it's hard to live a good life even if you know a lot of things. So Suki decided to go with the flow. Ha! Song Xiaoxiang's small mouth opened slightly, then nodded. It is indeed quite bright. Right. It's called Big Sky White Light. Su Qi said in a serious manner. What a cold joke. Song Xiaoxiang blanked Su Qi. Where's your paper kite? Su Qi said as he looked at Song Xiaoxiang's empty hand. Ha! Song Xiaoxiang exclaimed. I was just worried about you and forgot about it. The paper kite flew away with the wind and was not found at the end of the day. Without the paper kite, the two had to return. On the way back, Song Xiaoxiang was still moping around, saying that she hadn't had enough fun. After returning to the Taoist temple, Su Qi then began to cultivate, recalling that he seemed to be a bit salty before, neglecting to cultivate, leading to the fact that he hadn't grown any qi recently, and his cultivation hadn't progressed an inch. Just thought so. The system pop-up then came out. 1. Manhwa's words have raised a sense of urgency in you, and you desperately want to improve your strength. Go in search of the Mahayana cultivators, stir up trouble and get them to fight while you act as an old six stealing lessons from the sidelines. Reward, a finger of immortality. 2. Glacier City north of Great Song is a good place for cultivation. You can quickly improve your strength. Go and investigate. Reward, heaven prying technique. 3. Do nothing. Reward, golden luck plus 0. 1. Cost, longevity minus 100 years. Su Qi looked at the three options and decisively chose 3. I didn't expect that I would be able to directly add golden chi luck now. Only deducting 100 years of longevity? Too little. How about deducting 1,000 years to give me plus 1 golden chi luck? Su Qi muttered. It was just a shame that the system had crashed. Otherwise it might have been a bargain. Glacier City? Got it. Never set foot in it for half a step in the future. Su Qi also noticed the second option. Although he didn't know what the heaven prying technique was, speaking from past experience, it should be not a bad reward. However, the system's extraction function is all crashed. These physical rewards can't be extracted at all. They're of little use. And this high reward is inevitably accompanied by high risk. Su Qi just wanted to say, indecent development. Don't wave. After adding 0.1 golden chi luck, Su Qi began to turn on the chi practicing technique. Sure enough, it didn't take long to trigger the plus cultivation boost. Successfully came to the 1001st level of chi practicing. 1 golden chi luck allows me to practice chi at the 1000th level. So 1 I should be able to cultivate to the 1100th level. Su Qi said in his heart. For the next 6 months, Su Qi did not take half a step out of the Taoist temple. In half a year's time his cultivation level had added another 7 layers to the 1008th layer. In the blink of an eye, fall is upon us. The city of Clear Creek has a different kind of beauty in the fall. 2. Fall is the season of abundance. The wheat fields outside of Clear Creek are busy with farming, and there are many more fallen leaves in the Taoist temple. Although Wang Fanqi and Mijie cleaned every day, they couldn't stop the fall that had already descended. Su Qi stood in the courtyard, looked at the fallen leaves all over the ground, and sighed. There are many fallen leaves in the palm court, and autumn is known with emotion. Brother Su, you stay in the Taoist temple all day to cultivate, but you are still so flirtatious. I am impressed and impressed. Wang Nanbo arched his hand from the side and smiled. Su Qi glanced at Wang Nanbo and said, didn't you all stay at Xiaoxiang Pavilion? How come you have the time to return to the Taoist temple today? Nonsense. When did I stay at the Xiaoxiang Pavilion? Wang Nanbo said with a hefty smile. Recently, I have been in the south of the city liquor store to have a good time. I do not know where this boss has the ability to get Kaifeng's bamboo leaf green, which is comparable to this Chang'an heavenly immortal drunk. So what are you doing back here? Go have a quickie. At this time, Zhang Yu walked out and said without a trace of anger, how could I not come back when I have little Zhang Yu cooking? Wang Nanbo said with a laugh, didn't cook your dinner, so watch us eat it. Ginger Moon said with a wave of her hand, little Zhang Yu, you're just a person with a knife's mouth and a tofu heart. Wang Nanbo laughed. I have a knife's mouth and an axe's heart. Jiang Yu glared at Wang Nanbua and said, forget it, I'm not going to bull you. Wang Nanbua said with a straight face, I have a major announcement to make. I'm afraid Qingxi City is going to be unsettled next. The following is not relevant to the text. P.S. Recently found more fan list. Fan name what is better? Online crowdfunding name. Chapter 74 108 Worlds Under This Dimension. What's not peaceful anymore? Ginger Moon asked. Su Qi also looked at Wang Nanbua. Although Wang Nanbua usually liked to joke around, he was still reliable when it came to business. The people of Clear Creek City are now living in peace and happiness. It's not usually a problem from the inside. If anything is going to change, it's going to have to be external factors. Wang Nanbua said, I found that recently Qingxi City has come with a lot of disciples from all the major clans. At first I didn't care about it, but after the number increased I felt that something was wrong, and as a result, when I inquired, something was really wrong. Speaking here, Wang Nanbua coughed twice and said, a little thirsty. Don't sell out. Jiang Yu made a move to kick Wang Nanbua. Wang Nanbua quickly said, little Jiang Yu, it's not good for you to find a husband in the future if you're so violent. Get out. Ginger Moon lands a leg kick. Wang Nanbua hastily dodged it, then laughed. Alright, no more fooling around. This matter is actually very simple. This time, almost all of the sects have come in order to search for the legendary Heaven's Destiny Son. As he said this, Wang Nanbua stared at Su Qi, trying to see something. Previously, when the Qi luck poured into the eternal life view, he suspected that Su Qi was the legendary son of Heaven's Destiny, but there has been no concrete evidence. But Su Qi was still calm and didn't change at all. Son of the Divine Order? Jiang Yu said curiously, I've also heard of the legend of the Son of Heaven's Destiny, but does the Son of Heaven's Destiny really exist in this world? When the Qi poured into the eternal life view before, Jiang Yu went to October Town. So what happened she didn't know. Of course it exists. Wang Nanbua said with some pride, the last Son of Heaven's Destiny appeared in our Nine Heavens Sword sect. What's a chosen one? At that moment, Su Qi asked. A Son of Heaven's Destiny is a person of great fortune who was favored by the heavenly Tao. Wang Nanbua said, this kind of great Qi luck person is extremely lucky and has almost no bottlenecks in his cultivation journey. The people or things around him will be affected by the great luck and thus become lucky. Of course, that's only one aspect. Most importantly, the Son of Heaven's Destiny is the guardian and contender of this side of the world's Qi. Hear this. Su Qi was thoughtful. Jiang Yu, however, asked, our side of the world? Is it true that there are 3,000 worlds in this world as stated in the book? More than 3,000 worlds? Wang Nanbua shook his head and said, the universe is infinite. The worlds are endless. Not to mention 3,000 worlds, 30,000 worlds, 300,000 worlds are also there. Su Qi believed in this theory that Wang Nanbua said, because that's what he crossed over to. I just don't know what world that truck driver is from. How are you going to seek revenge in the future? At this time, Wang Nanbua added, although the worlds are infinite, the worlds of a realm are limited. Let's say our realm has a total of 108 worlds. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's mouth opened wide. Where did you hear about this and why don't I know? Of course you don't know. This is a pungent secret that I learned only after going through all the books in the cache. Wang Nanbua laughed. Every time a son of heavenly destiny is born, it means that the year of the great struggle is coming. That Mahei also seems to have said about this year of great struggle. What exactly is this year of great struggle? Ginger Moon asked. I have just said that there are 108 worlds in this dimension of ours, but the strength of these 108 worlds varies from strong to weak. Do you know why? Wang Nanbua did not answer Jiang Yu's question positively and said instead, why? Ginger Moon asked. It is because the chi fortune of an orientation is limited. The fact that these 108 worlds are strong and weak is due to this high and low fortune. And the sons of destiny, representing their respective worlds. In the year of the great struggle, it's all about chi. Sons of heaven's destiny can plunder the chi of other worlds to enhance their own worlds. At the same time, they must also guard their world's chi from being plundered. Ginger Moon was mesmerized by what she heard. She asked again, then what if the chi is plundered? That depends on how much of the chi has been plundered. The lower the chi, the lower the level of the world. The stronger the suppression of the cultivator, the higher the chi. The higher the level of the world, the stronger the increase of the cultivator. Wang Nanbua said. And how does our world rank within the 108 worlds? Ginger Moon asked. Countdown. Wang Nanbua said with a bitter smile. Ha, countdown. Ginger Moon said with some disbelief. She'd thought of every possibility, but hadn't expected their world to be ranked at the bottom of the list. It was a little hard to take in for a moment. Su Chi, however, had a very different thought. Luckily the system dropped this penultimate immortal cultivation world at that time. Otherwise I might have GD before I could even live for 20 years. Wang Nanhua laughed bitterly. Yeah, countdown. I was shocked when I first found out. Our world can only fly with a sword at the transformation god stage just because the world level is too low and the laws of heaven and earth are too strong in suppressing cultivators. But in the high-level immortal cultivation worlds, they can fly with a sword at the foundation stage or even at the chi practicing stage. A Jindan stage cultivator's divine sense can cover 10 miles to 40 miles. After reaching the Yuaning stage, one can even fly through the air without the aid of a flying sword. And 1,000 miles in a day is no big deal. After the god transformation stage, all sorts of divine abilities are even more dazzling. Moving mountains and filling up the sea. Shrinking the earth into inches. I won't talk about the realm after that. But in any case, the first time I saw these introductions, it shook me up for a whole year. After listening to the picture described by Wang Nanhua, Su Chi was incomparably glad that he hadn't fallen into a high-level immortal cultivation world. Otherwise he shouldn't have lived so comfortably. Jiang Yu, however, frowned tightly. Then in that case, wouldn't those high-level immortal cultivation worlds in the year of the great controversy have an advantage? Of course it will prevail. Wang Nanhua sighed. Their spiritual power level is higher than ours. And although it is said that they will be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth after coming to the lower immortal cultivation world, they are still a great deal more powerful than cultivators of the same realm. Maybe an ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivator can easily defeat a Jindan stage cultivator. If one were even more talented, a foundation establishment stage would be able to defeat a Yuanying stage cultivator. Su Chi suddenly felt bad up. Listening to this meaning, the year of great struggle even had cultivators from other worlds would come. And they were so strong? If I had known, I wouldn't have converted the golden chi. It's delaying my great cause of Godao. Su Chi was secretly bitter in his heart. If he had known that converting his golden chi would bring about such consequences, he should have lived for a few thousand years before converting in the first place. However, the rules of the heavenly Tao naturally won't completely favor high-level immortal cultivation worlds. At most they can only send God transformation stage cultivators to our world, whereas we can send out Mahayana stage cultivators, which is one of the few advantages we have. Wang Nanhua continued again. Chapter 75 Winds and Clouds in Qingxi City. But according to you, our Mahayana cultivators shouldn't be able to compare to the higher world's Mahayana cultivators. Ginger Moon said. It's not really an advantage if that's the case. You can play the fall. Wang Nanhua smiled and said, being able to get a few spirit stones back in the higher immortal cultivation world is a good gain. And what was the record of the last great year of contention? Ginger Moon asked curiously. Miserable. Wang Nanhua pondered for a while before saying, miserable? Jiang Yu wondered. How tragic. According to the records, 80% of the cultivators in our realm should have died. The high-level cultivators almost fell to nothing. And the low-level cultivators even ambushed millions of corpses and bled for thousands of miles. Wang Nanhua said heavily. Even our heaven's destined sun ended up falling. Jiang Yu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end she couldn't say anything. At this time, Wang Nanhua laughed again. But it's good that we held on. Otherwise now we might not even be able to fly at the harmonization stage. And would have to be a harmonization stage or even a Mahayana stage cultivator to fly. At that time, there might be a scene where a cultivator at the spirit transformation stage chases down a cultivator at the chi practicing stage. But the cultivator at the chi practicing stage still manages to keep on picking fights. Your horse isn't as fast as mine and thus gets laughed to death. Think of that image. Ginger Moon snorted out a laugh. It's a heavy topic to talk about, but it's just good for a laugh. Su Chi had an odd expression on his face, thinking of a TV series he watched before crossing over. A strong Do Zone master with Do Chi transforming into a horse was as terrifying as it was. That's why, this time, all the great sects searching for the son of heavenly destiny are harboring the heart of a must-have. Wang Nanhua smiled and said, even our 9 heaven sword sect has come. Last time the year of the great struggle was a miserable victory. Or not really a victory. This time the year of the great struggle will hopefully be a small victory. When the world level rises, our strength will also skyrocket by a fraction. And when will this year of the great controversy open? Ginger Moon asked again. Su Chi also listened carefully as a sense of urgency arose in his heart. If he is really the son of heaven's destiny, how can he live on when this year of great struggle comes? Until then, it's a good idea to get as strong as possible. That's not certain. Maybe a year, maybe 100 years, maybe 1,000. Wang Nanhua shook his head and said, why can't you be sure? Ginger Moon asked again. Because the opening condition of the year of the great struggle is 108 worlds, all the sons of heaven's destiny are present. And this order of presentation is according to the ranking of the worlds, and our world is ranked at 99, which means that there are still 9 worlds behind us where the sons of heaven's destiny have not been present. Wang Nanbo said. That is to say, there is no certainty about the time when the divine destiny sun will appear in the world? Ginger Moon said with a nod. Having said that, the situation is still not optimistic. Wang Nanbo sighed and said, the lower the chi fortune of a world, the shorter the time for the sun of heaven's destiny to appear will be, because there's only so much chi fortune in total in that realm. Jiang Yu's heart was a little heavy. 80% of the cultivators died in the last year of the great controversy. What about this one? How many will survive again? Then what if say a realm's chi has been plundered? Su Chi finally asked a question. Wang Nanbo said, then, it will be completely removed from this realm and reduced to a lower world, waiting for the aura to recover. The next stretch of days. Indeed, as Wang Nanbo said, there were more and more cultivators in Qingxi City. Luckily, these cultivators were very disciplined and didn't make any noise. In fact, they had set out a year ago. It was just that the results of the measurements at that time were too broad, showing that there were great chi fortunate people coming out of the southwest region, so the words had been delayed for such a long period of time. Clear Creek City is the last stop in the entire southwest. All places have been searched, so that leaves only this one possibility. The monks keep the rules, not because of good qualities, simply because they wanted to make a good impression on the divine fate and add a point of possibility for the clan. But as the saying goes, where there are people, there is a jungle. Conflict is ultimately unavoidable. The north gate of Qingxi City. There were 3 loitering young men at the city gates. Odd-looking, tall, short, fat, thin, and, to coin a phrase, ugly in 1,000 ways. Brothers, have you felt that many new faces have come to Qingxi City recently? A young man in a cloth shirt said with a smile. Another fat man with a thick and honest face said, there are indeed quite a lot of new faces, and these people don't take money as money. That's called a fortune. Envy me to death. Another somewhat feminine youth said, what's there to envy? This world is fair, and while they have money, they are bound to lose a lot of troubles. Brother Lu, I always feel like you're talking nonsense, the first youth said. Fatty nodded his head in agreement. Listening to you is a waste of 10 years of study. The feminine youth smiled disdainfully. You guys think I'm talking nonsense? In fact, a careful taste will feel that it contains many philosophies of life, and I can only say that it's difficult for you guys to understand Brother's realm. All 3 were fellows from the inn in the north of the city, standing around for no other reason than to solicit customers, because many new faces had recently arrived, all of them rich. All the major inns were competing for customers, like 3 people doing this job. As long as you succeed in pulling in a new customer, you'll get a consistent bounty, which can be dashed off for more than a month. The first young man was called Jiang Yochi, who, as his name suggests, loved to play chess, but was actually a bad chess player. The second fat man is called Xia Lubin. As his name suggests, he is really Xia, and because he likes to eat, he looks rather solid. The third feminine youth is called Lu Runlong. As his name suggests, boasts that he is a dragon and phoenix among men, and vows to make a name for himself in this Jianghu. Just then, Jiang Yochi's eyes lit up and he pointed at the city gates and said, brothers, look, beauty, which, Xia Lubin immediately widened his eyes and looked towards the city gates. Haven't seen the world. I'm going to see how much. Before Lu Runlong could finish his words, his eyes widened, his mouth slightly opened, and his harangue was about to flow out. It was a young girl, clothed like snow, hair black as ink. The skirt flutters in the wind and the hemline rises and falls. The ethereal eyes were silent as they were, and the cool contours of the eyes were out of the world, just like the snow lotus on the Tianshan mountain. Elegant and elegant, not staining the world half a point. It can be viewed from a distance. Jiang Yochi said obsessively. A fairy. Xia Liubin's eyes glazed over. Only Lu Runlong, who took out a bronze mirror and took a close look at his costume, wiped a handful of harangues from the corner of his mouth, and with the most enthusiastic smile, strutted towards the young girl. What is Brother Lu going to do? Jiang Yochi queried. Probably going to get killed. Xia Lubin said with a swoon. Chapter 76, The Demoness Lock. The arrival of the young girl attracted a lot of people like Lu Runlong who were soliciting customers. You can tell the young girl is not from a bad family by the clothes she wears. Lu Runlong overflowed with a warm smile and arrived in front of the young girl. This girl, nice to meet you. Lu Runlong flashed what he thought was his most handsome smile. It was a smile he had practiced 1,000 times in front of the mirror. The young girl stopped and her cool gaze swept over Lu Runlong. Lu Runlong suddenly felt a coldness all over his body, as if he had been stripped naked. Under the eyes of the young girl, everything about him was revealed in the slightest detail. Even the little bit of dirty thoughts inside were exposed. Lu Runlong was shocked in his heart. For the first time in his life, he had this feeling that this young girl was definitely not mortal. Could it be the immortal master? Lu Runlong ventured a horrifying thought. Asterisk 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 off. The young girl's tone was cold. Ha! Oh, good. Lu Runcopper froze for a moment, then retreated to the side in a sweat, his back already drenched in cold sweat. The young girl left, not even taking a proper look at him. A few more people like Lu Runlong came up, but under the young girl's glance, they all retreated in defeat. In that moment, it was as if they had been stripped naked and thrown out on the street. Ashamed, helpless, and afraid, Xia Lubin and Zhang Youqi ran up. Brother Lu, what's going on? This looks like a lady from a wealthy family. Why did you let her go? Zhang Youqi asked. Xia Lubin laughed, too mesmerized by someone else's beauty to speak. It was only when Lu Runlong turned his head that the two of them saw the cold sweat on his forehead, which was on the verge of becoming a waterfall. I go. You have weak kidneys? You sweat so much on such a cool day. Zhang Youqi was startled. It's emptier than I am. Xia Lubin also said with a sympathetic face. Damn. Don't talk nonsense. That young girl is most likely an immortal master. Lu Runlong swallowed hard and said, that experience, he didn't want to have again in his life. Immortal master? Zhang Youqi and Xia Lubin both froze. Watching the young girl's back as she left was a bit unbelievable. But when I think of that kind of air of purity, I feel that it is not impossible. Confused. Just then, Xia Lubin said with a chagrined expression. A question mark popped up on Lu Runlong's head. A woman's eldest 3, holds a golden brick. A woman's eldest 30, delivers a river and a mountain. A woman's eldest 300, delivers an elixir of immortality. A woman's eldest 3,000, ranks among the immortals. Xia Lubin said with hatred. What a great chance you're missing out on. There you go then. Lu Runlong said without a good breath. This is really standing around and talking. The young girl attracted numerous stares along the way. Finally she stopped in front of the dashing pavilion. After stopping for a moment, the young girl stepped inside. The arrival of the young girl caused all the lively atmosphere in the Xiaoshan pavilion to stagnate. She stood there as if she were the center of the whole world, making people look at her. At that moment a figure came rushing in, and on closer inspection it was Main Yang. The people around them looked at the scene curiously. They had rarely seen Main Yang in such a hurry. Miss Locke, you're finally here, Maynard said with a smile. Locke Ling still looked indifferent and only nodded lightly. Aha! You come with me. The pavilion master has been waiting for you for a long time. Main Yang was blissfully unconcerned and smiled. Then the two of them walked towards the upper floors, but as they passed by a spot, Locke Ling stopped in her tracks. It's too late to say. As swordsman Wang chopped that thief under his sword, Wang Nanbo danced with his hands and impassionedly told the girls the story of Wang the Great Warrior. Just then, he seemed to feel something and looked in Luo Ling's direction. Pop! The wine pot in Wang Nanbo's hand violently dropped to the ground, exclaiming as if he had seen a ghost, Demoness Luo. After saying that, he wiped his feet and disappeared in an instant. Luo Ling didn't go after them and turned to follow Main Yang's pace. There was just a slight crack in the ground that appeared unnoticeably, and Luo Ling's eyes became 3 times colder. He dared to call me a Demoness? However, after Luo Ling left, the ground where the cracks had appeared earlier quietly recovered again, like it had never appeared before. The two of them came to the topmost floor. The door of the room was pushed open, and Song Xiaoshan was ambling around painting. Pavilion Master, Miss Locke is here, Maynard called out. Okay, go ahead and go down, Song Xiaoshan said to Main Yang. Yes. Main Yang left, taking the door to her room with her. Inside the room, Song Xiaoshan revealed a smile. Our Linger seems to have grown beautiful again. The frost on Luo Ling's face thawed, and even her eyebrows became well behaved. Senior sister, you haven't returned to Feng Yixian for so long. I thought you'd forgotten all about Linger. There was even a little bit of milky sound in the end voice, and if someone who was familiar with Luo Ling had seen it, they would have been shocked out of their wits. How cute is our Linger? How could I forget Linger? Song Xiaoshan said like she was coaxing a child. Luo Ling walked up to Song Xiaoshan and saw the unfinished scroll on the table. In the scroll was a Taoist temple, and in front of the temple stood a figure in a green shirt. The face had not been outlined yet, but that aura of lightness and dustiness was dripping. Sister, who are you drawing? Luoring was drawn to the scroll. My future husband. A sweet smile appeared on Song Xiaoxiang's face. What? Luo Ling was stunned and stammered. Senior sister. You. When did you have a husband? Told you it was a future husband. Song Xiaoxiang blushed a little. Luo Ling had never seen his senior sister like this before. An infinite curiosity as well as so much hostility towards the man in the painting rose in her mind. A man who is looked upon by a senior sister should be very good, right? But that doesn't rule out senior sister being coaxed by a scummy guy. If this man is a scum, I will cut him down by the sword, Lok Ling said in her mind, seemingly sensing Luo Ling's thoughts. Song Xiaoxiang touched Luo Ling's head and said, Linger isn't allowed to be hostile towards your brother-in-law, or I'll get angry. Got it, senior sister. Luo Ling lengthened her trailing voice, then added, Senior sister won't be allowed to touch Linger's head in the future. Linger has grown up. You don't let your head be touched when you're older? Song Xiaoxiang said as she rubbed a few more times. Poof. Luo Ling hummed, then escaped to the side and said, Senior sister, when will you bring me to meet your future husband? I'm going to go in a little while, so just follow me. Song Xiaoxiang smiled lightly. Remember to be sweet-mouthed and call your brother-in-law. I'm not. Luo Ling inclined her head and said, It's not like senior sister doesn't know that I won't give outsiders a good face, and it's not even a brother-in-law. He'll have to pass my inspection before he does. Lok Ling said in his mind. Wang Nanbo returned to the eternal life view as if he had fled. Seeing Wang Nanbo so flustered, Jiang Yu couldn't help but say, Wang Nanbo, what are you panicking for? Stealing something from someone else's house? Chapter 77, Time to repay a grudge with a favor. Little Jiang Yu, I won't go to Xiaoshan Pavilion for the next period of time. I've decided to go into seclusion and cultivate. Wang Nanbo said with a firm face. What are you mad about? Can you be idle? Jiang Yu was full of disbelief. Here comes my natural enemy. Wang Nanbo said with a face of obscurity. How did Feng Yixian send this demonic woman? Isn't this nonsense? Is there even a woman in this world that you, Wang Nanbo, are afraid of? Ginger Moon was happy. There are still women that Wang Nanbo is afraid of? Metaphysical novels don't even dare to write like this. I'm not afraid of her, Wang Nanbo proudly said. I just don't care to bother with a woman. That's when Su Qi passed by. There was also a watering can in his hand, apparently having just finished watering the flowers. That day I went to buy wine with Wang Nanbo, but at the checkout he disappeared, and I asked the boss where Wang Nanbo was. Jiang Yu, guess what the boss said? Su Qi stopped and asked. How? Jiang Yu asked with interest. The boss said, Wang Nanbo? Loaded up. Su Qi said and left. Wang Nanbo scrutinized the words and jumped to his feet. Su Qi, don't talk nonsense. When did I go with you to buy wine? Is that the point? The point is that Elder Su said you loaded up. Ginger Moon pursed her lips. She hadn't even realized before that Elder Su had such a humorous side. Anyway, I'm not going out these days, and it just so happens that I've already touched the threshold of the late stage of transformation, so it's time to make a breakthrough, Wang Nanbo said. A sense of urgency rose in him with the arrival of Locke Spirit. If he was a genius, then Luo Ling was a solid demon. When Wang Nanbo and Luo Ling first fought, both of them were Jindan stage cultivators, but at that time, Wang Nanbo was defeated without going through 3 moves. He later challenged Luo Ling once more when he reached the Yuaning stage, and this time he was a little better, lasting through 5 moves before losing. After the spirit transformation stage he sought out Luo Ling to fight once more, and this time he lasted through 100 moves. The world thought he was being self-effacing when he called himself proud of the second day, but few people realize it's because of Lok Ling. Wang Nanbo made it his goal to surpass Luo Ling, which led to the origin of the second day pride. You drink and have fun all day long, but you can still raise your realm? Jiang Yu said with some disbelief. How is drinking and having fun not a practice? Wang Nanbo said with a slight look of interest. At this time, he saw Su Qi put down the kettle and return to his room, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Right, we can encourage Demonis Locke to fight with Su Qi, to thwart her and let her know that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Although I, Wang Nanbo, cannot defeat you, my brother can. Doesn't that also mean in disguise that I'm better than you? I'm a genius. Qingxi City, North City Gate. Here comes another eye-catching pairing. These are 2 Taoist priests, one handsome, one ugly. The handsome one is really handsome and the ugly one is really ugly. The 2 were conversing at the moment. Senior brother Zhua, why did you have to drag me here? I have at most 20 years before I can transform into a god. I've sworn never to leave the mountain until I transform into a god. You're making me break my oath. Zheng Shuai said lifelessly. What's the point of staying in the mountains all day to cultivate? I think the most highly of you among the group of senior brothers, so I brought you here, Zhuo Xiao said with a smile. Really? Zhang Shuai's eyes lit up and said, alas, that can't be helped. Since senior brother Zhuo thinks so highly of me, I can only give up my life. Senior brother is indeed a refreshing person, Zhuo Xiao said with a smile, but in his heart, he was thinking, my stupid senior brother why bring you? Because you are ugly. The uglier you are, the more you can emphasize my handsomeness. Green leaves lining flowers, as it has been since ancient times. Just then, 3 youths came together. 2 Taoist masters, staying at the inn? Our inn in the north of the city is offering a big reward today. Free breakfast with your stay, and 12-hour 24/7 butler service. Jiang Yoqi, Lu Runlong, and Xia Lubin. You said, elder brother. Sounds like a good service. Ha, why don't we choose this one? Zhang Shuai said. Zhuo Xiao pondered for a moment before saying, then go and take a look. The 3 men looked at each other, and all of them saw exhilaration in it. That's 2 people. As long as the solicitor succeeds, that's a payout of 2 guan, so you can live in style for quite a while. Brother Su, how do I treat you normally? Wang Nanbua and Su Qi sat on the floor and talked face to face. Not how. Su Qi said lightly. Who paid for the last discount at the south of the city liquor store? Wang Nanbua said. It's you. Su Qi said. That's right. Wang Nanbua laughed and was about to say something, but in the end it was all you who drank it and I didn't get a sip. Su Qi added. Ahem. Wang Nanbua awkwardly coughed twice and said, that was an accident. Not to mention this, the last time someone wanted to cut down the demons, you couldn't move out of the way. Who went for you? It's you. Su Qi nodded and said, be a brother in heart. Wang Nanbua patted his chest and was about to continue. As a result, you demolished someone's house, causing me to lose 50 taels of silver. Su Qi added. Ahem. Wang Nanbua coughed madly a few times. That was also an accident. Well then, let's talk about something else. Last time there was a girl who donated 100 taels of incense. Tell me out loud. Whose credit was it? Or you? Su Qi said lightly. Brother, there's no need to thank me, if you really want to thank. Wang Nanbua said impassionedly. As a result, you turned your head and dumped that girl, and she cursed in front of the Taoist temple for 3 days and 3 nights, not repeating a single word, making people look at you as a joke for 3 days. Su Qi took a sip of tea and said lightly. Wang Nanbua finally deflated. He said, well, although brother I do have good intentions and often mess things up, it's time for you to return the favor with kindness. Brother Su, what's the big detour for? Tell me, what is it? Su Qi asked. Brother Su, do you know Luo Ling of Feng Yixian? Wang Nanbua asked. I don't know. Why? Su Qi asked. Known as Demonis Locke, the #1 celestial pride of the world. Wang Nanbua said. And then what? Su Qi took another sip of tea, always feeling that Wang Nanbua was not holding back any good ideas. She's a woman who was very smelly, very arrogant, very. Wang Nanbua hadn't finished speaking. 2 figures walked into the doorway of the Taoist temple. One white and one black. The white one was Luo Ling and the black one was Song Xiaoxiang. Wang Nanbua raised his head and just happened to intertwine with Luo Ling's line of sight, and his words got stuck in his mouth how he couldn't spit them out. Luo Ling frowned, her first impression of Su Qi directly falling to the bottom. You're good friends with Wang Nanbua? This brother-in-law can't have it. Chapter 78, teaching you a lesson for your sister. Mr. Su, I'm coming. Song Xiaoxiang called out. Su Qi turned around and saw the 2 men. The moment he turned around, Luo Ling's cold eyes couldn't help but lose focus for a moment as well. How in the world can there be such a good-looking man? Locke Ling ventured such a thought. Immortal cultivators, if they weren't born with ugly bones, were basically handsome and beautiful. However, she had never seen one so outrageously handsome as Su Qi. No wonder even the senior sister fell in love. The bottom of the barrel of goodwill is back to passerby level, at least in the area of face value. This man could be paired with sister. Brother Su, I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. After Wang Nanbua finished speaking, he wiped his feet and directly slipped away. He didn't know if Luo Ling had heard what he had just said, and if she had, this careful woman would definitely be furious. Luo Ling looked at Wang Nanbua's back. There was a cold smile in his heart and a murderous aura in his eyes. Wang Nanbua, you wait for me. There you are, and this is? Su Qi looked at Luo Ling and asked. This is my senior sister, Luo Ling. Song Xiaoxiang introduced herself with a smile. Locke Spirit? Su Qi suddenly realized why Wang Nanbua ran away. It turned out to be the rightful owner Kane when he said something bad. He then smiled and said to Lok Ling, "Hello." Luo Ling was cold and didn't want to talk, but Song Xiaoxian lightly coughed. "You. Hello," Luo Ling said with a not-so-natural face. Song Xiaoxian added to Luo Ling, "Linger, this is Guan Master Su. Su Qi." "Got it," Lok Ling said with a cold face. "Mr. Su, you go ahead and get busy. I'll take Linger to help Sister Jianyu," Song Xiaoxiang said with a smile. "Good." Su Qi nodded. Luo Ling followed Song Xiaoxiang and asked, "Senior sister, where are we going?" "Cooking." Song Xiaoxiang laughed. "Do cook?" Lok Ling's voice was an octave louder, as if she was in shock. "Keep your voice down and don't make a fuss." Song Xiaoxiang knocked Luo Ling on the head. An indignant look appeared in Luo Ling's eyes, and the goodwill she had just shown towards Su Qi La Lukeman once again hit rock bottom. Sister is a celestial-like figure. How can she cook for a man? How does he shed? How dare he? "Sister, how can you cook for a man?" Luo Ling said as she took Song Xiaoxiang's hand. "It's a blessing to cook for someone you love." Song Xiaoxiang laughed softly. "Linger, when you have someone you like in the future, you'll cook for him as well. Master is right. Men are a curse." Luo Ling shook her head and said, "Just beating me to death. There's no way I'd cook for a man." "Senior sister, I feel like you're being overwhelmed by emotions. Wake up, you're a disciple of Feng Yixian. Men are all philanderers. Can't be trusted. Linger, Mr. Su is different, and he's your future brother-in-law, so you can't say anything bad about him." "Sister." In the end, Luo Ling was reluctantly pulled to the kitchen by Song Xiaoxiang. At this time, Jianyu was cleaning the ingredients. "Sister Jianyu, I've come to help you," Song Xiaoxiang said with a smile. "Sister Xiaoxiang, you're just in time. Today we'll make mapo tofu," Ginger Moon said with a smile. She then noticed Luo Ling and asked, "And this is?" Song Xiaoxiang introduced, "This is my senior sister, Luo Ling." Then she patted Luo Ling. "Linger, call Sister Jianyu." "I don't want it," Lok Ling said with a stern face. Jianyu was abruptly startled. The name Luo Ling, why was it so familiar? Soon she remembered. Feng Yixian Luo Ling, the locked demoness in Wang Nanbo's mouth. The woman that even Wang Nanbo was afraid of. A smile appeared on Jianyu's face as she hurriedly said, "There's no need to call me sister. Hello Luo Ling." "Hello." Lok Ling's face soothed a bit. Her first impression of Ginger Moon was not bad. This girl has been spoiled since she was young. So don't blame Sister Jianyu, Song Xiaoxiang said with an apology. Won't, Jianyu said in a hurry. In fact, she was quite curious about Luo Ling, this woman who made even Wang Nanbo afraid. How powerful must she be? Song Xiaoxiang went up to help, and Luo Ling watched from the sidelines. But the more I look at her, the angrier I get. Elder sister is so skillful. I'm only afraid that she didn't cook for that surname Su less. At the thought, she couldn't stand any longer and twisted her head out of the kitchen, heading straight for the main hall. Lok Ling returned to the main hall. Su Qi is meditating and practicing. Luo Ling then became even angrier. Senior sister was busy there. This guy was sitting steadily like a nobody. Su, Lok Ling droned. Su Qi opened his eyes and saw an indignant Luo Ling. Miss Lok, what's wrong? Su Qi was a bit bewildered. Are you still a man? Lok Ling said. Su Qi pondered for a moment before saying, to be precise, I'm still a boy. Luo Ling first froze for a moment, then pointed at Su Qi and said, come out with me. I want to challenge you. Ha? Su Qi was even more bewildered. What's gotten into this Lok Ling? Why are you challenging him at the drop of a hat? Don't dare? Luo Ling raised her snow-white chin and hummed. I won't let a wimpy softy be my brother-in-law. Su Qi hesitated for a moment and said, but it seems like I didn't say I want to be your brother-in-law? Luo Ling's eyes widened as the fire of anger blazed. Is this human talk? I have to teach you a lesson for senior sister today. Will you fight me or not? A strong and overwhelming pressure erupted from Luo Ling, and the entire main hall shook. Wait. Su Qi hastily raised his hand and said. Luo Ling put away her pressure, her eyes as bright as jewels staring at Su Qi. You're a god transformation stage cultivator, right? Su Qi asked. Aha. Lok Ling nodded. Why don't I ask Wang Nanbo to fight you? Su Qi said. Wang Nanbo, who was secretly eavesdropping, instantly widened his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he thought, Brother Su, I really thank you. If I can beat it, what am I hiding from? I'll teach him a lesson afterward. Right now I just want to teach you a lesson. Luo Ling said coldly. But, Su Qi said with some hesitation, you are not my opponent. Boom. As expected, as soon as these words came out, the intimidating pressure on Luo Ling's body erupted once again, and he said word for word, "You say, what? Alright, fight if you want, go farther away and don't tear down my Taoist temple," Su Qi said helplessly. Luo Ling once again put away her pressure and said in a cold voice, "Lead the way." Su Qi and Luo Ling left the Taoist temple one after the other. Wang Nanbua sneakily followed up, his face full of excitement. "Ahahaha, Demoness Lock. Today it's finally your turn to suffer. Stay away from the Taoist temple later." The two came to a clearing. Su Qi casually stood there, full of rags, and said, "Come on." Chapter 79 Phoenix Dancing in the Nine Heavens. When Luo Ling saw Su Qi like this, she became furious. Is this a sign of disdain for her? It's amazing how lax it is. I suggest you'd better be serious, Luo Ling said in a cold voice. As the #1 heavenly pride of the world, Luo Ling's strength was unquestionable. It's no exaggeration to push across the contemporary era. Yeah. Su Qi nodded and said. It just had a lazy energy all over it. Wang Nanbua, who was hiding in the shadows, was secretly happy. Brother Su did a good job. Get mad at this demonic. Luo Ling's complexion grew colder and colder, since she had already warned the other party and they didn't take it seriously. Don't blame her for coming down hard. Boom! The terrifying pressure pressed towards Su Qi like a mountain. The ground cracked inch by inch because it could not withstand this terrifying pressure, and a shocking crack spread towards Su Qi. The air wailed and was crushed alive by this pressure, creating a vacuum area. This is the god of transformation? Su Qi was a bit surprised. It feels so much better than Wang Nanbua. But Su Qi just stood there, not dodging or avoiding. While it looks pretty impressive, it doesn't actually affect him at all. If this pressure had been an ordinary Qi practicing cultivator, he would have been crushed and turned into a bloody mist in an instant. No, it should be said that all cultivators below the Jindan stage would be instantly crushed. A Yuaning cultivator would probably have to kneel down as well. This was the strength of the #1 heavenly pride that pushed across the contemporary era. Boom! A terrifying pressure acted on Su Qi's body. The ground under his feet instantly cracked as if flower bones were in full bloom. Su Qi's thin figure seemed to be fighting against heaven and earth. The wind howled. A green shirt hunted and his hair was blown up, revealing his brilliant star-like eyes. Under such pressure, Su Qi had his hands behind his back and his eyes were filled with clouds. There's a kind of spontaneity where he's strong and the wind is blowing over the hillocks. Wang Nanbua muttered, ********. This is so pretentious and handsome. A hint of surprise appeared in Luo Ling's eyes. She had already released 70% of her pressure, and Su Qi was surprisingly unresponsive, so it seemed that she had underestimated him. Fall for me. Luo Ling's eyes were tinted with a layer of light gold, and an even more terrifying pressure swept out. The Yuan Qi of heaven and earth were all driven by this pressure, turning into a sledgehammer and smashing hard towards Su Qi. The ground was like ripples rippling, and then the layers were lifted up, turning into a 100-foot giant wave that slapped at Su Qi. This is the true greatness of heaven and earth. Lock Spirit had utilized the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth to the extreme at the transformation stage alone. Gulp! Wang Nanbua in the shadows swallowed hard. The last time he was defeated by Luo Ling in 100 moves. The Luo Ling back then wasn't this terrifying. Is this another improvement? Or was it simply letting off steam at that point? Wang Nanbua flashed a thought. Su Qi still did not move. With his hands behind his back, his eyes blandly facing this terrifying attack, his disheveled hair danced wildly, and the corner of his mouth lifted in a little arc. It's awesome. But yeah, not enough. The sledgehammer transformed by the heaven and earth Yuan Qi and the 100-foot giant wave formed by the ground simultaneously smashed at Su Qi at this moment. He raised his right hand and punched it lightly. Boom! The sledgehammer and the giant wave collapsed at this moment. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. There was no longer anything in front of Su Qi's eyes to cover him, and he smiled slightly, putting his hands back behind his back. Luo Ling's pupils shrunk violently. Su Qi's power was beyond her expectation. But then the corners of her mouth lifted as well, and an exuberant battle spirit flared within her. It's been a while since I've had an interesting opponent. Luo Ling smiled, as if a snow lotus was in full bloom, holy and beautiful. But I, for one, must teach you a lesson. Boom! Luo Ling's body suddenly lit up with a blazing golden flame. It was the illusion of heaven and earth energy. Her pupils turned completely golden. Then, under Wang Nanbua's shocked gaze, Luo Ling unexpectedly slowly rose off the ground and flew towards midair without the aid of any magic weapon. Demoness Lock has actually utilized heaven and earth's energy to such an extent. Wang Nanbo's eyes were lost in thought as he muttered. At this moment, he felt that his self-confidence was severely damaged, but immediately afterward, an endless battle spirit rose. I will surpass you, Wang Nanbo said firmly. Luo Ling flew higher and higher and soon came to a height of 30 meters. At this time, Luo Ling was filled with a holy and impeccable noble atmosphere, no longer resembling a mortal, but more like a fairy above the 9 heavens. Su Qi narrowed his eyes. Although Luo Ling did not emit the kind of overbearing pressure that the party had at this time, but he could feel the terrifying energy that was contained within her body as if it were a volcanic eruption. Su, Luo Ling said indifferently, if you can catch this move, I will call you brother-in-law from now on. I still say that. Su Qi smiled and said, I haven't said I want to be your brother-in-law. You asked for it. Luo Ling's silver teeth were clenched, and the golden flames were hefty. Phoenix dance. 9 heavens. The words fell. Clank. The chirping of a phoenix was heard in the sky. The phoenix is in flight, and the harmony is resounding. Su Qi muttered. It's kinda like the book. A golden phoenix with a body of more than 100 feet unfolded its wings in the air, and golden auspicious light shone for dozens of miles. She has actually cultivated to the phoenix transformation stage? Wang Nanbo muttered. Feng Yixian's supreme mastery. Luo Ling had surprisingly already cultivated to the 7th degree, worthy of being the #1 heavenly pride of the world. Surnamed Su, it's not too late to admit defeat. Luo Ling's voice came from within the golden phoenix. Denied, Su Qi said lightly. There's no turning back. Have you thought about it? Lok Ling asked. Come on, Su Qi said with his hands behind his back. Clank. The 100-foot golden phoenix moved as if it was lightning swooping towards Su Qi, as if a volcano erupted. Strong to the extreme energy gushed out. These escaping energies. Even Yuaning stage cultivators would have to die violently on the spot if they were to get a little bit contaminated. Is it a big game? Wang Nanbo muttered. With this strike, he couldn't catch it at all. However, he was relieved when he thought of Su Qi's battle record. Although this strike was terrifying, it should be nothing to Su Qi. The storm wind brought by the golden phoenix blew Su Qi's robes and long hair towards the back, but not only did it not make him look wretched, it made him even more handsome and unlike a mortal. The 100-foot golden phoenix swooped down in mid-air, while Su Qi had his hands behind his back, his gaze blandly facing this scene. If a bystander had recorded this scene, it would have shaken them for life. Finally, Su Qi raised his right hand again. This time he didn't throw a light punch, but used slightly more force. The punch was slowly delivered and then blasted onto Golden Phoenix's head. Time seemed to freeze in this moment, and all was silent. Next, a wail came from the Golden Phoenix. Boom! The Golden Phoenix was annihilated inch by inch under this punch, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lok Ling fell down from it. Whoa! She spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground, her eyes filled with shock. Chapter 80, Playing with Flowers. Wang Nanhua, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly felt a little faintly sad. He looked up at the sky at 45 degrees, showing his melancholy nature. Although he was happy that Demoness Lok had defeated him, but being defeated in such a light manner, wouldn't it be a disguised indication of Su Qi's power? You know Su Qi is even younger than him. It seems like I can only be called the 3rd heavenly pride from now on. Wang Nanhua sighed and muttered. At this point in the field, Luo Ling stared blankly at Su Qi, still somewhat unrecovered. His strongest move was broken just like that? Suki still looks lazy. Lok Ling was skeptical that he had even just exerted himself. Here, Su Qi pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it over. No need. Luo Ling directly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her hand. Then she stared closely at Su Qi and asked, "How old are you?" Hearing this, Su Qi thought seriously for a moment before saying, "Can't remember. More than 60? Hearing this, Luo Ling clenched her fists. If Su Qi had told herself that he was 500 or 600 years old, then she could still think a little more. But only in your 60s? It's been almost 100 years since she cultivated immortality. For the first time in my life, Luo Ling felt that she wasn't a genius, and this Su in front of her was the legendary genius, right? Then she stood up, having overexerted herself, and now there was still a gust of emptiness in her body. I lost, Lok Ling said dryly. Then she mumbled at the corners of her mouth for a long time before her eyes closed and she cried out, "Brother-in-law!" But from Su Qi's perspective, one could see Lok Ling's snow-white face colored with a bit of redness. Su Qi didn't try to irritate Luo Ling anymore and turned towards the direction of the Taoist temple. Go back and eat. Luo Ling opened her eyes and looked at Su Qi's back as he left with his hands behind his back. Her silver teeth clenched as she shouted, "Surname Su, don't be complacent. I will definitely defeat you." Suchi did not respond and his figure quickly disappeared without a trace. Lok Ling grunted and quickly chased after him. Wang Nanhwa, who was hiding in the shadows, heatedly laughed as he held the image stone. Lok Demonis. I can finally catch you today. I didn't expect you to have a time to be shy. After Suchi returned to the Taoist temple, he went to the main hall and sat down again. It wasn't long before Jiang Yu and Song Xiaoxiang came up with their meals. Mr. Su, come and try the mapo tofu I made, Song Xiaoxiang said with a coquettish smile. Good. Suchi nodded. With Jiang Yu around, the taste of Song Xiaoxiang's cooking was still good. At least she wouldn't make dark cuisine. Just then, Luo Ling, whose face was still a bit pale, walked in, and compared to the pride she had when she first arrived, she was now clearly a bit unnatural. Linger, come sit over here, Song Xiaoxiang greeted with a smile. Aha! Lok Ling responded with a lack of interest. All this way she was thinking about the punch that Suchi had defeated her with. She could be sure that Suchi did not use any feats, just a plain punch, and she was defeated. She even suspected that there was a difference of 2 great levels in realm between the two. Otherwise there's no reason to lose so badly. After seeing these colorful and fragrant meals, Luo Ling was somewhat surprised. Senior sister, did you make this? I made these courses. Song Xiaoxiang pointed to a few dishes before saying, the rest are all made by sister Jiang Yu. Oops, am I late? Just then, Wang Nanhua's voice came from outside the door, and he walked in with a spring in his step. Yo, if it isn't the Lok Demonis, it's been a long time. Wang Nanhua pretended that he had only just seen Luo Ling and said with a smile. Luo Ling's face turned cold as she grunted coldly. Wang Nanhua, do you want to die? Geez, it's a nice day, so I just wandered around, and as luck would have it, I saw what I should have seen and what I shouldn't have seen. Wang Nanhua hemmed and hawed. Luo Ling instantly understood. Wang Nanhua, this guy must be hiding in the dark peeping. This is holding their own handle. No wonder there is no fear. Rot in your stomach what you saw today, or I won't spare you. Luo Lingli transmitted his voice with divine sense. That depends on how you behave. A bad smile appeared on Wang Nanhua's face. After all, you don't want to see the image of yourself calling your brother-in-law circulating, do you? If you dare to circulate it, I'll trade my life for yours. Lok Ling's voice was full of shame. Wang Nanhua looked aghast. Luo Demonis is a ruthless person who does what she says, so she can't be pushed into a corner. So Wang Nanhua hurriedly transmitted his voice. Why are you still in a hurry? I was joking. As long as you're polite to me in the future, I guarantee that this image won't be circulated. Deal. Lok Ling responded. The two ended their transmission. The expressions on their faces varied, but they all acted as if nothing had happened. Suchi felt that there must be something fishy in this. Before Wang Nanhua saw Luo Ling just like a mouse saw a cat. Now how to suddenly become so brave? The inn in the north of the city. The duo of Zhang Shui and Zhua Xiao were let in. At first glance the inn is really well decorated. After looking around, Zhang Shui was still very satisfied. Boss, pick up, Jiang Yoqi howled. A middle-aged man with a big belly walked out, and after he saw Zhang Shui and Zhua Xiao, his eyes lit up and said, do you two guests want to stay in a hotel? Zhua Xiao nodded and said, come to 2 upper rooms. Okay, please follow me. The shopkeeper was quick to lead the way. The inn had 3 floors, and the shopkeeper brought the 2 to the 3rd floor. You 2 guests. These 2 are both upper rooms with everything you need. The shopkeeper introduced himself. Zhang Shui pushed open the door of a room, and after strolling around, he was attracted to the wooden sign on the table, only to see it inscribed. Our specialty item, Jade Massage, 24/7 door-to-door style service. Zhang Shui suddenly had a picture in his head. He hurriedly called out to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, this feature of yours, how colorful is it? The shopkeeper froze for a moment then laughed. What specialty are you talking about? Customer? Zhang Shui pointed at the small sign and said, it's this what Jade Massage. The shopkeeper said indistinctly. Oh, you say this This is our store and the Full Spring Hospital Cooperation Program. Massage technology is excellent. Can relax the muscles and bones? Guest want to try? At this time, Zhua Xiao walked over from the other room and hurriedly came up when he heard the conversation between the two. When he saw the sign, a manly smile appeared on his face, as if to say, Senior brother, you're still playing with flowers. Zhang Shui lightly coughed twice and said, it just so happens that I'm a bit tired from the boat ride. Senior brother, do you want to try it too? Zhua Xiao waved his hand and said, I won't try. The mission is important. I'll go out and turn around first. After saying that, Zhua Xiao left first. Boss, set me up then. An expectant smile appeared on Zheng Shuai's ugly face. Chapter 81, Fire and Ice. Okay, customer, wait a moment. I will go to arrange. The shopkeeper left. Zheng Shuai lay on the bed with some anticipation. I always used to hear from my brothers and sisters that there were unorthodox massages in the mortal world. I didn't think he'd finally see it today. As an excellent cultivator who did not listen to anything outside the window, and was only focused on cultivating the way of ascending heaven, Zheng Shuai was never moved by female colors. Well, actually, it's because it's so ugly that no one looks at him. I forgot to instruct the shopkeeper to ask for a better-looking girl. Zheng Shuai muttered to himself with some chagrin. Half an hour later, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Zheng Shuai's eyes lit up and he said squarely. The door to the room was then pushed open and a woman in a red dress walked in. After seeing this woman, Zheng Shuai's eyes revealed a look of amazement. Melon face, high nose, a pair of affectionate peach blossom eyes, a very exotic flavor. The red-skirted woman didn't show the slightest bit of color when she saw Zheng Shuai, but instead made a salute. My slave has met the Taoist master. Zheng Shuai said somewhat handily. There's no need to be polite. The red-skirted woman looked at Zheng Shuai and pursed her lips. Taoist? Why do I feel you're so nervous? Zheng Shuai's old face turned red, and in order to hide his embarrassment he hurriedly asked, What's your name? The red-skirted woman pursed her lips and smiled. My slave's name is Nangon Lioli. It's fine for the Taoist master to call me Lioli. Miss Lioli, you are truly the best-looking woman I have ever seen, Zheng Shuai said. The Taoist priest is also the most special man I've ever met. Nangon Lioli pursed her lips and smiled. I don't scare you with this look, do I? Zheng Shuai was a little embarrassed. Of course not. In fact, more than looks, the most important thing for a man is to be talented. Not to mention that you, Taoist master, are so talented, Nangon Lioli said shyly. Miss Lioli is truly wise. Zheng Shuai laughed happily. It was the first time in years that a girl hadn't called him ugly, and even if it might have just been a play, it gave him some comfort in his battered heart. And what project does the Taoist master want to do? Nangon Lioli laughed. What's your program? Zheng Shuai said expectantly. Monkey picking peach, Lingbo Weibu, white snake spitting core, green dragon swinging tail, ambush on all sides, ice and fire. Nangon Lioli laughed. I don't know which one the Taoist master would like to experience. Hearing these names, Zheng Shuai was a bit tempted. After thinking for a moment he said, Can we experience them all? I'm afraid the Taoist master's body won't be able to handle experiencing all of them, so we usually recommend that guests just choose one. Nangon Lioli laughed. I can handle it. I'm in great shape. I'm eating well. Zheng Shuai patted his chest and said, Then we'll do one item first, and if the Taoist master feels he can still eat then we'll do the next one. How about that? Nangon Lioli asked. Well, come on. Zheng Shuai was a bit impatient as he asked again. Do I need to take off my clothes? Nangon Lioli lightly laughed. Of course we need to take off our clothes. Taoist master change into the clothing we use for massages. Saying that, Nangon Lioli threw over a dress made of ice silk. And costumes? So erotic? Zheng Shuai thought as such in his heart and picked up the clothes and touched them. It's very smooth and comfortable. Zheng Shuai couldn't wait to change his clothes and asked with an expectant face, What am I going to do next? The Taoist priest will be fine if he lies down on the bed. Nangon Lioli said. Zheng Shuai hurriedly plopped down, his heart vaguely excited. Which project is the Taoist priest going to do first? Nangon Lioli asked again. Let's have the one with the longest name, Zheng Shuai said deliberately. In fact, he just wanted to experience the program. Sounds immodest in name only. Okay, this is the most exciting item. Taoist master should be mentally prepared. Nangon Lioli said. If you can't hold on, you can always call it off. Don't worry, I'm sure it's fine. Zheng Shuai slapped his chest with a bang. Then, Zheng Shuai heard a rustling sound. Is it a broadside? Zheng Shuai had some small expectations hidden in his heart, and in order not to destroy this sense of atmosphere, he didn't use his divine sense. Taoist master, I'm coming. Oh, Nangon Lioli said. Come on, I'm ready, Zheng Shuai said. Then he felt his shirt being undone, revealing his smooth backside. The Taoist priest has good skin, Nangon Lioli quipped. Usually focus on health and wellness, Zheng Shuai said with a grin at the corner of his mouth. Hiss. Immediately after that, he sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling an unknown liquid pouring onto his back. Ice cold. Even with his yuaning stage cultivation, he couldn't resist the cold. Immediately afterward, another stream of unidentified liquid poured down, a burning sensation rising up in contrast to the coldness of the previous one. Pop. Then, Zheng Shuai felt a whip on his back. He was confused. What happened to the promised ice and fire? Before he could react, a few more lashes came down. Snap. Zheng Shuai was dumbfounded by the whip. A fiery sensation came from his back, but that cold liquid had an analgesic effect, making him not know how to describe the feeling. Wait. 3 minutes later, Zheng Shuai hastily called a halt. Nangon Liuli's voice came from his ears. Daoist, what's wrong? Can't hold on anymore? Zheng Shuai's divine sense left his body and didn't see the fragrant scene he had imagined. Nangon Liuli was fully clothed, holding a leather whip in her hand, and there was doubt on her delicate face. Is this, like, fire and ice? Zheng Shuai asked with some incredulity. Right. Nangon Liuli nodded and said, this leather whip in my hand is called Tom Luo Whip. The thing I poured for you is our special massage essential oil. The two combinations can achieve the effect of dredging the meridians and clearing the magazines in the body. After doing this program, you will have a feeling of relaxation all over your body. Zheng Shuai suddenly wanted to cry a little. After all that, it's a regular massage? A little reluctantly, he asked, what about the other programs? The lingam is a constant tap on your back with this. Nangon Liuli took out a pair of iron boots and said, it's also good for soothing fatigue. This one is a prop for a white snake spitting out its core, and this one is a prop for a monkey picking a peach. Zheng Shuai watched as Nangon Liuli pulled out strange and bizarre, yet very decent props from her bag one by one, and was left in tears. That's sloppy. It was quite a proper massage. Half an hour later, Zheng Shuai finally ended the ice and fire experience. Does the Taoist master want to do other projects? Nangon Liuli asked with a smile. That's enough for today. It would be rude to do it again. Zheng Shuai waved his hand lifelessly and said, okay, thanks for the patronage. Next it's time to collect the payment. Nangon Liuli said with a smile. How much? Zheng Shuai had not yet said the word money. Pop. Only Nangon Liuli snapped her fingers. A strong drowsiness then hit him, and Zheng Shuai fell asleep uncontrollably. Chapter 82. Who is the son of heaven's destiny? Wait until Zheng Shuai wakes up again. Nangon Liuli was looking at him with a smile. What's wrong with me? Zheng Shuai rubbed his head as if he had a slight headache. On your knees. Just then, Nangon Liuli's voice came. Zheng Shuai froze as he saw a pink light emerge from Nangon Liuli's eyes, and then he uncontrollably knelt in front of Nangon Liuli. Call the master. The corner of Nangon Liuli's mouth lifted into a smile. Master. Master. Zheng Shuai's eyes became hollow and also glowed a little pink. Tell me, have you found the chosen one? Nangon Liuli said. Not yet. We just arrived in Clear Creek City. Zheng Shuai said. If there is subsequent news of the divine destiny son, you will call out my name in your heart. Remember? Nangon Liuli said. Yes, master. Zheng Shuai said with a lowered head. Very good. Nangon Liuli let out a light laugh, then turned around and left. It wasn't until a long time later that the pink light in Zheng Shuai's eyes disappeared and he snapped back to his senses. What just happened? Zheng Shuai only felt a splitting headache and couldn't remember everything that had happened just now. I only vaguely remember thinking I ordered an unorthodox massage. Nightfall. A ghostly aura surged outside of Qingxi City, and a figure shrouded in black robes suddenly appeared in place. With so many cultivators gathered here, it seems I've come to the right place. A hoarse male voice came out from within the black robe, as if it was a knife cutting through glass, making people very uncomfortable. After saying that, a stone with a golden glow appeared in his hand. The black-robed man muttered, the Chiluk stone shows that the Chiluk of this place is far higher than other places, but it obviously doesn't reach the level of the heavenly destiny sun. Does it mean that it isn't in the city? He then walked towards the city. As soon as he walked in, the black-robed man saw 3 youths running towards him. He frowned, mentally searching if he had been exposed. His hands were behind his back, ready to kill. This big brother, staying at the inn? Our inn in the north of the city is offering a big reward today. Free breakfast with your stay, and 12-hour 24/7 butler service. Familiar opening, familiar words. It's the trio of Yoki Chang again. The black-robed man quietly collected his killing intent and said afterward, lead the way. Okay, please come with us. Jiang Yochi said happily. Together with this customer, they could earn a total of 3 slams of bounty today, and one person could get a consistent share, which could be said to be perfect. Early the next morning, Wang Fanchi and Mijie cleaned up the leaves in the yard. After this period of cultivation, both of them stepped into the qi practicing stage. The strength has gotten significantly greater and the fitness level has come a long way, especially Mijie, who could be described as bone-thin before, but now has meat on his face and his essence has changed drastically. Brother Fan Shi, I broke through the second level of chi practicing last night. Can you see how different I am? Niji said with a smile. Can't see much change, Wang Fanchi said with a smile after carefully scrutinizing Nijia. I feel as if the spiritual energy in my body has grown a bit more, Niji said. It was when Wang Fanchi was about to say something else. A young man walked outside the Taoist temple. This young man was wearing a white robe, with sword brows and starry eyes, looking very handsome. Hello, two young Taoist masters. May I ask if Wang Nanbo lives here? The youth asked with a smile. Brother Nanbo does live here. What do you want with him? Niji asked, looking up at the youth. Then please ask the young Taoist to inform him that his senior brother, Nya Feipeng, is here, the youth said politely. I'll call it, Wang Fanchi said. 10 minutes later, Wang Nanbo walked out of the Taoist temple with a yawn. What are you boys doing here in the middle of the morning? Wang Nanbo asked. Are you alone? Where are the others? Nya Feipeng laughed. Senior brother, this time my father sent me alone. He said that it's enough to have you here. I mainly came over to give you a hand. Got your stuff? Wang Nanbo asked. What is it? Nya Feipeng froze for a moment. Naturally, it's the Chi-Luck stone. Otherwise how would you find the heavenly fate? Wang Nanbo said. Ah, this one comes with it. Naturally. Nya Feipeng flipped his hand and a crystal clear stone appeared in his palm. Ha! Nya Feipeng hadn't even warmed it up yet when he saw the stone instantly filled with gold color and then erupted with blinding golden light. It looks like the destined sun is here, Nya Feipeng said in surprise. It's a real step in the right direction, but it's not hard to get there. It was well known that the stronger the golden light that erupted from the Chi-Luck stone, the closer it proved to a great Chi-Luck person. Sure enough, Brother Su, you're that heaven's destined son. A smile appeared on Wang Nanbo's face. Although he was unable to observe Su Chi's chi with his naked eyes, the chi stone would not lie. Senior brother, follow me, Wang Nanbo said. He decided to go to Su Chi now. Nya Feipeng hurriedly followed Wang Nanbo's pace. After walking for a while, Nya Feipeng hurriedly said, That's not right, senior brother. The reaction of this Chi-Luck stone is getting weaker and weaker. Are you going in the wrong direction? It can't be wrong. You're coming with me, Wang Nanbo said without looking back. Soon, the two arrived at the main hall, where Su Chi was meditating and practicing. Brother Su, you've hidden so much from me, Wang Nanbo said happily. Su Chi opened his eyes and revealed a puzzled look. What? Still pretending? Brother Su, you're that heaven's destined son. I already know, Wang Nanbo said triumphantly. Su Chi's heart jumped, thinking that he still couldn't hide it. At this time, Nya Feipeng picked up the Chi-Luck stone in his hand and said, Senior brother, are you mistaken? The reaction of the Chi-Luck stone is instead even smaller than just now. To the naked eye, the Chi-Luck stone didn't have that kind of blinding golden light anymore. Only a light golden color. How can it be? Wang Nanbo didn't believe it and brought the Chi-Luck stone over. The light of the Chi-Luck stone was obviously much harsher than just a moment ago. This meant that Wang Nanbo's chi was a cut above Nya Feipeng's, but it still wasn't as strong as the glow when he first entered the Taoist temple. What is it? Su Chi asked, pointing at the stone in Wang Nanbo's hand. Brother Su, this is called the Chi-Luck stone. It can measure the level of one's Chi-Luck. Do you dare to measure it? Wang Nanbo said with certainty. I'm sure that if you hold this stone in your hands, it will definitely erupt with the most violent golden light. Su Chi's heart stirred. One's own chi was rewarded by the system. And other than making a big commotion when converting one's chi, the rest of the time it didn't reveal any abnormalities. Can this rock outlast the system? Apparently not. What's there to be afraid of? Su Chi said as he reached out. Wang Nanbo's eyes widened as he placed the Chi-Luck stone into Su Chi's hand. However, instead of erupting with golden light, the Chi-Luck stone dimmed, turning back into a crystal clear stone. The one who has no luck? Wang Nanbo said incredulously. Chapter 83. Jiang Yu is confused. It's well known. The Chi-Luck stone only reacted at all when it was in the hands of a Chi-Luckless person. Like an ordinary crystal. Wang Nanbo was dumbfounded. At first, he was certain that Su Chi was definitely the son of heaven's destiny. It was because he had seen the scene where the Chi-Luck poured into the eternal life view. But the chakra stones don't lie. Could it be that the divine destiny son is really someone else? How could that be? Brother Su, how could you be a Chi-less? This is not scientific. Wang Nanbo looked confused and muttered. Told you I wasn't. Su Chi smiled and handed the Chi-Luck stone back. After the Chi-Luck stone returned to Wang Nanbo's hands, it re-emitted a golden light. If it wasn't for the fact that the Chi-Luck stone could be detected normally, Wang Nanbo even wondered if there was something wrong with the Chi-Luck stone. Senior brother, when I took out the Chi-Luck stone just now, there were only you, me, and the two young Taoist masters at the entrance. The heavenly destiny sun should have appeared between the two of them. Nya Faping said. How come? Wang Nanbua still refused to believe it. Those two little Taoist priests he knew. They were worshipped in the Taoist temple only the next day after the qi pouring in. It didn't make sense that they would be the children of the heavenly destiny, right? But now the facts are in front of us. Wang Nanbua had to believe it even if he didn't. So the two of them returned to the door of the Taoist temple. The duo of Mi Jie and Wang Fanqi were still cleaning up the fallen leaves. Mi, come here for a second, Wang Nanbua said, holding a broom. Mi Jie ran over quickly, her eyes glittering with curiosity. What's wrong, brother Nanbo? Here, try holding this thing, Wang Nanbua said with a smile. Good. Mi Jie took the qi stone. Boom! The qi luck stone erupted with a 10-foot golden aura, illuminating the realm. What an exaggerated qi, Nya Faping said from the sidelines. Wang Nanbua opened his mouth and couldn't close it for half a day. In that case, it's really possible that this heaven's destined son is this kid. Ha! But this kid is only practicing qi stage. If you really wait until the opening of the year of the great struggle, they will not be able to compete for half of the world's luck. Maybe it will also be plundered a lot. Wang Nanbua didn't believe it and said to Wang Fanqi again, Little Wang you come over and try too. Wang Fanqi walked over and said a little fearfully, Will I just hold it? Right. Wang Nanbua nodded. Wang Fanqi received the qi luck stone from Mi Jie. Boom! Another 10 feet of golden aura flashed. Two sons of heaven's destiny? Nya Faping opened his mouth wide in shock. Two sons of the divine order. This is unheard of and unseen. From ancient times, a realm has always had only one heaven's destined son. True enough. Wang Nanbua rubbed his chin and said, both of these two people's qi is far higher than normal. At first glance it seems like they are really the sons of heaven's destiny. But that's impossible. It's against the laws of heaven. So there's only one truth. Neither of these two is a son of heaven's mandate. Wang Fanqi and Mi Jie both looked at the stone in their hands curiously, wondering why this stone could glow. Could this be the legendary luminous stone? Nya Faping was confused by Wang Nanbua's words. He said, but if neither of these two is the chosen one, who is? It must be in this Taoist temple. Wang Nanbua smiled and said, apart from the two of them, there are only 3 permanent residents in this Taoist temple, namely me, Zhang Yu and Su Qi, and since neither Su Qi nor I are, this heavenly destined son will have to be little Zhang Yu. There was just one thing that Wang Nanbua hadn't figured out yet. At the time of the qi pouring in, Zhang Yu had traveled to October Town, and as a matter of fact, such a phenomenon would not have occurred. However, one test will tell if Zhang Yu is the son of destiny. Wang Nanbua led Nya Faping to Zhang Yu, who was in the kitchen. Normally, apart from cultivation, Zhang Yu spent most of her time in the kitchen studying various dishes. Little Ginger Moon. Wang Nanbua rubbed his hands together and walked in with a fawning smile on his face. What are you mad about? Ginger Moon said with a frown. Wang Nanbua looks like a pervert in this way. Little Zhang Yu, according to my reasonable speculation, you are 80% the son of heaven's destiny. Wang Nanbua laughed. You don't have a fever, do you? Zhang Yu said inexplicably. Me, the son of heaven's destiny? You're kidding. Really? Wang Nanbua took out the qi yun stone in his hand, and at this time, the qi yun stone had not yet touched Zhang Yu, had already erupted with a blinding and incomparable golden light. Look, this is the qi luck stone, which will only erupt with a blinding light when it's near a great qi luck person, Wang Nanbua said. Zhang Yu had heard of the qi luck stone, but she still didn't believe that she was the heavenly fate. Yes or no? We'll know once we try. Wang Nanbua handed over the qi luck stone. Zhang Yu took the qi luck stone with confidence. Next, boom, the entire kitchen was engulfed in a golden aura. These golden auras spread outward like a tidal wave. Spectacular. Nya Faping, who was standing outside the door, had a large amount of refined light in his eyes. There can be no mistake. This is the son of heaven's destiny. This scene stunned Zhang Yu. She dropped the qi luck stone in a hurry. The spectacle was gone again in an instant. Wang Nanbua smiled and picked up the qi luck stone from the ground. Then said, I really am a genius. See, little Zhang Yu, you're the legendary son of destiny. Zhang Yu's mind went blank. Me, Destiny's child? How is that possible? Ginger Moon thought back carefully on her life. Doesn't seem like much luck, does it? Even the signs were not noticed at all before. I know it's hard for you to accept for a moment, but you are the chosen one. Wang Nanbua smiled and said, Little Zhang Yu, why don't you join our 9 Heaven Sword sect? Nya Faping also came up, revealing a warm smile. Hello, My father is the sect leader of the Nine Heavens Sword sect. I'm the young sect leader Nyefapeng, and I sincerely invite you to join us in the Nine Heavens Sword sect. We'll give you the best resources as well as treatments, and help you to have enough self-protection when the year of the great struggle opens. Ginger Moon was a bit overwhelmed. It's as outrageous as if you're an ordinary person and suddenly one day someone finds you and says that you're actually a superhero and the world is waiting for you to save it. Wait. Jiang Yu hurriedly raised her hand and said, I can confirm that I am not any son of heavenly destiny. You guys should be mistaken. My luck has never been good since I was a child. Wang Nanbo nodded his head and said, that's even more true. You should not have been chosen by the heavenly Tao before. Think about it since the last time when the chi luck poured in. Has your luck changed for the better? What chi pouring in? Ginger Moon froze for a moment and said, as for the luck getting better piece? It seemed to be true when she thought about it for a moment. She was bound to run into discounts on her own groceries lately. For all sorts of reasons? And they were all still very good dishes. And then there's the old days of buying things and running into discount promotions, where the prizes were usually, buy another pot, buy another bottle, and other prizes like that. It's amazing that you can even hit, one more pot and one more bottle now. Isn't that just luck changing? Chapter 84, The Coming Storm. Could it be that I'm really the chosen one? Ginger Moon was taken aback by her own thoughts. You went to October Town at that time and didn't see that scene. The so-called chi fortune pouring in is the sign of the manifestation of the heavenly destiny sun. Wang Nanbo said. Since I wasn't even there, it's a bit of a stretch to say that I'm some kind of son of chi, isn't it? Ginger Moon said. Although I'm not sure what's going on. At the moment neither Su Chi nor I are the heavenly fate, so it has to be you. Wang Nanbo said with a smile. Ginger Moon's brain was a little messed up. All this time she had felt like a supporting character. Is this a promotion to lead? It shouldn't. Top-notch cultivation resources were inexhaustible. Then one's strength can be increased by leaps and bounds. I believe there is no cultivator who is not moved. However, Jiang Yu felt that even if she really was some kind of heavenly destiny, she didn't want to join the Nine Heavens Sword sect. The Eternal Life Observatory is where she belongs. Think about it. Jiang Yu shook her head and said, Wang Nanhua, even if I really am some kind of heavenly destiny son, I won't join the Nine Heavens Sword sect. I'll continue to stay in the everlasting view. Miss Jiang, never, Nyefapeng hurriedly said. Right now, all the major sects are looking for you, including those from the 10,000 Demon Valley and 10,000 Ghost sect. If they find out that you're in the everlasting view, not only you, but even the everlasting view is at risk of toppling over. Jiang Yu's face changed. 10,000 Demon Valley, 10,000 Ghost sect is also here? Nyefapeng nodded his head and said, of course, every year of great struggle, these two great sects will make things happen. If the people from the 10,000 Demon Valley find out about it, it's fine. At most, they'll be planted with slave parasites and become their slaves. But if they are found by the people of the 10,000 Ghost sect it will be a big deal. These ghost cultivators can suck people's chi. If they fall into their hands, I'm afraid that all of their chi and essence blood will be sucked up, and they will end up turning into a dry corpse. The 10,000 Demon Valley was a sect created by demonic cultivators. The 10,000 Ghost sect was a sect created by ghost cultivators. These two sects were both competitors and partners, because they all aimed to fight against the human cultivators. Both of these clans were behemoths, comparable to first-class clans. When Jiang Yu heard this, her face turned pale. If that was the case, not backing a large sect was tantamount to asking for death. The Nine Heavenly Sword sect, as a superb cultivation sect, was a good big tree, and the so-called good coolness under the big tree was roughly the same. But then again, she just couldn't let go of her life here. I'll think about it. Ginger Moon gritted her teeth. Okay, I'll wait for your decision, Nyefapeng said in a hurry. Jiang Yu then came to the main hall and told Su Chi about it. Su Chi frowned after hearing this. He had intended to hide himself so that he could develop obscenely, but it seemed that his chi had affected those close to him. Their far superior chi instead put them in danger. What do we do now? It's a question. If anything, having Jiang Yu join the Nine Heavenly Sword sect seemed like a perfect choice. On one hand, he could get huge cultivation resources, and on the other hand, he could hide himself well. But if the subsequent year of the Great Struggle officially opens and the Nine Heavens Sword sect realizes that Jiang Yu is not the son of Heaven's destiny, how should it end? For a moment, Su Chi was caught in a dilemma. Qingxi City, Shaoxiang Pavilion. Song Shaoxiang sketched the last stroke and then put the brush down. It took her about 100 days to complete the painting. The Su Chi in the painting was lifelike, and the aura of transcendence from the mortal world was outlined to the fullest. Sister. Just then, The door was pushed open and Lok Ling walked in. She came next to Song Xiaoxiang, saw Su Qi in the painting, skimmed her lips and said, "Elder sister, what are you doing painting this surnamed Su so nicely?" "I'm just restoring Mr. Su's beauty." Song Xiaoxiang laughed lightly, although Luo Ling was tempted to retort a couple of times, but on second thought there seemed to be no point of retort. The painting is really just a restoration, not even half embellished. In the end, Luo Ling decided to change the topic. "Senior sister, do you know who has the best luck within this Jingxi city?" "What's the point of asking?" Song Xiaoxiang said strangely. "Master said that the Son of Heaven's destiny has appeared and asked me to bring the person back to Fengyixian. I've searched the entire southwest region, and there's only this Jingxi city left, so the Son of Heaven's destiny is more than likely here," Lok Ling said without hiding anything. "Son of the Divine Order?" Song Xiaoxiang murmured, and then a voice suddenly surged up from the bottom of her heart. "The year of the great struggle." Immediately afterward a sharp pain surged through his head. Song Xiaoxiang's eyes went black, one hand covering her head, one hand supporting the table, looking pained. "Sister," Loring exclaimed, "what happened to you?" "The year of the great controversy," Song Xiaoxiang mumbled, her voice like a mosquito. "What?" Luo Ling didn't hear it. Song Xiaoxiang was really whispering. "The year of the great controversy." Song Xiaoxiang's brows furrowed as countless images and sounds flooded into her mind. The headache was excruciating. The amount of information was too much for Song Xiaoxiang to digest in a moment. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" "Sister?" Luo Ling, who was on the side, was on the verge of crying. She reached out to grab Song Xiaoxiang but was pushed away by the other party. "Lok Ling, go out first and don't let anyone in," Song Xiaoxiang said softly. "Sister," Lok Ling said, full of worry. "Get out." Song Xiaoxiang opened her eyes that Luo Ling had never seen before. There was impatience, pain, and pleading. Luo Ling's heart trembled at the tip of her heart, but in the end, she exited the room and gently brought the door with her. When Song Xiaoxiang was the only one left in the room, she curled up in the chair and buried her head deep between her legs. A line of tears slid silently down his face. Song Xiaoxiang didn't choke, didn't make a sound, letting the tears keep sliding down her cheeks. "The year of the great controversy. The year of the great controversy. The year of the great controversy. Why? Why is that? No, none of this is true. No, it's all true, but I won't." Song Xiaoxiang lifted her head and opened her eyes, looking pained, and tears kept falling as if they were broken pearls. A mark appeared on her forehead. It was a lotus flower mark. Song Xiaoxiang opened her mouth and didn't make half a sound, but she was hissing, a silent hiss. "I don't know how long it's been." Song Xiaoxiang seemed to be tired. The pain on her face dispersed and she fell into a deep sleep on the table. She just couldn't stop the tears even in her sleep. "It seems to be a dream about something bad." Lok Ling had been standing outside the door. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Wait from day until night. The anxiety in Luo Ling's heart grew. "Elder sister, what's wrong with you?" Lok Ling said in her mind. "Whatever. Senior sister, blame it." Luo Ling couldn't hold back any longer and tried to push the door open. But then the door creaked open. Song Xiaoxiang walked out with a tired face. The tear tracks at the corners of her eyes had long since been wiped away, but her red, swollen eyes couldn't hide them. "Sister." Lok Ling wanted to say something. Song Xiaoxiang smiled softly, touched Luo Ling's head and said, "Linger, it's alright.